studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. I was hoping my brain initially said hump day edition.
I thought you were going to go there, too.
But no, it's Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard, California. It's our Cowboys training camp coverage brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, and Autoflex Leasing. And Peyton Russell back home in Dallas. The car rides are starting to get a lot quieter, Pepe.
Little feud building?
No,
or just tired?
No feud. I just think the schedule's kicking in a little bit. And tomorrow will be the quietest of them all.
Yeah.
After the Jerry Jones party tonight. We got Bobby sleeping in. We got Ruben playing poker starting at 7:30. We got RJ with some post-show meetings with Tim Collins. At about 9 p.m. The car rides are getting a little bit quieter here in Oxnard.
That's what happens, man. You start getting 4 hours of sleep.
You're starting really loud.
Oh shoot, it is. Yeah, it's one of those things. Well, screw them. They can do the hell they want.
See, Ryan, this is why we need the Masters background to remind you.
Yeah, Ryan.
The Cowboys stopped by. They're like, good job, you guys were a lot quieter this morning. We don't have to send you. I feel like they're talking to us like children, too. It's starting to, irritate me a little bit. You don't have to get sent over there to that side of the field.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You think I don't care? I don't care one iota, one bit. Kick us out of the facility.
Prove it was us. Prove it was me. Okay? It could have been somebody at the golf course playing night golf.
This could get a little ugly with McCarthy on Thursday.
McCarthy didn't even know about this.
I don't think so.
No, this is all made up. Trahan's office, Benjamin's probably right there. That's what this is about. It's about Joe Trahan. We're blaming him. Blaming him.
Well, I think he would have said that it was him. He could hear us. But he's trying to scare us by saying the players are talking.
It was a Thorta.
The players are talking, but back to the car.
Yeah, back to the car. It's just get a little quieter. It is, it's with 4 hours of sleep. That's what happens when you get that kind of night. It's gonna be a little bit more quiet. And for me, I generally have like a 35-minute ride into work to wake up a little bit, and then here, I don't.
Yeah.
It's 10 minutes or 12, whatever it may be.
Also, my problem is usually I don't shut the hell up in the car ride, and I was mad this morning that I overslept, so I was quiet and I wasn't instigating anything. That's usually where the conversation comes from.
Yeah, you're a roller coaster of emotions. I'm learning day to day. Like, I used to think, oh man, Bobby's wife maybe she overreacts to some stuff. Maybe I don't know, but I'm getting a new perspective day to day with the Bobby coaster here.
It's just the oversleeping. It makes me mad. I don't like oversleeping.
So you undersleep. And then you oversleep, and that's a problem.
I usually set an alarm. Last night, I was so exhausted I didn't turn the alarm on. And so I woke up at 2:50 or whenever I texted you guys, and my laptop was out, so I had to throw everything in a bag. And
what time did you go to sleep?
10. Not on purpose. I mean, I was laying there in bed for an hour.
So you're not trying to go to sleep at 8 o'clock ever, 8:30?
I had to write and I had to record last night. So I had to write something for the website and I had to record with Brian, and so that kept me up a little bit.
All right. I may have to be involved in your contract negotiations with 14 different things to do.
2 months out, Sean. 2 months out.
2 months out. I found out. Good morning, sweetheart. Apparently, as yesterday, my wife let it slip. She's like, listen to the 5:30 segment. And I was like, what? Well, you don't ever listen to the show. Maybe from 9 to 9:15 while you're dropping Ollie off at school. And she's like, oh, no, sometimes I like that. I said, no. What's going on? I said, you're spying on me because this is the recap segment. And she started laughing. And she's like, I said, and have I told you anything? Man, these Hispanic women, I swear to God, it really is. I mean, it's magnifying glasses out everywhere. I said, and have you heard one thing on the radio that I've told you different on the phone? Well, no. I just wanted to see. I just want to get the gossip of what y'all did the night before.
That's right. Consistency is key, Sean.
So she wakes up and goes to that damn Odyssey app for the 5:30 a.m. recap. Dude, man. I'm like, you are a piece of work. You really are.
Good thing you don't tell her that she can sleep in and rewind it.
No.
Go back,
Well, that's what she does.
Yeah, don't
Okay,
tell her we
all right.
podcast every segment.
Yeah, she gets up and then rewinds it.
She doesn't even have to listen. She can just call Kristen and get her detailed journal of notes of everything that was said on the show about what we're doing out here. So
Is that what she's keeping?
not really, but I mean, she definitely checks.
Well, no
in.
one listens more than his girl.
That's right.
She's like adjusting microphone levels in the commercial breaks. She's like, tell someone's mic
Yep.
is hot. Check out this on the fan cam. I'm like,
Basically, blaming Ruben for the whole thing.
Ruben for the
Yeah.
power outage yesterday.
Yeah, basically.
So how much is Kristen listening?
I mean, she's in Houston now. She's not, but we had we got the talking to of how come I had to find out that you and Jen got in a fight from listeners. How come the radio has to tell me that? Why can't I find that out first? It's like, I don't know, probably because you have this attitude when we talk about it. But if you would just be reasonable.
And
then-
it happened late out here to where she was probably asleep, right?
Yeah.
The timing of it. So last night, myself, RJ, Chiafalo, and Zach went and got a little bit of dinner. Had to talk Zach out of his walk. He texted me. He said, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Probably dinner 5:36." And he's like, "Well, how about 6:30? I got to come home. I got to do my walk." I was like, "No. Do the walk after dinner. It'll help you even more."
It helps you digest. Who does the walk before dinner?
Well, if you get all stuffed and everything, who wants to really go out and exercise after that?
He's talking okay. All right, he's talking one of those power walks. I thought he was talking like a nice, not leisurely stroll, but a nice, like, brisk walk.
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to walk like 15, 20 minutes after dinner.
And
He's supposed to do 30 minutes a day is what he's supposed to do with soda. So.
And then Chiafalo was like, "Hey, you guys doing dinner?" And we had already talked about this. I said, "Yeah, but no shower. You don't sit there and come home." Chiafalo's like my father. My father has to shower 3 times a day. If he steps foot outside in a little bit of humidity, there's a bead of sweat. I have to shower. I'm like, bro, we're trying to get back to wake up at 2:40. Can you just not take 30 extra minutes to shower?
He still can't down his hair wet.
Well, I give him credit. He did it quickly. Because we were in the lobby at 30 after.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be 45.
Yeah.
So I was very happy. I appreciated that he did that. But I'm like, why do I have to come home right from the show and shower before going out to a dinner again?
Who knows, man? It's just us. You need to shower for us. Shower for the Jerry party if you want to.
Yeah.
You need to shower for us.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So now tonight, Ruben, are you and then Ruben is setting up poker games at 7:30 in the lobby.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, I'm not playing at 7:30 at night. I mean, maybe in my previous life I would have.
Oh, yeah, you just decided to drink from 7 to 9.
I mean, I would have done that anyway.
Yeah.
Even in the room. So, but, I would have done it anyway.
Well, then you could have played poker if you would have been doing it in the room.
See, if you're in the room and you're awake, it's okay. If you're out and you're awake, it's totally different, right? I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Say that again?
If you're in the room drinking, okay, you're not out drinking.
Oh, okay.
So I could be drinking in bed. I was in bed by 8 o'clock. I was drinking till 10.
Yeah, yours feels like more of a problem than being out and socializing.
With your handle of Evan Williams. Good Lord. I don't know whose body's going to blow up first between you two. I used to think it was Bobby, but something's going on with you, like you run on fumes too. And you're just putting things in your body.
She's got a different constitution. Got tiger blood, man.
Built different.
Just built different.
Look at Ruben.
Ruben over here doesn't know what's going on.
He doesn't know what's going on. So he's setting up poker games, and then tonight he will be going to the Jerry Jones party.
Shirtless?
More on that to come.
Will you?
That to come.
Maybe. We'll see.
I can't wait to see his reaction to that, though.
I know. It's gonna be special, man.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. We have a G-Bag fight to get to. Apparently that was a big blow-up yesterday on the show that we're going to recap. Best day of practice for Dak Prescott in the offense. Practice notes at 6 o'clock. And J-Ron Curse, who you're a humongous fan of, Bobby, will join us at 9.
Yep, he is people want to assign it to Mike or whoever else. He's their defensive leader, and he's always a good quote. If you want to talk about who's probably most sick about them losing to San Francisco the last 2 years, it was probably J-Ron Curse.
And then we have Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy as the week goes along. I think Steven and Bochy, possibly Jerry, on with the KMC Masterpiece today. So we will get to all of it. We have more major changes over at ESPN and a part of our childhood passing away. Let's see if Pepe knows Pee-wee next on Sean and RJ.
Epic and
Good morning, Metroplex. Tolo Tuesday edition from Cowboys Training Camp. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Pepe, give us a little weather update back home. Has it gotten hotter since we've left?
Oh, man. Well, right now it's a crisp 85 degrees, so it's perfect out here right now. But, yes, yesterday as I was driving home, I think I got home from the grocery store around 12:30. It was 102 already. Oh, very, very hot. Not good. I suggest you guys stay in California.
You know, it's a little unseasonably warm out here. I've not been thrilled with this weather. I've not been thrilled with this weather up until 7 p.m. at night.
It's warmer during today, this morning. You know, in the morning it's much, much warmer. I'm in shorts. Usually I'm in a hoodie. Practice has been the tough one. And now I do have a theory. This new setup is blocking the breeze. Because when I went up top the other day.
I thought you were going to say global warming.
That's not a new theory.
It's not a new theory.
Oh.
It's also not a theory either. I'm just kidding. It is.
Easy, Holland.
No, it's totally real. I actually buy it. I'm like Derek doesn't buy anything, including the moon landing, apparently. When you're up top in these things, these tents, what a cool breeze. We have. And it's very, very pleasant.
Well, there's also a cover for shade.
Well, fair. But
the shade is a 20-degree difference out here.
We also, mind you, we used to be out here at practice from 4:30 to 6:30.
Yep.
Much nicer day, more shade too. So
I don't know how these fans are sitting in the bleachers.
Oh, those bleachers, absolutely not. I wouldn't do that. No.
Wow. I mean, it is obviously it's not back home, but it is that'll burn your rear end.
Yes,
out
it
here.
will. Yes, it will, man.
Throughout the week, 106 back home, 105, 105, 105, 105.
Oh, that's not even human.
Yes. So that's what's going on back in the Metroplex.
That's the thing. It's tough to get any sympathy from people back home when you try to tell them that, in all honesty, it is the hottest 78-degree sun you've ever felt.
That is not going to come across.
It doesn't.
Or land in any way, nor should it.
It doesn't. I know it very much has the tone of I can barely afford my 5th car payment.
Yeah.
I get it.
It really does. It really does.
But Ruben, I bet has experienced this. He's never he hasn't come out here to camp with us. I bet he realizes that's hotter than it looks on the little weather forecast.
It really is.
I mean, causes you to go shirtless at Taco Bell.
The worst I've ever been burned in my life was out here in 78-degree weather. I got absolutely torched.
Oh.
Yeah, I bet. No sunscreen. You're just out here. You can sit out here for hours and hours and hours.
I wore sunscreen. I sweated it all off.
All right,
Sweated.
Chop, we are getting a lot of college football rumors. I can't keep up with the realignment. You're obsessed with it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I honestly don't even know where to start. There is a new report out there that the Pac-12 teams are just, first of all, the report is that Arizona will break off for the Pac-12 and join the Big 12. There's supposed to be a meeting today. Today's Tuesday, right? There's supposed to be a meeting today about that. But there's another report that says that Arizona, Arizona State, and Utah, this is according to Pete Thamel, is a block. So if one goes, they all go. So expect those 3 schools to decide sometime today whether or not they're going to move to the Big 12. The other report, and this one, oh, baby, this one is big. There is a report that Florida State, Clemson, Oregon, and Washington are on the verge of jumping to the Big Ten. The Big Ten said yesterday they were not interested in Oregon and Washington. Well, if you package them with Florida State and Clemson, that's a completely different story. And this is such a massive game changer. This would be such a financial blow to the SEC because the SEC, they're not looking to add. The Big Ten's not looking to add, but this is falling in their lap. The SEC is okay, well, we kind of would like Florida State and Clemson, but they're already in those markets. They don't view that as a huge advantage. This would put the Big Ten as 100% the darling of the networks if this happens. They would get into South Carolina, they would get into Florida, and they would get into the West Coast. It will lap the SEC financially if this happens. That doesn't mean talent-wise they will on the field because Bama, Georgia, LSU, Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Auburn, A&M is better than Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Clemson, Florida State, Oregon, and Washington, but not from a TV perspective. Outside of Texas, outside of your traditional powers, you don't have the West Coast, you don't have the Michigan, Ohio State, you don't have Philadelphia and Pittsburgh like Penn State does, and they're already going to be in Florida and South Carolina too. So this is huge if this actually goes through. But today, expect those 3 Pac-12 schools to join the Big 12.
ESPN and ABC continuing to wipe out their lead NBA team. First, it was Jeff Van Gundy. Now Mark Jackson is gone. He got you guys had differing
hand
thoughts.
Down, man down.
You guys had differing thoughts on this last night. Mark Jackson was blindsided apparently, but now after 17 years, they're moving on to Doris Burke, Mike Breen, and Doc Rivers. You're happy about it, Choppy? You think it's a big downgrade?
Well, I'm saying that's just Doc Rivers. Doc, Mr. I'm going to lose my voice by the third quarter. I mean, he sounds like a deeper voiced Patrick Mahomes. He's gonna growl out there.
You're being really loud.
I just think it's a downgrade. I also this is the new norm though. These networks are paying these guys millions to do games when we watch them regardless of who's calling the game. You know, this is not inside the NBA where you watch for Shaq and Chuck and Kenny. You watch Warriors Mavericks for Warriors for Luke and Steph.
Yeah, I mean, Doc's done this before, though. Doc's done game analyst, and he was good. And so, like, I mean, he's better than Mark Jackson. As soon as you let Van Gundy go, you had to let Mark Jackson go. Because Van Gundy was the only guy who could... The random weird comment from Mark Jackson was only acceptable because Jeff Van Gundy would sometimes sit there and literally say on the broadcast, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what are you even saying? Like, somebody had to call out the weirdness of the things that he would say sometimes, or some of the odd analysis he would give. So it's funny to me because Mark Jackson, when he was playing, everybody was convinced, like, this guy's going to be the next great head coach. And you know, if he wanted to be the next great analyst, he could do that too. And then he just flopped at both completely.
It'll be interesting to see how people treat Doris Burke now that she's like, she was on major game calls, but now she's going to be on the NBA Finals coverage. And Doris always goes viral. People seem to love Doris Burke. I think Doc will be good. Mark Jackson was there more for his lines, and Van Gundy was the best, I thought. But he was very polarizing. It's 50-50. You either love Jeff Van Gundy or you hate him. I thought he was good. Yesterday, RJ not so much, I guess, lost a little piece of our childhood. Peyton, how familiar were you with Pee Wee Herman?
If you asked me before yesterday, I would say, no, you're making up someone's name. There's no way. I have never heard this guy's name in my life. Never. I was looking up clips. I said I don't find it funny. I don't understand. And I mean, R.I.P. obviously, but yeah, I'll be honest with y'all. I had no idea.
There is no chance you didn't hear Pee Wee Herman's name.
Ruben, did you know who Pee Wee Herman was? Have you heard of Pee Wee before yesterday?
No.
Oh, he said no.
See, you know what it is? This is parenting.
I think they're telling the truth.
It's
no.
See, I've always said
it might be good
mom
parenting.
and dad.
It's 100% parenting. Like, you know, parents like parents.
Good morning, Mr. Breakfast.
They introduce kids to music. They introduce kids to movies. It's parenting.
Okay, yeah, and I think because of the movies that Paul Rubens was introduced to and the movie theaters that he was introduced to, he was probably buried a little bit by parents.
May have been.
And I think that's part of it. It's part of his legacy. We got to
Films
talk about
and TV series during the 1980s. No, sorry, I could not catch his greatest hits during that time.
Have you seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Oh, no.
He didn't know who Jennifer Love Hewitt was, Chop.
He goes, oh, no. Well, he's not a movie star, you know.
No.
This is for his show.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure was a fantastic movie.
Yes, that's third reference after I made the first one that no one got. But Paul Rubens passed away at the age of 70. He was keeping his cancer issue quiet. And then he released a statement that was kind of going to time out when he passed away. But I think it's pretty interesting because Peyton going through the clips to find them for the show was the exact same email you wrote.
Yeah, I never understood it. I never got it. It was not into. I might have seen them all, but I just didn't think they were very good. It's like Ernest. Remember Ernest Goes to Camp?
Yeah.
I never found those to be particularly funny. But like this is the same thing. I don't care what the hell he was doing in a movie theater. Because guess what? That's what everyone does in those movie theaters. That's what you go to those movie theaters for. You go to those movie theaters.
Was it an adult theater?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, well, what are you surprised? I mean, you want to talk about entrapment, okay? What kind of an idiot cop goes into those movie theaters and says, you know what, I'm going to catch somebody, having solo action. Oh, really? That's what you're supposed to do in there, okay? Like but that's how he's going to be remembered.
It's probably because he was doing the voice. Like, he's probably doing the Pee Wee Herman voice and talking the whole time or something like that. You know, it's interesting. A lot of people don't realize this. You know who co-wrote the movie and was his creative writing partner early in his career? Phil Hartman. Which is funny because they're two very different performers, but they were close. They had a falling out, though.
But, like, the celebrities were, like, all out. Jimmy Kimmel, he was like no one else. Brilliant and original comedian, made kids and their parents laugh at the same time. He never forgot a birthday. Always sent birthday wishes, and he would always send like these gifts or memes for people on their birthday. Like the amount of people that came out. Conan O'Brien, Steve Martin.
Wow.
All these comedians are coming out, praising his work.
The best practice of the day for Dak and the offense, and we got breaking news with a Cowboy suspended to start off the season. We'll bring it to you next, Inside the Star, on your home of America's team with Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And our training camp coverage, week number 2, day number 2 of week number 2, out here in Oxnard, California with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. It's brought to you by K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, Autoflex Leasing, and Kissable Dental. And yesterday, I saw Bobby Belt the most locked into practice in the week and a half that we have been out here. You were obsessed with every angle, every storyline. Take us inside of it.
It was the fact that we get pads on. It's real football. There's no more screwing around. There's no more light practices. There's none of this little jogging or anything like that. You're actually getting real football. You get to evaluate these guys, so it's exciting. It's exciting when you sit down there and watch them. And I think the headline for everybody is the fact that Dak Prescott had, despite the interception you saw to Malik Hooker down the sideline.
All right, so this is the new, I told y'all in the car, this is the new Trayvon Diggs, Simi Fehoko, WIP. Those lowlifes got their hands on this. It was a very easy interception in the double coverage, but that is the new Dak's in midseason form that's going around the internet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, he's always going to, in practice, he is going to throw the ball up. And so if everybody's covered, he's not just going to run it, he's going to throw it up because that's what you're trying to do here. It was a lazy toss to the outside. By the way, great coverage from Deshaun Wright on Brandon Cooks. I think people should feel happy about that. Deshaun Wright had as much of that interception as Malik Hooker did, I think, because he kept him pinned to the sideline. But even outside of that and people freaking out over that, I thought Dak was sharp yesterday, really on point. We didn't see any overthrows. He dropped a few of them in the bucket. He was throwing stuff, hitting guys in stride. He was hitting guys deep. It was really, to me, the best practice that he's had.
Yeah, I thought the offense was unstoppable. In fact, I thought that I was missing something, like that the defense was being given an unfair advantage or that they weren't playing by the same rules. You were up on the sideline watching. RJ and I were behind the end zone talking to the pivot team.
Yes.
With Fred Taylor.
Whatever that is.
That's Fred Taylor and Ryan Clark.
I saw the shirt.
And Fred Taylor will be joining the show at 7:20 this morning during the Expressway to talk running backs and talk Cowboys. But that's how automatic everything was with every single gain. I was like, is the defense not being allowed to? Are they getting home and they're just letting the play continue? That's how good the passing attack was, I thought.
Yeah, and the pass blocking was really good yesterday. It was wild to watch it swing, though. Early on in practice, Brian and I were talking about this yesterday. Early on in practice, there wasn't anything that the defensive line could do. They couldn't generate any pressure with the front seven at all. Then they went into the third and fourth down situational reps in team period, and all of a sudden a switch flipped, and the offensive line could not block anybody, and more specifically could not block Micah Parsons. That was as dominant as I've seen Micah Parsons ever practice in those final few reps in team period. I tweeted the video, but there was a rep where he did the Reggie White hump move where you put your hand and kind of push him up. He caught Tyron Smith kind of oversetting and off balance and just shoved him to the ground.
With his left.
Shoved him to the ground with his left hand, and then the very next play, here's how you know it got in Tyron's head. What happened on the very next play? False start. You had Micah across from him, and he was rocking back. And you saw yesterday he was a little frustrated with Micah. There were more than a few times. Clarence Hill tweeted it. He said, I've never seen Tyron Smith ever. Even though he's not the same Tyron Smith anymore, none of us have seen Tyron Smith get worked like that in a practice like he did yesterday. Micah Parsons absolutely clobbered him, especially late.
So Bobby got us going viral yesterday by tweeting out all the CeeDee Lamb interview clips. That went to Pro Football Talk and NFL Network and Bleacher Report. And then Bobby has 500,000 views at Bobby Belt TX with the Micah Parsons Tyron Smith encounter.
That's a lot, man.
500,000 views.
That is a lot. Now look, I mean, Micah made him look a little silly, but Tyron's an old man. It's a young man's game. It's a young man's game.
Tyron's an old man, but Tyron's still built like a unit. You shouldn't be able to just shove the guy to the ground.
I mean, Micah's also built different. He's the most beastly 245-pound individual that there is.
He is. Here's one thing that I observed yesterday from practice that I think is interesting, especially after we talked to CD. And CD talked about communication and how important it is to be on top of things. We had mentioned to Jake Ferguson, there was that OTA practice where Dak is really demonstrative with him and telling him, like, man, come on, be on top of this. He's always been on top of the receivers. This is the first time I can remember actually hearing him, audibly hearing everything that he's saying to the receivers, because I think he's been so animated. Not angry. He's just doing a lot of coaching out there. Chop, I hate to tell you.
The topic today on all the first fake shows will be about this being Dak's offense, that Dak has total full control. Now that CD thing has circulated, that'll make its way on to ESPN today after NFL Network had it yesterday, and it will now be the whole narrative in question of Dak Prescott's offense.
Yeah, and Princeton Fant, Tennessee Volunteer alum, Chop,
yes,
I hate to say. They were throwing with the tight ends yesterday. 3 consecutive routes. Dak Prescott had something to say to Princeton Fant that you could audibly hear, like in the stands. And the first one, it was, he goes over to him and he says, you need to run that out. He's like, do not like half-ass this. Come on, I need you to actually run through this. There's another time where he kind of has a little bit of a bobble, and you hear him say, he goes, Fant, finish it. You need to finish it. And then the next time, Fant makes a catch, one-handed catch, but it was a little unnecessarily one-handed. And you heard Dak say, he said, 2 hands, Fant. He's like, this out here is where you start bad habits. Do not start doing that. And so the other day, Kevontae Turpin running a route, he ran it 15 yards. And you heard Dak say, he said, that's 16, Turp, not 15. And he's like, I think he's feeling like, look, if we're going to clean this up, if you want the ball exactly where it's supposed to be, this is the time where you can't get sloppy. This is where we tighten it up. And I think you're seeing him take a much more assertive vocal role. He spent time yesterday talking to CD and Michael Gallup, telling them, like, hey, look, you got to do this or that. And so I'm struck by how much ownership he's not only taking of the offense, it feels like, but how much ownership he's taking of almost coaching these guys up and instructing them, like, hey, this is where you need to be.
Well, that's what they should do.
Yeah.
Most quarterbacks, a lot of quarterbacks do that. The good ones do that. They teach you how to run the route the way they want. Quarterbacks have always said, quarterbacks generally throw in the game to guys who wind up getting open in practice. If you get open in practice, they know that's who they're looking for, and that's a huge part of this.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's the case, then Jalen Brooks is going to have 150 catches next year.
Do it.
The 7th rounder out of South Carolina, who, look, I love Simi Fehoko, and I think that he's got a lot of really good traits. Jalen Brooks right now, if it's meritocracy and we're going off of who's practiced better, Jalen Brooks, you could argue, should be the team's 4th or 5th receiver, because he was yesterday fantastic, made a ton of tough catches, showed catch radius, showed an ability to adjust to the ball. One of the things I really liked that he did is he showed some subtle hand fighting. So that hand checking that goes on between DBs, he showed the right hand placement, didn't let DBs get locked in on him, knew when to kind of extend a little bit, that little Michael Irvin subtle push off. And so I was really, really impressed with him, because he fought for the ball, he ran tight routes, and made several really good catches yesterday. And again, Dak being vocal, you heard Dak several times saying, that's it, 8-3, that's it, love to see it. I mean, he was hyping Jalen Brooks up all practice.
I also wrote down 88 unstoppable again. Every single year that we've come out here, first it was Dez Bryant, and now CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb just cannot be stopped. He was productive as always. I wrote down Turpin flashing even more, and Eric Scott. I wrote down him making some plays.
Yeah, he had that nice pass breakup down the sideline. And Broadus and I were talking about this. It's interesting with Eric Scott. I don't know that I've noticed Eric Scott being like shut down at these practices.
And what's his background? Just give a 20-second recap of where he came from, who he is.
Southern Mississippi, really long Dan Quinn prototype type of corner, but very raw. And a guy that a lot of people didn't know a lot about, but they traded up for him. They liked him a lot.
Oh, so like Nashawn Wright all over again.
Yeah, I mean, different we were doing in the 6th round, though, probably, instead of the 3rd. Which, by the way, Nashawn Wright, I thought, has had a decent camp so far. Somebody tweeted us yesterday and said, man, Nashawn Wright, I keep seeing him get burned. It's like, well, look, Stephon Gilmore is not getting thrown at all in these practices. I've not seen it hardly at all. And so just about every throw is going to go towards Nashawn Wright's direction. So you're going to see some volume. You're going to see him get beat sometimes. But he's had some good plays. But Eric Scott, I think the thing with him is right place, right time, really good at getting his hand in at the last second to break stuff up. He's really opportunistic. That's where I think his benefit is. But they like him. I mean, if we were to ask Dan Quinn about him on Wednesday, he's going to, I think, be glowing. And they really, I think, believe he can do what Deron Bland did last year.
Inside the Star and the injury report is brought to you by Kissable Dental, still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. And the injury report has to go to Sam Williams. As RJ Choppy, you got a front row seat for this.
I did. He's walking off with there's team security head Cable Johnson was walking him off.
Cable Johnson?
Yep.
Yes.
Cable?
Yes. Cable. Like TV cable. Yeah,
Great guy.
Yeah.
Never heard of that as a first name.
Neither have I. I never heard of Shan as a first name, though, either. So I guess we're here.
Well, it's Sean, jackass.
So, yeah, Cable walked him off. And I look over to my left. I'm like, oh, that's Sam Williams. Why is he walking off the field? Did look like he was limping. Turns out it was a shoulder.
Yeah, shoulder strain is the word. We don't know how bad that is yet, but shoulders have a tendency to be a little finicky, especially for pass rushers. And so that's one that definitely bears watching. Dorrance Armstrong didn't practice yesterday either. He had tightness in his hamstring. That's one that they're not overly concerned with.
Diggs is still out while talking to Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor throughout practice.
Talking to Ryan Clark, talking to Fred Taylor. He was on the NFL Network set. He was making the rounds, man, and I'll tell you who he was talking to. He was talking to the receivers on the other sideline. Loud, chirping, trash talking. I don't know that there's another player that I can remember with the Cowboys who has as different a persona, off the football field when they're talking to media. He's very quiet, he's very mild-mannered, versus when he's on the field, and he will get to talking and trash talking these receivers, and he's the guy that has, a little bit of nasty in him.
Look, I mean, the trash talk that you can hear up close is like, go back. The most famous one we've had was the Witten Brodney Poole one out here, where he told Brodney Poole, get this scrub out of here, just yelling right there, get this scrub out of here. That was the best one. I love hearing this trash talk. I didn't get a chance to hear it from where we were, but I think on the sideline where you were yesterday, you probably pick up way more.
Meanwhile, the news that came out last night, running back Ronald Jones suspended for 2 games by the league, violation of the NFL's policy for performance-enhancing drugs. He's eligible.
He's the best.
He's not the best. He will be eligible to participate in all preseason practices and games before his suspension begins week 1, and then after they play the Jets in week 2, Ronald Jones can return if he's still around.
I knew his calves were a little bit too jacked.
Were they?
Oh, they look at the size of my head.
As impressive as that guy's butt last year?
Story Jackson.
I think Story's butt was a little bit more impressive. Calves can be very genetic. So can the glute too. But he had that dimple. You don't just get that dimple out of nowhere on that booty of his. These were. He's a unit out there. Like, something had to be done to get those the way they are. I just don't understand. You know what you can and can't take. They all know what they can and can't take. Read the bottle.
I'm sure there's guys who are passing it too.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not catching, I would
everybody.
guess, not everybody. And there's someone tweeted me, Roberto, here's the Zeke opening.
Oh, baby.
My first thought. It was honestly my first thought. And the first time I thought of Zeke yesterday in relation to Ronald Jones was before the suspension came out. And they're running 7-on-7 and they're simulating a pass rush. And you hear Dak go, hey. And he throws the ball out in the flat to Ronald Jones. And one of the coaches that's telling me, goes, you're hot. And he goes, you're the hot read, which is when the blitz comes, you're the dump-off guy. And he was not turned around looking for it. He goes, oh, I didn't know I was hot. And so that's something that Zeke always had an awareness of. Zeke was very good about knowing when he was the hot read, pass protecting. Those were the things that he had a really good awareness of. And so those were the things you were already struggling with Ronald Jones. And then this happens. It either opens the door for Ezekiel Elliott or it solidifies things, I think, for guys like Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn.
And how do you think the running back depth chart is developing?
You heard Mike McCarthy talk about it yesterday. They love Rico Dowdle. And I know the fans are bigger fans of Malik Davis. This team they're bigger fans of Rico Dowdle. The only question is Rico Dowdle healthy? And I think Deuce Vaughn, you've seen some encouraging stuff with his shiftiness in the open field, and the stuff you saw on tape at Kansas State has been out here at these practices.
A little bit disappointed. I haven't heard enough douche when he gets the ball.
Well, you can't see it.
It's true. You can't. You
see
can't. But a
it.
little bit disappointed in the California Cowboy fans for that one.
877-881-1053. Excellent recap of Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ every morning at 6 o'clock. The Rangers and the Mets may not be done dealing. We may be getting some Kate Upton in DFW. If the latest rumors are true, we'll bring them to you on the home of the Rangers next.
Well, let's get you over to the
And segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We got a little explosion apparently on the G-Bag Nation. Bobby, maybe you were correct about them fighting the most amongst all the shows.
Almost every day, and it's always somebody different.
That's good.
One day it'll be Wolchuk and Dawson, but they always hug it out at the end, and that's what Brian and Eric did yesterday. They gave each other a big hug. They broed it out. That is where you will get the most, I think, back and forth though, is Chiafalo and Broadus, because they're, Eric generally is agree a follow. But when you finally bring it out in him, he's like, okay, all right, you want to have this fight? Let's do this.
640. We'll play the audio and decide. I'm the only one who has not heard it.
Oh, it is fantastic.
It is.
It got like, there in the beginning, it was like, okay, all right, a little shot here, a little shot. It got uncomfortable. It got personal.
Tolo Alex, thank you. He sent me the message. Krusty Brian versus Gen Y Chi. And then he goes, go listen, Battle of the Ages.
How many nicknames does he have?
Too many.
Who, Chiafalo?
Yeah.
But he hasn't given any of them to himself, so that's good.
That's fair.
Now, I'm trying to think, like, since I joined the show, we haven't had a real big blowout yet, have we? Like a real, one that somebody would want to replay?
Can't think of one.
No. I thought I was going to have one yesterday with you with all the car stuff, but that was all fair.
The car stuff? What did I do yesterday with the car?
You go to practice on your own. You don't tell us you're going to practice.
Yes. No, I did tell you guys.
No, you didn't.
You're old. You just forget.
No, you didn't tell us.
I did.
Because you were too busy being scattered after the show looking for stuff.
I told you on the ride back. I said I was gonna get a ride to practice earlier because I didn't want to leave at 11.
Did you hear that?
I don't remember. No.
Yeah. So you're wrong.
Okay. That's just your old age. That's okay. You guys can forget.
You're the one waking
Doesn't
up.
make you bad
You're
people.
the one that can't sleep, Grandpa. Okay. Rangers back in action tonight against the and I think our bickering and our back and forth always I don't know. We always kind of laugh it off at the end.
Yeah.
Like we can go 0 to 60, but we can back down off of it. No, we haven't had a real true blowout where there's been discomfort in the commercial break. We have not had that.
I only remember one time where I got very close with Choppy, and I literally took my headphones off for a second. I was like, no, we don't need to fight.
What was it over?
He was trying to – it was when we were talking about TCU getting blown out by Georgia. And he was like, see, that's proof they didn't belong there. I was like, it's one game.
Yeah.
And then
RJ's good at making a comment to try to diffuse, and you will a lot of times laugh things off towards at the end.
He didn't try to diffuse that one because I said it's one game. And he goes, it's not one game. And I said, it's literally one game. And then I took my headset off. I was like, all right, let's calm down.
I called them the Horn frauds all year, and they were.
We did.
Okay, so Rangers White Sox tonight, 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock on this radio station. And yesterday, Mark Feinsand, who has hit on some stuff throughout this trade period.
It's pretty good. He's been around a while.
MLB.com, he suggested that the Rangers could be interested in Justin Verlander, not just the Astros, but the Rangers and the Astros possibly in play to work out another deal with the New York Mets.
Yeah, and the Rangers have the prospects to do it. They have the prospects to be able to go and get Justin Verlander. If I were them, I'm trying for Verlander and a reliever, and let's go. Well, play ball at that point. But there is absolutely mega moves they could make. Also, by the way, they could go get Pete Alonso. There's a report out there from Bob Nightingale that Pete Alonso may be on the trade block.
I think in the offseason, the Mets completely unload. I think Alonso's gone, McNeil, whoever they can dump off. I think they want a clean slate for David Stearns. Stearns is going to come in there from Milwaukee. He wants all this money off the books. It's almost like he's got his fingerprints on this thing already as far as the moves they made. So, yeah, I got Verlander going there.
All right. So, first of all, could you imagine? The Mets already think that they're going to get the Milwaukee Brewers team president as their next GM. Like they're already making moves for next year.
Yeah.
It's very odd how that's already going to happen.
I'm also hearing all this Ohtani stuff. So I'm like, you're blowing it up. I hate the Mets.
Yeah.
I really do. So you're getting rid of all your win now players to go and get the 30-year-old Shohei Ohtani. That's what you're telling me.
Correct. I know.
Because those are the rumors that everyone
Yeah.
keeps saying. The Mets are going to make a run at Shohei. They're clearing all this out for Ohtani. Okay, with a farm team?
Yeah. So that doesn't make any sense. So, let's just say they do decide to unload Verlander and Alonso. You could package those two. The Rangers have a ton of capital. They'd be able to go get those guys. Now, do you want that? Do you need that? Yeah, you could use a bat. I mean, there's not really great bats on the market right now anyway. If Pete Alonso somehow makes his way to the market, that's a pretty good bat.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy Pham is somebody who's expected to get traded to. He's got an 820 OPS this year, which is actually higher than Alonso's. But, man, I don't know if you were to unload some of your top prospects for Verlander, now you're talking about you have given up a lot of capital for essentially two 40-year-old pitchers. And then you're coupling that with your coming off a second Tommy John pitcher. It's just that's a little concerning.
You have two of them.
If Mike Bassick were here right now, he would tell you it doesn't matter. You have nothing for the 7th and the 8th. That's what Bassick was talking about yesterday here at practice.
Yeah.
We had a Bassick sighting.
I know. It was amazing.
fantastic.
Well, for 12 minutes.
Yes.
Good news is the price is only 16. But, so, look, and he's right.
And he said, okay, what good is it? These guys are going to give you probably 6 innings, and this bullpen is still awful. You need someone, and preferably another right-hander out of the bullpen for the 7th and the 8th before you get to Aroldis.
He's not wrong. You have to have bullpen. The playoffs become a bullpen game. They really do. Managers cannot wait to get into their bullpen. Now, there may be a caveat to that, all right, and that is if you have starting pitching that can go to the 7th inning, then you don't need to do that.
Yeah.
The Astros had a really, really, really good bullpen. But if Verlander was on, or if Cole, when he was there, was on, they weren't going to get them rushed out of there after 5. That's what teams do that don't have faith in their starting pitching. If you have faith in your starting pitching, you can let them go a little bit longer.
Evan Grant also reporting that the Rangers, the opposite of Mark Cuban, they're willing to go over the tax.
Oh, my God.
They were willing to go over the tax if it had something to do with Verlander. In a Verlander trade, they would spend more. The luxury tax number around $244 million. They're $9 million shy of the threshold. And do you overpay? First off, how's the price different from the Scherzer deal, number one? And number two, Tolos, 877-881-1053. Do you overpay a little bit to keep him from Houston? You are in a race, obviously. It's a half game now. The Astros won last night. And they're breathing down your damn throat, neck, whatever it is. Do you overpay to keep him from the armpit? And how is the Justin price going to be different from the Scherzer price? Those are my questions.
Well, I mean, the Justin price probably will be different.
And by the way, real quick, I should have added, the Dodgers got thrown into this last night as well. I think it was a report from Nightingale that the Dodgers are now engaging in Verlander talks.
Well, the difference, I think, between Verlander and Scherzer is, I mean, quite frankly, Verlander had, for one, a tremendous year last year, winning the Cy Young. And then this year, he's been much better. He's been a full run better on the ERA. Does that mean that he is a full run better overall? I mean, look, Max has had his struggles with after the sticky stuff suspension. There's no doubt about that. But, yeah, I mean, look, I think Verlander's a little bit better right now. He's also older. And the older is big. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. He's got another year, right? He's on a 2-year deal. I got to check the option on that one that he has. But, I mean, I would be all in on this. You have to pay more for it, though. I doubt the Mets are going to send $36 million your way.
Yeah, a lot of the peripherals on Verlander are better than Scherzer. The one that probably matters the most, if you want to look at some of the analytics, is the fact that the barrel percentage, which is just basically how frequently are players barreling up your pitches. And Justin Verlander's in the 70th percentile in baseball. Max Scherzer's in the 18th percentile. That's why Scherzer's given up, league-leading number of home runs this year. His velocity's better than Scherzer. But I think you ask an interesting question, which is, the idea of making an acquisition less so because you feel like you need it or you want it. I mean, you do, but more because you want to block somebody else, like preventing them from getting it. And I mean, look, you may not get the same pitcher that Houston would get in Verlander because Verlander's already been there, feels comfortable. Verlander might pitch better in Houston than he would for you, but it's just about, trying to potentially block that. I would be interested if you're telling me if it's similar to the Acuna thing where you're giving up a prospect, where it's a top prospect, you're not giving up, depth. I'd be interested because he is 40. He is year or two left probably. And so I'd be interested at that point.
Meanwhile, grades continue to come in on the Scherzer deal. I have the ones from CBS. RJ has ESPN. CBS gave the Rangers an A. They gave the Mets a B. What did ESPN give?
All right, so ESPN for the Scherzer deal gave the Rangers a B+. They gave a B+ on the Scherzer deal. On the Montgomery deal, they gave the Rangers an A-.
Oh.
Yeah, they gave him an A- on that Jordan Montgomery deal, saying, they talked about the Rangers' look with Max Scherzer, but in terms of Montgomery, he pitched somewhat better for the Cardinals than he did for the Yankees, and it would have been a defensible move for the Cardinals to be aggressive and extending him before it came to this. Instead, Rangers get him at a time at his career peak, having a better season than Scherzer is, motivated to produce in the high-stake games in advance of his first crack at free agency, assuming Eovaldi returns and is able to resume his all-star campaign. They're looking at a big three of Eovaldi, Scherzer, and Montgomery, a strong four in John Gray, and flexibility after that. They could go with a six-man rotation if they wanted to keep innings down, or if they want to stick with five, Dunning could be used as a high-quality middle inning reliever if they want to go that route because he's already done that this year. Although it's not teams don't like to go and take a guy from middle relief to starter back to middle relief again. That's very Scott Feldman, let's ruin his arm kind of vibes. You don't want that.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's how deep the Rangers prospects are right now. Tekoa Roby, that pitcher that they traded that was their number 11 prospect, he's now the number 3 prospect in the Cardinals organization. That's the kind of depth the Rangers have right now.
And they were saying that Acuna was going to be one with the Mets. Mm-hmm. One instantly, just like that, in New York. So, man, it's a lot different and a lot more fun to have a contending baseball team while we're out here at training camp. Heaney on the mound tonight against the White Sox, 6:30 pregame on this station. Let's get to the G-Bag Nation fight that happened yesterday, and let's declare a winner on the fan text next. But let me go ahead and
Segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
We got headlines at 7. We have Ruben and Choppy jamming out on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We are live from Oxnard, California. It's Cowboys training camp. Here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. So, set up this G-Bag battle.
Oh, okay. So, they were talking about Broadus's favorite coach in the National Football League.
John Gruden.
Mike McCarthy?
Yes, correct. No, Sean Payton.
Oh.
And, Eric, Wolchuk is running the story, talks about Sean Payton. They play the clip of Aaron Rodgers going back and forth on Sean Payton. And then it started to get...
So this actually started on Saturday with the roundtables.
yeah.
Well, was it Saturday? I don't know. I feel like I was sitting with Broadus somewhere. It was one of the days. I sat down with G-Bag. It could have been Friday. I don't know. But... I was like, oh, he went over the line. And Broadus was like, well, did he? Because Broadus had texted Sean Payton. Well. And I was like, okay, is this personal? Am I saying something that Broadus is taking personally here? Because he's like, well, do we want the truth or not? Do we want coaches to be generic like Garrett and every other coach in the world? Or do we want some honesty? And if he said something correct, why are we killing him? That was his initial stance when this story broke, when we talked about this here on the Fan.
And I think the reason that he's getting killed is because, while it may be true, there is a fraternity amongst coaches. Call it an honor amongst thieves, if you will, but that's what it is.
Well, it's a fraternity amongst everyone. Like, we air a lot over our airwaves behind the scenes, but you don't put everything out there. You don't put everyone totally, completely on blast.
Yeah.
Right? You don't spill all the dirty stuff.
Right. Called it the worst coaching job he's ever seen. Like, what are you trying to accomplish there? Give yourself a built-in excuse?
Right.
Are you trying to make your players, feel better about the job they didn't do last year?
Right.
What are you trying to accomplish? Like, there's a what if kind of thing.
Look, let's just be honest about it. Sean Payton has a reputation. He's arrogant. Sean Payton thinks he's Bill Parcells Jr.
And he's an ass.
And he's
just flat out. That's his reputation. He's an ass.
There you go.
But he is ripping bongs with 16-year-olds. That was kind of cool.
Yeah. Drug use with children, Chop. That's very cool. Very cool. And here you were wanting to visit Nancy Reagan's memorial or whatever on Wednesday.
What are you damn talking about?
Didn't hear her say no, I guess.
Here is the I say yes at least once. Here is the fight between Brian Broadus and Eric Disagreeafalo on this one.
You don't hear the next guy come in and say this. There's a lot of things that are honest, and just by being honest doesn't mean that you were right to be honest in that moment. There's no way you can defend Sean Payton and say he should have done what he did. He was an absolute bleep hole. Of course he was. And everybody knows he's talking about Nathaniel Hackett. And he's the first coach in NFL history to do what he did.
For you to defend that guy for that job? I can't trust you about the evaluation of a team that's either good or bad.
Well, that's an understanding comprehension problem, because I'm not defending Nathaniel Hackett for the job he did. I'm calling out Sean Payton
you
for
called
getting
him
onto
You called him a bleep hole. I mean, he just he's working for a team. He was brought in for a job that a guy totally effed up, and he's saying that. I'm here now because of that. Man, don't get out of here. And that's where you and I are different. You know, that's where you and I are different, because you know what? We go through life now, everybody's just, it's okay. It's okay. Let me put my arm around you.
They got fired. What's okay about that? It's not like he's still there.
He found another job.
I feel like did that need to go longer?
20 minutes longer. It was a full 10 minutes of just, now the back and forth like that probably lasted 2 or 3 minutes. It got like.
All right, Peyton, while we're talking here, just go ahead and get it from that point, and we'll run it.
There was more like personal attacks.
Well, why are we leaving that out?
I mean, that
the
was
meat.
That was a little. There were two little personal jabs there.
Yeah.
First off, Broadus, he said it in a more wordy manner, but he basically just told Eric, I no longer think you understand football.
Right.
And so that's a pretty heavy charge from Brian, who we all know goes out of his way to try and boost the credibility of the guys that he knows know football. Like, hey, no, you're right, guys. You need to listen to this guy. So
Zach's the protege.
Yes.
It's not Eric.
He is.
Right, yeah.
Chuck's the scouting protege.
Yes.
Eric's
according to him.
left on the outside. Not according to Zach.
According to him.
And then Eric threw in the little, well, you have a comprehension problem. And it's
Comprehension
like, ooh,
problem.
Wow, going
yeah.
for his LSU
Or this
education.
is why we're different. You're a little Gen Z, Gen Y, GG. Gen Y, GG. You can't take it. You can't have anybody tell you that you're wrong.
I will say he is a Griafalo. We were out there on the practice field yesterday, and because of, like we said, we can't share everything. I was discussing some details with him about something. And he went, "Oh, that's cool," and I was like, "Don't do that." And he was like, "What?" I was like, "Don't do. Oh, that's cool. I know deep down inside you think this sucks." And he goes, "Sorry, man. I didn't want to just say that sucks, but it sucks. Yeah, I don't like that at all."
All right,
like, yep.
Are we the first ones to bring up Agriafalo?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Trucker.com text line. Basically loves Eric even more.
Yes.
Never understood Broadus' point. Broadus held the line for his buddy Sean.
Yes.
Brian made it personal.
Yes.
Broadus is the clear winner. Gen Y. Eric is a hot take artist.
Oh.
Let's see.
I side with Chiafalo on this one. And Broadus tried to, I think, send out an intimidation message yesterday. When I saw him in the lobby, I said, "Thanks for the segment." And he's like, "Oh, I may have to come on to respond to y'all's commentary on it." And I was like, "Cool, thanks for 2 segments. When do you want to come by?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm doing Love the Star on the podcast." He's probably doing his walk. Damn it, I thought that was him right there. I was about to be scared. I thought that was Broadus walking around the corner.
By God, that's Stone Cold's music.
Right. That's right. But I got to be honest. I got to side with Chiafalo on this one. Chiafalo was not defending the job Nathaniel Hackett did. He was criticizing him for the commentary, and then Broadus made it personal. Made it a little bit personal right there.
They should just box. They should fight it out, see what happens.
He did walk in yesterday into my room to record Love of the Star, and when he walked in, he knew I'd talked to Eric already, and so he did say, he's like, "What's up? You still being an F and D?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." So he was trying the intimidation. He's like, "We hugged it out." He's like, we just we can have those disagreements. Boy, you want to talk about a show that would have already gotten moved? Man, if they would have woken these guys up at 3:30 in the morning with a fight right out of the gate.
That's right. All right, Peyton, we got a pickup point?
Yeah, I think we do here. We'll just play it through, and then you tell me whenever it's over.
Okay.
And somebody had the respect to not get on a microphone and call you out by name.
You know
and
what?
you can act like you're fine with it. I guarantee you, when you have a poor segment, which you're going to have very soon, I'll call you out. That segment sucked ass, Broadus. Does that feel good? Does that feel good?
You know what? I'm okay.
No, but you deserved it because it's true.
Well,
right? So whatever is true, whenever you suck ass at something, that's fine. That's fine.
Fine. Call me out on it. You know why?
Why?
Because I could live with it. I'm not like you and coddle everybody,
Okay.
and everything's
All
all
right.
good and fine and dandy.
Good. Then I'm excited. I'm looking forward to your next piss poor segment.
Hey.
In about 5 minutes, we'll get the call out.
Yeah, fine.
Pisses me off to no end.
Might have to wait about 23 hours and 5 minutes.
That's a good point.
Krusty's Corner's not next, Chief. But you are sticking around, right? You're not going anywhere?
I'm
He
not.
did ask you to leave.
I don't even remember hearing that.
Okay.
Did I?
I was
Yeah.
so baffled
Well, you
by the
said get the
stupidity
bleep
he was
outta
throwing
here.
my way, I couldn't hear half of it.
That's NFL News of the Day.
It's amazing you haven't ever lived any of this. You
Why
know
is he
what?
still potted up, Lucius?
When you live this, you'll understand. You haven't ever lived this. You don't understand. You don't get it. You really don't.
I have no idea what it's like to tank an entire franchise for a few years.
That's what I'm saying. And we deserve every bit of crap we got for it. But, feel free. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Because if I know if I do a good job, I know it. If I do a bad job, I accept it. When I miss players, I call it out. I don't hide from stuff.
It's not about you calling it out.
It's fine.
It's about somebody else calling it out on your behalf,
but
saying
you know what?
you
I don't
sucked, Broadus,
care.
not you telling yourself you suck.
I've said a bunch of times I've sucked at this thing. I've said it a bunch.
You
Said
don't
it.
suck, Brian.
Excited about
Well,
You're
I
right,
love you both. I think, honestly, Sean Payton was just in media.
Good, buddy.
He
Get
comes
away
back
from
into the
me.
NFL, and it's one of those things where, hey, I was just in media. I'm able to
You're
talk
good,
about
Chief.
this.
Thank you. You're my guy.
And he did. He went unfiltered. But in the coaching world, I guess they didn't love that.
No, we've never seen it before.
Here we are.
Broadus is the one person in the world who wants to be called out for his mistakes.
If you do,
in front of a microphone and for USA Today,
if you do poorly,
and
you
for
deserve
everybody
it.
to talk about
If
it.
you do poorly,
Okay.
you deserve it.
That's good.
Here we are, all back on the tennis court.
All right.
There you go.
Was that it? So that was, my gosh, the Eric shot there at Broadus.
Tanking a franchise.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, you're right. I have no idea what it's like to tank a franchise for a couple of years. Talking about him in the draft room with the Cowboys. Holy crap.
Wow. In Broadus' defense, Jerry did trade away all their first-round picks for Joey Galloway.
And what was the segment reminder, Dawson?
That
Krusty's
Krusty's corner was like, I guess it already happened.
Yeah.
So he's like, it's not coming up here. Yeah. It's coming up here tomorrow.
You have no
Their
idea
chief.
how to live this. Oh,
Man,
my God.
that really set Eric off. I was
Yeah.
getting ready to defend Broadus and be like, all right, Chiafalo, you're going a little bit too much, but then Broadus came back personal of you're unable to comprehend it. You don't understand. You never did it. He like Baylessed him. He skipped Bayless
Yeah.
them.
Now-
That
You never
segment
played.
sucked ass, Broadus.
As
Now they did get over it. It's all
Yeah.
done. It's all good. We were all joking about it afterwards. So all good.
now after that part,
Okay.
a flood of "I'm with Brian" on the Trucker.com text line. Eric is the fan's poor man Stephen A. Eric's wrong. Brian stops listening.
Wait a second. Is Eric a hot take guy?
No.
Or is that coming in from the same number who said that twice now? Is
I'm gonna go
Chiafalo,
back and check.
Hot take?
No.
I wouldn't think that.
Eric sounds like a simp. Brian's right. I'm with Brian. Broadus stops listening. Broadus keeps his emotions in check the entire time. Host arguing is cringe. I'm here for the sports talk. Man, arguing is great. Eric's a baby. Brian always talks blank on himself to make him feel better for being a bleep hole. If you suck at your job, call it out. Blank your feelings. You get paid. Call the failure out. Nothing wrong.
All right. 8. Bobby showing me a text that cannot be read on air. My Lord.
I see you 817.
8. What's the text number now? You threw me off. 877.
Yeah.
881-1053 to go ahead and hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Fred Taylor. He's showing RJ the text right now.
Oh, boy.
Fred Taylor's going to join us to kick off the expressway at headlines of the expressway commercial free with Fred Taylor talking about the Cowboys next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday from Oxnard, California, the site of Cowboys training camp. We are here to the end of the week with Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt, brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing. These are your headlines to get you ready for your Tuesday. Pretty impressive day, maybe the best day for the offense yesterday, throwing the football around with Dak Prescott and company. In my notes, I have CeeDee Lamb as always, Jalen Brooks, Kevontae Turpin continuing to go ahead and show up, Eric Scott, and Micah Parsons destroying Tyron Smith in team period.
Look, I don't know how they're going to lose a game. You know, seeing out here just the magnificence that this team is putting forth yesterday, I really don't see how they could lose. The defense looks great. The offense looks great. I mean, everyone's catching passes.
All right, normally it's Bobby being sarcastic, and I'm like, the other person talk. So, Bobby, you go ahead and talk.
Yeah, I mean, let's just not talk about it because it's not, it's not real football. But here's the thing, is that yesterday I think the encouraging thing you saw was Dak finally was looking to be a little bit in rhythm. And the offense was always going to be behind the defense because the defense has the same coaching staff in place, the same players in place. The offense is trying to work in a whole lot of new stuff, new players, new coaches, new connections. They're trying to revamp things.
One new player, really.
No, I mean, you've got like a new tight end in the mix. You've got Tyron Smith is back at left tackle. You're moving Tyler Smith inside to guard. You've got Cooks. You've got.
Are you really using Tyron Smith as a new player?
I mean, you didn't play with him on the left side all last year. It is new for Tyler Smith to play next to him. Tyler Smith has not done that yet. And so, I mean, those combos matter. You're missing Zach Martin. You're missing Terrence Steele for a lot of these reps. So that's the thing that I think was always going to be the case, was it was going to take a little while for the offense to catch up. Two things that I thought were interesting yesterday that we haven't made note of yet. Jalen Tolbert had a good practice. It wasn't a great practice, but he didn't just disappear when the pads came on, and that's what happened last year. And that's when the first sign of trouble was like, oh no, like he's not gonna, this isn't, going the way that you want it to. Yesterday he got clotheslined by Devin Harper over the middle and didn't alligator arm it, put his arms out, caught it, made the tough catch. You like to see that. And then the other thing is just the lack of discussion, the lack of plays from Stephon Gilmore, a.k.a. Deion Sanders, Sean Sharif, is the fact that he has, to this point in the practices, he has taken away his side of the field. They're not throwing over there. I don't know that I've seen him really get targeted once. He's just been, he is, now look, when it's Stephon Gilmore and Nashawn Wright, you're going to throw towards Nashawn Wright, I would guess, a little bit more. But overall, I think Gilmore has stood out as a real winner just from the little bit, just how little we've actually seen him get the ball thrown his way.
Let me add to the kicking competition that got underway yesterday. Tristan Vizcaíno and Brandon Aubrey went a perfect 3 for 3 from 38, 44, and 48. So we'll talk about it with Patrick Walker, 920, DallasCowboys.com. Bobby's viral video moment was Micah using the left arm club to throw Tyron Smith out of the way. Tyron then walked off the practice field and sat down with the G-Bag Nation, and he was asked, "You've been hitting up Zach Martin, who's still missing?"
No, honestly, I'm letting that man, take care of his own business. That's not our business to worry about, and this is our business to worry about here. Whenever he comes, but, we got to focus on what's going on here, not what he's got going on.
So, Pat Doney, NBC5, is now out of here with Newey Scruggs showing up just in time for the Jerry party tonight. We're talking about Zach and the contract stuff. He goes, well, you got 4 contract issues. And Pat said, which one are you putting number 4? You got Dax, you got Lambs, you have Micah's, and you have Martin's. Who's 4 on the priority list?
That's a great question.
It is a very good question, so I had to give Pat credit.
Micah's is still a year away, right, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, the urgency would say Micah's last in terms of when you could even negotiate it. But in terms of the importance, you could say Micah's first.
Like Zach's last.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like you're saying, first of all, the most important one is Dax.
How much time does Zach Martin have left playing? couple of years probably.
3 max.
Yeah.
Okay,
3.
so I mean, he's probably looking at it as
I'm talking about.
He's probably looking at it as if I'm going to get this payday, I need to get it now before they have to pay Micah. I need to collect money now because they are going to start paying all these guys, and then I'm not going to be able to get this payday before I get to the retirement time. So that's when he's trying to clean this up.
He could go somewhere else if they decide if his contract's up. But yeah, I mean, look, it's from a player standpoint, Zach with his age is probably going to be last. But from an urgency standpoint, in terms of you can't do Micah for another year. You also got to figure out Dax in there because Dax is the biggest cap liability long term. That's going to be it's going to hurt the rest of the team more. The higher that cap figure goes.
Mike McCarthy, who will join us Thursday at 8:00 here on the morning show, admits he was a bit nervous coming to Oxnard for training camp a couple of years ago. Said all he heard about was weather and food, but now he loves the pure football environment. Dalvin Cook said he's considering the Cowboys. Quote, Dallas has been right there. Just need to turn that page the last few years. Pollard is a great running back. Just partnering up with a great back, a great running mate, it would be good. So these are some of the leftovers in headlines here in California. And Micah also said players that make a big jump this year, Nashawn Wright, Kelvin Joseph, Terrence Steele, and Michael Gallup.
Ooh, see the Michael Gallup, that's huge. They need him. They need him to take that leap.
And I think Gallup's going to be on with the G-Bag Nation today. We also need to get an injury update on Sam Williams, who left yesterday with a shoulder.
Yeah, it's a strained shoulder. I believe the expectation is that he's going to be evaluated further today, and they'll have a better idea of that. But the shoulder is one that, there are some guys, some players who the shoulder can maybe be played through a little bit. A strained shoulder on a defensive end of pass rusher is really tough.
And the injury report brought to you by Kissable Dental, still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. My wife heard that yesterday. She goes, I heard the kiss. I heard the kiss to start off the morning show. By the way, Sam Williams apparently had not heard himself that they had helmets. They had microphones in the helmets.
Dude,
Jane Slater blew that up.
There's so many things that these guys enter the league that they don't know about.
Yeah.
Like, and that's why they.
Sam said this on The Fan. He just learned that Van Der Esch and Dak have headsets in their helmets. Now, Jane said in his defense, he started playing his senior year of high school.
Yeah, and look, a lot of times you get guys up here very famously. I don't know that publicly, but I know we've talked about it. Very famously, like Taco Charlton, Tristan Hill, when they got here, they had no idea, like, being a game day inactive was a thing. They didn't know that, guys were inactive on game day.
Oh.
And so, I mean, there's just this different expectation for how the NFL operates. I'm just a little surprised, I guess, that it wouldn't have registered with him yet that somewhere Leighton Van Der Esch was getting the calls that he was relaying to them.
Yeah.
he for some reason
knew.
He just thought, like, oh, yeah, Leighton's our defensive coordinator.
By the way, you asked the question on the to rank the contracts. Bobby and I are both looking at Dak's contract numbers. I think you have Dak's up there.
Yep.
It's Dak is the number one. His cap hit next year is almost $60 million.
$59.4 million.
That is without question the most important thing to get done.
Well, Zach's is 23.
Yeah.
In the second year, in terms of the cap hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's stacked. All right, headlines here on your home of America's team. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Rangers are back in action tonight against the Chicago White Sox. 6:30 pregame. They're only a half game up on the Astros. Apparently the Rangers are poking their nose around. Some Justin Verlander talk. Choppy, what other names are left out there? What other deals are getting done, and who else is left on the market?
Well, a lot of guys have been moved yesterday. Jeimer Candelaria was moved yesterday. Mark Canha was moved yesterday. So you still have Tommy Pham on the market. There's not a lot of bats. That's the problem. There's not a lot of bats out there right now. Obviously, Verlander is one of them. He is still available. There's talk that Pete Alonso is still available. There is talk that Nolan Arenado and Paul Goldschmidt and Tyler O'Neill could be dealt, but that's very, very small chance that Arenado or Goldschmidt. There's a very, very small chance that the Padres still wind up doing something. Really good chance Jack Flaherty's available. I don't think a lot of people want him. And then Seattle, you got to see what they're going to do. They made some moves yesterday, but, the bats are not there. it's Verlander. That's the one you're looking at, and then maybe some relievers.
Well, and I mean, the bats were barely there to begin with,
Right.
and then when you've got, teams that are taking guys off the market, the Angels are not going to deal Shohei Ohtani. The Cubs apparently are telling people as of yesterday or 2 days ago, Bellinger's not going anywhere, that Stroman's not getting traded now, and you've got the Padres out. It seems like there's a lot of teams really motivated to buy, but there's not the capital out there. There's not the investment out there to be had.
Meanwhile, college football. We're getting more and more teams moving, apparently, with stuff percolating yesterday.
Oh, baby, is it ever. Okay, so yesterday it was reported that Arizona is going to meet today to vote to move to the Big 12. Last night it was reported that Arizona State, and Utah have joined forces, and they are a block. If one moves, they all move. If one stays, they all stay. That is going to be announced or happened as early as today. Another announcement, another report came that Oregon, Washington, Florida State, and Clemson are all going to jump to the Big Ten. That is a massive recent development because as of yesterday morning, the Big Ten was not interested in Oregon and Washington, but you add Clemson and Florida State in the mix, and they may be tempted to move on those four, which would make their TV deal even more astronomical than it already is. This is all stuff that's going to happen this week. And I don't know what it is about Cowboys training camp, but every time we come to Cowboys training camp, somebody moves conferences. It's every single year.
And speaking of college athletics, Charles Barkley sat down with 60 Minutes, and he was asked about the state of college hoops, and it doesn't sound like he loves the NIL too much.
It's a travesty and a disgrace. I'm so mad now how we can mess up something that's so beautiful.
How do we mess it up?
We can't pay all these players.
Translation, Barkley hates the new Wild West of college sports, where players go to the schools that can bid the highest.
In the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have 25 schools that's going to dominate the sports because they can afford players. And these schools who can't afford or won't pay players are going to be irrelevant.
So that was Charles.
But that's the way it's always been. You're either paying players under the table or over the table. Like that, the schools that paid more under the table, guess what they won? What happened to SMU when they stopped paying players?
Yeah.
They died.
But I mean, what's the famous famous clip of Charles Barkley talking about Dirk and how he said, like, when he saw Dirk work Scottie Pippen overseas, he said, whatever this dude wants, whatever payment it takes, whatever else, to get this dude to Auburn, you tell me and I will make it happen.
Pepe, you got a little Women's World Cup update for us?
The women have tied. No goals by either team. They tied Portugal this morning. That game was at, I believe, midnight Central Time.
Okay.
But that's a good thing because the women have advanced to the round of 16.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
Everyone's a winner.
Scratching by.
But
Nothing quite like scratching by.
I think they have underperformed this tournament, though. Isn't that right, Chop? They haven't.
Let's throw it to RJ.
Yeah, start to me.
Yeah, give it to RJ.
So into women's soccer. I was the play-by-play voice for the TCU women's soccer team for a couple years.
What?
Yes, I was.
I
yes,
didn't
sir.
know that.
Yes, back in my youth. Wow. Back around the time that I was being sent to Puerto Rico for the Puerto Rico shootout. That was pretty cool.
Oh. Vita from now on.
Yeah, but look, they have underperformed, no doubt. This is the best team in the world by a lot. And for them to get a couple of draws, as they would say in soccer.
Should have sang the anthem.
Yeah,
should have sang the anthem.
Definitely tied with two other teams for the best in the world. For sure.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. All right, one of the most underrated running backs of all time. He's on the Pivot Podcast. He was out here with Ryan Clark looking to sit down for the next big interview. Fred Taylor on the state of the Cowboys and the state of the running backs. The QB tier list is also out from The Athletic.
Oh, baby.
We'll get to that at 8 o'clock. Fred Taylor. Did you already look at it?
No.
Then why are you sighing?
Because I'm certain it's going to make me upset.
I'm terrified that my best friend that doesn't even know I exist is going to sit here and be like number 9. I just can't take it anymore.
That's next on the fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist on store. Gilchrist Automotive. Going to hook you up with that brand new Ford.
Expressway here on Sean and RJ every single morning. It's commercial free up until 8 o'clock when we get to the QB tier list that comes out from The Athletic. I put this one a little bit behind the Jeremy Fowler rankings, but it's probably the second best offseason list that comes out. Let's see where Dak and everybody else is. League executives with the comments and the quotes. That will be at 8 o'clock. But first, yesterday out at practice, I saw some familiar guys out there. Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor from the Pivot podcast. They sit down with Channing Crowder, and they get all these player interviews and get all the stories. And Fred Taylor was just standing on the sideline, so I decided to go up to him along with Choppy and talk about the Cowboys and training camp. All right, out here with one of the podcasts that have taken over, Fred Taylor here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Who are you guys out here to talk to?
Well, we're just kind of floating right now. We have a training camp tour where we kind of go from team to team, different teams. We'll do some BTS content, a little behind the scenes, chop it up with the players, the guys that we know personally, and wish them well. I think today we're going to sit down with Micah again for the third time.
And create some more headlines?
Well, all positive stuff. That's the one good thing about our podcast is it's positive, it's insightful. You know, we just try to get the fans to get to know the players from more than just sound bites, natural media sound bites, like lifestyle, good long-form content type stuff. But here it'll be about, the upcoming season, adverse moments. How do you help your team get better? How do you feel going into the season? A lot of different little things, and just let them have fun. These are quicker than our natural shows, but I believe Stephen Gilmore is also someone we'll probably sit down with. So sometimes we never know because things happen. These guys are busy. We understand and respect their schedules. So we get what we can get, and if we can get, let's say, like a Dak, we would love it. But if not, we get somebody that's going to contribute, and give us some insight on what it feels like to be in the camp, preparation for the season, then that's just as good.
I think a lot of the reason y'all's stuff goes viral is because even though there doesn't always have to be a controversial answer, it's a very real answer that they're not used to giving to guys like us. And because it's so unique and genuine and real, bam, it gives us that insight and it explodes. What do you think about this team this year? Any reason to believe any different other than maybe a first round, maybe a second round and out, same old thing around here?
It's been tough, but football is tough. I mean, that's just the nature of the game, man. You can play well the entire season, then you can get an injury. Even look at when you look at the Rams and them trying to defend their Super Bowl, they weren't playing great, but if you're going to look at 3 games, they could have been and made the playoffs. A few plays. Bad teams is if it takes more than one hand each game to count the bad plays, you're a bad team. But if you can remember 1 or 2 plays throughout that game, it's like, all right, we got to try to find a way to get better. But that, as it relates to the Cowboys, they've been close. And I know for your fan base and the people around the world that follow this team in cult fashion, they want more. They want the 90s, and I understand that. They got to find a way just to get over that hump. I personally don't know what it is. I'm not in the building, but from an outsider, looking in, you would think the QB can probably make a few more plays. But then also, there are people around him that have to make plays. The defense in crunch time, they have to also step up and make plays for as great as they've been. It just have to all marry up, man. The NFL isn't easy.
Fred Taylor here on The Fan. What is your solution to the running back issue right now?
If I had one, all of my guys would be locked into long-term deals, getting paid. So I don't personally have a solution. I think at the end of the day, it's all about the paperwork in the next CBA. And I think that if you're going to, deem or give somebody the franchise tag term, you should pay it for what it's worth. Franchise me, I'm the franchise player. I should get paid the highest, the salary on the team. Or either you add, instead of being paid the top 5 average at that position, you should be paid the highest at that position if you franchise tag me. If you want to do it again for a second year, now let's kick in an escalator, maybe a 20% clause. An example would be Christian McCaffrey makes $16 million. Saquon should have gotten $16 million this year. If they want to franchise again next year and not give him a long-term deal, then you put $3.2 million on top of this 16. Now we got a $19 million package. Still isn't what these guys want because they want leverage. You know, they want that sustainability. But the league has a formula now where these guys are, you know, if they're great players, they come in at 22 on a 5-year, 6-year deal with a not 5th-year option. Now they're 28, tag them for a year. Now you're 30, which is when they typically say the backs decline. So it's a great formula, which sucks because you have to make sure to address that in the CBA whenever that comes back around. Right now is not the time to cry. I mean, you can complain, but nothing's going to happen.
Because that's still like 7 years away, right? The new CBA is like 7 years away.
Yeah.
So like outside of changing the contract structure, you know, in the NFL, you got to wait like 3 years out of high school.
Yeah.
Could a running back actually do it earlier than 3 years out? Could you get someone that's like, you know, leave out, do a one and done style thing for that position, or are they still too small?
I mean, I wouldn't say they're too small. Obviously, running backs, they like to say it's the easiest position to transition to in the NFL. I don't necessarily agree with that. Defensive ends, all they got to do is run that way, you know, and kind of shake somebody. We got to run it. We got to catch it. We got to protect our $50 million quarterbacks. You know, it's tough, but I think you can do 2 years and done. You know, if nothing else, one and done. You have to be a real elite, you know, smart, savvy player. And these kids these days, they are learning the game a lot faster than we did back in the day because there's more exposure to the game. The 7-on-7s growing up, all these different camps, they have stuff that we never had. But if you have someone, say, like Adrian Peterson, after his freshman year at Oklahoma, I think he could have transitioned to the NFL.
Did you ever get a cowboy itch ever in your career, or this is too much noise and too much craziness with the Jerry Circus around here?
You know what? I grew up a Cowboy fan. Yeah, I grew up a Cowboys fan down in South Florida. And I don't know. Then it eventually transitioned to the Chicago Bears because I was a Walter Payton fan. And you know, anytime I was a free agent, I just wanted an opportunity to play somewhere. You know, I throughout my career in Jacksonville, I realized that Dallas was a different organization during the preseason when we looked up and we saw all these fans at the team hotel. Like, whoa, this is different. This is certainly different. And then you kind of see that everywhere they go, they have this sort of following. Here we are in Oxnard, and look around. I think the guy who runs the camp said this is the second biggest fan base outside of Texas or something like that, which is crazy. But yeah, Jerry knows what he's doing.
Why did you wear all black today, and are you regretting it right now? Did you underestimate the sun?
You know what? But that's not. Google's my friend. It's not true. First of all, this is a cool breeze compared to where I come. I'm in Florida 24/7. It's 97, 98 plus down there right now. I don't know if you've seen the reports about the water around the state. It's recorded the hottest on record in the history of the world. Our water on both sides of the state. But no, I practiced my entire career in black in Jacksonville, our jerseys, with long sleeves every day in Jacksonville weather. So yeah, it's a mental thing. Color doesn't matter, it's the material. Yeah, so this is a light, stretchy. So yeah, this color don't matter, it's overrated. The Raiders practice in Vegas outside in 110, we were just there, and they're in black. So yeah.
Do you think practicing?
You're in blue.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Do you think practicing in this versus indoor facility or even 105 makes you a better team or not, or does that not matter?
You know, it's about learning multiple elements. You have to be able to adjust and play in all the elements, indoor, outdoor. So, you know, the people that are in charge of the coaches, the head man, of moving the practice, I want them indoor. I want to take care of the guys outside. I want to make them a little bit tougher. If we have, you know, in the first preseason game, if we got to go to Miami, I want them to acclimate to that. So it's all about strategy and looking at your opponents, building and preparing these guys for those situations.
What about the fact that the first three practices here were like 45 minutes? Like, they're really kind of breaking them in. You're practicing what, 2.5 hours when you're playing?
Yeah, it was throwback. It was full padded practices twice a day in Jacksonville, 2 hours plus each one. But that was old school. Now they got the formula player safety. It's very innovative. Looking around, looking at the equipment that they had, it's a lot different than when I played. But I played when I first came in, it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago now, and I've been retired now for 12 years. So the game has evolved a lot. That's why another thing about the running back position, look at NBA with centers. They're damn near obsolete. Running backs, it used to be the staple of the game. The center was the staple of basketball. And if you didn't have a run game, which still holds true, you weren't going to be successful. But the game evolved. But they got it all figured out, I think, man.
Last one, Fred Taylor here on the home of the Cowboys. Y'all getting ready to take the leap this year?
You know what? Jacksonville looks good, man. I think to see him go from what they did under Coach Meyer and then having Doug there, now Coach Peterson there, seeing the development of Trevor Lawrence, how much he played different than his rookie year, how better he played. And the addition, I think Calvin Ridley's going to make those guys better. Travis Etienne in his true second season post-injury, his rookie year. So from an offensive standpoint, I think they got the weapons in place. Defensively, I like the secondary. They've showed well. Up front is going to play better. I think they can marry it up together. They should win the AFC South. I mean, the Titans, I don't think they got a quarterback. We got two young quarterbacks, the Texans and the Colts. So you would think Jacksonville will take that leap and win the division. But it's still the NFL. Injuries happen. Game day happen. What is it? Any given Sunday. It's a matter of inches, calls, the refs, all that different stuff, the elements. So that's the beauty of the sport, man. Yeah.
Y'all got a hell of a thing going over there. Keep it up. We look forward to sitting down with Mike or whoever else you get. Thank you, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys, for having me.
One of the most underrated running backs of all time, Fred Taylor, here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, so that was Fred Taylor yesterday out on the sidelines with the Pivot podcast. It's Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back live here in Oxnard, California. It's Cowboys training camp with the Jerry Jones festivities tonight. But we have to talk about some other things that happen that we got to clean up. And the shirtless Taco Bell event that went down the other day. Bobby, what the hell?
Yeah, this is something that I know you felt like I buried the lead and didn't come out right with this until we were on set yesterday.
Both you guys are pretty bad at burying leads.
What? What else have I buried? I've done something else wrong?
Well, the fork. I mean, you ate a whole plastic fork
I
somehow.
did.
You buried that lead.
Just the tip. I didn't eat the whole fork.
That's right.
Fair.
Yeah, just the tip, just a little bit. No, but this was, we were out on, was it Sunday is when we were out?
Yeah, I believe so. We were on down Ventura Road, just taking a walk.
So Ruben and I had really bonded the previous night at the reggaeton. I didn't roll it right. Reggaeton. Yeah, that. We bonded at that bar and eating street tacos and the Uber ride back, and so we became very close during that process. And so the next morning when I was up, it was like 11:30. I was like, I'm gonna go walk and get some food. Do you want to go with me? I'm just gonna look and see what I can find. And Ruben was like, well, I don't really need to eat, but I'll walk with you. And so we're out there walking. As you know, it's a little cooler in the morning. And as the day progresses, it gets a little warmer.
Wow.
So we're both, I know.
Novel concept.
It's amazing. Man, Chop being super sassy today. So we got the sleeves, and we're out walking, and we're in this Oxnard sun, walking around for a good 15 minutes. And we're both getting a little warm, getting a little toasty. And we finally let's just go to Taco Bell. I want to stop there. So we walk into Taco Bell.
So of all the places out here in California known for Mexican food, you decide to venture into Taco Bell.
Because I needed something like fat. I didn't want to sit down and order. I wanted something that was like they're going to put it in a bag and hand it to me in 60 seconds. That's what I was looking for. And a Baja Blast. That was the other thing that I was looking for.
Okay, so Ruben was not eating.
No.
Because I would have been very disappointed in his taste buds if he participated in this.
He was not initially eating.
Okay.
Then once we were there, he couldn't resist the pull of Taco Bell.
The thing is with you is we have experiences like this, like, hey, you need anything? I always say no, and you know that. And you always kind of peer pressure. Are you sure? Are you sure, Ruben? And he does that a lot.
Sure about that?
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
And so I just asked for like a taco.
No, he asked for 2. But he got his 2 tacos, and we're in this like stuffy Taco Bell, and it's like, this is warmer than it is outside. We need to go sit outside because they had little patio areas. So we go and sit outside, and even standing out there, it's like, man, I'm like really sweating out here. It is hot, and we're just sitting under the sun. And Ruben goes, yeah, it is hot. And he goes, I'm just gonna, and he starts taking it out, and he goes, oh wait, I didn't wear an undershirt. He was just wearing the hoodie, which is questionable in and of itself. I feel like to wear just straight hoodie. But
no, I wear straight hoodie a lot.
I mean, point proven. So he then
being weird criticism from you.
He then he goes to take it out, and then he goes, oh no wait, and he goes, no, you know what? And he goes, screw it, and he just removes the hoodie.
Wow.
And I go inside to pick up our food, and I'm just like, wow, this man really is just sitting out here, tease out.
Yeah, tease out, man.
You know, and
for the gram, got to do it.
Yeah, he freed the nipple for sure.
And the reason why I didn't have an undershirt is because we did laundry that morning.
Yeah.
And so I didn't want to waste a shirt. You know?
Yeah.
And so that's why I did have an undershirt. And so sometimes it's kind of comfortable, more comfortable.
It's more comfortable.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't need Bobby's. We don't need Bobby's sweatshirt tips.
No, we don't.
When he wears what he does to practice out here. All right. So I don't want to hear anything from you. It's a sauna out here in the afternoon, and you not only have 1 but 2 shirts on.
Right, and you're basically. I think you've worn that Led Zeppelin hoodie. That is taken over.
It probably smells like Hagelin's Duke one.
It is taken
point.
over for Hagelin's Duke hoodie. It is by far the most worn one there is.
I've worn it 3 times in 2 weeks. That's it.
We've been out here 5 days,
and I've worn it twice out here.
And you've worn it 7 different times.
No, okay. So I wore it to that Wednesday night Rudder Room excursion, and then due to lack of sleep and everything else, I just rolled in with it the next morning. So that appears to be 2
twice.
days.
That is 2
not
days.
twice.
That is 2 days. And then
that's
you wore
actually
it
2 days.
to
Does
2
not
different.
count.
You've worn it to 2 or 3 different practices at minimum because Sarah mentioned it. She goes, "How many times is Bobby going to wear that hoodie?" And then you wore it yesterday. You've worn it to no less than 3 practices, all of which, correct me if I'm wrong, were with the sun out the middle of the day.
Yeah,
that's not accurate. And I've worn it twice, and I've washed it in between.
So
no,
anyway,
you did not wash it.
He
You have
did,
not
he
done
did
a
do laundry one day.
Don't.
I
give him
literally
that.
put
Don't
that was
give
the
him
hoodie
that.
I was wearing, and it was literally because I just put it on after we'd gotten it out of the dryer.
Back to
I can confirm that.
Were you in the washroom with him?
Yeah, we washed clothes together.
Oh,
We went to the laundromat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, back to you.
Okay.
Did you get looks where people, because if I see someone eating shirtless in a fast food parking lot, I think they're on meth. That's my first assumption. I think they're cracked out, something's totally going on weird. Did you get looks or anything like that, or was no one walking by?
I didn't think I got looks, just the fact that we're by the beach. You know, I think it's kind of normal since, like, hey, we're by the beach. I mean, let's take off our shirts, and, you know, it's a little humid out here, you know?
Humid. I think there's like 0% humidity. It's
or somewhat.
Oh, it is. You know why I got no looks? Because it's California. This is what people do out here. They just wear they're shirtless. We never have shirtless people in Texas.
Choppy has been Cali shaming everyone.
This is California.
The guy we saw yesterday with like the tattooed face.
Oh,
or whatever,
my God.
His,
Green
like,
face.
His entire face was green. By the way,
they don't have nobody has tattoos in Texas.
Peyton,
There's
you
no
can,
tattoos at all there.
Peyton, you can tell me because I can't obviously communicate directly with Ryan. Has Ryan nixed the screenshot I sent him to put on the fan cam of Ruben's shirtless chest?
Ryan, have you done that yet?
Why would
he has not.
I don't know, because they say you're not. I don't know. I don't know if there was like rules that you couldn't free the nipple. I know people have been kicked off of streams for that before, and
is that nudity? I don't know.
I don't think it is. It's nudity, but I don't think that counts.
Just
like,
put it on there. Ryan's already scolded us from yesterday, so we got to tiptoe around him.
I know.
He sent out a Odyssey memo. My Lord.
Yeah, it was per my last email type of energy from Ryan there. I was like, oh, damn, we're in trouble with Ryan. Ryan never gets worked up. He usually saves that for the Twitch.
877-881-1053, Truckwreck.com text line. So when I saw you zoom in on Ruben shirtless in the Taco Bell parking lot, I lost it. That was classic.
Now, who's more wrong? Because I got some pushback. Some people said, Ruben's not the problem here. You are for creepily filming him from behind the Taco Bell doors.
No, it looks creepy, but you got to get that. You got to capture that.
Because he would not let me just take the picture while we were
He
out
probably
there.
would. He doesn't seem like he cares.
I don't think because when he found out I had the video, you saw him yesterday. He went, "You took a vid," and he's like, "You." And he was a little seething.
No, he wasn't bothered though. He wasn't disturbed. Do you care?
I don't care at all.
He doesn't care. He's
Yeah.
getting attention for it.
I'm just trying to give you some
Content.
pushback.
He
give you a hard time.
He doesn't care the same way Broadus and Eric made up yesterday. Yeah, like sort of, but not really.
Right.
Meanwhile, RJ is y'all listening. I mean, you should be proud. You got a converted pure Texas boy here because he is going around driving around this state with absolute disgust.
Well, where do I even start? I did catch California traffic firsthand the other day, going to Santa Barbara. It's a 40-mile trip.
Well, first your winery, you drove 3 hours round trip or whatever it was for 3 glasses of wine.
It was about an hour. It was about an hour and a half, 2 hours round trip.
Yeah, 3 hours round trip for 3 glasses of wine.
Yep, but worth it.
Oh yeah.
Not necessarily the wine. The wine was good.
Yeah.
It was very peaceful. This was on Friday. It was very relaxing.
The drive.
The drive was great. The drive was great on Friday. The winery was amazing. Like, relaxing. They gave you like this little cabana, but it was like vines. It was like their actual grapevines were the cabana, all free, and then you obviously pay for the wine.
Yeah.
That was so peaceful. Saturday, driving to Santa Barbara. Saturday's supposed to be a trafficless day. And it took us 2.5 hours to go 40 minutes. And about an hour 45 of that to 2 hours of that was a 6-mile stretch where the roads split. It was the absolute worst. Like I do not know how anybody could possibly live out here. And then
Worse than our airport traffic, like
it makes our airport traffic look like 7 a.m. on a Sunday.
Wow.
It was nothing. It was nothing compared to that. But that wasn't the worst. Like, I thought it couldn't get any worse. And then I went to the gas station.
Oh, no, the gas station.
The
you
gas
guys
station,
told me
yeah.
about these gas stations now, so I know
No.
this must have been bad. Let me listen.
It was $105 to fill up that vehicle that we have. It's a regular Jeep. It was $105.
Not the kind of robbery I was expecting.
Not premium, regular unleaded. You crooks! I don't know why the gas here has to be $6 a gallon when it's $3 everywhere else.
Yeah.
Which $3 is still $2 too high, but why the hell is it $6 a gallon?
No one's dying.
I mean, I love the weather. I love the views, the scenery. You can't match it. That is no price.
You're so brainwashed though. Like Peyton, if someone like cuts him off, or if there's someone's driving move he disagrees with, he's like, "This is California.
California.
This is
Thanks,
California."
man.
I'm like, "Yeah, there's no cutoffs, no bad drivers in Dallas.
No,
which is a horrible driving city."
We don't have road rage. We don't have road rage there.
Someone walking on the side of the street that looks weird. He's like, look at that, California. California
Yep,
right there.
absolutely.
Yeah, we don't have people sleeping under bridges either in DFW. So he's totally brainwashed. He's straight Jan 6.
I don't know that we
stop it. Stop it.
He's total 1-6.
I don't know that we've talked enough about the RJ Choppy road rage. Is this a normal occurrence?
I don't even pay attention.
Oh,
the only
my.
thing I used to have a problem with RJ is he would relentlessly text and drive. That's it. Last year I recorded him, and it was like a 35-second just. That's why it's good that his girlfriend's out here, so he can just talk to her instead of just Facebook Messenger, group chat, hood rats, whatever the hell they call themselves. That's what he would do, and just drive and nonstop, obsessed with texting.
Yeah.
That's why you
on
just
the phone.
FaceTime people, RJ. Just FaceTime. You can see
That's-
everyone. You don't have to text them.
No, you can't FaceTime and drive.
Yes,
That's
you can.
dangerous.
Oh, that's easy. That's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
You just set it down there in your lap, have it faced up at your face, and then you're driving. You're talking to them.
What's the difference to that just on the phone?
No,
So they can see your nostrils. They
Yes.
can tell you when the last time you trimmed your nose hairs.
Yeah, so they know when you're actually busy.
But you have been commenting on his driving style.
Yeah, I've been a little bit like to be honest, I am the passenger seat driver. I'm the back seat driver a little bit. I thought Choppy was going to park the car and get out and fight that truck that just stopped in front of us at the gas station
You mean the
yesterday.
one that cost us going through a green light, so we had to wait at a red light? I don't wait at red lights. Okay, that's why I moved out to Roanoke.
He
So I don't-
U-turns. He's like, if we stop at a light, he's like, oh, I'm going around.
Yeah, I don't do traffic. I don't do lights. I would rather drive 20 miles out of my way and be moving than to sit in traffic. That's why I moved out to the country, man. I don't do people.
It's interesting because Arizona, I remembered you being pretty chill.
Yeah.
It just seems like the California trip has gotten some aggressive driving out of you.
Well, I mean, people in Arizona, great Americans. They don't drive the way they do out here in California. You come out here to California, and you got people out here in their Priuses, okay, their electric cars. All right, they don't support America. They don't support Detroit. We support Michigan. We support American cars.
Oh man, who took the shot at? Was it the Rockies message board?
It was the Marlins. The Marlins.
What an assassination!
Yeah. So the Marlins scoreboard said on the player notes, Detroit has lost 50% of its population since 1965.
Dang.
And then the next batter came up, and it said, fun fact, did you know the Detroit Zoo only has 2 tigers in it? Because of the Detroit Tigers.
Right.
So it's just,
Scoreboard assassination taking place everywhere. And then you have the assassination of a plastic fork from Bobby Belt. I know we can show this photo on the fan cam.
Yeah, if I would have sent it to Ryan, I didn't have that foresight, Sean, to be honest. But I can show it on the fan cam.
Well, we all tweeted it, put it on IG, so they can find it.
I'm going to. So this is something where I was eating Dave's Hot Chicken.
How many times have you ordered from there?
4. I ordered there again last night.
Bam!
It's so good, man, and I was so glad when it came to Dallas last year. But this is said fork. Right here. I don't know how clear it is, but as you can see, like it just like the little ends broke off, and I didn't notice it until I was down to the last bite. And when I did, I noticed one of the prongs was still intact. That's how it stood out. Was the other 3 were?
Let me pause you for a second.
Okay.
Why aren't you eating the chicken with your hands? What do you order?
Yeah, what did you order?
Are you ordering the little sandwich or are you ordering tenders?
The tenders.
Okay, even more reason.
Because there's all the dust on it, and I'm usually going back and forth between eating and then typing, and so I'm going back and forth.
Okay, another problem.
Now the typically Nashville hot chicken is not supposed to be saucy. It's a cayenne pepper base.
It's not saucy. It's powder.
It's like a dust.
And so,
but you can't cut chicken strips with plastic forks and knives.
I mean, I have every time without an issue until this time. And this was a flimsy fork. Look, this is more poorly made California. It's probably one of those little bamboo, just how they're trying to get rid of the straws.
California.
That's probably why I didn't. That's probably why I didn't die. They're trying to get rid of all the plastic
and
here.
Your paper straws.
The straws out here.
So I just barely. I pressed down on the little container that it came in. I just barely pressed down with the one prong that was still intact, and it immediately snapped off. And so I was like, okay, there's something flimsy about this, but that means I probably swallowed 3 little pieces of plastic, and I'm just waiting to die now.
I will give California 2 bits of credit here. 1, their agave straws are tremendous.
Yes, those are much better than the paper straws.
Way better. They are fantastic. 2nd, at this gas station where I was ripped off for $105 of 16 gallons worth of gas.
Lucky to survive.
They had these little baggies where you could pull down to put over your hand so you don't have to touch the disgusting gas pump thingy.
Interesting.
Right? So you take the baggie, you put it over your hand, or it's a little gloves, put it over your hand, pump your gas, take it off, throw it away. You don't have to use hand sanitizer. You don't have to use anything like that. All right? It's fantastic. I have to give them credit on those 2 things. They got the market cornered on that.
So your fork is not from you gnawing off and biting that off. That is from breaking while cutting.
It's from breaking, I guess, just by pushing into the chicken. So I don't remember chewing any plastic, and I chew pretty thoroughly.
Yeah.
And so I
walk and chew thoroughly.
I feel like I would have. Yeah, Ruben commented on that when we went to Taco Bell. He's like, you walk incredibly fast.
Yeah. I
was like, sorry, but no. Now I'm just sitting here going. I immediately did Google. Do I need to go to the emergency room for swallowing a plastic fork? And they're like, probably not. But if you start feeling some abdominal pain, I was like, I feel abdominal pain every day. How am I supposed to know the difference? And so the hypochondriac in me gets going. I was very regular yesterday, went several times, and I was thinking, this is like the plastic just dicing me up inside, and everything's just purging now.
Yeah.
And so now I'm a little concerned. I had forgotten about it until he brought it up just now, so now I'm a little distracted because I'm thinking about dying again. But I swallowed, I think, a decent amount of plastic.
I'll go try it. I'll let you try that place.
Oh,
you can order it. You know, there's such a thing as delivery.
Oh no, I don't want to eat in the room.
You're like, this kid cannot eat food in his room. He's totally opposed to delivery. You're like allergic to it. It's amazing.
I don't want to spend the delivery charge.
It's not your money. That's the other thing. All you high rollers, this trip, it's so hilarious. All you high rollers, I got you for the tacos, Ruben. Derek Holland, I'll pay for this. Broadus, here you go. Here, I'll pay for your dinner. It's all paid for by the company. It's
I know.
all expense.
I don't want to eat in the room though. I don't like to eat in my room. I have to be
Why?
out. I don't know where to eat. Where am I going to eat? And then you got to dispose of it. And it's
you have a table. You got a chair.
I don't want to sit in the table. It's very dirty.
Like this guy, he has to be out 24/7.
And I don't. Where am I going to dispose of it? I don't want to put it in the trash in my room because it's going to smell like chicken wings.
I think it's interesting that you need to socialize to eat, but you told us earlier you just would rather stay in to drink by yourself.
That's
really
good
interesting that you
point.
would
Yeah.
not want to be out to drink. But you would want to be
I
out
don't want to be out drinking in the lobby. Be in the lobby of that hotel. That seems more depressing than drinking by myself.
Shots fired at Eric Chiafalo.
Yes. Yes. Being in the lobby of that hotel is far more depressing.
All right, so there it is, the Expressway commercial free here with all the inside stories from Cowboys camp with the entire station. Oh, is Bobby going to cry here on the fan cam?
Probably.
The athletic list of quarterbacks is out, the different tiers. And, Bobby, I think you're actually going to be happy when it comes to your boy. Where's Dak Prescott on the QB tier list that everyone talks about next?
But let's get you over.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour from Cowboys Camp in Oxnard, California, brought to you by On Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, Autoflex Leasing, and Kissable Dental. J. Ron Curse, the arguable leader of the Cowboys defense, will join us at 9 o'clock. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20, brought to you by Ford. Steven, Bruce Bochy, and maybe even Jerry on the KMC Masterpiece today. But this is a list that I respect and that I always look forward to because of the comments and the quotes in it. It is the Athletics quarterback tiers. The 2023 tiers are determined by this. 50 NFL coaches and executives who were off the record. 50 league insiders who put all the quarterbacks, the 8 GMs, 10 head coaches, 15 coordinators, 10 executives, 4 QB coaches involved. Okay?
All right.
My initial disappointment here is way too lenient with the tiers. Tier 1. Like, it's like participation awards. Pat Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert. 5 of those guys in Tier 1.
Yeah.
Now, they start off by saying, Tiers is in a world by himself. Then someone have the balls to just make him Tier 1, period, and end it. No one has done that on any of these lists. That it's Mahomes separated and then everyone else. Everyone at the very least includes Mahomes, Burrow, and Allen.
Yeah, I've often said it needs to be Mahomes is your top tier. You've said that as well. Mahomes is the top tier. There's no other tier. There's nobody else on his level, at least in my opinion.
Quotes from around the league. He's clearly the best player in the league, just entering the front end of his prime window. He reminds me so much of Rodgers. This is the time in his career where, just like Aaron, the final polishing of his game will be in his play clock manipulation, calling timeouts, and knowing even better when to give up on plays. The thing that really showed last year was just how much he was willing himself in the team. He was not going to let that be the reason in losing Tyreek or getting injured. And even if it was, he would never have said it. Some guys do better with more man pressure, knowing there are less people in coverage, and they can throw the football even if they are going to get hit. Some guys like to play against QB vision zone defenses. Then you have the freak shows who can do all that and play off schedule. Mahomes is at the top of the list. So he's number 1. Number 2 is Burrow. Number 3, Allen. 4, Rodgers. 5, Herbert. Do you have a problem? Generous was the word that I was looking for in not being able to summon my vocabulary. Way too generous with 5 top-tier guys, Bobby.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've said before that Mahomes is either on his own tier, or if he's not on his own tier, it's 3 guys. But like, if you don't want to separate him out and you just want to say, no, there's a single tier level, he can be the best in there, but they're all in the same tier, then fine. It does not extend past Burrow and Allen. You can't extend it to anybody else right now. And so, it's way too many. I get it if you don't want to just have Mahomes alone up by himself, but it cannot stretch past Burrow and Allen.
So,
Tier 1?
Yeah.
I agree. I think you could put Hurts there. But that's off of 1 year. So, I mean, if you don't want to do it off of 1 year, I get that. I don't see it. I can't imagine a situation. But the Justin Herbert love, and I like it. It's just got to stop. All right, sooner or later, you got to people, and this is the problem. This is the problem with scouts. Like, they're just too enamored with the overall measurables, talent, skill set. You know, they don't ever factor in decision making, all that stuff. His arm is great, his body is great, his size is great. Like, but sooner or later, if he has all those, don't you think he'd be a better player at this point?
I wanted to see the quotes on Aaron Rodgers. This is from someone who put him Tier 2, not Tier 1. Father Time is undefeated. Brady always won by his arm and never had to use his feet. Rodgers used his feet more in the past, and I think that part of his game has left him. He's accurate, but I don't think he can do it for a 17-game season. He has to have other dimensions help him for the next level. And then finally, Green Bay. Someone said Green Bay played 4 games on turf last year. Guess how many the Jets play this year? 14. Huge difference for a guy who turns 40 in December and has had some lower leg injuries, including calf strains. Hackett's offense has the boot package brought us, the wide stretch runs. It's a lot of pounding on a surface that is tough on old guys' legs. That's why I love this type of stuff, because it takes you kind of next level in thinking about the turf with Aaron Rodgers' age compared to what he played with at Lambeau. So there you go.
Yep. Now, the interesting thing to me about Rodgers is that, we're talking about the fact that, can he hold up for 17 games or whatever else? Can he take that beating? And then he's sitting here like locking in on we get the details of his contract. He's now locked in for 7 years with the Jets at his age, and they're all in. I mean, they're all bought in and believe in the hype. I'm stunned that Rodgers would be considered. You are on a level by anybody that anybody would consider. You are on the same level, deserving of being talked about next to Mahomes in this day and age. He's not there anymore.
Well, I mean, you got proven wrong 2 years ago when we all wrote him off and said he was done. These same exact conversations took place 2 years ago, and he won the MVP. So I don't know why you haven't learned from that or you forget that.
He is not, even when he played an MVP level in those 2 years, he still was not Mahomes. He wasn't.
Okay, but you said Mahomes or anyone else in this level and tier.
No, I'm saying, you want to talk
If you want to make it just Mahomes, fine. But if you want to talk about a Burrow, Allen, Herbert, if Rodgers has that season of 2 years ago, then he's on that level or above it. The MVP. MVP. Do you know what that means?
I know what MVP means. I also know Karl Malone won 2 of them, and Steve Nash did as well.
Oh, so now the MVP didn't matter.
Karl Malone wasn't deserving of an MVP ever?
No, I'm just talking about the years that he won. It should have been MJ. Now, look,
it should always been MJ.
Here's the thing. Yeah, no, do I discount MVPs? I mean, I thought we've established very well for a very long time now that I discount the Lamar Jackson MVP. And I don't care that he won MVP. Like, it doesn't matter.
How does it not matter? He was the best player in the league that year.
It's not the same, and it's apples and oranges. You're discounting him.
Was he not the best player in the league?
You're getting twisted up in a pretzel right now.
No, I'm not.
You're discounting Lamar's because of his legs. So how are you discounting Aaron's?
No. I'm not even like Aaron. I'm being more sarcastic about the Aaron thing. But my thing with Aaron is that even when he was playing at that MVP level, that's fine that he won the award. Great. But that does not mean to me that just because he won that award from the AP writers that he's then on the level with Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. Even when he was playing at that MVP level, those guys to me were better football players. The last MVP he won, Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes were above him.
Okay.
What?
Tier 1 was...
Settle down just a little bit.
Tier 1 was defined by this. A Tier 1 quarterback can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game. Now let's move on to Tier 2. This is the entire league voting and commenting on this to The Athletic. A Tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses or possess other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game. At number 6 on this list, starting off Tier 2, Bobby's going to love the beginning of Tier 2. Jalen Hurts. Number 6. Hurts has climbed from 30th to 20th to 6th in the history of this list. Only Geno Smith has gained more ground. Let's get some of the quotes from the league. Hurts has progressively at every level gotten better the longer he's in a system. He is not just solely a runner. He has shown he can push the ball down the field. He has to improve his consistent accuracy, but that is something that comes with time on the job. Hurts has yet to prove himself in 2-minute situations, said a head coach. That is why I was so fascinated with the Super Bowl. If they do not call that PI, Kansas City kicks a field goal, then we find out once and for all, Hurts in the 2-minute. Because the last time he was in one, and people forget this, they lost at home on Monday night. Washington did not let him out of the tackle box, and Philly did not win that game. A former GM, I feel with Hurts like I once did with Dak. Dak probably was a high 2 somewhere along the way, but overall his career is a 3 to me. Prescott has settled into Tier 2 status in recent years. Hurts is a much better runner, and he's already been to a Super Bowl. Final quote, it was a big conversation last year. If Hurts does not play well, they're going to draft another QB. but I remember after seeing him, I said, this dude can play. I thought he was a much better drop-back passer than what people were saying. I told her guys, this guy is good.
He is a better runner. How long will he be a better runner for? Like, how long will he run for is a question. But that's part of it. I mean, like, having a running quarterback is super valuable. I love when Dak gets out and runs. I don't do it 20 times a game.
Saw him run a little bit yesterday.
Yes, he did. I absolutely like that.
Number 2 on the tier 2, 7 overall. Lamar Jackson.
Oh,
Hurts and Lamar, just a pop right to Bobby. 8 is Trevor Lawrence, and number 9.
Number 9
is Dak Prescott. I'm going to read you everything that's said from the league. It's Dak's 4th consecutive year ranking between 9th and 12th. His average tier remains stable. Quote from a defensive coach, Dak has done it year in and year out this past year. I don't think it was through the health of an efficient run game. He always falls short in the end, but he puts up numbers. I felt like a lot of the load was on him last year. Cowboys ranked 7th in offensive EPA, 2nd on defense over that span. Only one victory in the postseason to show for it. A D coordinator. There's always a knock on guys who do not go deep in the playoffs. Dak can drop back. He's great with play action in the boot. He has some movement ability in the pocket. Ultimately, what keeps him from being a 1 is he turns the ball over for whatever reason. Only Taylor Heineke had a higher turnover rate than Dak last year among qualifying quarterbacks. An executive quote, I just felt playing him. He's a solid player, but he has yet to ever elevate them in a division that was historically weak and has just got them over the hump for whatever reason. The body of work maybe is what he is, and he's going to need more around him. Even having a dominant defense, why haven't they been able to go farther? And finally, an offensive coach, a slight nudge up in decision-making and just passing talent, arm talent, would go a long way for him. So Dak coming in
Prescott
at number 9.
Yeah, which is where that wasn't where the ESPN list ended up with him, was at number 9. I mean, look, I've said if you assume the Mahomes on tier 1 by himself, then he would be 3. If you group people in with him, then he's 2. And generally where he sets down is probably somewhere between 5 and 9, depending on how he's playing. And so, 9 is fine. I
Fair.
mean, I would not have Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson ahead of him. And that's just, I also wouldn't have Trevor Lawrence ahead of him based off of basically having it click for 6 weeks at the end of the year. But I also know that I've come to expect, like, there are people who right now are going to have those guys above him. So I know it. It doesn't get me outraged by it because I know that's where people stand on it right now. And I'll just say, okay, fine. Let's see where this is next year. Because every year you have a cycle of guys going above Dak and then falling behind him when they're not as consistent as he is.
The rest of tier 2, again, way too generous with these tiers, in my opinion.
Well, I agree.
Stafford is 10.
Okay, listen.
Watson is 11, and Cousins is 12 to end tier 2.
All right. Stafford can't be anywhere near this list at this point. And I don't know if these
maybe we're wrong about his arm being broken.
I mean, there's 2 other quarterbacks on the in tier 2 who can't throw, so I mean that makes sense.
Maybe we are wrong about his arm being broken, but until we have no idea what it's going to be. And even before the arm injury last year, he was bad in the beginning.
Tier 3, this is the highest I've seen Kyler on one of these lists, and I agree with it.
I think he should be tier 2.
I think Kyler's been disrespected. He's got his problems. Arizona may suck, but still, he's a talent. Kyler's 13, Carr's 14, Goff 15, Russ is 16, then Tua, Garoppolo, Daniel Jones, Geno, Fields, Tannehill, Mac Jones ends tier 3. Mac Jones eating dinner with Zeke the other night as Zeke went to New England to visit. And then tier 4 in order. Number 24 overall, Brock Purdy, Kenny Pickett, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, Sam Howell, Desmond Ridder, and Gardner Minshew. So that is the athletic quarterback list that comes out every single year. All right, below the belt at 840. The leader of the Cowboys defense, J-Ron Kearse at 9. But we need to finally celebrate skinny Luka Doncic. And we also have an all-time bad Jeopardy answer.
Ooh.
See if you knew the answer to it next on The Fan. But we also have DF.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
All right, we'll take a little football break as J-Ron Curse is going to sit down with us at 9 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Patrick Walker, 920 from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. We also have our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt out here in Oxnard, California for Cowboys camp. And I knew this was going to happen. I made the announcement weeks ago that we're not going to get fooled anymore. We were finally going to get skinny Luka Doncic. Do we have anyone objecting to the photos for Team Slovenia? Unfortunately, the front of the jersey says SLO as he's trying to show off the body and show off the conditioning, and it still says slow on the front of the jersey. Is anyone arguing, or are we all signing off that we finally got skinny Luka and we're not being fooled by photos? RJ, I'll start with you.
I think he looks slender.
Okay.
I think he looks slender, and I think that, we are going to say the same thing next year that we got fooled again, because he is slow. That's just the end of the day. He's just slow, and he could be skinny or he could be fat, and he's still slow.
Okay.
So he is in shape now. I'm not disputing that. I think he's been in shape other times before. My concern is the month of beers and brats that he has a chance to consume.
Oktoberfest?
Yeah, that he has the chance to consume. Because he does seem to, cut loose a little bit. We've seen him playing like a month and a half before the season and been like, he did not look this big a month and a half ago. What happened? And I think he just goes, this is my time to shine, baby. Like, I haven't had a chance to do anything I want. This is my 6 weeks to just go nuts.
Yeah.
And I think he just throws caution to the wind, and then we end up having to play ourselves into shape a little bit once the season starts. So I think he is in shape now, and I think hopefully those 6 weeks there, he makes sure to limit the carbs.
Because, RJ, we've been seeing reports about cigarettes and Tim Cato and the Athletics. The Mavs told him we want you to slim down, all these things.
And our guy KG, he made it onto a USA Today blog about one of his tweets. Well, Luke out here doing wind sprints, videos dropping. That was from about a week or so ago. That tweet he had, and it made it onto finally a USA Today blog. But Tim Cato had a report that the Mavericks have talked to Luka about decreasing his preferred playing weight this summer, which is a nice way they say, and then he's thinking he's a little too fat.
Yeah.
My question is that, I was here for Bill Parcells' era.
Well.
And players didn't have a preferred playing weight with Bill. Bill had a preferred playing weight for them. Okay. If I'm the coach, I'm like, I quite don't care what you want your playing weight to be. I have a rule as to what I want your playing weight to be.
Right.
And that's how the way it used to be. And evidently, that isn't the case anymore. It wasn't a choice. It wasn't a discussion. You played at the weight your coach told you to play at. What a novel concept. But again, it's the NBA. You can't tell these guys what to do because they're coddled little babies.
Well, I wonder if Lawrence Taylor would have said, Coach, I'm coming in. Did Parcells not have a Coke deal? So, so Parcells a hard ass, but just like every other coach, shut your mouth when the superstar Hall of Fame legend. You okay there?
Well,
are you making Lawrence Taylor references, or you really got a boogie pick?
It's not a boogie. It's who calls it a boogie? It's a booger.
Oh,
booger.
no. You are not one to criticize anybody's short chain, like calling anything by
That's not short. That's not a short name. It's just a child
What else
name.
have we debated here? Look at Ruben Ready with the hand sanitizer.
I got it's just a little runny nose, right? Because
I didn't know if you were making Lawrence Taylor
Oh
references.
no!
That's
a little runny nose.
Would you all call it the nail? The thing I didn't know.
The nail, the Bobby's fingernail.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing that was stupid with that. Everyone's body's different. You can't put somebody in a box, tell them you have to play at this weight because you play at this position. Everybody carries some more muscle or more fat. Everybody's body's different. You can't do it.
You have totally opposed this, and you have totally fought this Luka slim down idea. You've been against it the entire time.
Well, because you don't know based on body fat percentage, because everybody's body fat percentage is different. Like Mike Trout, Zeke Elliott are considered obese by BMI.
Sure.
So it's the dumbest thing in the world. So I don't worry about that. Cardiovascularly, you could be in great shape and have a little bit of a layer over top of you. Now it looks better to be shredded and all that stuff, but Luka doesn't necessarily have good weight though. He might have, you could have good weight, bad weight. I don't know. Luka necessarily has that. But also in this article, this little sidebar here, and I thought this was just slid right in there. And I always joked about it. Right, I always joked about it because, he's an Eastern Euro. I assume everybody from Eastern Europe smokes a pack a day. That's just my assumption, right? They figure, hey, Chernobyl's like 30 miles away from me. I might as well go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah.
So I just assumed everybody in Eastern Europe smoked like a pack a day. But evidently, in this article...
Man, Vlade stained everybody.
Yeah, he really did.
All we think of is Vlade, with heaters in the Kings locker room. And now we think every Euro does it.
So he treats Tim Cato says in this thing, he treats an off night in November and a minor injury absence in February with the same level of focus, or he needs to. They also says in this article, he needs to quit smoking.
Oh. That
at the World Cup qualifier against Germany last year, he was smoking and drinking Coca-Cola the night before a game. I don't know why it matters he's drinking Coke. If you want to enjoy a soda, enjoy a soda. But if the Mavericks are concerned about him being winded, cutting out cigarettes is a must. Yeah, it is. Okay, I've got an inhaler here that tells you all you need to know about how important it is to cut out cigarettes, kids. Okay, so, Luka, it isn't just some joke that you have about Eastern Euros. No. Apparently, this dude was smoking cigs before game nights. I bet he's got some lung issues, man.
Dude, you would be surprised, I think, to find it's not common, but I would bet there's at least a couple guys on every NFL team that smoke cigarettes.
Really?
Yeah. And so, it's a little wild to me. That's like you guys play football and yet
you're this or you're guessing?
No, I know it.
You know anyone on this team?
Not anymore. But I'm sure there probably is somebody. But it's wild how often football players themselves will smoke cigarettes.
Stunned.
All right. The headline is going to be Dr. J disrespects LeBron because Julius Erving was asked to give his all-time team. And Chris Russo is going to love this thing.
What do you want from me? How is Don Hudson not the best wide receiver of all time? Jerry Rice played for Vince Lombardi.
Here's what I love. When the sun has come up here, Choppy has unleashed.
Yeah.
I feel like we can ride this energy for the rest of the show because now we're allowed to be loud since the Cowboys are supposed to be awake. Dr. J said, I have 5 guys who are untouchable. Russell, Chamberlain, Oscar, Jerry West, and Elgin Baylor. That's my all-time best team. And then the follow-up was, well, can you fill out the rest of it? Like, give your top 10 all-time? He said, okay, Kareem, Jordan, Magic, probably Karl Malone, and I'll take Tiny Archibald. No LeBron in the top 10 for Dr. J. Tiny Archibald averaged 19 per game over 13 seasons.
Hey, all
and
right.
11 assists as well.
Okay, it's double-double.
Then someone said, so no Steph? He said, oh, no. He hasn't played long enough. Got to finish his career. Everyone I named in there, their career is finished.
Hang on a second. How many years did Tiny Archibald play? 13?
Yes.
And how many years has Steph played?
I don't know.
13, I'm guessing, right? 13, 14?
So Steph Curry, I'm going to go right here to you. Steph Curry has played, let's see. Oh, yeah, he's played like 14 years. Wow, how is that
but
possible?
He's not done.
He's not done.
He can still ruin
He's
his
not
legacy.
Done.
That's what you haven't accounted for yet.
Yes.
He could still mess it up. Maybe he'll have his Ja Morant moment or something.
So there's Dr. J leaving him off. Charles Barkley did a sit-down with 60 Minutes, and he was asked about his relationship with Michael Jordan, the ongoing feud between former best friends.
Michael disagreed with something I said, and he broke off the friendship.
Born 3 days apart, Barkley and Jordan were once the best of friends. But as Jordan struggled as owner of the Charlotte Hornets, Barkley minced no words.
And what I said, I think that he don't have enough people around him going to tell him no. And he got really offended, and we haven't spoken. But, John, I'm going to do my job. Because I have zero credibility if I criticize other people in the same boat and not criticize my best friend.
Even if you have nothing to apologize for, you think of just picking up the phone and trying to repair this thing with Michael?
I got an ego too, John. You can't be great at something that doesn't give you the right to be a jerk.
You think you'll resolve this eventually?
He got my number.
He's the greatest basketball player that ever lived.
Say it. Say it.
But he is an insecure loser.
This is a punk move.
Yeah.
This is such a punk move by Michael. Don't. You could see it in The Last Dance.
Yeah.
His Ahmad Rashad and Quinn Buckner and all his little other kiss asses. Now everyone has an entourage, but ain't none of that. Ahmad Rashad's sitting in there like, can I get you something, Mike? Like, can I chill your Gatorade? Can I get you the right amount of ice cubes? And Barkley was like, yo, man, you're stinking as the Charlotte owner. Maybe try this. And Michael couldn't handle it. What soft.
Yeah. And then imagine being Ahmad Rashad and Quinn Butler and standing for him all this time. And then meanwhile, when he goes on his Italy getaway that he probably paid for, he didn't even take either one of you two on it. Takes Magic Johnson and Samuel L. Jackson.
Can I play devil's advocate for just a second?
Sure.
This is just Charles's side of it. And I can't imagine this was the first time Charles was ever blunt towards Michael Jordan was when he became the owner of Charlotte.
True.
Like, so can it be maybe he believes that it's just as simple as this. I criticized him here in this front, but I would think that he's probably leveled plenty of criticism at him over 20 years before that because he is super blunt. He never minced words before. So that's my point, is that I'm saying that why would this be the thing? So I'm saying we haven't heard Michael speak on this yet. And so I'm saying Michael may have a different reason for why he hasn't spoken to him.
What else do you think Charles has criticized Mike about? On paper, there's very little.
Yeah.
He's not, this is his biggest failure that we know about.
Those Jordan 11s, man, they just weren't very good.
No, I mean, like
the patent leather is off.
like you've got the obviously the gambling stuff. The inability.
Charles ain't gonna lecture anyone on gambling.
I saw him have his own table at the Bellagio with a rope.
The inability to walk away, the way he handled things with the Wizards. Like, there were plenty of times for him to be critical of Michael as a manager before Charlotte.
Yeah, I appreciate the devil's advocate attempt. You're wrong. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's go around the rest of the league before J-Ron Kerr sits down. DeMar Hamlin was back in pads. The 49ers appear unbothered by Nick Bosa's absence, and one of the top receivers taken in the 2020 draft is stepping away from football. Around the NFL in all the camps. Next in Below the Belt.
minutes. Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Yes, Derek Holland, DeMar Hamlin is real, and he practiced yesterday. More on that in just a second. First, the 49ers are going with a Zach Martin-like approach on Nick Bosa, it feels like. So, consistently when Nick Bosa has been holding out, by the way, and this is something that Cowboys fans should have a keen interest in, are Bosa's negotiations, because that will absolutely impact the negotiations with Micah Parsons and what the Cowboys end out expecting from him.
Let me throw out a crazy theory.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone around here said, in past negotiations, Jerry has never brought up another player. They can't give Micah a new deal for another year. And I was like, so why would Jerry be kissing up or trying to butter Micah up? And I was like, the only thing I could think of is to come at him with maybe a little bit of a linebacker deal or some type of sweetheart deal. That was my theory, because I'm like, why is he trying to butter? Now, maybe it's just to justify not paying Zach. But why is he bringing up Micah's name a year from now, trying to butter up Parsons? Is there any way they don't make him a Myles Garrett-esque Bosa offer because he played a little bit of linebacker, or they want to see if he wants a sweetheart Cowboy contract? That was my crazy theory, trying to figure it out.
I don't think it's that crazy.
Man, I wouldn't think they would play around too much with it.
Right.
But they have before. They did that with DeMarcus Lawrence. Remember, they kept saying, like, we've offered him top 5 money at the position. And DeMarcus Lawrence's team was like, no, they haven't, because they're saying that myself and Von Miller and the edge rushing linebackers don't play the same position. They're offering me top 5 money based off of 4-3 defensive ends, not for my impact as one of the top pass rushers in the game. So similarly, could we start hearing that they say, what? We're offering him the most money at his position, and they mean the $20 million annually to Roquan Smith as a linebacker? Or do they mean the $30 million almost that TJ Watt has, or the more than 30 that somebody like Nick Bosa is going to have? So absolutely could be that. And remember, they're going to be sitting across from David Mulugeta on this one, and that is the guy who negotiated the Watson deal. He's negotiated several big money deals for a bunch of different safeties over the last years. He's a bulldog. He's one of the best at it, and he's somebody who they have not gotten in a long-term negotiation with before. They've never negotiated across from him on a big-name player.
Anyone who want to put any money on the fact that they tell the Cowboys, they tell the coaches have to make sure that he plays linebacker 51% of the time. So they can try to make sure that he gets a linebacker contract.
I mean, technically, they could say you're a linebacker, period, if you're standing up and rushing. They just be like, no, you're a linebacker. What are you talking about, dude?
Because that's their goal. They're going to try that. They're absolutely going to try that. Or something like that.
They'll try to win the negotiation like they always do, and they'll eventually just do whatever it takes, I'm sure, to keep Micah Parsons. Look, when you see him out here yesterday, he was all the talk on the live training camp episode on NFL Network. He's all Daniel Jeremiah could talk about yesterday. Was like, holy cow, this guy is in the backfield every single time.
Did they play your video?
They did not. No, they had their own cameraman out here who did not get as good of a shot as I did. Sorry, Al. That's tough for you, Al. So John Lynch was asked about Nick Bosa's absence, and when Kyle Shanahan's been asked about it, he kind of shrugs. When decision makers have been asked about this, they kind of shrug. Yesterday, John Lynch was saying he's not concerned. He's not concerned about reaching an agreement. They'll get there. But he did say, I don't really love not having one of our best players here. We've got a really good track record of that. I'm proud of as a group of having our players in here, but I also understand it and understand that we're going to have to exhibit some patience and understand that ultimately this thing will work out. So they're kind of shrugging. They don't seem to be taking it too serious at this point. I think it's also because they know they're going to have to pony up. Now, they've, in the past, realized, do we want to pay through the nose or would we rather move on? They did that with DeForest Buckner, that they said, we'd rather just swap you out of here. So they've made those type of deals before. Perhaps they do something like that again, but I would think it's unlikely. They're going to pay him. Somebody's going to pay him $30 million, and then Micah's going to get $32 million next offseason. Be ready for that. All right, DeMar Hamlin, was back on the football field yesterday in pads for the first time since his collapse against the Bengals. You know what's interesting? And I had totally forgotten about this. This week was also the return to practice for the Bills co-owner, who, like 2 weeks before Damar Hamlin, had cardiac arrest as well. Whoa. So they were actually returning two people from their organization who had cardiac arrest. But he was out there yesterday, said that it felt amazing to be back in pads. My thing is...
Are you sure it was Damar?
Stop it.
I am. I mean,
Coachella. Clay Travis confirmed it.
No, and Coachella's not in Buffalo, so I don't think they have the hologram up there.
It is not.
But he says it feels amazing. It's a roller coaster of emotions. I was kind of all over the place, just kind of being back for the first time. But God, don't make no mistakes. I'm on God's timing. As much as the NFL is on schedule and camp starts this day, this is all God's timing. I gotta wonder though. That's gotta be in his head about just. Have we figured out the...
It's in my head. When I go around, you know, you're messing with your boys, and I, like, backhand someone, like, in the chest right there, I think of that. I'm like, if I hit you at the exact wrong moment, could that cause... That's what supposedly happened with Damar Hamlin, and I'll do that. Like, if I go around, I'm just like, pop. I'm like, oh, if this is at the 1 quadrillionth millimeter of second of the timing, so it's... That's in the, a little bit in my head.
That is the absolute definition of a freak accident. Like, there is.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you tried, you probably could not recreate that. Like, it's
and then you go from Hamlin to Hamler off the Broncos. KJ Hamler stepping away because of a heart issue.
Yeah.
So their wide receiver depth chart, Tim Patrick is gone. And there's KJ Hamler diagnosed with a mild heart irritation.
Yeah, he has pericarditis, and Hamler was one of the top picks at receiver in that loaded 2020 class that had, Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy. He was a guy who was considered to be taken in the back end of the first. He slid a little bit to the second where Denver was able to scoop him up. But, yeah, he's somebody who's dealt with a lot of injuries over the years. They get the news yesterday that he's stepping away from football with the heart irritation, and then they get the Tim Patrick full Achilles tear. And you remember Tim Patrick a couple years ago against Dallas
he was a menace.
He was money in that game against the Cowboys. And so the Broncos running into those two issues there kind of makes you sit there and look and say, look, all right, Sean Payton, you're a guy who likes to throw the ball. You're in a little bit of a pinch now. What if instead of cutting one of these guys, cutting one of these receivers, if you feel like you got a full group, if you like what Jalen Brooks is doing, maybe you just look and say, maybe we can leverage some of this receiver depth a little bit, make a trade at the end of training camp. Our depth for your depth. Denver's got some good defensive depth. Maybe go look at a linebacker or something like that. But at least something to consider with Denver being in a really tough position. I don't think they want to, have Sean Payton have to blame Nathaniel Hackett all season.
Right, you don't want that. Let me ask you this, because they waived Hamler with a non-football illness.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't they just put him on some kind of injured reserve, IR designated return instead of waiving him?
Yeah, I think it's just a procedural thing. Like they did this. This happened to Maurice Hurst a couple years ago. It's like a waive. It's just a medical designation. He should be back. Allegedly should be back playing again this year. The Colts, who don't value running back at all, shouldn't worry, I guess, that they've now lost Zach Moss with a broken arm. He's out up to 6 weeks. This is while all the Jonathan Taylor stuff is going on. Dalvin Cook is out there. Ezekiel Elliott?
What about this back injury that someone reported on Jonathan Taylor?
What back injury?
That he responded back with saying, what are you talking about? Get better sources.
You mean from carrying the team?
Where did that come from? Man, Irsay, I'm trying to think of someone to compare it to. It's starting to feel like he's creating an environment to where players would stay away from.
Which is interesting because that's what he told Jonathan Taylor in their meeting on the bus apparently was, you remember, nobody in the NFL treats their players better than us. Look at how we took care of Andrew Luck. We're great to our people. We gave Peyton Manning his glorious exit out of here. We treat players great.
Like, Peyton Manning has to feel a little embarrassed having to stick up for this guy in this organization.
I mean, I think
He's got to feel a little embarrassed. And look, this is not as serious as Donald Sterling. And I don't know if players truly stayed away from D.C. because of Snyder, but Irsay is like, he's getting in the zip code.
Right.
He's getting in the zip code of either being crazy or insensitive or insulting towards some of these with some of these comments.
Yeah. Now, like Taylor said, never had back pain, never reported back pain. Irsay, if he's lying, that's a problem.
Now, Irsay didn't talk about the back pain.
The team is, though, right? Or somebody's reporting
it. Was a report.
Right, but it came from somebody. So it came from somebody, I assume, within the organization that was leaked there. And the finger's going to get pointed at Irsay whether or not he actually said it or not.
And then also, brand new news this morning, we are going to get an alternate simulcast of the Super Bowl. For the first time. I think it says for the first time ever, but I believe NBC and CBS broadcasted the very first Super Bowl separately. But CBS now has the Super Bowl in 2024, and they will be simulcasting on Nickelodeon. They're going to be doing that SpongeBob Slime Time one, which, by the way, my kids love it.
Really?
Yeah, it actually, I think, does work. It was Disney, I believe, who had the hockey game earlier this year that had an alternate cartoon broadcast. Nickelodeon's had a lot of success with this one. The Cowboys playoff game against the 49ers at AT&T Stadium a couple years ago had this. And so I think it's a good move. Go ahead, broadcast the Super Bowl there. My kids will watch this one for sure.
Below the belt every single day at this time with our Cowboys Insider on your home of the NFL. By the way, the Orioles are now being thrown into the Verlander mix, according to John Morosi. So we got the O's, Dodgers, Astros, and your Texas Rangers, according to the rumors. The leader of the Cowboys defense, J-Ron Curse, live on the fan cam. He joins Sean and RJ next.
But let's get that carpet clean the clean way.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour is fist pump time with a Tolo Tuesday live from Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, California. We're getting set to sit down with the leader of the defense, J-Ron Curse, and he'll be in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And Bobby, this is the area of the locker room that could be in Sports Talk Radio.
Oh yeah, this is the group that they like to get into their arguments about everything from food, sports, whatever else. The safety group is the one that got all worked up when we brought the Gatorade question to him last year of is lemon lime Gatorade yellow or green. They were the ones really driving that conversation. So just about any time you hear media availability from the locker room and you hear some chattering in the background, it's almost certainly going to be the safeties in the back just arguing about something.
I mean, it was that way years ago, back when I was in there all the time with like Orlando Skandrick. You wanted to talk basketball, you want to talk football, you want to talk other sports with them, it was that guy. That was the guy to do it.
All right, so we're going to talk to J-Ron here momentarily. Yesterday, Cavante Turpin, who I need to see this team figure out a way to use him. He was flashing in practice again. There are people who have told me, no, he just can't be a receiver. He's too small. He's too short. He was on the KMC Masterpiece, and he was asked, were you frustrated last year just being used on special teams?
I'll just say, like, last year, it was kind of hard for me, coming from the USFL. I didn't get to, do OTAs or minute count, so the playbook was kind of, hard for me because I had to, it was a lot going on when I got here. So that's basically what it was last year.
You felt behind?
Yeah, I felt behind, basically. Yeah, that's basically what it was.
So he said he fell behind. Now, we know the McCarthy profile for receivers. Can Cavante Turpin get legitimate game action and reps?
Yeah, I mean, it is a good point, though, about the, falling behind and the limited, time that he had to pick up the playbook. There is that. But, yeah, typically Mike McCarthy does like flexibility with his receivers. He likes guys who can play inside and outside. He doesn't mind, smaller receivers, but you have to show that you can handle playing on the outside, which we have seen him take some reps outside. Maybe that's all that it was taking was they've got to feel like they can prove or that he can prove that he can take reps outside and play the outside.
Other highlights from practice yesterday, it seemed to be Dak and the offense's best offensive day. They were shredding the secondary out here as CeeDee Lamb was doing his thing. Micah Parsons blowing up Tyron Smith, and perfect timing as J-Ron Curse, the leader of the Cowboys defense, is sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
What time did you wake up?
6:45.
6:45.
Yeah.
Was it us?
Nah,
was it us that woke you up?
Nah, that's my normal time, so I got enough time to get ready and go grab some lunch. Some breakfast before.
Do you hear us?
Yeah.
Are you the one? Are you the complainer? Did you turn us in? Is that you?
Nah, I'm not much of a complainer. I try to stay away from complaining.
You can hear us in the morning?
I can, yeah.
You can?
Yeah.
Oh, are you right behind us over here?
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
Okay.
What time do you start noticing it?
It's not until I'm up.
Okay. So we're not waking you up.
No.
All right, we didn't want to wake you up.
Nah.
Is this a thing that's discussed amongst the guys, like the loud radio people?
Nah.
Okay.
I hear it. I hear the music, but it's not.
Okay.
It's not waking me up. It's when I hear it when I get up.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, someone ratted us out, or they're making it up. They threatened to move us on the other side of the end zone because we're being too loud in the morning. And they said word got it to McCarthy, so now we have to get Mike, who's going to sit down with us Thursday. We have him on every Friday, but he's going to sit down with us Thursday, and we got to figure out whether he's really mad at us. So we're going to say J-Ron has our back. Is that fine with you?
Hey, man, it's cool with me.
Okay.
Cool with me.
Okay.
All right. So one of the things that we know on the beat, and I'm sure you're aware of the reputation, is that in the locker room, it's going to be that safety corner of the locker room that is going to have the most intense debates when we're in there, whether it could be about sports or life or music or whatever else. If you hear there's a little bit of some back and forth, we generally know, all right, there's probably Israel McQuamu's over there, J-Ron's maybe mixing it up a little bit. What's the most intense locker debate y'all have had back there in that corner?
It's a lot. It's a lot of them. We've had the most intense probably will have to be between me and Iz has to be hands down the Jordan LeBron debate.
Wait, which side do you come down on?
I come down on the Jordan side.
Yeah. All right.
That's
Okay. Okay. Very nice.
How old are you?
29.
Okay.
All right.
So you remember Mike.
Yeah.
We were talking to Gilmore the other day, and the guys, he had the MJ gear on and Jordan Brand, and the guys were like, how old was he when Mike was doing his thing? And I guess I just lose track of it.
Yeah.
In terms of watching in the prime. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're all Mike guys, right? Mike won.
Yeah, of course.
Now, who's the best? Like, are you the best debater in there? If y'all were gonna have a sports talk show, like, who do you think does a great job of debating, and who usually loses?
I'm probably the best. The guys would probably.
They would even say it.
Yeah, the guys would probably vote me to be.
Okay.
If everybody had a debater, every team had a debater, I'm pretty sure the guys would.
Okay. Is that something you'd be interested, like, in doing after playing? Any media or no?
Yeah, that's my thing. I just want to continue to build around the game when I'm done.
Okay.
When I'm done playing the game.
Analysts, like studio stuff.
Yeah.
Who said they were interested yesterday? Or CD.
CD Lamb, yeah.
CD was interested. I also asked him X's and O's. What do you watch it then? Right, the coverage, some of the stuff.
Yeah.
When they're breaking it down X's and O's wise, they're usually pretty good. Like they're getting that right.
Yeah,
they're accurate with breaking it.
Some of it is certain things that you wouldn't know unless you're actually in it. Like unless you're sitting in that meeting room and some things like that. But for the majority of it, like just the broad spectrum of it, we're pretty much getting it right.
Who's someone that's like really blown you away X's and O's wise, where you're like, all right, that person, whether it's a coach or a player, you're like, they might be special, or they know everything.
Rex is pretty good. Rex
Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rex Ryan.
Is there a quarterback where you're like, he knows everything we're doing, he's picking us up?
Oh yes, when it comes to, like, if I'm sitting down watching the game and Romo's doing the game, Romo's pretty spot on.
Wow.
With a lot of things. It's like the game who did we play? The Vikings, and he was like, he green dogged it. I mean, I was covering the tight end, but I blitzed because my tight end blocked. And it's like, those types of things when you've been in this game. He was like, yeah, he has a tight end, but he's blitzed because his tight end blocked, and it's spot on.
I remember, you mentioned there that there are some things you're just not going to know unless you're in it. And I remember last year, I think it was after the Green Bay game, you had talked to us that week, and we're calling out some things on the defense that we didn't even have an awareness were an issue. And you were kind of saying, no, look, this is something that we really need to clean up, something that needs to get better. As a guy who is a big leader in the locker room, and everybody, talks to you or talks about you as being one of the big leaders in the locker room, how do you handle that approach in terms of using the media, in terms of when to try and motivate guys with your messaging, and how to take that hand of approaching, challenging guys?
It's you kind of understand what point you got your team is in. Like, at that point, that wasn't our first rodeo with getting gas with the run and just being in a position where we could have won the game, but ultimately we lost the game. So it was just something that I felt like, I needed to say. So the guys knew that, like, all the rah-rah and the talk is not getting us anywhere, and it was really time to start doing it. Like, we can't just keep talking about it.
Does the offense look any different to you this year? New system, new scheme, whatever, coordinator?
Yeah, they definitely do to me. It's a lot of, it's a lot of different things that's
You almost
happening.
gave it to us. he almost gave us the schemes.
It's a lot of different things that's happening now that weren't happening when I first got here. And I think the number one thing though is the way Dak has been with the guys, and all off season those guys have been together, learning the playbook, learning the things that Dak needs from them, and what he wants them to be. And I think right now just their chemistry, is on another level with how they approached it in the offseason. So when we finally got here, you could tell that those guys actually put the work in. It doesn't look like guys that's only been together for just OTAs. They actually was putting that work in outside of the building whenever they had a chance.
CD was talking to us, J. Ron Curse here on the Fans. CD was talking to us about even more Dak control. How does he strike you or come off from an X's and O's standpoint in terms of figuring everything out? Because RJ has always said, why doesn't every quarterback just have full control? They're the one on the field. They're the ones seeing it. How much faith should we have in Dak in figuring it all out and seeing everything?
Dak is a very smart quarterback. And just not even he's just a football guy. He's just a guy that truly loves being around the game, and you can tell. I picked that up the moment I met Dak and was just around Dak for a week, just understanding that football is something that he really enjoys and he knows a lot about it. So if Dak had control of the offense, I'm pretty sure that we'll be in good hands just because of the way that he approaches the game and the way that he handles his business throughout the week.
Are they throwing at Gilmore out here early on? We're not seeing a ton of Stephon work.
I mean, when you got a defensive player of the year, if he's in good coverage, majority of the time the ball's not going that way. So
he's still got it.
Yeah, he's definitely still got it. He's one of the, I was given that leadership role. Being one of the older guys on the back end, and so but having him in is tremendous. A guy that's going on 12 years in this league. Guy that's been to the highest of highs in this league. It's great to have him to really, for me personally, just to see, this is a veteran, like a real veteran that approaches his business the right way. It's not too often you get around guys that's won Defensive Player of the Year. Hopefully we'll get one next year. We'll get Micah. Micah goes and get his. But for right now, just having an older guy that's won that and being around him is tremendous.
What differences have you noticed in Micah's game as he's always trying to improve something in the offseason? If any.
I haven't noticed any difference in his game, but I noticed a difference in his mentality and how he's approaching everything. Because he's coming out and it's like y'all can't do nothing with me.
All right.
And it's like he's saying that, he's letting them know like you can't do anything with me. Then he's going out there and he's doing it. Before he was just lining up. But he's letting it be known that I'm the alpha. I'm potentially the baddest motherfucker walking.
All right.
He's standing on that, and that's the difference I see. He's having that, like I can't be messed with attitude.
You mentioned, I know, a couple different times last season how much the way 2021 had ended against San Francisco was really bitter for you personally. And I know after the Tampa game, you were in the locker and saying, hey, this is a chance for us to right our wrongs. You were really excited about that. Hey, has the way last season ended, has that game weighed on you the same way, or do you view it with a different eye than you did at the end of the previous year?
I view it with a different eye for the simple fact that just my first year here, after that loss, thought we truly had a chance to go be a Super Bowl contending team. It just weighed a little more on me. Being that was my first time. I played on some good defenses and some playoff teams. Played in the NFC Championship game. But my role was limited. So actually being out there and my first playoff game where I'm actually it just weighed on me a little different. But last year I kind of got over that probably like a week, and I was just ready to get back to work. I was rehabbing for my shoulder surgery, and just was ready to get back to work. And I know I'll have another opportunity. I knew we'll have another chance as a team. And now that we're here, we're just putting the work in, and that's the number one. That's the number one thing we're trying to get done. We're not aiming just to make the playoffs. We're not aiming just to get to the NFC Championship. Until we hit our actual goal, and we haven't had success yet.
I want to ask you this as a hitter, because I've always wondered, how does the lack of hitting out here compared to what we're used to, 10, 15 years ago, how does that get y'all's bodies ready for 17 games of it during the regular season? Do you feel equipped to do it when week 1 comes around or when week 4 comes around based upon the way the rules are with lack of hitting in camp?
For me, it's as long as I hit, as long as I get some contact before that week 1, I'm good. We have the preseason, so hopefully we can get out there and maybe get a series in or two, and just feel our cleats in the ground, feel our shoulder pads, and make some real contact to the ground. But out here, it's just, I feel like, to me, I tell guys all the time, to me it's just a want to. Tackling is all want to. Like, if you want to tackle, you can tackle. Anybody can. If you can move and get to a guy, you can make a tackle. It's just all about want to. So, regardless on if we didn't play never made a single tackle last year until we played Tom Brady. But, tackling is a want to. So if you want to make a tackle, you're going to get a job done.
You know how many fake Twitter accounts are out here of you?
No, I
Did
don't
you get
know.
off Twitter?
I got off Twitter.
Why?
I got off Twitter. Camp rolling around. I like to just.
LeBron mode.
Yes.
Oh wait, Mike mode.
Mike
the leader of the Dallas Cowboys defense, J. Ron Kerr, sitting down with us in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat. Thank you so much. Stay healthy, and we look forward to having you on every year.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is, J. Ron, brought to you by the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's talk about practice and the suspension that happened here yesterday with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, coming up next. But first, let me go ahead and
Injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, let's bring in Cowboys insider Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Are you going to the Jerry party tonight?
I am going to the Jerry party. Nobu is where it is this evening.
Yes.
Malibu, California.
Now, you've been there before.
I have.
And you love the atmosphere, the interaction, or the food more? Or all of the above?
All of the above, but I'm kind of an environmentalist kind of guy, and being that I was born and raised, well, you know, that's debatable, especially when it's coming from you. Being that I was born and raised on the Georgia coast, anything that puts me next to the ocean and waves crashing on the rocks is going to do it for me. So for me, the ambiance is the better part of it, but then you know, getting to link with people and you know, have that kind of fun is always good.
Yesterday was a fun practice. We thought, especially for the offense. Give us some of your observations from DallasCowboys.com.
One of the biggest observations continues to be the connection between Dak and Brandon Cooks. It feels like, you know, whether they're in pads, not in pads, whether it's OTAs, minicamp, every single day they're on the field together, there's at least one big play being made. So that's one of the more obvious ones. But there was also one that Bobby and I were kind of talking about offline, which is Jalen Tolbert. Tolbert just continues to look smooth. And I tweeted it yesterday. It looks like he's just playing football. He's not thinking too much, and it felt like a lot of times last year as a rookie he was overthinking. He was kind of deer in the headlights type situation. But talking to him a lot this offseason, he kept talking about how his confidence is up. He got with Brandon Cooks. He glued himself to CeeDee Lamb. You see him gluing himself to Brian Schottenheimer. And it's all kind of paying off because on the field when it's time to see what he has going on, his routes are crisper. He has some, muscle weight added. He's making plays. Yesterday he made a one-handed catch in traffic, and it just looked smooth. It was effortless, and it got some yak after the fact. So Jalen Tolbert is making things very difficult for that wide receiver 4 battle. But then shouts out to Simi Fehoko, who had a rough day one last week, but he's progressively gotten better and strung together good days. So yesterday was a strong day for Simi Fehoko as well. That WR4 battle is something to watch.
Can they actually get Turpin involved in games?
Yes.
You believe that?
It's all optional. I mean, it just depends on how you want to utilize him. Now, the challenge for Turpin is going to be getting into the playbook and completely showing Mike McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer that he understands the depth of it. That was something that McCarthy himself earlier this offseason when I asked him about, Turpin's involvement or lack of involvement, and he pointed directly to the playbook. And the good thing for Turpin is he's not coming off of a USFL season, so his body is refreshed, it's recharged, and you got to love that for him. And he looks like it because he's out there making some plays as well. Yesterday had a diving catch. And he looks more confident. He's playing tough. He had a catch in traffic against a bigger DB. They both high-pointed the ball. Turp was the one that came down with it. So physically, he's showing that he can do it. Just has to dive into the playbook. But what makes it challenging for him is the addition of Deuce Vaughn. How do you get him and Deuce Vaughn into the offense mix? Because they're similar builds, although Deuce is a little bit smaller. They're both small, tough guys. And if you got them on the field at the same time, who gets the ball, who doesn't get the ball, because that also means you're probably giving up some pass pro there. So it's just a matter of how creative McCarthy and Brian Schottenheimer are going to get.
Because, we've reached, kind of an era of the NFL where size doesn't matter as much as it used to, right?
Right.
It should, right, Bobby? It should, it should
like
be
baseball,
easy.
Right?
Absolutely.
Altuve and Judge. It's
Yeah.
like baseball. It doesn't matter.
It should be easier to find ways for Turpin to get in. I just don't you said the playbook. That's much more scary to me.
Well, I think the reason that he wasn't as into the offensive playbook last year is mental fatigue. Again, you're coming off of USFL season, and not just one where he was playing the sideline, right? He was the USFL MVP.
Yeah.
So you go from putting up that kind of performance in an entirely different league, and as soon as that one is over, you come over to the Cowboys training camp, and you have to pick it up and keep going. So I think it's fair to have that concern, but you have to quantify it by saying the guy was mentally fatigued, he was physically fatigued, and still went on to have a Pro Bowl season. That being said, a full off season to be able to recharge mentally and physically, you should see a completely different Turpin out there, and we are already.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ and the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys. You wrote about the running back situation. Ronald Jones, 2-game suspension for PEDs. Now what?
Well, okay, so Ronald Jones was brought in the wake of releasing Ezekiel Elliott. He was going to be looked upon more as the traditional power back between the A and B gap, red zone type things. But then, they get Hunter Lipke and they get Deuce Vaughn in April. And then Rico Dowdle re-signs, and he's also healthy now. Malik Davis is looking to take that step. The running back room behind Tony Pollard was already a lot to be sorted out. And the pressure was on Ronald Jones more than it was on any other veteran in that room not named Tony Pollard, because Tony Pollard's going to do Tony Pollard things, so no pressure on him other than being an approve-it year on the franchise tag. But with the suspension, if I'm Jerry, Steven, and Will, I have to decide now if Ronald Jones is worth continuing with, knowing that he cannot participate in the first 2 games of the season. But in doing so, I'm now taking those camp reps and those preseason reps away from, who did I just mention? Hunter Lipke, Deuce Vaughn, Rico Dowdle, Malik Davis. Those are the guys that, if they make the roster, whomever might make the roster, will be available games 1 and 2. So I liken it back to what one of the players said a couple of days ago, as padded practices start, the team is also starting to prepare for week 1, but Rojo will not be here week 1. And salary cap wise, it's negligible because if they keep him on, or if they release him, then it's a dead money hit of only about $300,000. So that won't factor into it, and that's not going to hurt the Zach Martin situation at all or help it. So it'll be interesting, but I will say that Ronald Jones gave a ton of leverage to those young guys behind him yesterday with that suspension.
Did he give Zeke any leverage?
I think that puts a little bit more fire under that conversation because, that's why Jerry said yesterday that and he reiterated, I should say, because he said earlier in the offseason, until Zeke signs with another team, the door is always open. But from the Ezekiel Elliott standpoint, still being in contact with his people, you got him visiting with the New England Patriots, and then he stayed up there for another day. They're really pushing hard for him. Look at the injuries in Seattle. Zach Charbonnet, he's out indefinitely. Kenneth Walker's dealing with something. So, this is kind of playing out around the league how Ezekiel Elliott would hope it play out. In training camp, you're going to have injuries. Value goes up a little bit. So he's going to have options, and I just don't know that returning to the Cowboys would be as attractive an option as a Seattle where you'd probably get a ton more snaps, or in New England when you're with Mac Jones and you're going to get some RB1 reps. So I think there's just better options for him.
All right, real quick then, rank it, 1, 2, 3, of importance for him. Playing time, money, or Cowboys comfort being here.
Playing time.
Playing time's number one.
It's playing time. Zeke's not hurting for money. So it's not money because he has not only what he's earned from his NFL contract with the Cowboys, but he has alternate revenue streams as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this next move is not going to be about money. I think this next move is going to be about proving something. It's going to be about proving to his detractors and his doubters that, hey, I still got it. For those that said I fell off after I got the big money contract from the Cowboys, even though statistically that doesn't necessarily bear out, I think this next contract for Ezekiel Elliott is showing the league that, hey, I am still one of the top running backs. And I think if that is, in fact, his top priority, then it's better spent with a different team, and it might be a Seattle, and it might be a New England, or whomever he might deem. Because if he were to come back, it's Tony Pollard's team now. At least for right now,
yeah.
It's Tony Pollard's team, and he knows that. And do you really want to walk back into that if you're Zeke? If you also have other opportunities that are looking at you and saying, we're going to use you as an RB1 primarily. So I think that's more so his attraction.
Certainly a lot of demand for 2 yards per carry. I understand that. So,
Pat,
Dak Prescott.
The shade.
Dak Prescott. Jay Ronkers just kind of made reference to this in our last segment talking with him, and it was something that I was talking about with the guys earlier. Dak's always been vocal. Dak's always communicated to the guys. You can always see him talking and having conversations. Usually they're right next to each other, though, and he's kind of talking and demonstrating. This year, I feel like this offseason and out here at training camp, I feel like he's been more vocal, more demonstrative, more, all right, I'm not going to wait for you to get over on this side of the field. If it's a 16-yard route, Kevontae Turpin, do not run 14.
Right.
All right? He seems very, very involved in, hey, if we're going to fix these communication issues, I need to be firm here and communicating in a loving way to his guys, but communicating the seriousness of what we're trying to do here.
I think, number one, you're right. But I also think it goes to the relationship it feels like between Dak and his receivers. It's always been close-knit. But look at the events of this offseason as far as like going on retreats, doing a lot of workouts, be it in the backyard, be it in Georgia, be it wherever they, had a field reserve. It feels more like a brotherhood between Dak and that wide receiver room more than anything. And using that comparison, he looks like Big Brother. It's like he's comfortable being Big Brother. He's comfortable looking at Turpin and saying, that was 16, not 14. He's comfortable looking at CD and saying cross face instead of shading behind the safety. And then you see the celebrations when they make those connections and those things come to fruition in real time. So the thing about Dak Prescott, as we all know, always been a leader of men, always been vocal. In the locker room, always been vocal on the field. But, yeah, he's turned it up a notch. But I think it's because the relationships are such now that he can do that. And that's a great sign for the Cowboys.
We haven't talked a lot about Mozzie Smith out here. And he had a phenomenal quote yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I don't do no talking. No, I'm trying to hit you. I don't got nothing to say. I don't even like football. I like hitting people. Early impressions of Mozzie.
It's hard to gauge Mozzie to this point, being that we're as we have this conversation, we're just a couple hours ahead of day 2 of padded practices. He's a big body, physical, violent nose tackle, and there were no pads on until yesterday. So a lot of it was him just going through the motions and walkthroughs in his head and things like that. I was kind of keyed in on him yesterday. He had a rough time getting off the ball, which makes sense because that was really his first time seeing NFL impact and NFL speed going against a Tyron Smith and a Tyler Smith. So I'm going to give the kid some leeway, and I'm going to see how it goes over this first week. But he even admitted it in the conversation we had with him yesterday when he made that quote. He said he needs to work on his get-offs. Get-off is a little bit slower than he thought it would be, but that's a Michigan get-off. This is an NFL get-off, and this get-off is against a potential Hall of Famer in Tyron Smith, and then you see what Tyler Smith can do. Monty Smith is going to be completely all right, and the fact that I know the reason I know he's going to be all right is because he wakes up and just chooses violence every day on the football field, and that's what that quote means. That's what I want to hear from my nose tackle. I want him to be angry, but if you noticed the way he said it, he was laughing, but he wasn't joking. And I know some people, trolls primarily, they say, well, he said he doesn't like football. He's a nose tackle. I don't care if he likes football as a nose tackle. I want him to line up and make people's parents feel him every time he puts their hands on him.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Every Tuesday and Thursday. We will see you tonight and back here in a couple days. Thank you as always.
Fun as always, fellas. See you next time.
Check out the work, DallasCowboys.com. Patrick sitting down with us, of course, on Sean and RJ for the Cowboys Insight and the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing Hot Seat. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Well, people think...
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. You kind of timed that perfectly, Peyton. We got Mike Bassett, Corey Majors, and Kevin Hagelin. What's coming up on the show?
Gentlemen, we have a very fantastic show for you. Today at 11 o'clock, Mickey Spagnola.
Well, I'll find out.
Maybe at 11:30, Jerry Jones.
Well, we'll find out.
At 12:15-ish, Bruce Bochy.
Well, we'll find out.
At 12:30-ish,
he'll definitely be on.
Stephen Jones. Wow. And then Isaiah Stanback joins us for the C Block at 1 o'clock today. Plus,
do we have a press conference today?
We're
skipping it.
Commercial. We have too many important things going on at that point. So,
what are you going to ask Jerry, Mike?
I don't know about Jerry, but Steven, I'm going to ask, do you ever get mad at your dad for creating a salary cap to make your job a lot harder?
It's a genuine question. I mean, it helped competitive balance, and it probably helped the NFL make a ton more money, but, I mean, it does make it harder to do what they want to do.
What do you got for him, Kevin?
Does he feel like the practice yesterday helped them win the Thanksgiving game?
Yeah, I was going to ask him.
Do you feel like down the stretch you'll always remember the padded practice you had yesterday?
I'm going to go off of another Mike question and say, since you don't have Zeke, should we just give up? Since
should we quit?
Really concerned.
I'm just asking, should we quit this year? Are the Cowboys going to be a bad team based off of we don't even ask Zeke questions to these Cowboys people, and they have to bring up, he was just the intangibles were so high. Nothing against Tony Pollard, right? But they're pretty much saying he can't pass block. We know Deuce Vaughn can't pass block. Are we just going to get destroyed? Like, should I not be optimistic about this Cowboy season based off of the people who are close to the Cowboys are just saying the Zeke situation has totally destroyed us?
Now, who has said that?
Christy Scales, Mickey Spagnola, Brad Sham.
That not having Zeke here.
Like it's just like, who's getting that job? You guys as the media people are undermining Zeke.
Yeah.
And because Zeke isn't here, like, who's going to pick up the pass protection when somebody makes a mistake or there's a sixth pass rusher? It makes it sound like we should be giving Zeke another $15 million. So once out of every 10 plays, he can pick up the pass rusher that didn't get picked up. And I'm just like, this would be like me saying, next year, if Jankowski signs with the Seattle Mariners in the offseason, I'd be like, hey, guys, it's over. Jankowski. Jankowski is a more valuable piece, I think, to the Texas Rangers than Zeke was last year to the Dallas Cowboys. But I'd be like, dude, we have Evan Carter. We just drafted Langford as the 4th overall pick who could be ready at the end of 2024. Like, there are people that can do certain jobs. If you tell me Corey Seager's out next year, I'd be like, yeah, when he's healthy, he was a top 5 player in the American League. That's a tough one to replace. Zeke is not tough to replace, but I'm going to have to change my opinion to maybe we do have the 1st overall pick in this draft because we don't have Zeke on this team.
I mean, counting Caleb.
There is like arguments to be made that that the studies will show that a running back's ability to block is arguably the best skill he could have. Problem is, Zeke's not a good blocker anymore.
It'd be nice if he was still good at it.
Right? That's the issue. Like, he's also not a good blocker. Tony Pollard just as good or better, and he can run.
All right, speaking of Brad, we got a chair issue apparently. I was wondering where this was this
behind
morning.
the thing.
Right here.
Okay, so Choppy, you want to explain what this thing is?
So it's just a rocker. It's a regular rocker, like a regular chair you would bring to a sporting event, to a park, to a baseball game, whatever.
Why
and
is the tag still on it?
Well, because I think he was going to plan on returning it. That's what I would do.
Oh, my God.
So Brad uses this chair. He plops it down on the grass for practice, uses it, and then leaves it here, ties it up against the post. First day it was tied up there. I grabbed it. Yet the next day it was in Sean's seat. And Sean's like, ooh, I'm going to use this thing. And then today, we come in here, and it was nowhere to be found. And I noticed it was tucked behind that. And back.
So you're going to use it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Brad saw us sitting in it or using it?
Yesterday, I was sitting in it, yeah, because you sit right where you're sitting. I take your spot once crosstalk is over, and I was like, oh, man, this is great, because this chair is more comfortable than the fold-out plastic chair. And so I was like, yeah. And then Brad came. He's like, that's my chair. That's not y'all's chair. And I'm like, okay. I was like, here's your chair. It's not the end of the world. Yeah. I can't break it.
Right.
I mean, there's a zillion of these at baseball games or football games or soccer games.
So he just wanted it at that moment,
right? And I was like, yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Like, take it. Like,
so maybe because he was planning on returning it, he didn't want anything to get spilled on it or anything like that.
So
that
you don't think he cares that you're sitting in it right now?
If he does, then deal with it.
That's not the first time we've run afoul of Brad Sham out here today.
But I mean,
this
when he
visit.
needs it, when practice starts at 11 o'clock or 10:45, he's ready to go out there.
Yeah.
And that's 12:45 local time. I will fold it up for him and give it to him and say, go enjoy the greatest practice ever.
Does anyone think that while he doesn't need it, that it's wrong of us to sit in it?
I wouldn't have a problem with it. If it was my chair, I'd be like, it's no big deal. Now, if you break it, I want to know, and you should take care of it.
I probably would not sit in it. He put his name on it. There's a name tag on it, too.
There is?
Yeah. So
What if it's a $400 chair? Does it matter the price?
So, what are these, $80?
Those are anywhere from 60 to 100. Yeah,
that's a lot of money.
All right, I'm trying to think of other things.
Internet TV.
The first thing that went afoul was the press conference.
Yeah,
with Micah Parsons.
We were being too loud as they were trying to do their job, as we were doing our job.
And we got Sam Williams hurt. We're the jinx. We're the jinx in our
Mike, don't put that on us, dude.
How did you get Sam Williams hurt?
So we don't have a player today.
Because we had him on the show, and then he strained his shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh. And people thought that you did it.
No, Mike's claiming it. Mike's walking around going, "Look at us, we did it."
Turpentine could be next.
No, why are you even saying that, Mike?
No,
that does suck though. That the presser's right next to you.
Yeah.
And then you have a player here, and you're laughing and joking.
Yeah.
I mean, you shouldn't change your show for that.
We didn't.
I mean,
I will say he did come and suggest to one of the people that was working with us, and that person said, "I don't care." So once he didn't care, I think we didn't care either. That was a good feel moment.
So was the tent down?
We closed the tent
exactly like it is right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you weren't
too much of a good time.
You weren't able to see the media looking at you or anything.
No.
So how do you all think we should approach this warning that apparently has come from up top? That if we're not, you haven't heard about this?
No.
If we're not quieter in the morning, we're getting kicked out of this spot and put on the opposite side of the end zone. That it's gotten to the top.
Because you're waking players up or whatever?
Because they can hear us.
Oh.
That we're too loud. Yeah.
All of us, by the way, this would not just be our show moving over there. Our set would move over there.
I mean, they mainly
because this is the only fun morning show. I got you. What you're saying.
Well, I was like, okay, I get it, right? It's like 3:30 in the morning out here. We are three loud individuals, but then how much do you really change your show and what you're doing? I'm like, let us do it in the hotel room. Fine. I'll be happy with that. Just give up the players.
You're just talking about Mike's dream right now. I'm looking at Mike's face. He's like,
Mike's trying to Mike is going to come on our show the rest of the week at 4 a.m. to go ahead and be loud as hell to get us kicked out of here.
Talk like that lady in the theater.
but that's the dilemma. Like, do you adjust or alter it whatsoever because you have the whole media and the press conference set up right next to you?
Man, that is. I was just thinking about y'all's situation. That must be really loud if they're like across the tennis courts.
Last year during Mike McCarthy's pressers, it was just me and Mike. So we would take these wireless mics and go stand over there and do whatever for however long it took, and then we'd come back and finish the show up. So that was the way we handled it. But we obviously have a little bit of a different situation, and they have a different timing structure than they had last year. So it's all different.
Which of our two shows do you think has more of an obligation to be quieter in those moments?
Oh, so like them during a press conference?
The players are 100 times more important than we are.
No, I'm saying us being quiet versus y'all being quiet.
Well, that's all we're disturbing is the media who gives a crap.
Yeah.
Like,
what should I mean,
I'm not saying like what you're doing is wrong. You have to bring energy to the show. You are starting your show at 5:30 local time, and if people are tuning in and they hear you guys sounding dull and sounding
this is the Sean and RJ.
Yeah, get a sound machine.
I'm Terry Gross, and this is Fresh Air.
It is tough for you guys in that situation.
Choppy says
maybe you can play pre-recorded stuff a lot.
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
I want you to pre-record your entire show for tomorrow today.
Dude, that's what WFAN was doing at the Super Bowl. I'm like,
when it was we were in San Fran, so it was West Coast Super Bowl. So for them, their show would start at like 2 a.m. Pacific time or 3 a.m., and they just pre-recorded it at 8 o'clock the night before.
That's awesome.
Right?
God,
Boomer.
I mean,
those sports minutes.
You're still getting the hours in. So.
God, because really, what are we interrupting? I can give you everything Mike McCarthy is going to say today. You ready? First question. How's Sam Williams doing? He's going to give an update on Sam Williams.
You go play some football today. Sam Williams' shoulders not feeling too good, but he'll get back out there pretty soon.
I think it's just like anything. What
do you think Dak needs to work on based off of yesterday's padded practice? How did you think padded practice went? Hey, and then somebody has a story that they're running that we don't know about, right? Somebody's doing some story on Deuce Vaughn or some Shlomo Glickstein that's barely going to make the team or not make the team. And so they're going to ask a random question about people that 90% of us don't care about. And he's going to answer a couple questions on that. So they have quotes on that player. There'll be a few more unrelevant questions that he kind of gives generic answers to.
Irrelevant is the word.
Unrelevant.
And then the press conference is over, except it's not. They stand right next to our tent and talk to Mike McCarthy for 10 minutes.
That's definitely on them. That part's on them.
People get upset with us for now we're doing our show. We were carrying the press conference. We were quiet. Then they stand right next to our tent, and they expect us to be quiet. I'm like, I don't know. You guys are a whole bunch of schoolgirls right now. Go follow Mike McCarthy closer to where the weight room is so you're away from us. That's all you have to do instead of right when he gets off the stage, stop him like he's John Lennon of the Beatles.
I like how you identify of the Beatles.
As of the other John Lennon. The John Lennon of the Monkeys. Or the Birds.
Singing the Gardener.
Hey, I know you just stood up there for 15 minutes and gave really generic answers. Can you give me 10 more minutes of generic answers?
How did the walk-off start? Like, who started it? Why did coaches even allow it?
I thought you used to get more like inside information now. I don't know if it's more generic now, but I wish we should pick one or another. Like,
I don't remember the walk up during Campo. That the first time I remember that was during Parcells.
Okay.
Maybe he just gave more off the record intel because Parcells, he didn't like to do press conferences. He liked to teach. He liked to teach the media. He taught the media how to watch football.
Okay. And say things they probably shouldn't say.
How mad, Bobby, would the media be if Mike McCarthy, after every press conference or at the end, said, any more questions because I'm not doing the walk-off anymore? If you have any more questions, we're doing it now. and then I'm going back to work.
I mean, if the walk-off went away, I think that'd be pretty annoying. But also, like, I think that the coaches oftentimes would be annoyed if they eliminated the walk-off. A lot of NFL coaches like walk-offs because it feels like I can give you better context without rocking a boat. I can give you better context so that your reports are more accurate.
Yeah, Mike, so it's valuable. We're back tomorrow.
Well, then is the thing where he stands on stage and gives generic answers valuable?
All
Well,
valuable.
it's just like anything.
It's all valuable.
Yeah,
We're
right.
back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and back in studio because he demanded it, Reginald Atatula.
Glad his demands were met, too.
They were.
Reggie walks in, says, I need this. Boss says, you got it.
He carries a lot of weight, so they're like, we better do it.
Yeah. Thanks, Reggie, for doing that, man. Really appreciate having you around.
Hi, fellas.
All
Did
right.
you stay up in the middle of the night and watch soccer?
Nope.
What? Why not?
I have to keep a sleep schedule. I mean, if I stayed up in the night and watched soccer, I would not be here right now.
That's why they didn't
Well,
win.
they did it. They advanced.
No. Oh, yeah. They did.
Survive and advance. They're like NC State of the Women's World Cup.
That's true. You win 4 more. Bam. Champions. First time ever. Back-to-back-to-back World Cup women's champions. That'd be pretty impressive.
Has anybody ever done back-to-back besides the United States?
Yeah, I believe so. I'd have to go check on that.
Good for that country.
Okay. All right. Today is also trade deadline day for Major League Baseball. I feel like you knew that. We're a little less than 7 hours away from the trade deadline. So my question for y'all is, who or what are the Rangers still chasing?
100% they're chasing that sneeze you are about to have. And then they are chasing a reliever for sure. I don't know if it's just one reliever. Reading reports, Chris Young, and I agree with Chris Young here, he would still like to get 2 right-handed relievers. And I think that one has to be right-handed. If he wanted another lefty, he could. But after the trades of the starting pitchers, Scherzer and Montgomery, I do believe Andrew Heaney, he's starting tonight, I believe. I think that this will most likely be Heaney's last start unless injuries occur in the Rangers rotation. You can pop him back in, but I think Heaney can be a valuable bullpen piece because he has that kind of slingshot motion where he could be tough lefty on lefties. So I do think that Heaney goes into the pen. So now you have your Smith, Chapman, Burke, Heaney. That's 4 lefties right there out of kind of usually your 8 guys in your bullpen. So I don't know if a lefty is really something they're looking for. It makes more sense to get righties to help out your pen. But if you wanted to add another lefty, I'm not opposed to that either.
I have a question about Chapman. And I know, we don't want him to go back-to-back nights. That's just something we don't want him to do because he has proven that's not his best moments. But is he an X factor, Mike? He can go lefty or righty? Or?
Oh, no, it doesn't even. You have to face 3 batters anyway.
Yeah.
So that kind of lefty on lefty guy is not as valuable anymore because it's almost impossible to get 3 lefties in a row in a lineup.
Yeah.
And that's why, if you look at where Jonah Heim hit, now he's a switch hitter, but they were like, hey, we are going to have Seager and Lowe batting back-to-back, but we have to have before and after righties in that lineup. So if you were, you're not doing this, but if you were trading for Ohtani, you would never go Ohtani, Seager, Lowe. They would make sure that Lowe would probably have to bat lower in the lineup, not because of lack of production, just because I don't want 3 lefties back-to-back. Because if I bring in a specialty lefty, a specialist, and you have that lineup late in the game, lefty, 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 you might not be giving yourself the best opportunity to score.
When you're drawing it up, are you hoping that whatever righty is just like a 7th inning guy, or and either Chapman or Smith are sticking in the closer spot, or that this guy can close too?
I think at this point, with Sewald getting traded yesterday to the Diamondbacks, and
I was really surprised by that.
Me too.
I really was.
I don't know if they even wanted to trade him to the Rangers because Seattle, in a way, they're starting to forfeit this year. They're starting to raise the white flag. But I don't think they're raising the white flag for 24, 25, and so they might have gone. Sorry to not let you talk here, Kevin, but I'm going to let you talk here in a second.
Okay.
Is that I do think that they're going, hey, we don't want to trade him to the Rangers because we do believe we can beat the Rangers in 24 or 25, and so let's trade him, let's get assets, but let's not send them to a team that can hurt us in the future.
And that like, I totally hear what you're saying. That just feels really odd to me, given how poorly the Rangers have been playing and how mediocrely the Astros have been playing. Like, there is room to pick up ground. Clearly, they have picked up ground, whether it's in the West, potentially in the wild card. I have to admit, I was pretty surprised by that move.
I was too, and I was disappointed that the Rangers weren't the team to get them. But I just kind of I think that probably Seattle, from what I'm listening to, I'm watching a lot of MLB Network out here, is they're probably looking at it going, look, our offensive lineup did not produce this year. We've given it 100+ games. It's a bad offensive lineup. It didn't work out on paper like we thought it would. So let's redo our offensive lineup for 2024. They're expected to possibly trade Teoscar Hernandez that they got from Toronto, who was an all-star with Toronto, has not been a very good hitter with Seattle. And they're just kind of looking at it going, let's redo our offense in 2024 because they believe they have the starting pitching to compete. They just don't. And they do like their depth of their bullpen, and they felt like trading Sewald wouldn't be the end of the world for them in 2024-25. So it is interesting. I didn't expect them, the way the Rangers have played and the Astros to play, to kind of throw a little bit of a white towel in there. It's not completely thrown in, but I think they're letting you know by trading Pollock, by trading Sewald, by possibly trading Teoscar Hernandez this afternoon, that they're saying this just wasn't our year. We believe that we can get back to what they did in 2022.
If the Rangers, and the Rangers have done a lot. We talked about it in the round table. We talked about it yesterday. But let's just assume, go off this assumption with me for half a second. They do not make any more deals today.
It's over. Oh, go ahead.
Wow, my God.
Finish your question.
How will you feel about this Rangers team going forward? I'm not saying that will happen, but I am curious.
I think they can hold on to a playoff spot. Now, your question, I have to answer it by also going, well, I guess the Astros did nothing either. Because, I'm having to just answer it. Here's the Rangers team. We have the Rangers at 10 a.m. today is the team that will be the same Ranger team tomorrow, and there will be nothing added. And let's just go off the assumption the Astros didn't add anything either. I think it will be a battle to the finish. I don't know who will get the division title. At the same time, I would be concerned about the Rangers. I think they'd make the playoffs barely. And then I think they'd be in big trouble in the playoffs because bullpens are now so important in the playoffs because you go to them so quickly. And this bullpen, I do not believe, can consistently right now put up 12 outs without giving up a run. It just isn't built yet to go 6, 7, 8, 9 and put up zeros. And I explained yesterday with Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer is really good, it looks like, a lot of times innings 1 through 5. But the third time through the lineup, he's been getting hit really hard. So Max Scherzer he will pitch game 1 or 2 in a playoff series, but you might look at that going, hey, we have to be really careful when the top of the lineup comes back around the third time, and that could possibly be in the 5th or 6th inning. That means we need to have 4 or 5 guys we believe can get zeros on the board in the bullpen. And so right now they don't have that established bullpen to believe that they can do that.
Kevin, that's another thing that Bochy's got to figure out pretty quickly is how much can I trust this guy before the playoffs, that, you know what, if he tells me 7 innings, then I can give him that extra run through the lineup, or I have to go with what I know right now. Bochy, I don't know if Scherzer has to show, hey, I just threw a shutout tonight. And this is what I look like whenever I'm on. So if you see me on like this in the playoffs, let me do that. Or if Bochy's just like, no, we're going to be very rigid with this thing.
See, I feel like he'll get that shot during the regular season for that third time through the lineup, and then you'll find out pretty quick one way or another if he's like, no, we gave it a shot, and the numbers bear it out that this might not be the way to go.
I do not think Bochy is going to go as strong as I go to the 2020 World Series where Blake Snell's dominating the Dodgers in Game 6 of the World Series, and Tampa goes, we don't care that you're dominating, that you've only given up 1 hit and you haven't given up a run. Third time through the lineup, we're taking you out, and Mookie Betts was on deck going, thank God they took Blake Snell out, and then they won the World Series because of it. I don't think Bochy will do that, but there's plenty of time. Max Scherzer is going to get 10 starts for the Texas Rangers. Max Scherzer will tell Bruce Bochy through his pitching if he's able to, going into the playoffs, go a third time through the lineup. You'll have pitch count. You'll have how stressful innings are. I've always said this. Pitch count is a little bit silly to me because sometimes in an inning that I have a 1-2-3 inning and I throw 12 pitches, sometimes that's like 7 pitches. There was no stress on me. I was facing the bottom of the lineup. They had a combined 20 home runs for the whole year out of those 3 guys. There wasn't a big threat for a deep fly on me in that inning. And I got ahead of counts, and it was easy, and we had a 3-run lead. There was no threat of the tying run ever being up to the plate. But in the first inning, I get first and second and 1 out, and I'm facing the 4 and 5 hole hitters. Those are like 2 pitches per 1 pitch.
Yeah.
So even though I threw 26 pitches, man, the last 12 pitches, you might as well times them times 2 because those were such stressful pitches. And talking to my buddy AJ Hinch, that's how he felt like when he was managing Houston. We're going to break the dam. Sometimes in the first inning, we don't score. But if we put enough threat out there in the first and second inning, and we make a guy, especially in playoff situations, have to work their butt off to get the second and third out of an inning to get out of situations, we're tiring them more than just looking at a real pitch count. We are making those guys work their tails off those last 10 pitches to get out of these situations. And he believes we're good enough that we'll break that dam if we put enough pressure on this guy. He'll run out of good pitches to get us out.
Kevin and Mike, maybe you've already said this, but rotation-wise in playoffs, John Gray's still in. Is it 4? Are you running with 4?
Probably so because of the age of Eovaldi and Scherzer.
Okay.
I don't think they're, like when you think of 01, think of the prime of Randy Johnson and the prime of Kurt Schilling pretty much. Like you could just ride those 2 guys.
Yeah.
Like you only had one other guy starting a lot of times.
They don't quite do it like that anymore, but
yeah. So I don't think that you have guys in their prime that you can ride that hard. Or even Bochy. He rode Bumgarner one year to a championship against Kansas City, against Chris Young.
He's like, he's the high.
And he's like, he is on fire. He's in his prime. He's 27, 28 years old. I can ride him a little bit harder than I can a 39-year-old, and I believe Eovaldi's 33 with a little bit of an elbow issue right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, people were asking about Eovaldi and Heim, and haven't seen an update on Heim just yet. It's still just the injured list with the...
Right. It's going to be, remember, they said 2 to 3 weeks of nothing, and then they're going to reevaluate and then go, do we need to do surgery? So, I mean, look, don't be too optimistic on Jonah Heim. I really hope that he does come back, but a lot of times just talking to kind of therapists and surgeons and doctors and stuff like that, this usually ends up being months of an injury, but they're just really hoping that the injury happened 2 to 3 weeks after the injury. They look at it and go, oh, this is awesome. We can't believe that you have this type of good pain tolerance, and that you can make it through the rest of this season with hopefully pain tolerance level that is very high. And then at the end of the year, when everything's done and the Rangers win the World Series, then we can fix the problem that
I think
you have.
what Mike said about paint tolerance there, Kevin, not paint tolerance, but pain tolerance, obviously.
I was like, I would like to know more about that one.
I think that eliminates the Ronnie Lott, just cut it off and I'll keep playing, kind of situation.
You need your fingers more as a catcher.
That makes sense.
Can you imagine? Like I cannot see your nub. Like, is that a 1, or are you just giving me fist?
Hold on,
right now?
don't we have the pitch comm? Like he does.
Oh yeah, but then now you're having to do it with your middle finger. I guess I don't know.
I really hope y'all are watching, and that got picked up on camera. Mike trying to push the imaginary pitch comm with his fingers. This is going to be a heck of a day on 105.3 The Fan. We might have Jerry. We do have Steven coming up at 12:40. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. The Rangers host the White Sox with that pregame starting at 6:30, and the trade deadline is at 5 o'clock Central. So if anything happens, like at the last minute, you'll hear it on G-Bag.
It's a fun time to be a Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on. If you're a new listener, welcome to the show. Welcome to the station. Thanks for being here.
Sorry, we're not the Metroplex.
Well,
we'll see you soon.
We're delivering Metroplex information for you.
Okay, gotcha. Coming up next, this should be fun. Ranking the first-round QBs of the past 5 drafts versus 2024. Just how good is Caleb Williams? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suns.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Jones in the backfield, need 2 yards for a first down that could ostensibly end the game for USC as a victory. The give is to Caleb keeps it. First down and more. First down and touchdown. And game.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at that Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard while also keeping an eye on the trade deadline for Major League Baseball. We're going to have Stephen Jones on the show at 12:40. Right before him, Bruce Bochy at 12:20, and potentially Jerry Jones coming up at 11:30. But right now, I'm going to stick in a football space, more generalized football space, because, Corey, you sent this over, ranking the first-round quarterbacks of the past 5 drafts versus 2024. And that will give you an idea.
Hey, I sent this to you.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
that's pretty cool.
You did.
Hey, Corey, didn't you send this to
Yeah, I did. I believe I did, Mike. I don't know if you heard, but this is a link that I found. And I was like, this is something I think that we could do. And it's interesting. Knuckleballs, Mike. Knuckleballs.
I'll turn on my mic.
Yeah, so we will do the Corey suggested topic right now, and it's just really interesting. So it has nothing to do with how their career has turned out thus far. It's strictly based on scouting and hype and projection and everything like that going into the draft. I want to see if y'all can get this right out of the gate. Who is the worst first-round pick in terms of hype over the last 5 years?
Mike, I already know the answer because I don't know if you heard earlier. I sent this over.
Oh my
So
gosh,
who was hyped up the most? Who's done the least?
Yeah.
No.
Who's hyped up the? Yeah, go ahead, Kevin. You got it.
Who was the biggest? You sent it, but you don't seem to have the
I
total
don't have a great grasp of it. Yeah.
Is who was probably, let's say, the biggest reach? And you're like, I don't know. We need a quarterback. Just take this guy in the first round. Because there are 2 very prime candidates. One of which you talk crap about sometimes.
Well,
His last name's short for interception.
Oh, that's a good hint.
Mm-hmm. What do you call an interception?
Pick.
Yep. Who's a quarterback?
Oh, Pickens.
It's Kenny Pickett.
Pickett.
He's close.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
That's true.
Carl Pickens.
Kenny Pickett, they asked one scout who covered Pickett in college in any other draft. This dude, a first rounder? No way.
Here's to your point. I did not buy a single card from last year. Like, I'll tell you what, cards do help me learn players, learn drafts, because as you're opening packs, you see the rated rookie on there, or the rookie logo, and it kind of reminds you of the draft. And that's how I can remember a lot of drafts from the 80s and 90s collecting cards. And last year, because I thought the quarterbacks were so pathetic in that draft, I was like, I'm not buying a card. Like, there's no reason, there's not going to be a person in here that I believe will be valuable throughout their career.
Yeah, and right in front of him is Jordan Love. One scout said he was one of those dudes where I hoped he wouldn't have to play right away.
And he did.
Because what he was asked to do in college was in no way NFL stuff.
Okay, because I'll tell you who. I'll tell you who I thought off the top of my head was Trey Lance, because he's coming from such a small school and barely played because of COVID, and then Zach Wilson. Those were the 2 that I thought of before we started this segment, when you kind of threw out the hype that just hasn't shown up.
So there's 18 of them, because it includes first-round prospects for this next draft, so you can see where they fit in. Trey Lance is number 11, and I think kind of there was so much intrigue about, like, I haven't really seen him play, so I can't dissect all the flaws. And then Zach Wilson is number 8. I don't remember it like this, but there's a scout in there that says people might not remember it, but there were some teams that absolutely had Zach Wilson rated higher than Trevor Lawrence. It feels very much a Peyton Manning, Ryan Leaf deal.
I remember that in the draft. I'm like, come on, man. There's no way you can have anybody higher ranked than Trevor Lawrence. And I feel like this is the tough part for Caleb Williams, and I don't know where he's at on the list yet. But the tough part about Caleb Williams is he would have been the first overall pick last year in the draft.
Yeah.
But now everybody is going to pick him apart, and they're going to find every flaw they possibly can because he looks like, not perfect, but he looks like one of those can't-miss quarterbacks. And after Trevor Lawrence's freshman year, it was like, dude, we take him 1 in this year's draft. We take him 1 in next year's draft, and we'll take him number 1 when he is draft eligible. But the problem with that is when you're so good so quick, then you start having to try to, I got to pick apart this guy. And I think Peyton Manning, in a way, like, come on, you got to be silly not to take him number 1 in 1998. He should have been number 1 in 1997, but he decided to come back for his senior year. So it's like, let's try to get him away from the number 1 pick. And in the end, Trevor Lawrence was way better than everybody in that draft.
When it came to Zach Wilson, it was like you were watching some of the wild-ass throws that he would have, and everybody's like, Mahomes, there it is. He's got that Mahomes quality. It's like, hold on, he's willing to take a risk and put the ball up in the air? That's what Mahomes' quality is different. And but he had a decent arm. He just hasn't been able to take the next thing to that level.
So the list, and I'll just bring you right up to the top 5, and then we'll break it down from there. Kenny Pickett is in last. Then Jordan Love, then Dwayne Haskins.
R.I.P.
Yeah. Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Anthony Richardson. We mentioned Trey Lance, Kyler Murray at 10. Then C.J. Stroud, Zach Wilson, Bryce Young. This just had.
Man, so this person is not a fan of C.J. Stroud, huh? I mean, he hasn't done anything yet, so I just feel like it's interesting that Mac Jones is also. Where was Mac Jones, number 5?
Yeah, hype level on Mac Jones was. I mean, even though he was at Alabama at the
14.
time, it was still like, yeah, but he's not that guy.
Yeah.
I guess that here's what happened to his hype level because I remember this. Is all of a sudden was it Waddle who came out and said he's better than Tua T?
Yeah. And
so whoa, wait a second here. This doesn't make sense. Like he couldn't beat out Tua T for the job.
Yeah.
But now he's better than Tua T?
Yeah. And C.J. Stroud is number 9. Zach Wilson, 8. Bryce Young, as I just told you, 7. And Justin Herbert is number 6. Now, the interesting thing about that is that means 2 of these quarterbacks from 2024, based on talking with scouts, ESPN has in the top 5 in terms of hype level. Now, whether or not that means they'll succeed, who the hell knows?
Yeah.
So, number 5, Tua. And it's interesting because
Tank for Tua.
Yeah, and that changed as the year went along because then Joe Burrow is number 3. Before that season started, no way in hell that would have been the case. But when Tua got hurt, that LSU team looked like one of the greatest college football teams in history.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, my God, Chase is awesome. Oh, my God, Joe Burrow is awesome. And he skyrocketed.
You paid attention more to the regular season, but the playoff and then the championship, I think that, like, what you say skyrocket, that was the launch for me. Because up until then I was like, okay, LSU's doing good and everything, but then whenever those games happened and it was across the country, everybody got to see them dismantle really good teams. It was like, oh, that dude is elite. And so that changed his hype level. And then the Joe Cool part of it, right? The championship, he's sitting there smoking the cigar, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, this guy is just too awesome.
Now, the interesting thing about that is sandwiched in between Tua and Burrow is Drake May. Here are 2 different...
You like Drake May, right?
Drake May is excellent.
What school?
North Carolina. Is... One scout said...
The next Ronald Curry?
No, they did not say that. I don't... Would you put that in a blurb? Is
Mitch Trubisky?
One AFC scout said May would be QB1 in most drafts. And another executive said if Caleb Williams weren't in this draft, we'd be talking about May as a generational prospect. And he still might be one.
Okay. All right. Okay. Keep going on this list. This is what frustrates me.
All right. So it's down to 2. It's down to Caleb and Trevor Lawrence.
Mike, what's your allegiance at this point?
My last year was Caleb Williams' sophomore year. I know it was a little bit weird because he was at OU, and so he didn't play every game his freshman year, right?
Spencer Rattler started most of the season, and then it was like, all right, dude, you're not getting it done.
I just remember in week 2 or week 3, this blonde-haired kid took over for Clemson, and then they won the national championship.
Yeah.
So to me, it would be tough for me to say the hype is higher
Yeah.
than what Trevor Lawrence was able to accomplish that freshman year and throughout. But
Even Trevor Lawrence coming out of high school
yeah,
was hype
because
level
didn't he
2
like never
billion.
lose a game in high school or something?
Yeah,
Like-
it was.
Yes,
he went to Trent Dilfer's camps when he was in high school, and everybody was like, "Who is this kid?" So
I
yeah.
remember Archie Manning at his camp. He called up the people, and they're like, "What do you guys think about Trevor Lawrence?" And I believe Arch Manning's comment was, "When God created a quarterback, He created Trevor Lawrence."
and that kind of feeds into one NFL GM said there was luck, but then there was Lawrence, who was like a better, faster, bigger, stronger armed version. Trevor was 2.0. He is second on this list. I will say I disagree with that because I'm with you. The hype level was off the charts for Trevor Lawrence. Not to say that Caleb Williams won't be better. This is not a reflection on who's going to be better. But then for Caleb Williams, he's number one. Another NFL GM said there's potential, and then there's what Caleb Williams has done in a year and a half as a starter. He's not only the best quarterback in college, he has the best of all the traits needed to be great.
I like what they're saying, but I just remember Trevor Lawrence going into his junior year. There was no doubt he was the number one pick. And then Brian Broaddus, who is unbelievable at covering the draft, started saying, hey, I think possibly Zach Wilson is ranked higher on some people's boards. People really like Mac Jones, maybe not more than Trevor Lawrence, but it's close. Hey, there might be a team or two that really likes Justin Fields in this one. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. He's like, no, I'm telling you that there is a little bit of a Trevor Lawrence might not be as good as we thought. And at this point, I don't know if Caleb Williams can live up to the hype that he's created.
Yeah.
And so I understand why he's won right now. I just wonder when we get to December 31st or July 20th and all the playoff college football games are over, will he still have the same hype, or will he be getting picked apart because he's been the number one pick now for 2 years?
Yeah, and if he's in the Rose Bowl, is that going to change anything? If he's not in the championship game, if he's in one of those kind of backup games, is it going to be like, well, I mean, he didn't lead them to that next place, and are they going to blame the team for it, or are they going to blame him? Here's my problem with this, Kevin. This is now 3 people on this list that they said they use the words generational player.
Sure.
He could be a generational player if not for this other guy.
Do we know how long a generation
who is a generational player. That is a
2
person.
years.
That's a person.
No, that's not long enough.
That's a person who changes and remodels how the game is played because he's so good. Patrick Mahomes is a generational player. People are having to try and figure out ways to stop this dude, and they can't. So that word, I know we throw around GOAT a lot. We throw around a lot of different words. Generational player needs to be used for a guy who actually is that thing. And we said 2 years ago that Trevor Lawrence was.
Yeah.
Now we have Drake May, who could be, if not for another guy who is. So I don't know exactly if generational player makes sense with all these guys.
Okay, while you're watching,
he's really good.
While you're watching all the good ones, this makes me far more intrigued about Jordan Love and Kenny Pickett, since all the scouts are like, I don't get it. Why is that person going in the first round? I want to see them play. So you monitor all the good players.
Okay,
I'll
all right.
take the fringy players that they're like, that's like a third round.
I will say for Caleb Williams, it will be almost impossible to live up to the hype. I think this is why, in a way, Trevor Lawrence, part of the reason that he was number 96 on the list or whatever, is because his hype level was he is the next Patrick Mahomes. He is the next Joe Montana. He is possibly the next Tom Brady. Like, he's going to accomplish all these things, and it's close to impossible to accomplish all these things. So, honestly, Caleb Williams will be a disappointment. It's kind of like the Manning right now. Why am I drawing a blank? Arch Manning, who's at UT, can he really live up to my first card I ever signed is $100,000? Like, he can't live up to that hype. He has to win multiple Heismans, 5 MVPs. Like, he has to beat Peyton Manning, his uncle's MVP, and he has to beat his uncle's Super Bowls, where he has to win 3 Super Bowls and 6 MVPs to really live up to the hype that's already there before he's even played a college football game.
But you know what gives him that chance? That family is absolutely committed to the idea that you're not going to go to a Jacksonville to start your career. We're gonna make sure. I mean, we saw it with Eli.
Yeah.
We're not letting him go to that franchise. So that they would absolutely say, yeah, you're not going to end up with a bad team to start your career. You're going to end up in a place that matters.
Man, you know what? For fun, I want to see how close people are paying attention. If you want to text in or jump in the Twitch or the YouTube, what team will Arch Manning refuse to play for in a couple of years when he gets drafted? Like, is it going to be the Chargers again somehow, some way? I'm sure sure they'll be fine with Herbert. But what team will he refuse to play for in a few years? Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
The Astros aren't happy with the Rangers. Next.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live in Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. There was different votes for who Arch would refuse to play for, including Detroit, the Cowboys, the Texans. However, from the 214-682-903-817 and 843, Arch will not play for Cleveland. So we're already planning it out right there. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and, across Major League. I'm just really excited about football stuff because we did get confirmed. Jerry Jones with us at 11:30, Steven with us at 12:40. But right now, baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Throw in our people that are letting us be here.
Bruce Bochy?
No, the sponsors.
Oh, okay. I was like, Bruce Bochy will be on at 12:20.
Why are we in Oxnard?
We're in Oxnard because of On-Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and Autoflex Leasing, and of course, Kissable Dental, even when we have to go through the injuries, which the Rangers might have some too. Still giving Dallas fans something to smile about.
All right, so
you're a pro.
There we go. So what does it mean to be in first place on August 1st with approximately 2 months to go? Really not approximately, there's 2 months to go. Is since 1996, the first full season with at least one wild card in each league. 113 of the 156 eventual division champions held at least a share of their division lead entering August 1st. That is 72% of division winners.
Wow.
Now, the Rangers are only up a half game now because the Astros won
But it just says up in there.
It just says up. So here are your division leaders as of August 1st. The Orioles, the Twins, the Rangers. That's the American League. The Braves, the Reds, and the Dodgers are currently leading in the National League. If you had to pick one team that will not win their division out of those six, which one would you lean towards?
I want to say the Reds.
That's the one that I think is probably the favorite because of they're really coming from nowhere. They didn't spend money in the offseason. The Rangers did, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know DeGrom only pitched 6 games, but you'll get DeGrom and Evaldi.
Cubs have been playing really well as of late, too.
Yeah, the Rangers
the Brewers aren't a bad team.
I don't want to be pessimistic about it, but that's so close right now.
You're going to say the Rangers?
It's just it's a half game, man. Like, that's too close.
You're a jerk.
I'll try not to to be pessimistic about it.
I'll say not Atlanta.
They got to do
Atlanta
something
will win
different.
their division.
Okay.
So it gives you a better feel at 72%. You have a 72% chance approximately of making the playoffs, but not last year. Last season, 3 of the 6 division leaders on August 1st did not win their division. In the American League, the Yankees and Astros did win their divisions leading on August 1st. The Twins, who led the AL Central, missed the postseason entirely because the Guardians went on a really nice run the last 2 months of the season and won that division. The Dodgers won their division, but the Mets and Brewers led their divisions last year, and they did not win their division. The Mets were a wild card team. The Brewers missed the playoffs completely.
I bet the A's don't make it.
Okay. Well, sure. I would be inclined to agree with that.
They're like 30 games out, so.
Do you go – I mean, you have to go – the logical choice is if a division leader doesn't make it, it's going to be the Minnesota Twins, right? Because, like –
their division's dumb.
Yeah, and even if – like, I get it. If the Rangers don't win their division, but they have a better shot at making the playoffs right now than the Twins do.
Yeah, I guess now if we had to go down to 3 of these teams win their division, if it were to be like last year, which I don't think it will be. And by the way, look at how much this is where we're here. We're in the ultimate salary cap place, the NFL right now, right? It's the one that has the toughest salary cap out of the three major sports. When I'm not including hockey because I'm not exactly sure how hard and fast the hockey cap is, but I understand the NFL a little bit where there's a little bit of ways you can get around it by salary cap structures and giving bonuses out and lowering certain numbers on certain years. You talked about that with Dak Prescott and his money. The NBA, you can go over thresholds to keep your own and pay penalties for that. Baseball, obviously, there's penalties for going over certain numbers, but there is no cap in baseball. But when you look at last year, Yankees, Astros, and Twins were leading their divisions last year on August 1st. This year, it's the Orioles, Twins, and Rangers. Last year, it was the Dodgers, Mets, and Brewers. This year, it's the Braves, Reds, and Dodgers. Do you guys see? I mean, this gets back to a little bit. I don't want to get too much into this conversation, but do you guys see how fake like Bobby Belt said it today? Well, the cap created all of this parity.
Yeah.
My butt, without cussing. Like, there's no cap in baseball. I just gave you, here are the teams leading on August 1st last year. Here are the teams leading on August 1st today. There's as much parity in football as there is in baseball. There is no difference. In fact, there's an article every year at Super Bowl time to just show that the cap is only a function for the owners to make the most money possible. It's not a function to create the most parity possible. Now, I found this very interesting. I'm watching MLB Network this morning, and in the dugout yesterday, Dusty Baker was interviewed before they won their game yesterday against the Guardians. And he said, I thought this was very interesting, that the Astros were discouraged in their clubhouse yesterday because of what the Rangers have done trade-wise. And he said, look, he told his team, there's nothing I can do about it. I do not make trades or not make trades. I am the manager of this team. But it's interesting that the Astros, who did get Kendall Graveman so far, today's the trade deadline at 5 p.m. local time, is that the Astros, they won their game pretty easily yesterday, had a good game.
Half a game back.
Jordan's back, Altuve's back, but they were like, son of a gun, the Rangers got Scherzer and Montgomery. And Stratton too, but when you look at Scherzer and Montgomery, I'm sure those are the ones that the Astro players at least are worried about. So I think that's good. That if you don't think these are good trades, you know who does think these are good trades?
The Astros.
The 26 players on the Houston Astros are worried about what the Rangers have done so far.
I like it. I like it. Put them in their place, man.
I mean, I like it from a mental aspect.
Yes.
Now, clearly, they keep creeping up, but if they're like, man, look at Texas loading up, I think that's a potentially good sign. I really do.
Yeah, they're going to quit on their manager. They're going to quit on their franchise. They're going to be like, they don't care about us. We don't care about them.
Now, I have not seen any major rumors coming from Twitter this morning on what the Rangers are possibly about to get. I have read, this was last night, that Chris Young is definitely in the market for multiple relief pitchers. So the Rangers are competing with a lot of other teams, too, for relief pitchers. But the Rangers do want to add more relief pitching. I'm assuming right-handed pitching more than left-handed pitching. I went over it in crosstalk. You have Will Smith. You have Aroldis Chapman. You have Brock Burke. Those are three really good lefties that you have to use anywhere from innings 6 through 9. And now, most likely, Andrew Heaney, after today's start, I'm assuming, I don't know this, we can ask Bochy. How does he see his rotation going forward when we have him on at 12:20 today? Is how do you see the rotation going forward? But I'm assuming Andrew Heaney is a guy who threw out of the pen last year for the Dodgers at times. He knows how to do that. So I think he'll go to the pen. So that gives you 4 left-handed relievers. So you're pretty good there. And then I think the Rangers do want to add right-handed relief pitching because you have Stratton, you have Spores, and then from there I'm just not – you have guys right now. You have Leclerc, and you have usually a rookie that's there. You know, it's kind of a rotating door with what rookies on the team, right-handed relievers there. But they are looking at relievers mostly. They're not out of the market for a starting pitcher. I will say this.
Which is kind of wild.
If they trade for another quality quality starting pitcher, I don't care if it's right-handed or left-handed.
Concerned about Eovaldi?
I am concerned about Eovaldi. If they go out and get another, if they trade for Michael Lorenzen, if they trade for Eduardo Rodriguez from the Detroit Tigers, I will be happy about that trade, but it'll make me wonder What is this Evaldi injury if you needed to trade for 3 starting pitchers?
Yeah.
Because I think they did. I think Chris Young's done a heck of a job. I just wonder. I have no clue about Evaldi's injury. They're saying it's not much. They're saying, hey, we put him on the IL. The MRI came back somewhat clean. He's going to pitch when he comes off of the IL. But we also heard that nothing's wrong. He's just going to miss a start after the Tampa game where he threw 6 shutout innings. And he didn't just miss a start. He's missing multiple starts now. So I do think that they're looking at possibly like a backup catcher.
Okay.
I just don't know how much that they feel like they want Garver to catch every day.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will obviously keep you updated on any trade happenings. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, live from Cowboys camp in Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, we got Jerry Jones coming up at 11:30, Stephen Jones at 12:40, and then Bruce Bochy at 12:20. Right now, perhaps the most important guest of all, it is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It isn't Mickey Spagnola, Kevin.
Oh, no.
Mike, what
Is
did
it
you
on?
do? Did you do that on
Did you sabotage this
sabotaged
interview?
Mickey?
I did nothing.
You're like, we got a trade coming down the pipe.
How there's no-
There we go.
Oh, there we
go, Mickey.
There we go.
How much sushi you eating tonight, Mickey?
I'll eat my weight.
Okay, there we go.
Wow,
there we go. I
fascinating.
think he was about to say, I'm going to eat yours and Kevin's weight. And then he was like, I'm going to, you know what? That's
You know what I did?
Yeah.
You know, one year I went to Boston and drove up the coast of Maine, and I think I ate my weight in lobster.
That's a way to do it right there. That's a way to go.
Now-
Every place you went, they were boiling it outside.
We're
One
gonna-
place I went, they smoked it.
Really?
Your face,
Well, they
Kevin.
were using a smoker to
Oh.
heat the water.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're going to request that you be careful once this interview is over, because we had Sam Williams on, and then he exited practice with a strained shoulder.
Oh, no.
So we're a little nervous about
No,
that.
I've already had my flat tire on my bike. So
Okay,
I,
all right. So you're-
I should be clear.
Okay, good. And no injuries came from that?
No.
So we're not a jinx. We're doing all right then. We're doing all right.
Yes. And we didn't have Ronald Jones on. So
Okay.
that otherwise that would be. I mean,
we
look,
got to discuss that.
Yeah, it happened. Is this the primary thing that I was thinking about with this is if you're, Malik Willis or whoever else, you see this as opportunity.
Malik Davis.
Malik Davis. I'm sorry. Malik Willis is the quarterback. Malik Davis. Do you see this as opportunity to jump up in the hierarchy?
No,
Or-
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they needed to jump up.
Oh.
I mean, I know he was a veteran, right?
Yeah.
But last year he played in 6 games for Kansas City, so he had a rookie, Pacheco, jump him. He only had a handful, like 17 carries for maybe 80 yards, 70 yards. And when they signed him to the 1-year veteran exception.
Yep.
Which to me means, okay, we're going to pay you this, but you only count this against the cap. And you can only get $150,000 in signing bonus. So I never thought he had a secure spot on the roster.
I know some people did say camp body when he first got
or
signed.
insurance that, as a third down back, picking up blitzes, things like that. But now, with a 2-game suspension, does he make it? Or, when the suspension is up, is there a spot on the roster for him?
Yeah, I guess he doesn't strike me as somebody who has that kind of leeway.
Yeah. I mean, he's had one good year. I think it was in Tampa Bay, and gained 900 yards, but he's never been the guy. I think that, when you're in that situation, the last thing you want to do is either get hurt or especially get suspended.
Yeah, that's not a great thing for you.
So I think Malik Davis and Rico Dowdle, they're going to take a really good look at those guys. I heard Jerry on Saturday when he was doing the car wash interview out there. He said the door isn't closed on Ezekiel Elliott.
There we go.
So
unless he gets signs with New England.
Well,
Then
yeah,
it'll
but he
be-
left.
Yeah.
But he left without a contract.
Yeah.
And didn't sound, so depending on what Zeke needs to make or what he thinks he needs to make, because the market's not real good right now on veteran running backs getting close to 28 years old.
Do you think we're down to like $3 million?
I think that would, if I was doing the offering, not my money, right? But yeah,
Sure.
That's about where and incentives. Like play incentives.
Do you still do the thing with Zeke where you want to sign him after week 1 where you can release him at any point?
Yeah, but if you're only signing him to that minimum of a contract, I would.
You wouldn't worry about
$2
that.
or $3 million. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. But it could, because I think Jerry's quote was, "We'll see as the season goes on," and I don't know if he meant preseason or what. I mean, the only reason you would do it ahead of time is if he came to you and said, well, I'd like to come back, but if not, I'm going elsewhere. I've got an offer. So it'd be interesting to see if somebody gives him an offer.
Mickey, I know nobody was like headhunting out there yesterday,
right.
The quarterback, but it did look like Dak had to work on his pocket presence a little bit as he was moving around. What did you think of the offensive line, the reps that they were getting? Kevin and I were kind of a little disappointed.
Well, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't perfect because the defense was playing well. But the offense made plays. So I thought it was pretty balanced.
The only play I didn't love was, but I appreciated why they did it, when Micah blew through the line and clearly would have had a sack if there was contact, but they finished out the play anyway. I appreciate for the logistics of it why you finished that play, but I was just thinking, all right, well, that definitely would have been a sack.
Micah deserves the credit for that.
Well, that's fine, but you're giving your wide receiver a chance to play. Sure. Yeah, he had a couple sacks. I mean, they did a good job of putting pressure when they were in blitz practice. But again, if you look at Dak's connections with CD, the deep ball to Cooks.
Man, that was amazing.
Rush's deep ball to Gallup, who beat Gilmore, by the way. There was the run by Pollard early, the run by Deuce Vaughn, who showed you his pop between the tackles. So I thought it was balanced. The defense made plays, but the offense made plays too. And normally this early in camp, especially the first padded practice, it's usually pretty rugged. I didn't think it was rugged, and it's usually defensive-oriented, the results. And this was pretty much, I thought it was pretty even-steven. So, but again, they got to practice that. The pocket's going to break down.
Yeah.
So, roll out and find somebody open in the scramble drill.
By the way, Michael Gallup will be joining the G-Bag Nation later today, so looking forward to that. Gallup, in my opinion, from what I've seen from him, I'm starting to see he does look he looks right.
Oh, absolutely.
He looks right, and that's exciting.
He looks right. CD hasn't lost a step. Brandon Cooks, that speed.
There's been multiple Brandon Cooks plays.
Right?
That
I mean, it's almost hard to overthrow. I think Dak did it once, right?
Yeah.
But I think he's adjusting to know that if he puts enough loft on the ball, no matter how far he throws it, this guy's going to get there.
Yeah.
So that looks good. The tight ends, I thought it did a decent job of blocking, and that's part of this, right? The running game's got to be effective. And I thought the last month of the season, the running game went downhill when Steele went out with his injury. And by the way, he and Pollard, I thought, practiced more than Mike McCarthy let on they were going to. He said, well, they're going to do individual and we're going to limit them. Well, they were out there in pads and getting reps in team practice. So I thought that was good. And then the other thing was I didn't see the kickers early when they just were, kind of warming up, and I think both of them hit 5 of 7. But when it counted, they both went 3 for 3. Now, they
38,
did them
44, and 48 were the distances, I believe.
38, 44, and 48. And they let them kick with the wind. Now, the key thing is coming this way.
Yeah,
towards
where the wind
you
comes
guys,
over the top of the trees.
because the wind is swirls up there, and you got to be able to adjust sometimes. So that'll be interesting to see once they go this way. But I would imagine they wanted to say, well, let's give them an opportunity to be successful and feel confident in themselves. But the operation was good, right? You got a new kicker and a new deep snapper. The only thing that was consistent was Anger as the holder. And so there was no problems there. So that was a good sign for at least the first day. So, and it was only 3 kicks. But again, those are the distance you want to make from. And that's almost got to be automatic, and basically was last year if you think about it.
Appreciate the insight as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, have fun with those big-time interviews.
Yeah,
now.
Jerry, Bochy, Steven, it's going to be a fun time. So we need a little bit of fun mixed in. So coming up next, the Random Sports Report. Let's talk soccer, the return of the Ocho, tennis hat controversy, and did a KNC guest force an MMA fighter into retirement? Let's talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Pinto's pass ahead. Headed forward, look out there! A break, a shot off the post!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where the U.S. women's national team survives and gets the draw against Portugal 0-0. They will advance to the round of 16. Some troubling signs for the United States women's team. The least amount of group play wins ever, and then least amount of goals scored, smallest margin of victory, but they did advance. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff happening out in the world. I'm going to give you football real quick. CeeDee Lamb comes in at number 34.
Nice.
Ahead of Jamar Chase on the NFL Top 100.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. I'm
not crazy about this list, by the way.
Yeah.
Even though I love that CeeDee Lamb is that high, I don't think there's a general manager out there that would right now say, hey, we're picking wide receivers, and Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb are on the board. Not that it's like CeeDee Lamb isn't great. He's great. But I think most general managers, if not all, would say, I'll take Jamar Chase and not be upset you have CeeDee Lamb, but I think they would take Chase over.
But yeah, so CeeDee Lamb, number 34 on the list, but it is also trade deadline day for Major League Baseball, and Mike has an update that you might not love.
Bob Nightingale, during the commercial break, reported that the Astros are heavy favorites to land Justin Verlander if he gets traded today. So even though the Dodgers are interested, other teams are interested, at least Bob Nightingale is reporting that the Astros are the heavy favorites. Remember, there's a full no-trade clause, too, so if Verlander probably pretty comfortable knowing where to live in Houston, how his kind of routine would be in Houston, that if he does get traded, at least Bob Nightingale saying heavy favorites.
Does that then do you look at it and say, well, look, let's be honest, based on history and everything, I'm guessing Houston is probably the favorite to win this division anyway. But if they picked it up, do you think it would be, depending on what the Rangers do, a more potentially decisive advantage for the moment?
For Houston, if they got Verlander, I would give them the edge. But let's see what the Rangers do.
For
I
sure.
know that they're not linked right now to Kyle Finnegan of the Nats, but they're possibly going to trade him, and that would be a really nice get for the Rangers.
I think it's interesting what Mike brought up this morning about Dusty Baker kind of expressing to it's another GM's
like, what the hell?
first run through this. Like Chris Young's doing his first run, but it's another GM's first run through this, and he's like, hey, I need to express that we need players, that we got to make sure these guys are going. And I'm curious to talk to Bochy later today and ask him like how that thing is it like, hey, I'm planning on going to get you this, and Bochy's like, thumbs up, thanks a lot, man.
Well, and we had a name we wanted to present. Maybe we could just give Bochy a list of names to trade for.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, Aaron Judge.
No, more reasonable names.
Okay.
So, because I don't want him to dismiss us.
Gotcha.
So, Kyle Finnegan, right-handed reliever who Mike brought to my attention, and I was just checking it out. If you go deep inside of his stats, is the last 2 months he's been really top-notch. Is his ERA the last 2 months 1.18.
Oh.
Now, for the season, it's a 3 because he had abysmal first month of the season. Yeah, the last 2 months have been top-notch. Now, I know there's going to be concern about a few blown saves in there, but he's given up 3 earned runs in 23 innings in the last 2 months.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Go ahead and make that one happen for me,
Did I say
Kevin.
1.18?
Yeah.
I meant 1.17.
Okay, it just dropped.
I don't know if that makes a big difference
Wow.
to you or anything like
when
that.
the stock market drops, does that drop too? Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had to regress inflation right there. So that's somebody to look at. But we're still of the opinion, I know I am, that I believe that the Rangers will do at least one more thing before 5 p.m. Is that where y'all sit with this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I've been in that mindset, Mike, that and here's how I feel that it's going. Chris Young's probably waiting as long as possible. See what everybody else does, has something in the pocket that he's already worked on, and is just like, all right, let's see if anybody makes this move. We'll make the last one, and then people don't have another chance to change. right? Then nobody else. If you're doing that last second, nobody has a chance to say, "Oh crap, we got to do this now because they did that," in the arms race.
I'm 100% sure that the Rangers will make, I'll say 99%, just to leave out the 1%, that the Rangers are going to make a trade for a reliever today. They could do more, but I know that they're going to trade for at least one relief pitcher today, but I don't know that person. I mean, something has to come together with the other team, but they're going to get another reliever today, and they could possibly get more.
And then we can. The good news is we'll have the opportunity to take a look at maybe even the more new look Rangers tomorrow and see how we feel about that going forward.
I can't wait for it to be done. This trade deadline. I'm sorry.
But isn't it fun to be on this side of it?
Yes, and I was just about to say that.
Being a player
Mike,
would be miserable potentially.
Being on the
Dump
other
that
side
for me if you could, Reggie.
Being on the other side was miserable because you're just like, there's no hope. But I can't wait for it to be done so that all these guys that are kind of like floating around that clubhouse right now can get past the distraction of it all. And even going into the middle of the season, Boach was like, yeah, there's some distraction in there with the All-Star game and some other things. I want to get past that so they can just focus on, all right, now let's make this run to the championship.
Because I keep thinking about it in terms of if you're a prospect, are you going to be on the move? Or if you're in the clubhouse, is somebody coming in to take your spot?
Feels uneasy.
And what I mean, I'm sure there's some people obviously in that clubhouse. Like they're all clubhouses across Major League Baseball. It's like, yeah, I hope we get better. My spot is safe.
Mm-hmm.
But how many people are there in that clubhouse, especially like relievers and even the starters, as we've seen with Heaney and Perez, is they're like, oh no, does that move mean I'm not a starter anymore?
There's a dude right now in the clubhouse that doesn't realize that at some point, maybe tonight's game, or as they're getting ready for tonight's game, they're done. You know, there's somebody there that's. I was just looking at a tweet of a dude who's like, I was walking onto the field when I got a call to the dugout, and then I got a cell phone from the Blue Jays that said, I'm being traded 11 years ago today. I don't know. I forgot his name.
Well, in 2002, I got called up to the major leagues on July 31st. And I had to wait outside of the clubhouse until the players that were traded left the team, and then they let me in the clubhouse. Then I pitched that night. I think I finished off Sean Estes, and I threw a shutout. I pitched the last 2 innings, the 8th and 9th inning. And then after the game was over, Bobby Valentine called me in the office, and he said, the guys we traded for will be here tomorrow, so now you can go back to Norfolk for throwing your 2 shutout innings.
Wow.
So, I mean, I was literally got to the clubhouse, got in the clubhouse around 4:30, 5 o'clock when they let me in because the trade was complete. The guys were leaving, pitched that night, and then left that next morning.
Knowing Mike, you probably already got to know all his teammates.
No way.
I don't know. I was there for one day. I'd been up on the team before that, so they knew who I was. It just kind of was like, all right, man, thanks for letting me pitch.
See you later. You're really helpful.
See you guys later.
Coming up next, we are live from Cowboys camp in Oxnard, so we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. He'll be live in the tent on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once a year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We're live at Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Should be talking with Jerry Jones in just a minute. If you've missed some of the news of the day, the Astros are a heavy favorite to land Justin Verlander and potentially keep an eye out on Austin Hedges. We had brought him up yesterday in potentially the catcher space if the Rangers are making moves before the deadline at 5 o'clock.
Kevin, I think we're going to have to go to the Tolos on this question. 877-881-1053. That's the fan text right there. And a Tolo is a turn it on, leave it on listener. Kevin, if breaking Rangers news happens in the middle of this interview with Jerry Jones, do we have to say, Jerry, it's going to be a moment, but we have to announce this trade? Does he get up and just walk off, or does he go, you know what, that's awesome, let's go win a World Series? Your thoughts?
I oddly think I would like it if he got so infuriated by being cut off by Rangers news that he got up and left.
Mike would be so happy.
I'd be so pumped.
I know. I hope it would be more of the let's go win that World Series. But there's part of me that would what an incredible video that would be. Jerry is even pumped about or infuriated about the Rangers' progress. I just think that would be super interesting. I'm not anticipating that happening whatsoever, though.
Okay. All right, but you never know. I've always heard that from Chris Arnold.
That is true. That is true. Now, I wanted to throw this out there for you.
And just real quick.
Yeah. If
I'm just following a lot of people. There's just no Justin Verlander trade is close. If Houston gets aggressive on it, could be a fit. So I think we just have to be careful on Houston is going to acquire Verlander, let's say, today, because there's kind of conflicting reports that heavy favorite, but also a lot of people are just saying don't really think a Verlander trade's going to happen.
Okay, all right. Well, which makes me feel better because obviously I do not want him to go to the Astros and get any better. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, the Hall of Famer, the owner and general manager for your Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, has entered the tent. We're getting him set up. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, sir.
Hey, guys. It is great to be on with you, man. And the weather, I feel like the crispness of fall out here a little bit. And we had a little long sleeve on this morning, but good to be with you.
Well, I think we'll all thank you for getting us away from the consistent 102 to 106 degree temperatures in Texas right now.
Well, you know, when you think about football, you have to think about repetition. And that's 90% of it, in my view, is repetitive, day in, day out, doing the things that you've got to put in your brain that's got to come out against the New York Giants. If you don't put it in, you won't have it there against the Giants. That's paraphrasing Denzel Washington, who spoke to the team out here a couple of years ago. But this is where to get the repetition. I really do believe that we get twice the number of repetitions by practicing in this weather. We're always sensitive early about soft tissue injuries. This gives us a more aggressive approach to it than I think you get in other parts of the country. But just as important is the great fan base we've got out here. Boy, it is traditional. It's deep. They made a movie about a young man who carried Tuane's helmet and what that meant in his life, carrying Mark Tuane's helmet on and off the field up at Thousand Oaks. So a lot going on out here, and it's great to be a part of it.
Jerry, were your hottest practices at Arkansas or in high school? When you think, because this is like the weather you want to practice in, but you playing football probably had some August practices that you were just like, this
There's no question,
not fun.
and no water. No water. High school was really the, I'm going to say, the extreme, because then you didn't have water, and it was more humid in the central part of Arkansas than it was in the northwest part where the Razorbacks are. But it wasn't until I got to college that they let you have a water break. You had in the webbing of your helmet in high school, you put lemons. And so that you would get in those lemons when during practice, and you'd suck on those lemons when you were standing over there in the huddle.
Wow.
But you took salt tablets on top of that and then go out there and not get any water and play. It's a miracle that you didn't have more issues with heat at that time. And, of course, we all remember those were two-a-days, padded two-a-days, and it was my high school, we had almost 2,000 students at my high school, and it was really tied for the largest in the state. And we only had 120 people out for football out of 2,000 students, with half of those, of course, being women. But the point is that it was, even with a huge population to choose from, that alone probably deterred a lot of participation.
Since we are the home of the Cowboys as well as the Rangers, it is Major League Baseball trade deadline day. If a trade happens while you're here, are you okay if we break into the interview and talk about what the Rangers made a move for?
Talk to me first before you
Okay. I'll be sure to do that. Now, I know that you know every time this subject comes up, it makes news, but yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, I've actually got a couple of coaches in addition to Jimmy that I would want to put in the Ring of Honor. And as you can probably guess, in the last 24 hours, that has gone everywhere. Do you get tired of talking about this subject? And if not, can we talk about it some more right now?
Not at all. My experience has been, and I hope that our fans would understand that I do know how to keep it stirred up. One of the
Yeah.
I visited right before I bought the Cowboys with one of the great people in media, and his name was Dan Burke, and he was just bought ESPN, and he was chairman of ABC. And they said you got an hour with him. 12 hours later, we were still together.
Nice.
And he said, we got to have football and television, got to have it. One, it's at the perfect time of the year. It's when you culminate the sport, football, but it happens in the fourth quarter and a little in the first, and that's when you want the decision makers in front of the TV set. Secondly, it's got a lot of breaks, 30-second, natural, unintrusive breaks. We get to talk more about our people who support us, but throw all that away. The most important thing when we make a movie at ABC, we have to spend every bit as much promoting it as we do making it. Football's not like that. Football is a soap opera in between games, in the season, out of the season, year-round, the NFL is. We can't do without it, and not only that, that extra soap opera needs to have a little bite to it. It doesn't need to be softballs. Now, you can go too far with a lot of the issues, but it's important to have that edge to it. I took a lesson right there. And think about it over the last several years when it gets slow. I know how to stir it up a little bit.
Have we waited long
having
enough?
Having said that, my experience has been, whether it really be the Hall of Fame or certainly our Ring of Honor, that there's more talk before you go in and the debate of whether you should or not than there is after you get in. And so consequently, there is more talk, more interest in the people that have worked to build the franchise and be a part of its excellence on the field. There's more interest before it happens than other. And Jimmy, in this particular case, has absolutely gotten more attention and gets more verbiage and more anything about it than any way he would have whether he's in or not. Listen, I'm going to, the way that we do the Ring of Honor is that I don't go around all year long sitting down calculating who ought to be in the Ring of Honor. That's not the way it works. I get tons of input from the people that are in it, from the people that played with them, players that played with them, coached them, or in that matter were people that work with them as coach. I get tons of input about that, but I really don't know what I'm going to do about the Ring of Honor until almost the week before we make the announcement. And so when I'm asked here at training camp what I'm going to do in the Ring of Honor, more often than not, I give the truth. I don't know, and I haven't thought about it.
It'll happen when the NFL and or the Cowboys need it the most, is the way I've always looked at it.
Well, I think that, again, I want to look at how the season's going. I want to look at how we're doing, just the circumstances that are involved there. Make no mistake about it, I'm keenly aware of everybody that should be thought of or mentioned, and certainly they have a lot of support among many constituencies. But the fact that we're sitting here and still talking about this particular issue, certainly after Jimmy has gone into the Hall of Fame, just really makes my point.
Is it any tougher for people before your era? I was curious. I promise I heard everything you said, like Harvey Martin, Everson Walls. Is it tougher like when you weren't here when they were playing?
Well, I know this. Leroy Jordan, who frankly may have been at some point one of the greatest football players that I had ever seen, both at Alabama and with the Cowboys. Bob Lilly said he couldn't have been Bob Lilly without Leroy Jordan. Well, he wasn't even near and nowhere close to the Ring of Honor because he and Tex didn't see eye to eye. And that's one of the frailties of the way the Ring of Honor is it does have that personal relationship of whoever is making that decision. But Tex was really adamant about don't have a committee made up of players, media, coaches, or what have you. You'll have less controversy, although it turns out there's a lot of discussion about it over a period of time, the way I do it, and he would recommend, since he invented it, that's the rules I follow.
Jerry, how much does winning a Super Bowl change the legacy for Dak Prescott as a Cowboy in your eyes?
Well, a little bit is probably overemphasized in your question with the word legacy. It's fair, and it's obviously a term we often put with active players, much less players that have had their careers and gone. I think what it means is what you're about, what we're about. There's nobody more acutely aware of how much we depend and what we have committed in the resources of this team to have Dak be the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a right decision going in a way. But he would be more inclined than to think about a legacy. He's more inclined to think about, and should be, his footwork out here and getting prepared and working with the receivers in the offseason. He's more thinking like that and should be, and would trade any talk of anything about his legacy, I'm sure, for a certain ratio of touchdown passes to interceptions this year.
Yeah.
And so that's where it should be. And if you think about it, you understand that. Legacy is time to think when you can't play no more. That's when to really start zeroing in on the legacy.
Zeke is obviously one of Dak's best friends. I know he's not here right now, but with Ronald Jones' suspension, Zeke still being a free agent, are you possibly looking at bringing Zeke back to the 2023 Cowboys?
Oft ask a question, a very legitimate question, and we're reading the tea leaves. And so the events of like yesterday, the suspension that's involved, you can have injury of varying degrees, and then you have the thing that everybody thinks of, and that's how does it look? You got the pads on yesterday for the first time. It's hard to appreciate Zeke without pads because that'd be his game. And when you put that pad on and you realize the collisions that can happen for you, just his protection and blocking, then all of a sudden you start thinking about the kinds of things you ought to be thinking about when you're evaluating at camp. Now, he's not ruled out at all here.
And then I know you got to go. Can you tell us about about the Nobu party?
Well, of course, without a doubt, one of the great traditions before I became involved with the Cowboys was their trek to California, and they would spend 5 weeks, 6 weeks out here at that time. And that Thousand Oaks going across the mountain over to Malibu was a big tradition. Well, Tex Schramm, the director of the team, if you will, to say the least, media guy, certainly wanted to take care of his own.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our folks called the media. Well, I do too. I saw what it got the Cowboys and Tex by having everybody involved and accommodating the media. So we mean it when we have a celebration out here called the media party. And it encourages me, or not encourages me, but just amuses me to see the fact that half the group there will be Hollywood media here tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, we have a great atmosphere for it there in Malibu. It is stealing. It is cheating. It shouldn't be this nice at a training camp that has something to do with football.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, and we'll enjoy that. And it is a way of celebrating what the media brings to the table, which is so much. And they take these experiences we're having right here, and the folks listening get a little flavor of it, and that's what it's all about. I've always believed that the more you can make available nuances of of football and everything that goes in, the lives behind it, the disappointments, the elation, the more you can get in that, and you guys do it every day, then the better it is for experience when they score a touchdown in mid-October.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir, and love that you're on our station. Thank you very much.
Oh, I do too. Good to be with you guys. See you soon.
Talk with him every Friday, Kevin. We'll have Jerry Jones with us every Friday. Sean and RJ is every Tuesday,
That's
too.
right. And we got Stephen Jones still coming up. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. Stephen Jones coming up at 12:40.
out here in the tent. Fantastic discussion right there with Jerry Jones on 105.3 The Fan. Now, one of the most pertinent things coming out of that, I'm sure, I know that people get tired of it, but the discussion about, especially when Zeke bounced from New England, is that, we're reading the tea leaves. That might still be in play. That might not be my first selection, but guess what? That's the person who makes the decision.
Yeah, I think more than anything, Kevin, this goes to why is Justin Verlander, would he probably give the Houston Astros the first chance to have him? Comfort, understanding, knowing what the place is all about and knowing all of that. And I think that's kind of where they're like, all right, we know what Zeke is more than any of these other guys. You just saw Ronald Jones, an unknown, come in and that.
I wanted to follow it up with your Dak question on, I don't know this. Do you think Dak is possibly after practices going, hey, he's still available. He's still, I'm talking to him. He wants to come back.
Yeah.
Like I do think a quarterback making that much money, being the franchise guy, can have a little bit of a say. And I just wonder if Dak pushes for it and Zeke will sign for a very small salary that's not very guaranteed with incentives. I think that a lot of these players would want him back. Whether you want him back as a fan or not, that doesn't really matter. It's what do these players want?
Kevin,
especially quarterback.
One of the questions I did have in that conversation that I didn't get to, and I mean, there's
was asking about meeting Pee Wee Herman.
No,
I did want to ask him about
not.
that.
But there's plenty of season to get this question in. But during the off season, they made some significant coaching changes, right? Like there's some significant coaching, and this has happened time and time again. When he was talking about the Jimmy Johnson thing, Kevin, and when he was giving that explanation to you, what I got more of was he's comfortable making any kinds of those moves. If they're big or strong, they're gonna make that kind of splash. Now, can he make the right moves to build the winner? That's always been the thing. We know that he can make the move to get attention, but can you make the move to get attention and win?
And we're all in agreement, right? And I'm looking at the fan text. That's as close as conceivably possible as Jerry can get to being like, yeah, once we put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor, no one's talking about it anymore.
Yeah.
I want people to talk about it, so why would I do that right now? We're probably going to save it for a season when we're not doing very well.
Yeah, probably. That's
exactly what I took.
That's kind of every time I hear it. That's kind of the same thing. Is like whenever the NFL needs it or whenever the Cowboys need it, we'll ensure that we get it so that week everybody is talking about it leading up, and it's the biggest moment. Like I would probably presume. This is what I can't decide. This is what I can't decide here. Is it a year where the Cowboys are down and they need a pop? Or is it a year where the Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl and he wants to take it over the top? Or the year where they're having, just the best season and he's like, you know what? Let me cover up Jimmy with the Super Bowl. But at the same time, take it even further.
And no, we did not get any Rangers breaking news during the... I know people are like, okay, now tell us, tell us. There is nothing to tell just yet. And then I have terrible news for this Rangers fan as well. I'm going to the Rangers game tomorrow. Please tell me they're going to start Scherzer. I believe Scherzer is starting Thursday.
Oh!
And probably Montgomery would start tomorrow.
Get tickets to Thursday's game, too. You're going to see both of the new pitchers.
Yes. I don't know what their schedule is.
Yeah, you get to see Monty tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's what Bochy's going to call him for sure, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, yeah, so unfortunately, no
Air Jordan Montgomery, I don't know. It could be that.
Wow, that's good, Mike. I like that.
Do you want to trot out potential nicknames
Leroy
for
Jordan
Bochy when
Montgomery.
we talk with him at 12:20? Well, I mean, he's in the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
He says Chappie a lot. Now always have to remind him, that's Chapman.
Yeah, it seems like there's more nickname players on the Rangers than there are non-nickname players on the Rangers. Does that sound accurate?
Is Seager? Is it just Seager? Right? Like I'm trying to figure out all the nicknames. Simeon is Marcus. Simeon, yeah, it's just that.
Name. Simeon is Marcus.
Jonah
Hines.
Hines.
Simeon. That's just his first name.
I don't know. It's not Siegs or anything like that, is it? Is it Siegs?
You should ask.
All right.
We could have a nickname roll call if you want after he breaks whatever trade news for us.
It is a wild, being involved with the fan, being a Tolo. You're getting, the home of the Rangers and Cowboys, all this great Rangers information, all this great camp information. This is a fun time in the middle of the day here, man.
I wanted to throw out one more random, not related to Cowboys or Rangers things. We were watching Spence and Crawford, and then we transitioned over to the main event for the UFC pay-per-view. On that UFC show, Kevin Holland, who we've had on the show multiple times.
Is it Big Mouth? Is that what Dana White called him?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he did. He defeated Michael Chiesa. And after he won, this is his quote. "The game has circled and passed you by and seriously left you. Retire, commentate, focus on your family. You're never going to get a title. And if that's what we're here for, it's not going to happen. You're already collecting a check by not getting hurt. So just stop. You're a really good commentator, and there's no reason to take brain damage."
Oh, wow.
Good night.
Jeez, he always has been that kind of fella, hasn't he?
He has some fiery opinions indeed.
Mike,
but
we ran out of dump the night that we had Kevin Holland on. We had run out of dump completely, and we were like, look, man, we're going to have to
Can't
talk to
swear
everybody
anymore.
else for the next 2 seconds.
Great soccer player, though.
That's Erling Haaland.
Oh.
They spell their last names different as well. I don't know if that makes
Pitched
a
a great
difference to
World
you.
Series game, though. You know,
That's Derek Haaland.
Yeah?
Actually, I believe if they do spell their last names the same, but we have never heard of any connection there.
I'm not crazy about the sauce.
Yeah.
Hollandaise sauce?
That is good sauce, though. I got knuckleballs.
Sometimes I hate my life.
Oh, we didn't do
But you know
knuckleballs
me.
to Jerry. Dadgummit, Mike. We missed our chance.
We'll knuckleball his son.
Okay.
We're the
Well,
KFC.
Stephen Jones is coming on the show.
Yeah, we got
No,
Steven.
I
What are you
get
talking
it,
about?
Mike. That's just a weird way to say it.
All right.
To you.
Coming up next is Jalen Hurts, a motivational genius. Let's talk about it. Or y'all can talk about it. I'll take a lap. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
All right, guys.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Oxnard for Dallas Cowboys training camp. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:20. We've got Stephen Jones coming up at 12:40. He will be live in the tent. But right now, we were going to do Gridiron, but I want to see how far we can get with just one specific aspect of what was going to be Gridiron is what motivates you. So Jalen Hurts has a picture of himself walking off the field after losing the Super Bowl on his phone's lock screen. So the first thing he sees every time is he goes to his phone is himself walking off the field, dejected, with all the confetti and everything on there. And that's what it takes to motivate him. And I'm the kind of person that's what it takes to motivate me as well. So I'm curious, do you think this is a good strategy? And then we can open it up to y'all, the Tolos, the Cholos, the YouTubers, is what motivates you?
Well, I do think that's a good idea, what he's doing, you know. That motivation of every morning I see that picture, just like Rocky saw Ivan Drago every time he looked in the mirror to get ready to try to fight the person who killed his best friend. And who had like an illegitimate child who then goes on to become the champion of the world.
Yeah, they don't really touch on that in the originals.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think about what motivates me. I have a picture of my family on my phone. I guess that motivates me, but I don't know if it specifically motivates me for radio or it motivates me to try to be a good dad.
Yeah, when you
I want to be a good dad on a minute-by-minute basis, but I know that I am not a good dad all of the time. I make mistakes.
Yeah.
I regret things that I do or say at times with everybody. Yeah. And it's just like for Jalen Hurts, it doesn't mean that he's going to become Super Bowl champ because he did that, but that's his motivation. I'm having a lot of fun reading the Coach K book right now and learning kind of his motivational tactics when he was a coach.
You know, one of the things, Kevin, I know this is kind of like a really, I don't know if it's weird or not. When I had shirts that had 105.3 The Fan on them, when I would put them on, I would like look in the mirror and I'm putting on a uniform to go to work today. You know, I would get excited about working at 105.3 The Fan. And you and I had that moment where we read a piece in the newspaper that said we couldn't do it, basically. It said, don't know who these guys are.
Yeah.
Think they probably should have swung for somebody bigger than this. And so
one has to question how wise this movie.
Who wrote it?
Barry Horn. And we highlighted it and we put it up in the studio. And every time we walked out of the studio, every time we walked into the studio,
you guys are Jordans.
It was right there for us.
Sure.
Yeah, no, man. It was one of those things where we were just like, you told us we couldn't. You know, every time the morning news had a story that we'd already done, it just drove us to write even better stories.
Did you
when we were at
guys
the newspaper.
get mad at Spittle when he said you can do this? Were you like, no, I need you to say we can't do this?
Yeah, sometimes that does motivate me. And he's like, you guys are pieces of crap. But, you know, like, I do also like the positive motivation because from the 469, somebody said, Kevin and Corey motivate me. There are a lot of keyboard warriors out there, and they like to talk their trash and everything like that. So I appreciate the positivity for sure.
From the 214, I need positive energy to motivate me. From the 972, revenge, Adderall, my dog, all sufficient forms of motivation for me.
And I saw naked people.
Naked
on
people
there,
are motivation.
Specifically words we can't say on radio.
I do know, like, Dennis Eckersley really talked about the fear of failure motivated him. And it's different for everybody because if you have that fear of failure, sometimes it can be used as a negative. As I deal with anger issues, obviously, and I was reading in Coach K's book. He's like, anger can be a good tool when used properly.
Yep.
So, you know, it's different for different people. Is this thing helping you or is it hurting you?
That's interesting because, you know, Dirk having the O'Brien trophy up in his locker, like he had that the entire time during the 11 run. And I don't know if he was using the anger of the 06 season. I'm kind of curious about that, Mike, because it reminded him, for one, it had to remind him that I didn't win one, and I still don't have one. But then along the way, all the ways that he seemed robotic with it all, hey, man, I know we just got this Western Conference trophy. Throw it in the laundry. We already have one of those. That's not what we're after. And so, like, I don't know if that was a positive. I guess that is positive because I'm trying to go get something else while along the way having reminders that you didn't get it yet.
And there's different variations of this across the board, right? But it feels like it comes down to, are you positively motivated or negatively motivated? And because, like, somebody said, I'm motivated by God or Jesus, just like Mike. And I get that, but that's a positive motivation, or at least I feel like it's a positive motivation. And then somebody asked, should I put a photo of my ex-wife on my phone and motivate me not to screw up my second marriage?
Oh, okay. I think your new wife might be kind of like concerned about that.
Yeah.
So I would say no, but maybe do a split photo. One of her and one of your current wife, so you have positive and negative reinforcement along the way.
Do you think she's going to react kindly to that?
Well, ask her, do you want this thing to last or not?
Okay. That's always a good question to ask your significant other. And that's why I'm fascinated by the differences, is because, like I said, I can get negatively motivated at times. Anytime we're in a meeting, and you've looked directly at me before in these meetings, when somebody gives a rah-rah speech, and I'm like, this is a giant waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just to me.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Because other people are very much motivated by that.
Yeah, I'm one of those that I'm like, I get excited. Man, you can't find, like, when you see a speech in a movie that's like, let's go out there and do those things. Like Jonathan Moxon in Varsity Blues, when he's like, you got 60 minutes or whatever, however many minutes are left. He's like, go out there and we're going to be kings forever.
I don't know if this speech made as much of an impact. You got 60 minutes or whatever. I don't even know.
Mike, I did see this. I wanted to read real quick from the 972. Good idea by Hertz. When I played college baseball, I had a list of the conference Gold Glove winners and highlighted the catcher. Motivated me to win an American Gold Glove, not just the conference Gold Glove.
Do you believe in the next 2 years Jalen Hurts will accomplish this goal? I know you don't want him to because we're Cowboy fans. Do you believe, I'll give him this year and next year, because we kind of have an idea who the Eagles are the next 2 years. You don't know year 3, 4, 5, how the changes will happen on their team. Do you believe he'll accomplish this goal?
It's interesting because he was positioned best for it last year. With their ability, Kevin, as the window of having the cheap quarterback, it was positioned best to go get all the things he needed around him. Now with the new contract, more of those things are still on him. But
has it kicked in yet?
No, you got 2 more years.
But I think that is he has the talent around him still for those 2 years.
Like, if it was a simple choice of yes or no, I would say no just because the odds against him. But I actually do, unfortunately, think there's a pretty good shot that they could win the Super Bowl. And I am, of all the things in the NFL season, there are so many reasons to be fascinated. I have to admit, I'm really curious to see what Jalen Hurts is as a quarterback. Not that one season defines it all, but we just saw an amazing season from him. If he didn't get hurt, I think he would have won MVP. Is he going to put out another amazing season where you're just like, okay, so he's just in this top tier? Is he going to slide? And you're like, okay, he's good, but not in that top tier.
I do think from the perspective of the talent around him offensively is very good.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're relying on quite a bit of young guys. So looking at the young guys that the Eagles have, I'd much rather play the Eagles the first 6 weeks of the season than the last 6 weeks of the season, because I do think the 2 Georgia guys that they got in the first round are going to be impact players. How big of an impact can they have the first 6 weeks of the season versus, I'm starting to learn the NFL now. I'm learning traits. I'm learning tricks. I'm learning different things that they can be better at the end of the year. So I'm forgetting to break down the Cowboy schedule in my head, but I know the first 4 weeks of the season,
you think we're winning.
They do not play the Eagles, and so I'd much rather have them early on in the schedule. Unfortunately, I do think he has a good chance of accomplishing this goal, because I think the Eagles are going to be a major problem the next couple years.
Corey, we need to make this very clear. It's not about the Rangers or Astros, correct? But you have trade news?
Oh, but could it be?
Is it the Rangers? No, I don't. It's not.
Rich Hill.
What?
And, man, help me out with this.
He's 43 years
G-Man Choi.
Yeah, that's right.
To the Padres. So, Mike, that's the Padres. I know it's not like massive, but that's them still saying, you know what? We didn't give up on this thing.
And also, the Braves have acquired Brad Hand from the Rockies. Now, he's a left-handed reliever.
The Rockies traded for Stephen Legg.
Oh, because of Brad. I get it.
And Cleveland acquired Chicago.
But just looking at the Braves, like that makes sense for the Braves. They have a chance to win it all this year. They have the best team in baseball, I think, by far, honestly. It doesn't mean you'll win. I just remember as a kid, maybe I was too caught up in Bash Brothers, but I have no idea how the Oakland Athletics from about 1988 to 1992 didn't win every championship. Even though they had the best teams, it doesn't mean you win in the playoffs. You can get cold at the wrong time. But, yeah, things are happening right now as we're getting closer and closer, and I do expect, maybe not during our show, but during G-Bag Nation, they'll have a Rangers breaking trade. I don't think it'll be as big as Max Scherzer, but I do think we'll have a Rangers trade today that will help the bullpen out.
I had a couple of other things I wanted to mention. Both are sad. One has a potential silver lining, but still incredibly sad. Did you see that the Broncos fear that Tim Patrick tore his Achilles in training camp after last year tearing his ACL in training camp?
Man, and I know, like, sometimes, was it the same leg?
I don't know that.
I'm always curious about that because we talk, sometimes you're like, oh, we look at Joe Burrow. Well, they're like, well, something was already wrong. And then he gets hurt a little bit more.
Leg.
Okay. And even we talk about Matt Harrison way back in the day. He had the toe injury, overcompensating, and then all of a sudden his back's having problems because of that. It's just always curious to me whenever somebody has one injury, how it's going to be overcompensated for or be detrimental to another part of their body. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they have the appropriate recovery and everything, but that is a tough thing for him, man.
And this is another really sad story that hopefully leads to something great, is Shaq Barrett is starting a foundation named after his daughter, Araya. She was 2 years old, and she drowned earlier this year. So the foundation, he said, we're going to try to help out as much as possible, swim lessons for other families, install cameras for families around pools and everything like that to try to prevent this from happening. And he said he's taking it day by day. I cannot even fathom how hard it is to move on in that situation, but I'm hoping that with the Araya Barrett Foundation, hopefully they'll be able to help a lot of kids in the future.
Kevin, this text about you in the 972. I bet Kevin's baby laughs at all his jokes. Ha ha ha, Stephen Legg. That was amazing.
My baby thinks that his parents are pretty funny.
Does he really?
Yeah. Brandon does not. He's past all that. But Noah, he thinks we got top-notch comedy.
Here's the problem with that, Mike. At this point in his life, he doesn't comprehend jokes, right? So he's still just laughing at your looks.
Your body language.
Yeah, he likes it when I frown at him and then smile at him.
Okay.
And I'm like, he thinks that is freaking hilarious.
I still remember to this day, and I'm not sure where we are on time here, but
you probably got to go.
All right, I'll tell the story.
No, tell me.
Kevin walks into my house when Avery is a baby. He's standing up, and Kevin starts playing peekaboo with him. Never seen him laugh that hard, even to this day.
Yes, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. It's going to be huge. First, we're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Then, Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. All of it next right here on The Fan.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are we doing?
We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. What I was really curious about, just to kick things off, is can you walk us through the mindset about how tough this time of year is for players, so many players, given that they don't know if they might get traded, they don't know if somebody might trade, somebody else that makes them lose their job. How difficult is that? And do you have to talk with players about that on a consistent basis?
You know what? I try not to even bring it up. If a player comes to me, sure, I'll talk about it. Or if I feel that I need to talk to a player too, if I'm hearing from the coaches or somebody that they're a little stressed out. But I think they all understand it's part of the game, and you don't know what's going to happen. It gets back to the old adage: you can only control what you can control, and there's no need to worry about it. You know what? There hadn't been a lot of rumors going around with us. Sure, as far as picking up guys, but, guys in particular, I'm talking about names. So I didn't feel like I had to talk to them, where sometimes there's a name that's always coming up on the club. So, that's the guy you probably have to talk to. But in our case, I have not heard that.
Well, how excited are you, Boch, to get Max Scherzer, Montgomery, and Stratton into your rotation/bullpen?
Oh man, I'm pumped. I tell you what, it's a better rotation. With these guys in there. Max threw a bullpen yesterday. I was down there for it. Montgomery, he's having a good year, and these are two experienced guys that are going to strengthen and bolster our pitching staff. Stratton is someone who's pitched for me. He's got experience. He can pitch high leverage situations. He can give you multiple innings. He can spin it along with a good fastball and commands fastball. So, he'll fit right in there, probably in that 6th, 7th inning, use him that way. So we need some help. I think that's fair to say. If you look at what was going on this month, we were taking on a little bit of water with, the rotation. So I think this is going to strengthen it, with Nate going, needing some time. So it certainly gives us a little peace of mind, and we'll get a couple nice arms to put in rotation.
How excited is Mike Maddox and Max Scherzer to be back together again, and how much maybe did that play into trading for Max Scherzer, that Mike Maddox has coached Max Scherzer before?
Well, certainly it's nice to have somebody that knows the man, the person, and of course the stuff, the intel. But Max, his resume, it speaks for itself. But still, to have Mike here, who's been with him 2 years, it's certainly. I guess it might have played a role in Max waiving his no trade, which he had. But with CY, he's always looking, for any information he can get from us if we have it. So it's very valuable.
You'd mentioned the time off that Eovaldi needs, I guess, and I'm a Texas Rangers fan, so I'll throw myself in this group. There is some concern that this is a bigger issue than we're aware of right now. Do you guys have any updates, or is there anything you can tell us about maybe timeline for Eovaldi?
Right now, I don't. I can tell you he is getting looked at again. We don't have those concerns yet, mainly because of where that mild soreness is. And I get it. He's missed some time, so I understand the concerns everywhere. We just don't have those quite yet. Now today, we should have some more information where we're at. He's making improvements, so that's always a great sign. So, you try to stay optimistic in these things,
sure.
And so that's where we're at right now.
What are your thoughts with Heim and trying to make sure that recovery happens? And I know you're wanting to get Corey back, but what are your feelings on what you need to do to kind of replace what's missing from those two spots right now and for the future?
Right. Jonas, I think he's getting looked at again today, so he is feeling better. Don't have a timetable for him, but it's good to see the improvement that he's making. Right now, Mitch and Sam, they're going to be sharing the catching duties there. Could be a matchup thing, whether it's with the pitcher or the hitter we're facing. Mitch has experience. We do want to keep him healthy on the field. So kind of monitor his workload, to be honest. But he's been throwing out some nice at-bats, drawing his walks, getting some good swings. That's getting better with playing time. Which is the norm. And Sam, he stepped in Houston, did a nice job. Had a tough pitcher to face there in San Diego. A couple tough guys, but with the job he was doing AAA, we think he's ready to help us out here. Meanwhile, I can say this. We will have Jonah here, kind of helping out too, along with Bobby Wilson, helping these guys as far as pitch sequencing and just things like that to help them out.
The other thing too, Boach, was as y'all were leaving, as y'all were wrapping up this road trip, you said you were excited to get back home. Y'all felt like you needed to get back home, and you said to get back to some of the things that y'all got away from. What are those things that y'all have gotten away from that you want to see this team doing as you hit this next stretch?
Yeah, more than anything, we need some quality starts. We need the pitching to get back to who they are, and that's throw more quality strikes and more strikes. Walks have hurt us. If you look at this or July, we're out of July now, but that's going to be probably the most critical part. The other part is I have seen us expand more than what we were doing. Especially in San Diego. And granted, now when you face good pitching, and you're probably going to expand it a little bit more, but not to the degree that I saw. It just tells me, why we're getting a little anxious, a little amped up, and we just have to slow things down a little bit, calm down, get back to not trying to be the guy, so to speak. Take your walks or use the whole field. It looks like times we're over swinging. So I just want us, to be the club that we were a couple months ago.
I know longtime baseball fans know the answer to this, but you've seen the crowds growing out there. We've seen baseball growing out there this year. I was hoping you could walk our listeners through the difference between a quality strike as opposed to just your run-of-the-mill strike.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. When you're throwing strikes, obviously you want them to be quality strikes, not down the middle all the time. I mean, there's times when if you got a guy out there with that great stuff, we're not going to be sitting on the edges. And what I mean by that, the corners. So the quality strike is not being wild in the strike zone, so to speak. It's working the inner third or outer third, not the middle of the plate. So that's what we're talking about, and not making mistakes when you're ahead of the count, like 0-2, 1-2. I think we've done that. So it's just getting back, to having that great focus out there and just making quality pitches at the right time.
Well, Boach, it was interesting because yesterday Dusty Baker mentioned the Texas Rangers, and he had to speak to his team because his team is disappointed with what Chris Young and the Texas Rangers have done so far to add to their team. I was wondering, in your managerial career, had you ever had to kind of speak to your team because the team you're competing against is making a lot of moves at the deadline, and to have to calm your team down that so far your team hasn't made moves?
Yeah, you know what? There's been times, you read the mood, the tempo, the pulse of the club. If you're getting some grumbling or guys talking about, well, we haven't done this. Yeah, that's when you have to talk to the club. Obviously, we haven't heard that because of what CY has done. So, no, we're I think we're in a good place. But I've been on the other end too, where especially with the Dodgers always making moves. Just remind them how good they are and things like that. So yeah, it's really you rely on your coaches, even your training staff, or your leaders in that clubhouse on knowing when to say something to them.
Now, I know we've been talking about the lead has gotten smaller, but we were discussing the historical significance of having a divisional lead on August 1st in terms of winning your division or making the playoffs. Do you see that as a benchmark? I know there's still 2 months to go, but that feels like a nice spot to be in.
Well, I think we're in a good spot. I certainly would take this if you'd have said this is where we would be, as we head into August. Now, with that said, there's no room for complacency or anything. We got so much baseball left, and so it's going to be a tight race. We expected. Nobody thought this was going to be easy. Get world champions in this division, and we have a lot of work to do. We got to play better baseball. I'll be honest. That was a tough road trip for us. So that's why I said we got to get back to playing the brand of ball we need to be playing.
Do you think that the team will have any more reinforcements in the next 4.5 hours?
Oh, I don't know. I know those conversations are still going on throughout baseball, so I don't know. I haven't heard anything, to be honest.
And even if you had, I don't feel like you'd be like, "Here, let me tell you who we're about to trade for. Don't muck up the deal."
Blink twice, Bochy, if it's a relief pitcher.
Boch, I know we didn't get to talk to you after that very emotional Houston Astros win that you guys have had. And as a former player, it's really tough to play the game of baseball off of emotions. We're here at Cowboys training camp where I think you can play a lot off of emotions in a football game and a football season. But can you talk about how tough it can be, or at times where you have been able to have a team work off their emotions of a win?
Yeah, and that game. What a big, huge game for us. First of all, and but how we won it. Now, I'll be honest. I wish we wouldn't have had a day off going in San Diego, but we did because of the schedule, unfortunately. But it's just Mark has really stepped up as a leader in this club. He got hit. It ticked everybody off. It fired them up, and that's a beautiful thing to watch. I'm telling you, when something like this happens, and you saw how contagious it got with the hits, the home run, grand slam, all those things, and just a huge team win. Now we lost Jonah in that game, but for us to come back and find a way to win that game, not just win it, but win it big. Sure, that's a huge emotional win.
Are there times like that specific instance with Simeon, or maybe you think it out where you're like, you know what, if we got an ejection right here, that might be a good idea for the emotional health of our team?
Yeah, sometimes, sure. When Marcus got, he got ejected, I had to calm him down. Trust me, I was just telling him, hey, I was getting ready to take you out anyway. You had to give him a break. There's times when, you do look for something that, that may help the ball club. As a manager, I'm always looking at things or looking back at something I could have done different.
What's your go-to ejection word? Do you have? Do you have a lot?
It's a family show.
But you do know if I say this, I'm gone, right?
Oh yeah. Like they say, you can tell him it's a bad call, but when you start directing that, at him personally, you're gone. Or start talking about his family, that's not good.
Yeah. Do you have, what I thought Corey was going to ask you is, do you have a personal calm down routine?
Yeah, no.
Like when you said you were going to tell Simeon I was about to take you out of the game, do you ever tell players to breathe? Like, how do you try to calm players down?
I just slow it down, just calm them down. That's it. And there's times when everybody gets fired up, especially on a bad call or something. But again, there's no point in thinking about it, talking about it, looking back. I'm not a big fan of guys going back on their iPads and looking at where the pitch was. Hey, it's over. And we're not the only team that gets those bad calls. You have to realize that. So, that's up to us, the hitting coaches, or even the pitchers, too. It can be frustrating. But in San Diego, for example, we had one inning where we had 5 calls that went against us that we thought were strikes. So, you hate to see it, but unfortunately it happens. And you don't want it to affect the rest of your game.
I feel, Boach, like every time we talk to you, I learn just a little bit more, and I feel like I can apply that to my marriage. Instead of saying, hey, you need to calm down, I can just calm down myself down a little bit.
Well, more importantly, try to calm her down, because she's one that's usually mad at us.
See, but I don't know if that other piece of advice you had would work. Is, hey, forget about it, it's over. Like, I don't know if that part would always work, but
it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. You never know. But always remember this. No matter what happens, they only stay mad so long. They will get over it.
That is an excellent point, giving us marriage advice and baseball advice.
You're
Good
the best,
luck
Boach,
with
thanks.
the series against the White Sox. We're very excited, and we're always excited to talk with you. Catch up with you next week, good sir.
Okay, great, guys. Thanks.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a lot of different marriage advice there. They can only stay mad for so long. And
don't test it. Though.
Yeah, but you guys have all been married longer than I have, so that sounded like he's been married a while. That's a good
Are you
advice.
saying Jess isn't tired of you yet?
I don't think so.
See, I just
when
remember,
does that happen?
I remember, soon. I remember early in the relationship, there were moments where I would be like, you know what? I saw this on TV once. Let's try it and see. Or, I've always wondered if this would work, and we're in an argument. And, that's how you learn, Kevin. It's trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go out there and just be like, I know everything already.
Have you met me?
I will say, reading Coach K's book, and one of the things that Coach K really talks about is keeping practice fun and having humor and having a good personality. And I do think part of, not all of, but part of the reason Bruce Bochy is a Hall of Fame manager and has really turned this team around this year is his personality, is his sense of humor, that he can take some tough situations and have a little bit of fun with it to make sure that, yes, there's times to be serious, times to push buttons, but also times to make sure that your team is loose and having a good time.
And very much appreciate everyone texting in their ejection words that we will not be reading on air. I
Usually once you say you are,
Yeah.
and then follow it up with cuss words, you're getting thrown out.
But I feel like if you said a compliment, you're like, you are really smart. They'd be like, all right, you sarcastic jerk, you're out of here.
Well, Earl Weaver used to do this to try to not get thrown out, but say everything. He goes, I know you want me to say you're a, and then use the C word and an MFer and all these things, but I'm not going to call you a C word and an MFer and a piece of this. Because that's what you want me to do.
And I'm not doing what you want me to do
so he's
today.
getting all of this out. Like, I'm not going to call you this or call you that.
I will say this, Kevin.
I said you were acting like that. I didn't say you were. That feels like the same logic.
The
right
line
there.
that doesn't work with Adrian is you need to calm down, but then when you throw, you're making a damn fool of yourself on the end of it.
Oh
that
my
really
God,
gets her
did you say
fired
that
up.
to her?
I'm not saying I did or didn't, but that gets her all fired up, and I can just imagine. Or grow up, something like that. Those things don't work. So I'm just trying to lend.
Feels like you did.
There's nothing worse than your wife being mad at you, is there? Like, I can take Spittle being mad at me. It's not fun, but it happens.
Yeah.
Like, I can deal with that a lot more. When your wife's not happy with you, you're still like staying usually in the same house and in the same bed, so it's a tough one.
The Nate Bargatze bit about that, about how you're like walking by each other, and you're just kind of trying to avoid each other and opposite ends of the house.
I'm a little surprised to hear you say that, Mike. I kind of thought you were going to be like, fine, be mad. I got more time for myself.
No.
Like, okay, that's probably for the
she
best.
doesn't let it go, and I understand why she doesn't. Like, I'm not putting her on blast here, but
Oh my God.
eventually, the worst thing is, like, she's gonna make me talk about this.
Yeah.
I'm hoping not to, and I will try not to bring it up.
Yeah.
But every time we end up talking about it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I wanted to throw this out there real quick. On Thursday,
ESPN, the Ocho, is back in effect. 43 straight hours of nonsensical programming. It'll start with a live Savannah Bananas game against the Party Animals.
I know the rules to that now.
I know. And then you'll have the Cornhole League Pro Shootout Championship, Table Hockey World Championships, and the Red Bull, I should have studied this ahead of time, the Fiersta Jepper, and I honestly don't know what that is, and then a live slam ball game.
What's table hockey? Is that the air hockey?
Yeah, air
think so,
hockey.
yeah.
I
So,
believe so.
Real quick from multiple people, but this trade has been completed. Doesn't have anything to do with the Rangers, but it does affect the Rangers because if the Rangers get into a wild card battle, if Houston overtakes them, it will be with the Toronto Blue Jays and other teams. Last night, Bo Bichette, after getting a base hit, rounded first base, and his knee gave out on him.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he gave
I saw
himself
that. I
up.
saw that.
He couldn't even get back to first base. He got tagged out because he could not move anymore. Well, the Blue Jays traded for St. Louis Cardinals shortstop Paul DeYoung.
So it could be insight into potentially how big an injury that is.
If this was something that they just think he's going to miss 2 games, they might not be trading for a shortstop. But they did trade for a shortstop today, making you think that the Bo Bichette injury is going to be weeks, not days.
And something to keep an eye out on that Bochy did say. I know we were having some fun at the end, but potentially keep an eye out on reevaluations for Heim and Evaldi today, which makes sense given that the trade deadline's coming up. You kind of wonder, not that they don't need to make a bullpen move anyway, but you wonder if their hand will be tipped at all in terms of what moves they make.
The Evaldi thing has gotten more and more serious the further we get away from him not pitching against Tampa. It was just like, hey, we're just going to skip him a start, no big deal. His velocity went down a few miles an hour, no big deal. And then it became, well, we're going to miss another start and we're not sure. And then it became, we're putting him on the injured list. And then it became, hey, we're reevaluating him now that we're back home and seeing where we're at. Like, I'm getting more and more and more concerned about Evaldi coming back to this rotation. I'm not saying forever, but just it's more and more concerning.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And he said that we know as of now, which I get that. How's it going, sir? We got Stephen Jones walking into the tent ready to sit down
Stephen
with
Jones.
us.
We got wife advice from Rangers manager Bruce Bochy, so maybe we'll ask Stephen Jones about how long a wife can stay mad at you. So he said, our manager Bruce Bochy for the Rangers said they can only stay mad so long. Do you agree with that in marriage?
I agree with that, but mine's got a big memory. You think she's fine, and then it crops back up, so she's mad about it. And I go, where'd that come from? I thought we were past all that.
I think, unfortunately, I carry that tendency with my wife because we're talking about one thing, and I was like, plus I'm still mad about this other thing from 2 weeks ago. And she's like, what? So I am guilty of that as well. I apologize for...
I actually get on with the rat killing. It's time to move on.
Yeah. So I was curious, and we had an opportunity to talk to Jerry earlier. Have you noticed any kind of uptick? Maybe it's just here, maybe it's across the league, or maybe it doesn't exist at all, at injuries early in training camp? I know sometimes training camp, the beginning, can be unfortunate to take people down.
I don't have any of the data yet. At the end of the day, I'm on the competition committee and we study this ad nauseum. And I will say last year, the acclimation, or over the last couple of years, having the acclimation, there's no question, really helps with the injuries. Now, you get a few big name guys. We had Dono Wilson here.
And
you
obviously
get a Burrow. You get a you get Ramsey. You get guys like that. And everybody's antennas go up and say, "Boy, we're having problems." And so, like I said, we'll just have to see the data. The acclimation period has proven out that it helps. Not getting in those pads for the first week, and certainly, I think in general, it's probably, when you do have the big names, it puts an exclamation point on it. But I think in general, I think we're headed in a good direction with the acclimation.
Any word on the extent, I know it just happened yesterday, of Sam Williams? What's the level of concern there?
I think he's going to be fine. I mean, it's something you got to monitor. He obviously had a shoulder injury, and, it's going to all boil down to his strength and that type of thing. We'll see how he's doing out there today. But in general, we think he's going to be just fine.
It was amazing. We got to interview Sam Williams, and he was a great interview. He just learned last week that Leighton Vander Esch and Dak Prescott have microphones in their helmet. He had no clue last year as a rookie. He thought Dak, Tom Brady were all calling their plays.
They
and he
knew
thought that Leighton
everything.
Vander Esch, he's like, how does he know what to call in these situations? And so he said just this training camp, he found out that Leighton has a microphone or a receiver in his helmet, and so did the quarterback.
Well, you never know with these rookies what they might be thinking, but obviously he's trying to get his part right, and he's doing a hell of a job of that. We're really thrilled with what Sam Williams has brought to this football team. I think he's going to really take the next step this year in terms of what he can do as a football player for us. And but it is interesting sometimes to see the take these rookies have on things when they're not necessarily clued in on it.
Mike was actually bringing up, like, Dan Quinn must love that. Some guys are like, no, I don't want a guy that knows everything, and I can just tell him to go out there and do it. But Dan Quinn seems to love to mold players and teach and grow them, and having a blank canvas like Sam Williams must be a dream for him.
Well, Dan really held up his hand and wanted to draft Sam, and really felt like, as you said, a lot of potential there to develop him. And as you said, Dan does such a great job of giving these guys just what they need, and not too much. Some of them obviously want more and want to understand everything, and some of them want to do their job, which is you got to have all those too. So there's very few of them who know how to tell everybody exactly what to do and what their jobs are, and certainly Dak has to do that as the quarterback of this team, and certainly Leighton and guys like a Hooker have done a great job of, really being a leader out there on the field and being able to understand what's going on with what everybody's doing. And I'm sure as Sam progresses, he'll get to the point where he's knowing pretty much what everybody's doing as well. But as a rookie, it's nice to come in and, hey, let's get my job right first.
We've talked with a couple of GMs in multiple different sports about, talent acquisition and what the right mix is of veterans, young players, and that. And your team seems to have a combination across the board. Is that by design, or is that something you thought about? Is we got to have these guys for this and that?
I think you think about it as you start to mold your team and what you need in the room. You obviously need leadership in each and every room, whether it's the DNs, whether it's the tackles, whether it's the linebackers, safeties, corners. You get that. Certainly, same thing goes on offense. You want a good leader in the wide receiver room. One of the things we thought about when we traded for Gilmore and Cooks was their leadership. And, they're pros. And they step in that room and they bring great leadership. I know Cooks has been a great mentor for some of the young guys, in particular Tolbert over there.
Yep.
At the same point, Gilmore, I think Diggs will tell you time and time again what he's already learned from having Stephon Gilmore in the room with him. And, as good as Diggs is, he's learning a lot. He's learning how to take care of his body. He's learning, how to be a student of the game. Obviously, a lot of these young guys have great talent, C.D. Lamb, guys like that. But when you get a guy like a Cooks comes into the room and knows how to take care of his body, knows how to play the game, knows, how to study film, what to focus on, I think those things are invaluable, and that's part of the reason, a big part of the reason why we traded for a guy like a Cooks and a Gilmore was to get that veteran leadership.
Have you guys had any conversations with Zach Martin, and do you anticipate him eventually showing up to camp if nothing changes with his contract?
Well, first of all, I have nothing but respect for Zach Martin. I mean, his resume speaks for itself. Speaking of a guy who's a pro's pro and a leader in the room, I mean, he represents anything and everything you want when you draft a football player. There's no question he's going to be in the Hall of Fame in my mind.
Yep.
So we have nothing but respect for whatever decision Zach Martin makes. And I think he may not like it, but he certainly probably understands where we are. Zach's under contract, and everybody, hell, that's why you live in America. You want to make more money. I mean, everybody wants more, and I have nothing but respect for that from Zach, and we'll just continue to grind out here. And I will say this, of all the people who don't necessarily need to be out here at training camp, he may be at the top of the list in terms of somebody who's going to be just fine if and when he decides to come in.
But you said if and when. Would you at this point anticipate him missing regular season games?
I have no idea. That's a Zach Martin question.
So, Steven, when I would go to spring training, I'd always get a crappy number. So I knew I had to open eyes. I knew that I was not there as you're on the team and you're our fourth starter in our rotation. Through the first few practices so far, who's a person, besides like a Micah Parsons, we know how great he is, that you've had meetings on with the coaching staff, said, man, this young man is opening our eyes. We didn't think he would be as good as he is so far.
I would probably go right to Overshown, linebacker out of Texas. I think this guy's showing he belongs. He deserves to be playing and deserves to be on the field, and whether it's special teams, whether it's defense, he's just got a certain it factor to him. He plays the game fast. He knows what he's doing, and he's certainly exceeded our expectations.
Well, that's good, because that was one of those questions where I was like trying to figure out how he fit when he was drafted. I was like, I know Quinn. I'll trust Quinn. He can find a tool for anything, So I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. I know he's got the speed to go along with it. After the Diggs contract was done, Jerry was talking about, hey, we still got to get Micah and all. There are some other things. Do you anticipate any other contracts being taken care of before this season starts, before the season ends?
You just don't really know when something's going to get momentum. Obviously, we got guys we'd love to. A lot of young players. It's not just Micah. It's guys like obviously C.D. Lamb. You got guys like
maybe even Dak.
Believe it or not, Dorrance Armstrong,
Oh,
Dak.
yeah.
We all know we got to have Dak back, so that's eventually going to happen. So, it's always a work in progress in terms of trying to take care of these contracts with young people, and that's what makes it difficult to put it all together. I mean, there's a salary cap. I think what's difficult at times is people understanding. It's not that we don't want to step up and pay this guy and pay that guy, but you got to make it all work, because there is a real salary cap, and unfortunately we've got to make it all work within the bounds of the salary cap.
I was curious in terms of the real salary cap. This is just a generalized question. I mean, I know Dak has these, but this is not about him. How difficult is it to move off of a player when those voidable years sit there that could potentially be like a dead cap hit? Do you usually only put voidable years with contracts of somebody you're like, hey, I think we might be able to do another deal down the line? Or can you just walk us through that process?
Well, I think you absorb it all. I've told everybody involved, that covers our football team. We're out 3 years and 4 years in terms of seeing when we're going to absorb certain numbers and certain things roll off as you go. Obviously, a player like Zeke had a lot of his dead money roll off while he was playing. And, there were big numbers there. We're certainly absorbing some of those numbers now. But, that's just part of it. Some of it, at some point in time, you get to a point, I know there's teams when they say, hey, okay, we're done, with this run. We got to kind of rebuild this thing, find us a new quarterback, find us this, find us that, and then they take a big dead money hit. So there's a lot of ways to do it. Everybody's shown you can do it in a lot of different ways. The Rams went out and put it all on the line, and it paid off for them. They won a Super Bowl. Yeah. And certainly they're, letting some dead money now roll off, and they're having to work through those type of things. But there's no right way to do it. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to have success, and certainly we're working through our situation right now. We think we've got a good roster that can be good for years, and so we're managing our roster right now and our salary cap situation to be able to be solid, for years to come.
And that's what I was curious. Is the biggest concern you or other people in your position have is, you mentioned the Rams, but that you do go all in, you put it all on the line, and then it doesn't work, and you're like, well, that was for nothing.
Well, you see teams do it every year. That go for it. And, I'm sure when it doesn't work, it's very disappointing, because now you're really faced with some tough obstacles from a salary cap standpoint. And, The reason I point to the Rams is they were very successful.
Yeah.
They wore the big old ring,
Sure.
and I feel really good about it. My hat's off to them.
Steven, I think one of the reasons he's asking salary cap is because he wants to be on your salary cap team.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
Is there a possibility that maybe
I just want to study
like
under
a fall
people.
internship or something? He loves this stuff.
Yes.
He's he dreams about it.
It's actually enjoyable, and
I'm in.
And we have one of the best, and Adam Pacifica. I mean, he's as solid as it gets, and understands this stuff, and certainly works with me and Jerry and Mike and our whole crew back there, the coaching staff, Will McClay. But there's a lot of moving parts to it. But at the end of the day, everybody's having to, has the same set of rules, and so it's who can manage it the best. And as I said, there's a lot of ways to go about it. Everybody has different thoughts on it, and everybody's had successes doing it different ways. So there's no right way to do it. There's no wrong way to do it.
If I can get in for the shadow program, Mike, I really would love to just follow Adam around.
So I know I talked about spring training, and one of the injuries I had was plantar fasciitis, and it was a son of a gun. And we love Scooney, the tight end. He's our guy. But he's dealing with kind of that type of injury right now, and I just can't imagine going through a whole football season with plantar fasciitis or that type of injury. Can you give us kind of your feeling and on Scooney and his injury?
He's actually making a ton of progress. I mean, the best reports I've had on him have been the last 3 days from Britt Brown. I mean, he's just doing an outstanding job. I think those Michigan men working together. You got J. Lou out there doing a hell of a job, and he's pushing his fellow Michigan teammate. I don't know that they played together, but they're certainly pushing one another. But he's doing a hell of a job, and I think he'll be moving into practice here at the end of the week.
Wow. All right. Excellent info right there. Appreciate talking with you every week, and glad to have you here in person at training camp. Ladies and gentlemen,
Sweet shoes, too.
Stephen
those are
Jones.
nice.
Compliments. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
all right.
He's keeping me updated.
Very nice, very nice.
Great
Coming
being
up-
on with you guys.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Isaiah Stanback joins us momentarily, and maybe even more. We'll see you next on The Fan.
.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Because we were just talking with Stephen Jones, we're going to move the C block to about 122.
All right.
So don't worry, you'll still get it.
Who are our sponsors out here? I forget.
I love you for that. I'm willing to wager that Tim Collins loves you even more for getting that done. Is remember, every time we've been talking about that injury report, it's brought to you by Kissable Dental, still giving Dallas fans something to smile about. We just had Steven in the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys, and also want to thank AutoFlex Leasing and On Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. It's a team effort to get us out here, and we appreciate all of them. I also know that you'll appreciate this. When I was talking to you about the Ocho earlier, I know that you really wanted to know that there's going to be World Dog Surfing Championships. So just find a way.
My dog hates water, so I don't know that Landry's going to really love that, Kevin.
Well,
but
you need to watch it to see what you need to learn.
I'm always amazed at the dogs that are in pools and just loving life. I like my dog. As soon as the Polaris squirts Mike, he runs back into the house. He's terrified, and I understand. He's a rescue dog. He's one of those dogs that somebody hurt him.
Our dog
a long
hates
time
water,
ago.
too.
Yeah, so but I am looking forward to that. How did they learn how to surf, Kevin?
It's a good question. I have to watch.
By the
Hopefully
way,
they'll give me some backstory.
The Rangers are calling up Wyatt Langford.
What?
To single A Hickory.
Oh my God! I was like, hold on. Why is that not the?
Well, because of his game down there at the ACL. He had was he 3 for 4 with a
He's played
double and a
3
home
games.
run?
He's batting .385 with a homer and 4 RBI. So they're calling him up.
Okay,
to
single A.
Single A Hickory.
Well, it was the Ducks that they changed with.
Okay.
Kevin, I do have an interesting note that I wanted to bring to this conversation here. So Zeke's the name keeps coming up. Okay, it keeps
Jerry
popping
didn't shut
up.
it down, did
well,
he?
and that's interesting
It
too
felt like
because
Steven was like, we got that money off our pockets.
well, and then when you hear McCarthy, it's a completely different vibe. And what did Jerry tell us this morning, Kevin? I know how to stir it up. Mike McCarthy was asked a few moments ago, why not bring Ezekiel Elliott back? And here's his quote. Well, because of the reps. We're just not going to hit a bump and then give up on the path. We want to see these young guys. I want to see them play in a game. So for a couple things here. Like, A, it's real. You're not going to see Ezekiel Elliott in a preseason game probably. Like that just wouldn't be the case. So why even have him during camp if that was going to happen? B, I think that Mike McCarthy, this is another point of him having a lot of say in this thing. What kind of cojones does it take?
Oh my gosh.
There's some news out there that your job is on the line.
Yeah.
And then and there's a rumor that there's a very specific person involved, and your owner of your team who's been running it doesn't say, no, there's no way that guy's not involved in this conversation. And then you pick up the phone and you call Rich Eisen and you say, you know what, I'm going to get this clear real quick. We're on air with Jerry Jones one day. Terrence Steele, hey, he's the starter, right? Jerry's like, yeah, absolutely. And then what happens? McCarthy's like, hey, not so fast on this.
But Jerry said, and you're like, well.
Yeah, and I think that's a very significant. This is Mike McCarthy being very realistic on why they're doing what they're doing and why you're not going to see Ezekiel Elliott anytime in Oxnard or in training camp or any preseason games leading up to the Cowboys, because they have other things that they want to accomplish. They know what the guy is. If they need him, he might be there available. But right now is not the time for that. And like he said, we're not going to hit a bump in the path and then just change it altogether.
Man,
do you like hearing that? Like, that's direction and leadership, man.
It is, but then I started thinking about something else that we talked about with Steven that I like less.
Okay.
I guess I'll say is, I know this is going to be a dumb question because usually they lose these negotiations, but are they for real they're for real drawing a hard line on Zach Martin? Because Stephen Jones said two things. First of all, he goes, well, if there's anybody who doesn't really need to be in training camp, it's Zach Martin, which leads me to believe maybe those discussions are not happening right now. And then when I asked if he's going to miss any time, and he goes, that's a Zach Martin question. And it does not seem like they're usually this dug in. It seems like they're like, well, we got a contract. We'll see if we can work something out. The verbiage this time seems to be different.
I don't know if they're that concerned about his desire to play versus his desire to be in camp. I feel like when you asked that question, I was like, man, that is interesting. I didn't even think about missing regular season games. But, Mike, we'd see
and
guys.
He didn't say no. He was like, that's up to him.
And it is. I'm betting because I bet if he wants to really play, he'll walk through the doors. Now, do they pay him before that happens? That's where they got to come together on that. But, Mike, how many times do we see guys in spring training that are just gassed from? They're like, I don't know. It's not real. And even in camp, a lot of these guys that are veterans with a lot of tread on the tires, that's their feel.
I think what stinks what's going on in the world of sports, but I get it. But when we go to spring training, they're like, Jacob deGrom, for instance. Well, he's never going to throw in an A game. He's never going to throw in the 1 o'clock game that 5,000 people are there to see. No, we're going to throw him at 10 a.m. on the B field in a controlled setting. So he's going to throw 20 pitches every inning for 4 innings because you can control that. 3 outs. Like, no, he only threw 13 pitches. He's got to throw 7 more pitches. And so people really like the controlled setting of scrimmages now over, we are having a preseason game. And I know Christy Scales loves the preseason games. I totally get it from her perspective, and I totally get what she's talking about.
There are guys on the back end of the roster fighting.
It's disrespectful to not love the preseason games, but the Cowboys don't want their real players playing in those games because they want the controlled environment of out here. They would like, hey, if we're going to play our guys, we're going to have it controlled against the Los Angeles Rams where nobody can touch Dak Prescott. No matter what, nobody can touch Dak Prescott. The rules are set because the other quarterback, we're not going to touch his guy that's quarterbacking, Matthew Stafford in that case either. So it is, as you go to spring training or you come to training camp, at least I guess in those situations you can see them throw, but it's in a controlled environment. You can watch Dak Prescott out here in a controlled environment where they're like, hey, 3rd and 8. Well, if you don't get it, we'll just redo the situation.
Yeah.
In a preseason game, you can't redo the situation. The rules apply to the game. It's 4th down now.
Like we talked about with Mickey on that play where Micah clearly had Dak dead to rights on a sack, but they finished the play anyway, to your point.
Yeah, somebody got open on 37. It took them like 18 seconds to get open, and they cheered because it was a touchdown. I'm like, the defensive back did his job there. Unless you're playing a really bad team, like you're not going to get, and it was probably honestly like 7 to 8 seconds. You're not going to get 7 to 8 seconds to eventually get open.
Yeah, and if you do, and somebody gets on to me, if I was the cornerback or safety, and they're like, oh, you let him get open, I would be like, you gave him 8 effing seconds to throw the ball. That's not on me, man.
Trayvon Diggs in individual drills, Kevin, he's got his pads and his helmet on out there doing his work. And you know what he did? Swatted a pass because that's what he do.
See, I like that. I also liked hearing what Steven said about Old Scooney.
Old Scooney.
He said they anticipate him being out at practice by the end of the week. I have to admit, I was surprised by that as well.
He was in pads and he was in, football shoes yesterday. And just to be honest, when you wear metal baseball spikes, or even if
it's brutal.
It's not fun to have plantar fasciitis and not wear the most comfortable shoes. And football cleats and baseball spikes are not the most comfortable shoes you can wear.
Yeah, because what's happening is when you're walking, even in the dugout, walking through the clubhouse, you're putting pressure, Kevin, on weird spots on your foot.
Sure.
As opposed to like when you're in regular tennis shoes, it absorbs across the entire foot, and so that helps a little bit. I do wonder. Mike, I didn't have it as severely as you had it, but it was sore for a while, and running was tough, man. I didn't even want to. I was like, I don't even want to go for a run because I was afraid of what it was going to feel like. So getting past that maybe mentally sometimes is sometimes all you need, or just cut it off, man. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh!
The second time today, Ronnie Loddett.
We're the Kansas masterpiece.
Actually, in plantar fasciitis, that is recommended at times.
Yeah, just cut it off.
But he's okay. Coming up next, I'm not going to fall for that this time. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and perhaps a special guest, or maybe he has to walk out into the field and live call practice. Who knows what's going to happen next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest that we put off this segment for.
It's Isaiah Stanback. We actually have had to do this a couple different times since we've been out here.
Yeah.
Just shifting the entire thing around, to make sure we can accommodate everybody.
That works.
That's the style out here in Oxnard, California, except for the Cowboys practice schedule. That's rigid, right? Yeah, that's one of those you got to keep to the clock.
Yeah, I don't know if I always think that is the case. Sometimes their press conference schedule agitates me. Now, we told you big day today is we had Bruce Bochy, Rangers manager. We had Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, but we saved the best for last. Is that how you would classify it?
I wouldn't. It depends on who you're asking.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I'm applying for Jerry Jones as Stephen Jones is Jerry Jones security. So as long as I'm attached to them, I'm good.
First question, based off of Bruce Bochy and talking to Stephen Jones a little bit about this. How long has your wife stayed mad at you, and what was the thing she was most mad about?
My wife gets over things relatively quickly. I'm the one who actually harbors on things. So surprisingly,
I'm with you.
Yeah, once I'm irritated, it's like once you step over the line, just give me a minute. I need to simmer down for about a day.
Is there a does she say calm down and that makes you more mad? Because that's how it is with my wife. If I say calm down, she's like, no, I'm more furious.
No, you know what makes me mad? When she acts like the conversation didn't just happen. Like she moves on so quickly. I'm like, no, don't talk. Like you just made me mad. Like give me a minute.
Yeah, that's me for sure. I'm definitely the one that's just like, I'm ready to move on to something else. Let's just leave that in the past.
I wish.
Short memory.
Oh, that would be delightful.
I've always wondered this because I remember playing football in high school and being out on the field. The coach was like, hey, you're big, come out and play. And I was like, all right, I'll do that. But I remember being out on the field and going, all right, so hold on. That sun's starting to set right now. Is it time for practice to be over? And I've always kind of been curious, at what point in your football career did you get past, hey, when's practice over, and you got to, I'm working as much as I can?
You know what? I feel like it was almost the reverse for me.
Okay.
I think I started out just like in straight grind mode, and as I started realizing that my time, like that was one of the indicators for me that it was probably time to start transitioning out of ball. When I started looking at the clock and trying to figure out, hey, how long is it until this game's over? Hey, how long is it until practice is over? That's when I was like, all right, Zay, maybe you're not as passionate about this as you once were. And for me, that was my signal to start transitioning.
Okay. Do you think any of these guys are ever like, hey, his coach went a little over today? Or are they just like, no, they're until the last one?
You know what? I can't imagine. You would think that they would not be doing that just because of the CBA and the restrictions on practice times and meeting times. But you'd be surprised if you don't know the other side of it, then you're just going to complain about the same thing. So the things that we were complaining about in terms of being in the building from 6 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., just in time to go check in. Now these guys have like the shortest schedule in the world, and I'm pretty sure they're still complaining about it.
And did that come at the expense of bigger picture things? Like sometimes I wonder if the owners are like, oh, yeah, sure, we'll give you that. Just they're not asking for guaranteed money. So, yeah, you can have whatever you want.
Negotiations are going to be that, right?
Yeah.
Negotiations are going to be some give and take for sure.
This morning, Jerry, he was like, we didn't even have water at practice in high school. And I was like, good night. I remember, they gave us, one water break, but I didn't remember a no water break.
Well, I mean, when I first came in the league back in 2007, we had real two-a-days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our 2 days. We had real 2 days. I mean, you pads in the morning, pads in the afternoon. And you had maybe about a 3-hour break in between practices, and then you're in meetings for the rest of the night. And now that is definitely not the case.
Does every generation, not just of athletes, but of people in general, wonder how the previous generation survived then? Because I also think you see a movie from the 50s, and they just stick the baby in the backseat, and they're like, we'll figure it out. It's like, how did we all survive? And the way you're describing that's not that long ago.
No, it's not that long ago, but it's evolution, man. These negotiations. Obviously things are always going to be done to protect the players and make them have a greater longevity of a career. And, it's progress. We, as veterans, we look back and laugh about, how easy the conditions are and how difficult ours were. But, 10 years from now, these same guys that are playing on the field today, they'll be doing the same thing.
Yeah, they'll think this was the worst conditions that have ever been for football. We talked about this just a little bit yesterday. There was a Twitter poll based on more than 750,000 tweets, and it says the Cowboys fan base is the third most optimistic. Do you think it's possible for them to be the third most optimistic and third most pessimistic all at the same time? Because it feels like there are people every year as the Cubs, this is our year, and then other people are like, we're the worst at everything, and we always will be.
I hear more optimistic than I hear pessimistic. Cowboys fans are loyal to their soil, but when things go south, they're pissed off. And it's like, okay, that's because you're passionate. We call it passion. We don't call it pessimism.
That's what we say with Mike and the Mavericks, passion.
Exactly. He might be really, really mad, and we can't tell him to calm down, but he's passionate about it.
I need to take probably JaVale McGee's deal and just take my passion and put it into a passion fruit smoothie and just be cool with it.
Isaiah Stanback joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. You can check him out on DallasCowboys.com, where he was filming some stuff just a few minutes ago. One of the things, you came into the studio during the spring for about an hour. We hung out, had some really good conversations, and one of the things we were looking at that time and discussing as we were heading to the draft was offensive line, and you felt they really needed to add more. They had a chance. They went with a tight end instead, and now here we are with what we have, and Zach Martin's like, hey, I'm holding. So in what you got to see in the padded practice yesterday, did it give you any more confidence? Did it change your mind a little bit, or are you still like, no, we still have work to do there?
Obviously, there's still work to be done. They didn't go out there and get the big name that everybody was hoping for. Sean Payton stole it from everybody. So the good thing about it, if you're going to look on the positive side, is the system that Coach McCarthy is instilling here in Dallas now is a West Coast-style offense. And what that means for the offensive line is they're not going to have to hold their blocks as long when it comes to the pass protection. That is the positive side. The running game aspect of things, it's going to be more of an emphasis on that because you have to establish a solid, consistent running game in order to run the West Coast style offense that you want to run. If you want to get Dak out on the edge, throwing the ball on the move, doing the things that he does best, you have to actually have something that's threatening the running, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those guys are going to have to be dogs and beasts in there, and that really just comes down to chemistry, right? So the more those guys can work together, regardless of who those guys are, the best five that you have at that point in time, they just need to be in unison. And I think if you were to ask Tyron Smith and guys like that, they'll say the same thing.
Are you more excited about, because we discussed a little Kellen Moore's style, are you more excited about Mike McCarthy's approach to offense than maybe what they had last year?
I think Kellen Moore is flashier and riskier. I think it's more diverse. I am very familiar with the system that Mike McCarthy is instilling. It's what I ran in college. It's what I ran in some of my stops in the league. It's going to be simplistic. It's going to be easy to attain for these players. It can be made to look very complex depending when he gets further into camp and preseason. He starts adding the different elements in terms of personnel groupings, in terms of formations, motions, shifts. That's what's going to make a very simplistic offense look complex to the defense. But his main priority is to ensure that his guys are able to play fast. And that you do that by giving them a system that they can fully comprehend, and you just make little tweaks here and there, but their assignments really don't change.
A system that might have more passing than some people are anticipating?
A lot of quick passes.
Okay. So we have the personnel for that. I would love to see them take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, this system is all about ball control. It's all about moving the chains. So I know fans want to see the big, flashy plays on a consistent basis. They want all the things to go hoorah. This is all about getting the ball in the hands of your playmakers quickly and letting them get some yak yardage, right? Yards after catch. Yep. I want Dak throwing a high-precision pass at 5 to 7 yards that my guys are going to catch, and hopefully they can break a tackle and then turn it into a big play. And then guess what? Next play, we're going back to handing the ball off. And we're going to run it 2 more times, right? And the clock's going to keep ticking. And then when our defense does take the field, guess what? They're absolute monsters, right? Now all of a sudden you're behind the 8 ball, and now you have to sit back and pass. And well, guess what we want you to do as a defensive team? We want you to pass because we got guys that have 3 defensive lines that can go get you. So this is all about time management, and that's where I think people are going to have to make the adjustment to understand exactly how this offense is going to evolve and change in that regard.
And then add to the fact that you got a few cornerbacks that are like, give me the ball. I want that football. Y'all have to pass a little bit. It's going to be in my hands.
Have Zach Martin.
Well,
don't forget
Kev, hold on. We'll wait on that.
It'll be worked out.
Yeah.
At what point ever, besides Emmitt Smith in 1992, did it not work out?
Oh, is that when Jerry Jones decided he was like, I'm going to play hardball to a point, but not after that? Is because of Emmitt?
We always cave. I just got nervous because we just had Steven on, and I was like, but there's no chance he'll miss regular season games, right? And he goes, that's a Zach Martin question. Oh. And he didn't go, I imagine we'll work it out. It feels like they're drawing a harder line. I could be way off on this because they usually cave.
You're seeing that shift in power, right, in the league. And I think what it is, it's really a tug of war between the players and owners right now. And I'm not just talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I'm talking about holistically across the NFL. You're starting to see more guaranteed money on the player side, something that owners never gave up, right? So they've given on that edge, and now there's a certain point where they're like, all right, we have to draw the line somewhere. Yeah. Right. We can't let players continue to feel as if they have the control. That's from the ownership's perspective, and players are like, hey, let me get what I can get while I can get it. So I think you're starting to really see that divisive line right now where it's that real tug of war. What's going to happen with the Zach Martin situation? I don't know. Do the Cowboys need him? Absolutely.
All right, so this is something that has never really existed in Dallas, and that is a running back screen game.
Yes.
Do you think that Mike McCarthy wants to be able to do that in some shape, way, or form?
Everybody's going to be in the screen game. That's the one thing about the West Coast offense. Everybody's involved in the screen game. I mean, nobody's talking about Hendershot right now. Hendershot is going to be very instrumental. That's how he can go out there and have a huge impact on this offense and work his way into that rotation. By being a guy that's flexed out, you have to put a linebacker or a safety on, and he has the ability to make it look nasty out there once he gets the ball in his hands. You got, guys like Deuce. You got TP. You got Kavontae Turpin and B. Cooks. I mean, you got a plethora of talent that you can put out there and get the ball in their hands. It doesn't have to come out the backfield. That's what's crazy about it.
With Cooks, I get that, but after watching several practices, I just kind of want him to go deep every time because we have seen numerous connections that you're like, well, okay, let's run that play.
And where are most of those plays coming off of? Play action.
Yeah. Okay, so you got to have a viable threat again.
Again.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent option there. Now, CeeDee Lamb we just saw this morning ranked above Jamar Chase on the NFL.com. Is the players list, Kevin?
Yeah, they've had some pretty shocking rankings. They had Justin Fields ahead of Trevor Lawrence and Geno Smith ahead of Trevor Lawrence.
Like, at what point did you watch Justin Fields last year and Trevor Lawrence last year and go, man, Justin Fields is definitely better than that Trevor Lawrence guy?
Like, and I like Justin Fields, but him and Geno Smith better than Trevor right now? I don't know, man.
It's hard to say. Yeah.
But you with CeeDee Lamb, what is the next phase for him? He had a really good season last year, and a really good season without his quarterback for a stretch of the season, even though he was still the main target for Cooper Rush. What's the next step?
I think he's on a proper trajectory right now. I think CD just continue to do more of what you've been doing, being consistent. I think a couple years ago, people were talking about his inability to be consistent with his pass catching. Well, last year he kind of resolved that. He was able to show that he could do that with multiple quarterbacks. Now it's just a matter of, okay, now how do you play with another high caliber receiver? You know, how can you still remain productive, hit those numbers? I don't think he's going to be more as concerned with numbers as he's going to be concerned with just being productive when his numbers called. That's what they're going to be asking. The whole guy's numbers might go down. That's what I need people to understand. Their individual numbers may go down, but that's going to be in exchange for team success.
Not because of regression, but you know that's what people are going to say,
I know,
right?
and that's why I'm trying to put it out there early. You might not see the crazy numbers that you see every game, but you might see that, hey, he has 65 yards, he has 75 yards, this game, and B. Cooks had the same thing, and there might be alternating, and then guess what? MG might go out there and do the same thing. So you might have 60, 70 yards across the board, but your tight end might have 100 yards. You just don't know. But as long as you're getting the W's, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's really what comes down to it. And when you start coming into these contract negotiations, it's a lot easier to negotiate when you have a ring on your finger.
Oh, man, yeah, that's a really good place to be.
That's what Emmett found out.
Yeah.
That's what we learned. It was like, oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess I can go ahead and wait.
Go anywhere.
Man, thank you
It
so
also
much.
helped out they went 0-2 and Charles Haley threw his helmet through the wall when they lost the second game.
Yeah.
Demanded Emmett be back on the team.
Yeah, that's the kind of leverage I think we all want in our job. Man, thank you so much. Every time that you come on, we get lots of positive feedback. Somebody even texted in that your wife is super cool because they met one day.
Oh, wow.
So like even your family, people really enjoy. So thank you very much, Isaiah, for jumping on the show with us.
Thanks for having me, fellas.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Kevin.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry. The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We might need to find out who Chiafalo.
Get some one-on-ones today, which will be fun. I just got to watch the Mojo Moments where the offense went 5
Two-point
for 5,
conversion.
completing 2-point conversions.
great.
Brandon
Defense
Cooks
is
was fantastic. I mean, you could tell Coach McCarthy was pretty excited because they were only supposed to do 4, and because the offense was winning, he goes, all right, one more. Let's do. I'm a genius. Look at this. I'm getting Jake Ferguson wide open here on these routes. Let's go.
Well, the Astros might be in the red zone as Mark Feinsand is reporting that the Mets and Astros are heating up again, per source. And there's a feeling that the deal might be close. The sides were close last night, but
Nightingale
now it appears
says it's done.
They may be rounding third base. So now
Nightingale
we're getting Nightingale saying
done.
it's over. So it looks like Verlander will be back with the Houston Astros, according to Corey Majors / Bob Nightingale.
News desk, yeah, the Corey Majors news desk says so.
Great.
At the moment.
Ooh.
So
Your move, CY.
Please,
I believe
get
it.
some
I believe in our
relievers.
guy.
Please,
I
get
think
some
tonight on the show when Cy Young joins us, we are going to be talking about an epic answer. He just got served. About to serve back. He's got 3 hours and 13 minutes.
We gave it a shot and asked Bruce Bochy, hey, you guys going to have any more players in the next 4.5 hours? And he chuckled and said, I have no idea.
He's like, I got to worry about managing this team, guys.
Okay.
I can't worry about all the other stuff.
Well,
Dusty Baker, something.
Dusty Baker called out his general manager, Dana Brown, yesterday in the dugout before the game. He said, yeah, I'm having to talk to my guys. They're concerned about what the Rangers just did and that we haven't really done much yet. So it was interesting. Dusty Baker, I think you can. When you're a future Hall of Fame manager, when you're 70-something years old, you're the defending champs, like you're not too worried about ticking off your general manager. And he's just like, yeah, man, I'm having to talk to my guys. The Rangers are making moves. Where's our moves? So they just made their move.
Oh, time for the
And
Texas Rangers
Graveman
calendar.
was a great pickup, too. I wish Graveman was with the Rangers.
You think at this point right now the Astros win the division by 3.5 or more games?
I don't know by how many games. I think it's a great question. Right now, as of today, now that we also know Verlander is back with the Astros, and I'm assuming they didn't give up any major leaguers to get him, I am worried that, the Astros right now might have a slight advantage in winning the division.
Would you rather have Verlander and Graveman or the 3 that the Rangers have traded for?
Way to go, Kevin. Hey, Mike, you want to lose your job with the Rangers? Here's a question.
Why is that going to make you lose your job?
I will say it's pretty darn close because you got 2 starters and a reliever,
Yes.
but I do think Graveman is a better reliever than Stratton. I don't think I'm going out on a limb there.
No, you're right. He is.
Verlander is better than Max Scherzer,
Sure.
but not by leaps and bounds, but he's better. But you got an extra starter. I lean towards the Astros in this situation because I lean towards right now today. I think the Astros are going to barely win this division. But if the Rangers end up getting a guy like Finnegan from the Washington Nationals and now you have a guy that's able to pitch the 8th or 9th inning along with your 2 lefties, that would help out tremendously right now.
How locked in?
And I'm worried about Evaldi. After talking to Bochy, I'm worried about Evaldi.
I am too, and I'm kind of curious what, if any, moves would transpire today that maybe were not expected. And then you start thinking about Evaldi and Heim. I don't know if that's too much to read into any future moves that the Rangers make today, but I'm interested to see what happens. And I know whatever happens, especially at the deadline, we'll break on y'all's show. What I also wanted to know, Dawson, is how locked in are you on FC Dallas and the possibility of August 6th through the 8th, Lionel Messi coming to town?
This is very exciting. I think we got to win tonight and have Inter Miami win. This is an FC Dallas game against Mazatlan. It's like a mid-season tournament like the NBA is trying to put in the association. These things run concurrently during your league in soccer, and that's very, very exciting. I don't know if I would be there if they do in fact end up hosting Messi. Because
I think it would be this weekend, right?
The price would be like $500 a ticket.
Come on, that's not worth it.
It would be a lot of fun. I'd at least make a big old party out of it.
Fly a drone over the stadium or something, trying to get some angles. Kevin, you have a drone?
I don't have a drone.
Anybody have a drone? Any of you guys have a drone?
I got a couple, but I never got good at flying them.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I got a good enough one.
My son, he flew one. He got one for Christmas, and it just kept going, and we never found it, so it just disappeared.
Gentlemen, where are we at in the practice out there since we have multiple scouts with their eyes on the field?
Yes, I'm out here on the opposite field of Wolchuk where I'm watching these quarterbacks, these wide receivers, these running backs run through some passing concepts with on air, sort of on the 10-yard line, working into the end zone. So you're seeing Cooks and Lamb together, Turpin's getting in motion quite a bit. You got Michael Gallup out there. I'm really liking the bunch sets and kind of the way they're running this right now, man. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Quick question about Turpin then, and I don't know how this translates to the regular season, but at least in practice, it really does seem like they've made a more, concerted effort to have him out there on offense.
Absolutely. I've seen it with my own eyes, and then I heard CeeDee Lamb talk about him and rave about him with Sean and RJ. Dak Prescott on NFL Network, the first playmaking name that came out of his mouth was Kevontae Turpin when talking about how this offense is really trying to accentuate its playmakers. So I think he's a must-have skill set to have on your field, at least at times. He might not be one of these every down sort of starters, but he's a guy that you got to have in your offense, and they're getting him in motion. He converted the 2-point play earlier. That speed is just too much to leave on your sideline.
Yeah, he's just one of these guys where we talked about this with Brandon Cooks. It's a skill set that this team just has not had.
Yeah.
Last year, they had just no idea how to get him on the field except maybe just go run a 9 route. It seems like he's refined the position quite a bit. He understands where he needs to line up. That diving catch he made yesterday using all 5 foot 8 inches of his frame was pretty sensational. I'm excited. I really am starting to buy into maybe we get some Turpin time this year.
And with what he was telling you guys, last year coming in after a USFL season, and then
he didn't know the playbook.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on.
You could tell, and I think that's why they couldn't put him on the field. I mean, we heard that with Malik Davis in the playoff game, right? They just didn't quite trust him. And I thought Brian made a pretty good point in terms of you sign him late. He comes out of the USFL. That dude played a lot of football last year.
Kellen Moore can't figure this out, though. I think that's the biggest thing is, you're talking about a unique type of player. And a guy in Kellen Moore who couldn't keep one of the best wide receivers in the NFL on the right route tree.
So that's why we had to give him the boot.
You got to troubleshoot things. You need brilliant minds like a Dan Quinn to find players that have really unique skill sets and figure out how they're going to fit in your puzzle. Not a guy just calling up plays and asking the quarterback to make sense of it.
Well, I think Mike McCarthy's ready to take credit for that because he goes, if it goes well on offense, I'll take credit.
Absolutely.
But if the defense is struggling, then I got to put my head coaching hat on?
My head coach hat on, and that's my defense. Yeah. That's my defense over there.
But then what if the offense struggles? Is that Schottenheimer's fault?
Absolutely. Or Dak.
I feel like if you're in charge at any level,
isn't Dak supposed to be in more control of the and really own it? So then it's on Dak.
Look, you know how it works. Whether it's athletics or any job, you take credit for the things that go well if you're the boss, and if they go poorly, you try to find. Was it Chris Carter who said find a fall guy?
Yes, you got to find a fall guy.
By the way, speaking of Dak, if you check out the webcam now, you can check out this sweet ladies jersey I bought for Abby. It's a Dak Prescott number 4, our favorite player in the Dawson household.
Is the Dawson household?
Do you battle with her on that, or?
No, I mean I'm a huge fan of Dak. I think being a huge fan of the guy and having him be your favorite player in all of the NFL is different from how good is he in impacting winning the Super Bowl and what should the team do to help him more.
Valid point.
Is the Dawson household concerned about the U.S. women's national team?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay.
They're not as dominant as they were. They might still be the best team over there. Their defense is amazing, but they got big problems in the midfield and in attack.
Yeah.
So it's different. They're going for 3 in a row. They're in between generations. Alex Morgan is old, and Trinity Rodman is perhaps the most overrated player in women's soccer history.
Wow.
Sorry.
Whew.
Hey, good news, boys. We got ourselves, looks like we got some one-on-one situations going down now. They're working from the 20-yard line in. 20-yard line in, and you just had Dak Prescott slant to Brandon Cooks, completed on Stephon Gilmore. Tight coverage, but it was a win for Cooks right there. And then Tolbert just got a slant and scored a touchdown as well. One-on-ones from Dak.
All right, we're going to go check that out. I know you guys will keep it going on G-Bag Nation. Anything else we need to know about the program coming up today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Seeing about a player for the 3, but Chris Young.
Michael Gallup, maybe?
Yes, Michael Gallup. But CY tentatively scheduled for after the deadline.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
yeah,
CeeDee Lamb. Dear God, brother. What you just did to Kelvin Joseph was gorgeous. Unless, of course, you were Kelvin Joseph or his family.
Yes.
Oh, God. Yeah. Well, look forward to more of that insight as they choose their words carefully surrounding Kelvin Joseph. I caught that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, make a move, CY.
They got Verlander. We need to do something.
Do something.
But still get you a fall guy.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having an outstanding day as we are off and running here in Oxnard, California on a Tuesday. A Rangers trade deadline Tuesday. We're 3 hours from that. We are 4.5 hours away from Rangers pregame, and we have a big show planned, including Michael Gallup coming up in the 3 o'clock hour for you. I am Gavin Dawson, general at your service at ease. Broadus, Wolchuk, Chiafalo down there on the practice fields where the horn just blew. Lucius Alexander's back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Salute to Carter Freeman coordinating the video. Tim Collins and DJ Pridemore here on side remote engineering. And let's go down to that field, gentlemen, where I hear the rookie corner Eric Scott just made another play.
He did, man. Another in-breaking route as he was working against Michael Gallup. And Eric Scott, who has been really impressive. You know, when we got to talk about it on the draft show, he's a guy that finds the ball, super long, lanky corner, kind of like what Dan Quinn likes. But I'll tell you, I've been super impressed with the two rookies that they got in the 6th and the 7th round. Eric Scott, the corner, and then the wide receiver out of South Carolina, Jalen Brooks as well. And Eric, you saw Brooks making some good plays on your side.
Yeah, Jalen Brooks is making plays. He's been consistent over the first few days, and then in one-on-ones he catches a fade into the end zone there. They were doing the one-on-ones where it wasn't working with the whole field, so you're not getting 9-route, just burning 50-yard touchdown kind of deals going viral, but they're working 20 yards, 10 yards into the end zone, working on a lot of in-breaking routes, the fades and stuff like that. And Jalen Brooks had a nice fade to the left side of the end zone for a touchdown over Trayvon Diggs. That was nice. I think Deron Bland made a couple of plays, but for the most part, these wide receivers, they are getting open. Dak is putting the ball in perfect spots in the back of the end zone and on these in-breaking slants. Kevontae Turpin is getting himself open on these in-breaking routes, and he is coming up with the ball, diving catches. I've been really impressed with these playmakers, boys.
Yeah, no doubt. 2 days in a row now for Dak, and so many of these wide receivers and a handful of rookies are making an impression on the assembled media out here. Brian, this is about the time 1 week in where we start to get a feeling on who might be some breakout contributors. Are you ready to put anybody on watch there, or is it still too early for you?
So Bry's made his way up to the stands. What he wants to do is be able to get that overhead view of practice. And then he's going to be taking his scouting notes, and then at 2:40 for Krusty's Corner, he's just going to unload all of that information. What we're hoping is not a Pittsburgh segment.
Okay, so Broadus is on assignment?
He's on assignment.
Trying to step his
He's
game
on
up.
assignment up in the boonies over here, talking with the fans, handshake, signing babies, all the good stuff.
Well, Broadus was saying that the real scouts sit up top and they get that bird's eye view.
That's true.
So he kind of laid the hammer on us. He was like, you two kids pedal around on the field, get the up-close fun action stuff. I'm going to sit up in the stands, and I'm going to break it down at 2:40 for your rear ends.
Right on. Krusty's Corner coming up at 2:40. I think he probably feels challenged by you going upside his head yesterday, Chiafalo, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. The feedback from some of the birds chirping out here in Oxnard are kind of like, dang, a couple of shots there talking about tanking a franchise for 3 years. That's on his resume and not mine. Brandon Cooks just had a nice whip route that ended up with him probably crossing the goal line for a touchdown. It looks like we're doing this red zone into the end zone kind of situation here, 7-on-7 style now, where you got the DBs and the linebackers versus these receivers, and then Dak is dealing. So play number 1 goes connection to Brandon Cooks.
I know Sean and RJ and Bobby really enjoyed that fight this morning. They replayed and some of the highlights. Do you have any regrets, Chief? Do you think that you maybe took it too far at any point?
Not for a single second, Dawson. I got to be honest with you. I was looking back, and I was like, is there regret inside of me? And I was like, I just can't find any. I think it was a nice toe-to-toe battle. He got his blows, I got mine. And if I would have shown up and somebody saw my face yesterday, I'd have to say, you should see the other guy. But I think Broadus probably ultimately comes out on top because the Krusty Scout always does.
I mean, when you suggested, though, the next time you do a pee poor segment, which by your track record is not too far away, I'm going to call you out for it. I thought that was at least a little over the line.
Okay.
Volchuk?
Yeah, maybe.
You know what? I think everything's fair. As long as we're just able to hug and make up afterwards, and we just keep it within the family, it's all good.
Wow. So that's 2 weeks in a row. I'd say our show has pretty dang good chemistry, and we all are having a big bro down 24/7, and we got good vibes. But every family has their moments. But that's two fights in 2 weeks, guys.
I know
it's training camp battles, bro. I mean, we're all out here competing for a spot.
We're in the sun. We're rocking two-a-days. I mean, this is what's going to happen from time to time.
Tempers flare.
The passion. It's the passion, baby.
They do. Okay, Verlander going to the Astros happened. It did during crosstalk.
Balls.
So do you expect Chris Young to react? Do you expect the Rangers to do more here, or do you think they've thrown at it what they're going to and they're going to let it go from here?
I am expecting, hopefully, another reliever, and I'm really interested. Do they add Grandal from the White Sox? Do they go ahead and make a move for a guy like Austin Hedges? Because I think that could be a reflection on how they feel right now about Jonah Heim and how serious that could be.
Yeah, Heim, Evaldi, all these things are hanging in the balance. And I feel like if you're the Rangers, you already acquired 2 starters. That's kind of tipping their hand towards, how they're feeling about Evaldi. But shoot, they already have a good track record going. I'm starting to look at the team, though, that maybe the clock struck midnight. If you look at all those series before the All-Star break, like you take out those back-to-back sweeps to open up the second half, and this is a team that is a veritable dumpster fire at this point. And now we're just 15 games over 500. I can't imagine, though, that they would do the moves that they've done so far, looking at the Angels and the Rays and the Astros and the Orioles and the Blue Jays, and feel like, man, we're in a good spot. And plus, those dudes they got from the Cardinals, their deals expire next year. So it's not like they're acquiring talent to build also for 2024. Ooh. I don't think they got enough. What are you noticing down there, guys?
Just a good play overall. It's the twos. Cooper Rush tried to fit one over the middle. Tyler Coyle, the safety, came over, had a nice pass breakup. Jalen Brooks, right before that, had a nice touchdown.
Yes, he did.
Over the middle, working towards the post route. You're right about the controllability. I think that they wouldn't have done the Scherzer deal if he wasn't able to opt in for next year. But I am a little bit nervous when it comes to the Astros. I thought if Verlander were to get moved, the team that he was going to get moved to would be Houston. He's won a championship there. He knows that team well. Oh, my goodness.
We got a pick route, boys. Can you believe it? We run a pick route. It's CeeDee Lamb. It's a touchdown.
Come on.
And it's consistent with what we've continued to see. That was on Deron Bland that time.
Yep. Crap you not. We've been asking for pick routes since 2017. Jason Garrett acted like it would cause him to lose integrity if they ran them too much.
It's pretty amazing. They were running it for the 2 points, and guess what? The offense goes 5 for 5, and here you go. We got another one. But I'll tell you the ball placement from Dak right now.
Yeah, he's dealing.
That's what's very, very exciting to see.
John Morosi tweeting that Justin Verlander is heading back to Houston, and Michael Lorenzen becomes a focal point of the pitching market. And
oh my gosh, CeeDee Lamb, 88, dude, going up and over Bland and Diggs for a back corner touchdown once again.
He's unguardable right now.
He is. That was great coverage all the way around, and then Lamb just rises to the occasion. He comes down with the football, he toe taps it, and that's pay dirt once again.
And man, he's more like a wolf than a lamb, if you ask me, when he gets going like
he
this.
He sure
dude.
is.
He's unstoppable, and apparently the NFL players feel that way too. We'll talk about a little bit more later on, but CeeDee Lamb ahead of Jamar Chase in the NFL Top 100, which was very, very interesting.
I think that's a shot in the arm for CeeDee Lamb this morning. He woke up, he got that news. Is that Dennis Houston in the back of the end zone?
Dennis Houston working that, just started on the out and cut inside, and that was against Trayvon Diggs as well.
Wow.
But again, another really good pass leading him to the post there from Dak Prescott. I was watching Tolbert work on the other side against Gilmore. I'll tell you, in terms of just pure coverage ability, I think Gilmore's been the best Cowboys corner so far.
Guys, is this a turning point in camp? Are we starting to see the new offense, asking things of the defense they don't have answers for?
A little bit. You're starting to see, especially with what they've done today, which is so much. They started with the mojo moment where they're running 2-point plays, and you can see they're getting Dak on the move. They're running these rub routes and these pick routes, and then they're kind of doing some fakes to one side, and then there's a wide open Ferguson on the other side. Holy smokes!
Jalen
Brooks, the rookie, once again in the back of the corner, toe tapper touchdown.
That was from Will Greer as well. Jalen Brooks is just. I mean, we talked last year about a Noah Brown being your training camp Oxnard star. It's Jalen Brooks right now. He's
Where are these
over.
plays being run from?
They're run from like they're running from about the 5-yard and in for a touchdown.
They started at the 10, they moved up to the 5.
So it's passing game execution in goal line situations.
Yes.
And they're just killing it right now.
Well, and you're seeing such good play design, especially earlier when they were running that 2-point conversion stuff, and you're seeing just the play design allowing for guys to be open, but then you're also seeing a couple just I'm better than you plays where CeeDee Lamb rises up and just says, yeah, it's double coverage and I don't care. So you're seeing a little bit of everything right now, including Deuce Vaughn. When he's in there, he's walking out.
He's lining up outside with the receivers. Like right now, Deuce is going to be in the slot here on the left side next to Greer. He's going to come in motion, coming left to right.
Look at that. Motion at the snap, and Deuce Vaughn's wide open for the touchdown from the 5-yard
There
line.
it is. Very reminiscent. If for those of you, obviously, you don't have eyes on it, but if you remember the Super Bowl, Kansas City scoring those 2 plays against Philadelphia, very reminiscent of that.
What's creating all the space here, guys? It's not a mismatch situation.
right?
No, it's the route concepts. It's the way that they're getting in and out of the huddle where, okay, here's some motion there, here's some bunch here, and then everybody on the snap of the ball is just scattering away from each other. Too often you saw Kellen Moore in a Kellen Moore offense where these wide receivers end up in the same spot, and that's not the case here. They are covering the width of the field, and there is an on-the-run throw to the right side, toe tapper, I believe touchdown there, Michael Gallup. Did you see that, Walchuk?
Yeah,
he was out?
I saw it. He almost ran right into me there. It was good. I just dodged right out of the way. Just a quick athleticism over here by the very unathletic myself.
No, you're a dancing bear.
It was
over
right
there.
around the 2-yard line, I would say. Gallup did not quite get inside there, but I think Dak was looking at CeeDee Lamb in the back of the end zone. Kelvin Joseph was draped all over him.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but you got like CeeDee Lamb in the slot right next to Brandon Cooks, and then here's CeeDee Lamb in motion. Like their play design right now is really working for them, getting dudes open.
Well, I'm relieved. Part of me is frustrated that it's taken this long to get to this point.
There it is, baseline. You work Brandon Cooks there. This is opposite side of where I am, over right to Eric, but Dak to Cooks for a touchdown there.
Yeah, that was like a little backyard football play, breaks down, and Cooks just finds where Dak's running to, gets himself open. Boom, there it is.
I've done so much reading about this, trying to coach the soccer team, and there's insights to it. They're both football, but one of the toughest things you can do to a defense is make them temporarily confused of whose man it is.
Yeah.
Because that takes them out of instinctual reaction mode and makes them think and look away from the ball to communicate with their teammate, and it's in those split seconds where you destroy teams.
No, you're absolutely right, because of the congestion that there is when you get inside the 10-yard line, the 5-yard line, the field's constricting there. So if one guy for one split second loses, oh my gosh, there's my guy, he's now created a little bit of separation. That's all the window you need as a quarterback to be able to fit that inside for a score.
And I'm really seeing, like, when the field shrinks and you got to be able to find ways to get horizontal and make the defense cover much more of the field because it's shrinking on you. And the way they're doing this with the play design, they are converting that sentiment in a huge way.
And it's the first time I think we've talked about play design being a reason why some of these plays are being executed, not just the pure talent by the route runner or the quarterback.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about when it comes to the Eagles and the Rams and the 49ers and, the Chiefs as well, and these are the teams that are getting it done. So this is a really exciting afternoon, and Brian Broaddus is going to have a comprehensive report on today's practice coming up in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Right here in the G-Bag Nation. Sounds like Bobby Belt making his way past the guys out there as we continue the show live in Oxnard. Ron Jones suspended 2 games for the Cowboys. That's a performance-enhancing drug deal. I thought it's just a matter of time before Zeke gets back in there. Mike McCarthy saying at the podium earlier today, they're not going to have a knee-jerk reaction to this. They want to give the young guys an opportunity to see what they can do. So it's a good deal for them. Man, I want to give a shout-out to Mark Jackson. He and Jeff Van Gundy and Mike Breen were one of my favorite broadcast teams of all time and has now been totally dismantled now. It's going to be Doris Burke and Doc Rivers now with Mike Breen on ESPN as Mark Jackson. The news came down late in yesterday's show. So, the clear best telecast in basketball. Frankly, the only good thing that ESPN did with their NBA broadcast was the actual play-by-play team, and that's gone. And hopefully Jackson and JVD can team up with Kevin Harlan or something on the TNT telecast is what I'm hoping for, guys.
Yeah, same here. Jeff Van Gundy hanging out with his guy Stan Van Gundy, maybe his brother. I mean, Stan Van Gundy's been great as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these Van Gundys might be better broadcasters than coaches.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, and then the U.S. women played to a 0-0 draw with Portugal early this morning. Really nervous moments. Held scoreless for the first time in 13 games. Portugal hit the post in stoppage time, guys. That would have sent the USA home. But instead, they just didn't win their group. Now they got to play Sweden, which is a really, really good team, a superpower there in the round of 16 now. So they've won 2 World Cups in a row. There is reason to believe they could win it, but as far as being the favorite or being at the top of their game right now, that is just not the case with this team. And I know a lot of people were disappointed, especially if you stayed up like I did late into the night to watch this game. That you sacrifice sleep for a really unfulfilling performance. But you can see it on the ladies' faces. They're trying to find answers. It's 2 generations coming together at once, and it's clear it's just not the same right now. And if they win it, it's going to have to be I believe on the heels of defense and counterattacking soccer instead of trying to dominate possession and run scores up on the opposition. Those days have gone by. the world didn't care about women's soccer until we started kicking the living crap out of them. And then they were like, oh, okay, well, we're going to try to do this. And now 20 years later, they're actually putting together some pretty good programs. We're going to stay down on the practice field in Oxnard, get more takeaways from Woolchuck and Chiafalo from the activity with the Cowboys. And then we'll hit the G-Bag of the day, and we're back right here. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. A great day. It is an awesome day out here at Cowboys training camp. Woolchuck and Chiafalo were down on the field watching the competitions, and for a second day in a row, there's a lot of activity in the end zone as the Cowboys are scoring, and I'm just wondering, are we starting to see this offense gel a little bit, and the principles that Mike McCarthy has changed, along with Brian Schottenheimer, Mike Solari, really taking effect for this offense and getting a hold of the defense, I think, earlier in camp than we've seen the last couple of years. Okay, so we'll continue to talk about this here with you. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and the segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, just call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com, and it's also brought to you by Soda. That is state-of-the-art. Guys, if something down there jumps out to you, sounds like it just did.
Oh, we just had a little floater to Deuce Vaughn and a spinorama as the Deuce was loose there. That was nice. Just a little play into the flats. But Deuce in space, man. That kid is fun.
I'd like to think that was
this a screen pass?
No.
It was a little floater. I'd like to think it was. I think that's the play call out of the huddle is floater to Deuce. Floater to Deuce.
Float to Deuce. They float the Deuce.
And then he beat a defender with a spin move?
Yeah, I think they caught him on a blitz, and so the quarterback
Joe Trahan liked that one. No, you like that one, Joe.
Yeah, quarterback got some pressure on him, so it was kind of just a hot read there. He dumped it off to Deuce, and he put the spin button on him and gained a nice little gain there. So he's a little squirt. He's tough to get your hands on, man. He's small, and he is shifty. He is the real deal. But, yeah, I think, Dawson, when you're talking about this offense, a lot of the stuff we saw today, the 2-point play stuff, that was 11 on 11, but then what we were just doing some live mics on there a few minutes ago in the first segment, that was 7 on 7, not D-line. Now we're in the team portion of this, and you're seeing the effect that the trenches can have on you. And Micah Parsons and that kind of deal. And
no doubt.
You did see one brain fart play where it looked like people weren't on the same page. It was a handoff, or was it play action, and they just kind of killed the play. So you're still seeing some growing pains, but overall, I'm very encouraged with the offense and really the playmakers in general, which was my biggest concern.
Media party tonight after the show. Down there in Malibu at Nobu, like they always put together. Guys, this year I'm thinking about stepping my game up a little bit and wearing a collared shirt and not wearing soccer sweatpants. What would you think about that approach?
I'll believe it when I see it.
I think that's fantastic. Well, what are you going to do, just standard polo?
Yeah, probably golf shirt, something like that. I keep meaning to go shopping. I know the entire media treats this like they're going to the damn prom,
Yeah, I think me and Walchuk sort of made that rookie mistake last year. I think we're going to dial it back a little bit this year as well, Dawson, but we'll still be sitting well above a 5.
I mean, I need you guys to come along with me for my slacker journey,
Yeah.
If we're going to overly casualize everything, I can't be sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I know, 100%. I think we're gonna even the playing field for you this time around, Dawson. I think Walchuk even uttered the words last year. Walchuk, he had he got fresh dry cleaning for the outfit.
He was looking good last year.
He was looking damn good, man.
Like
I was
a
proud of him.
plus size GQ model.
Yes, dude.
Well, I'm still going to try and look plus size, even though I'm going to wear a shirt that's probably now 2 sizes too small for me after my cruise.
Walchuk was still a little bit perkier last year than he is, this year. But I think he's going to look fantastic. But he uttered the words on the way here today. I don't even know what I'm wearing, and that is a page-turning moment there. As Walchuk was not that guy last summer.
That's kind of crotch first, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I think it's just poor planning on my part. Really, I shouldn't take any credit for this. I think I'm just being a lazy moron.
Okay, all right. Well, we do have a lot going on. What is the most fun thing to you if you could set the scene? Now being a media party veteran, obviously Nobu, very picturesque. The pictures are nice. The food's outstanding. What's the number one thing you're looking forward to, though? Maybe Jerry holding court and talking to everybody, joking around?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a fun one. That was kind of my moment last year where I was able to sneak over to that big table where all the food was, because everybody kind of turns their back to the food, and that's when you can really start hammering it home. But I think for me, Dawson, I have now one time in my life enjoyed some top shelf in terms of the 1942s or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I'm just looking forward to sipping on some delicious cocktails that I don't ever get the other 364 days of the year.
That good booze that you only get if you're hanging out with Lucius Alexander.
Hell yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Out in Vegas, Lucius and I were able to treat ourselves, but you're right. We first walked in, hit the bar, and it was like, oh my gosh, we're allowed to have this Johnny Walker Blue that is the legendary Jerry favorite drink. Yeah, but I think The food at Nobu is second to none. But I think it's all about like the who's who that's there. Jerry was telling KNC he thinks half the media tonight is going to be national media. Last year, I think it was mainly just us for the most part, and then we had Christina Pink, Fox Sideline.
I was going to say we did
she
have
stole the show.
Yeah, there was
Al
one
Michaels
show
was there. But I think we might get more of the national media aspect of it this year. It'll be interesting to see who's there.
It will. Any Sam Williams sightings? Is he working off to the side, getting individual work today?
I've seen Jordan Lewis over there.
I have not seen Sam Williams
I have not seen Sam Williams either.
I know Mike McCarthy talked about it earlier, and yesterday he had an MR on his shoulder, and he's out there getting work. Maybe there's an opportunity that this is more of a rehab and rest situation than an injury type of situation. I think that's key because he's a player that if he blows up in year 2, the Cowboys will lead the league in sacks if they stay healthy.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think, as good as the offense was today, I think it's very evident that when they start getting 11 on 11 and the offensive line's out there, one, you're missing Zach Martin in a huge way. You don't have anybody that you're really super confident to hold down that right guard spot as of today. But also, man, Edoga got the work over there at left tackle. Like, the defensive line is without question the strength of this football team.
I think the best moment, though, was at one point during the 7-on-7 stuff, you had Cooks versus Diggs, and you had Dak Prescott on behalf of Brandon Cooks just talking trash to Diggs, and it was a pretty good moment.
We're 10 minutes from Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner. We're just a couple of seconds away from the G-Bag of the day. Our training camp sponsors, Kissable Dental. On-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing and Autoflex leasing. And into that Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander for the G-Bag of the day.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man. How's practice vibes out there?
Best one. This is the number one day, Lucius. It's fantastic.
It's a dream, dude. It's euphoric to be out here. You got all the good football juices flowing.
Too bad you guys are broadcasting, because when you watch a practice of some sort, you kind of want to have some sunflower seeds and a Gatorade while you watch the practice. You know what I mean? That's always been the vibes for me.
Yeah, I feel you.
Okay.
Big old dip in.
Just a big old dip.
Yeah, man. That's all I'm saying. All right, our winner is Adrian Bronner. He apologized to his girlfriend. He used the TMZ cameras to do it while he was out there in Vegas. His girlfriend's name is Treasure. A girl named Treasure has tricks. That's a double entendre right there. It's a double entendre by your boy. Hold on, here we go. There we go. That's a double entendre by your boy. All right, let's listen to Adrian Bronner here. Apologize.
One last thing, I'll let you go. How's the tables treating you right now in Vegas?
I ain't gambled yet. I ain't gambled at all yet.
Okay.
I ain't gambled at all yet. I got into it with my girl. I want to say, Treasure, I love you. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I love you. None of these bitches got nothing on you, and I'm just gonna be out here jacking my.
Somebody said hard in the background, bro. He need to be paused. Pause. He need to relax.
Yeah, those reactions to Broner were not good. Like, if I interview Broner, hopefully I have no courtesy laughs for him.
Jeez.
I just got to go straight faced.
All right,
you don't want to be the guy encouraging that kind of activity.
Well, I mean, I won't be like, yeah, hard, dog. Like, come on, man. Calm down, bro. All right, let's see. FIFA Women's World Cup, USA and Portugal. How did the USA team play last night?
Ooh. Are you asking me?
I am asking you.
They played all right. They did not play like we're used to them playing, and it's drawing a lot of criticism.
A lot of criticism. Did they play good enough to be dancing after the game and having fun with the fans?
Probably not.
Probably not.
There's room for both because they did get their objective, which was to not get scored on. They only allowed Portugal to shoot the ball 6 times. Okay? I know Portugal held possession, but it wasn't dangerous possession. So you needed a tie to advance to the knockout round. You accomplished that mission and did not allow them to score. So I think there's time for that, and also being like, man, we got to get it together.
Okay. Hey, man, that was a good case for it. They didn't feel that way on Fox, though.
These are not the images we should be expecting to see from a team that survived Portugal and survived to get to the round of 16. I appreciate them taking care of the fans, but let me tell you, Carly Lloyd's butt would be back in the locker room kicking things, throwing things.
I have never witnessed, and just seeing these images for the first time right now on the desk, I have never witnessed something like that. There's a difference between being respectful of the fans and saying hello to your family, but to be dancing, to be smiling. I mean, the player of the match was that post.
Oh!
You're lucky to not be going home right now.
You can say that. The USA created a lot more chances. They also had near goals and got bad bounces of a ball that went behind them instead of right to their feet when four of us were standing right in front of the goal ready to kick it in. So you could make that case. And I do like the fact that we're putting just as much pressure on the women's player as we do the men. I think it's a sign of how the game has developed. But these ladies are out here playing hard. They might not be as connected. They might not be as skilled. But they're giving everything they got, and I do think the media is borderline disrespectful with their coverage of this story. Even though I called Trinity Rodman the most overrated player.
You did. That was a little flamboyant right there earlier.
Needed to mix in a hot take. You know, I think some of the criticisms are warranted. But damn it, Mallory Swanson, the gal that married the Cubs shortstop, she tore her ACL 4 months ago. She's our best player. Tobin Heath, torn ACL. Carly Lloyd, retired. Julie Ertz has to play defense instead of her center mid spot because of those injuries. So there's a lot of adversity facing this team. Damn it, they haven't lost, and they're alive. And they're still one of the favorites. Take that.
I mean, you are standing on it, bro. Go ahead, do your thing. Hey, you said earlier Mark Jackson's gone. My whole broadcast is gone now.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
And Doc Rivers is going to be our guy?
Yeah.
You got 3 hours of this right here. 3 hours. I can't do that for 3 hours.
Doc Rivers or your Doris Burke?
I don't know.
We're going to get a lot of innuendos from old Doris.
I like that. Let's go to Oregon. How do you say it, Dawson?
You say it Oregon, but I like to do it Oregon.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, yeah, we got the head coach out there. He was asked about his thoughts on Colorado leaving the conference. He got hella petty.
Not a big reaction. I mean, I'm trying to remember what they won to affect this conference. I don't remember.
Ooh.
You remember them winning anything? I don't remember them winning anything.
The delivery was fantastic.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
That's strong. Who was that again?
Dan Lanning,
Oregon's head coach.
Yep.
They're calling him Dick Lanning in Colorado.
He came in hot.
Yeah.
I heard he's dropping a lot of bombs.
He's not wrong. They haven't done a damn thing since they got into the Pac-12.
It's going full Sean Payton right there.
Yeah, Broadus is. I was wondering why he was giving a round of applause up there for no reason, but that makes sense why.
That's Broadus's vote. We don't even need to ask it.
Let's go to the Open Championship here. A little old audio I want to drop on you. Well, old like a few weeks ago, maybe last week. Zach Johnson at the U.S. Open. Not a fan of that question that interviewers like to ask you that. Can you talk about that? You know, I just give you a subject, then you say, can you talk about that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of don't like that, but, you know, you let it be known here.
We don't know exactly what's going to happen this afternoon. But could you talk a little bit about Brian?
Sure.
He'll obviously rush into the picture.
Sure.
Success today.
Can you ask me some questions about Brian?
Can you ask me some questions? I'm just going to talk about that.
Yeah, can you talk about that just a little bit for me? I don't exactly know how to phrase this question.
Yeah.
Still surprised by how much we hear that.
I know it's my job. I was kind of hungover this morning.
Can you talk about that?
Hit the vape pen before I came to the job.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. And do we have enough time for one more?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we have a disabled woman that goes off on a man that parked in a handicap spot. The video is amazing because she hit him on the head with a cane like a grandma. Get out of here! Like he was a robber. Get out of here! Just like the stereotypical image of it happening. He got that work. Listen to her scream a little bit.
And I already called the police for my car to give you a ticket. And they're roaming down Monroe Street. So why do you park in a handicap spot? No, why do you do it? I have 4 heart blockages. I have fibromyalgia, sarcoidosis, and I need to park in a handicap spot. Why are you breaking the law? I hope they come. I'm going to stop you from going until they come. No. No. You don't park in a handicap spot. You don't do that to people. No, you know what? You don't do that. You don't do that. You know what? You don't do that. You don't do that. Never did you do that. Be back to the handicap
That sounds like my 23-month-old Remy. It
Oh,
really
get in there,
does.
too strong.
Was that Mozzie Smith denying entrance?
That was,
or no? Were you talking?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later.
He was talking, though, for the record, just to answer your question.
Well, we got a handicap Karen. We got Zach Johnson at the U.S. Open. We got Dan Lanning. We got Carly Lloyd.
Handicap Karen.
Yeah, we do. Or is it Adrian Broner apologizing to Treasure, which is our champ? Now, full disclosure, 2 weeks ago, I did park in a handicap spot at a Target. My back was really bad. It was that weekend. And Abby said, "Why are you parking in the handicap spot?" I said, "Because I can barely walk." Now, what I did realize when I was doing that is there were 10 other handicap spots that were wide open. I think we could cut them down in half. No disrespect. I think most spots could cut their handicap. Most restaurants, grocery stores, stuff like that. No disrespect. I just think we're using up a lot of good potential parking spots for some of us, that don't like walking either, but don't have the placard. Okay, is it Adrian Broner apologizing? Is it Carly Lloyd? Is it Dan Lanning? Is it Zach Johnson? Or is it that handicap lady there? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with Dan Lanning there at the University of Oregon. How about you, Wolchuk?
I'm gonna go with Carly Lloyd.
Carly Lloyd, your chief.
Anytime I get a chance to vote for a Zach, I'm going to do it. So that Zach guy from the Open Championship.
Thanks,
Sorry,
buddy.
Lucius. I'm all out of order here.
No, what time is the party? Where is the party?
It's at Nobu.
Nobu.
Yeah.
Nobu. I just had a private party in L.A. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm going to Adrian Bonner, by the way. That's my pick.
You think that's the soundtrack to Jerry's night tonight?
It should be.
He's going to rock right up to in his limo.
Yeah,
Brian?
it should be.
Brian's going for Dan Lanning.
Yep. He gives the thumbs up.
I vote for your fight.
By a score of 2-1. And your new G-Back of the Day
I
champion.
vote for Trayvon Diggs. Pass breakup on Turpin at the goal line.
Yeah.
Who was the QB?
Dak Prescott.
Dak.
I'll tell you what, secondary's starting to clamp down a little
Diggs
bit.
was talking that talk. Dak ran in a touchdown run. I just tweeted it out. And then Dak tried to come back over, tried the same side, and Diggs was saying, no, don't come back over here.
Right on. Our training camp coverage continues here. It's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And Brian brought us coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, guys, I have got a page full of practice notes for you. We'll go through those next.
All righty. I can't wait.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Man, we are right next to the VIP tent. Krusty's Corner coming up in just a minute. But you know what I'm noticing? Like some of these VIPs, they got like a lotion or a perfume on them that smells so dang good. I got to figure out what that is, Brian. Some good stuff.
Do you think, is it some type of coconut smell? Is it like
is it like a summer tan
suntan lotion kind of stuff?
It might be, but I feel
it's very Hawaiian tropic.
Yes, it smells outstanding.
Very
here on the
Hawaiian
tennis courts.
tropic back in the day.
It's vacational, if you will.
Yeah.
It's time now for Brian Broaddus, the king of the Krusties himself. His segment every day here at 240 with you in the G-Bag Nation, and it is brought to you by On Time Experts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing, same-day service guaranteed. Here's the former scout himself, Broaddus.
Yeah, thank you very much, General. I appreciate the folks for bringing you me on this segment. And I also appreciate my teammates for allowing me to go watch practice. And I know that Zach and Eric were doing a great job on the two live mics out there. I saw Wolchuk almost get hit by our guest today, Michael Gallup. Went right. Wolchuk, you got to learn out there, buddy. You got to grab our players when they're about to hit the fence. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
He went over 3 years ago, broke his ankle.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just let him slam into the fence like you do. You have to put that soda body between him and the fence. And then that way sacrifice yourself.
I'll be the blockage next time. I got you.
Yeah, you just can't let our guys go flying into the fence like that. But anyway, hey, good job of being right in the middle of the action. I did have an opportunity, like I say, to watch practice today. I just tweeted out Gavin, here's my notes for the day. If you can look at my sheet here, all in red.
Wow.
Yeah, I tweeted out all the stuff, all my notes on my sheet.
Looks like ninth grade algebra.
Yeah, it looks like my English paper when I teach. A lot of red ink on this thing. But I will say this though, kind of if you're a defensive player and you were on the 2-point defense today, you should be ashamed of yourself.
You got your ass torn up.
You got your ass tore up.
That's the Earl
today.
Spence crew.
Yeah, that was not
too soon.
Was not a good. That was not a good day for the Cowboys defense when it came to defending the 2-point play. Really nice job though for the Cowboys offense for the way that they were able to set things up. A couple of different things that they did I really liked. I love the fact that they're keeping their wide receivers moving. I like the fact that they got Ferguson and Jake Ferguson involved on the first play of the 2-point was when driving. They drove our receiver Brandon Cooks inside, and he did a perfect job of selling, not going all the way across, but selling it and then stopping short and then curling back to the inside, and that just clogged everything up, and it just allowed Jake Ferguson just to arc release out in the flat. Easy throw for Dak to make right there. Nobody even near him, but Cooks did such a great job of selling that he was going to come all the way across, then stopped and then made it like he was a pick.
I love it
without being a pick.
I love it. We've talked a lot about how Dak, can do a lot of stuff, but there's nothing wrong with giving your quarterback easier looks to make big plays.
I totally agree. And it's the way that they're able to set things up for him when it comes to formation, and then the formation is now allowing him, and then they snap the ball, and that allows them to get up the field and to make some of these plays.
Do you
go ahead?
Are you coming around on McCarthy and Schottenheimer here? It's 2 days in a row. The offense really getting after him.
Yeah, I'm coming around to the fact that they're trying to do things to help Dak and they're trying to help their receivers with the formations, and then the ability to explode out of those formations and then into some routes. I felt like the secondary early in the practice wasn't as good. But what started happening as the practice wore on, though, as they got to the team periods, a little bit more pressure. Guys, I don't know if you've noticed that from the field yourself. It's just not Micah Parsons, but I'll tell you what, finally saw a little bit of Hankins being involved, Quentin Bohanna being involved, actually some push inside that led to the edge is being collapsed a little bit. And now here you're getting that middle push, but then you're getting edge pressure from guys like with Mike and stuff. Mike, they just can't block him, and they try to block him with a tight end. Ferguson a couple times, it's just not working. They tried to block him with Adoga, that didn't work. They've tried to put multiple people on him. And he has found a way to get to even get into the backfield and make some plays. I watched Mozzie Smith. Were you guys down on 9-on-7 by any chance? Was anybody make it all the way down to the end of the field? I watched some Mozzie Smith because I know a lot of people are asking me about, hey, what's going on with Mozzie? How's he shaking out here? Mozzie was just, I felt like, okay in that 9-on-7 period. And I mean okay to the point where you didn't see him really dominate. You didn't see him throwing guys around. You didn't see him playing off blocks quick enough. If I had to say something with the plays that I was watching Mozzie in there, he dealt with some double teams, held up all right there. He played off some single blocks, okay there. But he's got to get off blocks quicker. He's got to be able to see that the ball's coming his direction or the ball's going his way, going away from him. He needs to get rid of these blockers quicker, and because you saw Bohannon and some of the veteran guys were doing this. They engage and get rid of and then move up the field. You see that with Golston. You see that with Oso Digizwa. They're playing with their hands. They're getting rid of guys, and then they're getting up the field.
Sure. You think that's just a matter of experience?
I think it's some experience, but like I said, it's one of those things you can't let those blockers get up on you. I understand the double team blocks are difficult to deal with. You don't want to. You're trying to kind of hold up and give the linebackers a chance to run and make the play. But when it's those single blocks, Mozzie, you got to take your hands and you got to get rid of those guys with a little bit more force than he was doing today in that 9-on-7 period. And the 9-on-7 period is all guys about running the ball. It's all run defense stuff that is right in the wheelhouse of Mozzie Smith. So you need to do a little bit better job of that. I did see something with Kelvin Joseph today. Watching, really nice job.
Lamb destroyed him.
Well, no, it was one time. The time that I was watching him was when he was dealing with the wide receiver on the other side. He was dealing with Jalen Brooks, and really good jam. They're trying to find a spot for him, whether that's that safety, that linebacker, or playing him some in the slot. But the time that I noticed him when Brooks is having a pretty good camp.
Yeah, he is.
And so all of a sudden, Brooks tries to come off the ball. Joseph jams him at the line, and Brooks had no shot. I mean, this was the one-on-one stuff, just absolutely no shot at all of getting in. And that's the stuff that Kelvin Joseph is capable of playing. That's how he's capable. He could be physical. He could be in-your-face kind of guy. Need to see more of him playing that way.
Last year with Joseph, if he'd had a down year, his offseason was crazy. Maybe he's unfocused. This is a key year for him, and these preseason games are massive. I think a couple of bust coverages, a couple of broken tackles, and a penalty, and he could be on the outside looking in here.
Yeah, he's. But I tell you what, at least I was looking at him today and trying to find some things about how he's going to play. I just got a text from Joe Trahan. Probably need to go to break. We got Michael Gallup coming up right here shortly, so we'll take a break right now.
We'll have more from Brian Broaddus throughout the show and obviously throughout the season. We have a huge day. 2 hours now from the MLB trade deadline, a few minutes from Michael Gallup, and we're back right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. I want to chat about the
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I'm sorry, Michael Gallup, Dallas Cowboys, sitting down here on the tennis courts with me. I was just making small talk before the show started, getting a little bit more background information, but he is right now on the hot seat, the K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat, the roofing and waterproofing partner of the Dallas Cowboys, now in his 6th season with America's team. Number 13, sir, good afternoon, and thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you having me.
Man, great job by the offense today. Does it feel like this is coming together?
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're getting the pads. It comes real. And, offense is stepping up, so that's what we like to see.
And we had our guys down here kind of doing a little play-by-play, and it seemed like over the course of about 4 minutes there was 5 or 6 touchdowns. I mean, you guys are really getting it in there.
Red zone, explosive.
Is this going to be different for the fans? Are there adjustments being made that is allowing you guys to have more success against the defense? How would you explain kind of what we've seen over the last 2 days now where the offense having a lot of success?
I would definitely say just because everybody's playing a different position. You can just put people in any spot, to be honest. Tight ends can line out wide. We can go on the inside. So everybody's just playing, every position on the field. So to be honest, the defense doesn't really know who to key in on anymore. It's not just one person they think is going to get the ball just because of our alignment. Everybody's, capable of scoring a touchdown and even getting play.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
So what are the things you're enjoying now from this new look, and what are the things you like to do when the play is called in?
Really just move around. You're not just, me just normally playing the X, the last 5 years. I'm not just stuck in the boundary anymore. I can go play the field. I can motion a little bit just to change it up, move around a little bit more, be more free. So I think that's what I like the most when I hear the play call come in.
What about all the bunch sets that we're starting to see here? I mean, that's something we talked about a lot. You see that with other offenses throughout the league. We haven't seen it a ton during your time here, but we're noticing out on the practice fields. What kind of difference is that for you?
Oh, yeah. We got little Brandon Cooks, and we got CD. And then we got a bunch of other players that fill in there over in the bunch, and I'm getting in the mix a little bit. But, just seeing it, it's you can spray out, you can go in, folks can go under. It's a lot of mesh routes, a lot of people trying to play man. You just can't do that when that bunch set. It's too hard to cover us.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it really stood out during the 2-minute drill, that mojo moment, right? You guys went 5 for 5 during that 2-minute drill. Dak was pinpoint, but it created just a ton of free room for the receivers to make plays.
Definitely, especially when we go on the ball quick. Dak likes to go quick. That's when he's in his groove. When he's just sitting there calling stuff, we're just moving fast. That's how he's wired. That's how he thinks. And especially with us, we're all just a bunch of speed guys, so we can move in and out any way you want to, and Dak knows exactly where to put the ball.
You mentioned Brandon Cooks. What type of impact has he had on you personally and just this offense in general?
Man, Brandon Cooks is somebody you want in the locker room. To be honest, I don't know how he's been on so many different teams. That don't make no sense to me. I'd want him in my locker room, all his years. But he's a smart guy, savvy guy. The first day he came in, he was already teaching us, just how to prepare yourself, how to, train your body to be more consistent and stay, relevant in this league. And he's been doing that for, 10 years now? So I'm going to listen to whatever he's got to say.
Hey, Michael, how glad are you to put last year behind you? And some of the things that, and there was probably some things that you were going through with your rehab, and you and Britt Brown did a hell of a job even to get that thing back. Matter of fact, you were on the court today. I saw you give Britt a hug, and, you two have that special bond. But how difficult was last year, and how grateful are you to be in a whole different mindset going forward here?
Definitely, like you said, I give all my thanks to Britt. He worked with me the whole offseason, last 2 years, and even now it's like I still got to get, warmed up by him. I don't even warm up with the guys over there. I let him do his thing. But just the patience that he had with me, because I've never had an injury like that. It was something I never had to go through. But getting last year behind me, there was good and there was bad. Coming back, my first game, I scored a touchdown. That's good. Next couple games, it just didn't feel like MG still. But just to get that year, get through it and come out healthy like I did, that was a big positive for me. And that's, big motivation that you needed. So.
And not to harp too much on last year, but we talk so much about, or we hear everybody talking about communication with the offense, and sometimes things can lead to turnovers and stuff. What does that mean to you, like in terms of communication with the quarterback and the play caller and making sure everybody's on the same page so we're not falling into turnovers that we shouldn't be?
Yeah, I mean, I know I definitely had some just because I wasn't able to be out on the field with them. Communication is big. If the quarterback looks at you and he gives you some type of signal, maybe even just eyes, that's something that you work on through practice. And if I'm not out there at practice and then I go out there and play in the game, I'm screwing the whole team. You know what I'm saying? So just trying not to be, that guy. But, yeah, I mean, that's big. Communication, you got to have it.
And how much of that goes down in the DAC yard? I'm so fascinated by the DAC yard. How much action did you get out there this offseason?
That was a lot. We had a lot of work out there, a lot of good work. But you got to have those days, when he just hits you up at 8 in the morning, throwing at 11. Be there if you want to. I mean, everybody's going to show up.
Yeah.
You want that action, but I mean, it's just the camaraderie. And then, I mean, even if you have some bad plays or whatever out there, it's just like make them happen out there.
Right.
Because when we get to training camp, we're going.
Now, what's the hospitality like? I'm fascinated. Like, has he got snacks? Is he rolling out the red carpet for you boys? What's the deal? I imagine football's version of, like, cart girls at the golf course, like, rolling up and squirting that Gatorade right there on you for you.
Nah, he got all his dogs. He's got his dogs out there. He's got little Bean running around. You know what I'm saying? She'll come up and give us a little high five and stuff, and then we'll run a route. But, he's always got it for us. He's got breakfast, when we're done. He's always got Gatorades out there for us. We're good. Hit some golf balls when we're done. But it's fun over there.
Are you dog guy as well?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I got English Bulldog.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, his name's Pork Chop.
Oh, nice. What's the secret with the pork chops? What's the secret with the pork chops?
Secret with the pork chops?
See, he's going to ask you a question that's a bit of theirs,
People have been asking us to bring that back. What's the secret with pork
perfect
chops?
timing.
Nobody knows what the hell I'm asking. I don't even know what I'm asking. But you never know. Maybe you get a good response.
I'm over here thinking about you like eating dog or something.
It's Michael Gallup here with us in the G-Bag Nation. Do you cook, though?
I do cook.
What do you like? What do you like to make?
I'll throw a steak on the grill so fast. Don't even matter. Some mashed potatoes in there, a little asparagus on the grill. We're good.
Now you're a Southern guy. You went to Colorado State, but so the question kind of comes back to barbecue in Texas, and it being year 6. Have you dabbled in that? And how do you enjoy a good Texas barbecue plate?
I have. I like going over to Hutchins. I don't know if you guys know that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The half chicken. The smoked half chicken is the best half chicken.
Solid.
Yeah,
but,
that's good taste right there.
Hard eight's not too bad, but I keep it over there at Hutchins for the most part.
Now, you mentioned the backyard. How's Zeke?
Zeke?
Yeah, how's Zeke? When's the last time you talked to Zeke?
I mean, he comes over there with us he's been over there a couple times with us when we were throwing in the backyard. Zeke looks like, old Zeke.
Yeah.
We don't really talk about, his whole situation because it's hard to talk about. He's 1-2-1 over here, but
you guys miss him?
Everybody does. Zeke a leader in here. He's everybody's friend. He's always good people.
How much do you get to match up on the new corner, Stephon Gilmore? What can you tell us about him?
I feel like I'm matched up with him pretty much every time.
You made a damn good play on him in the end zone, back of the end zone right there.
Yes,
good coverage, better offense.
I also apologize. There was one play you were going up against. We caught the ball about the 2-yard line. He drove you out of bounds, and I quickly tried to dip out the way. You ran right into the fence. I should have caught you.
No, you
didn't. I apologize.
Yeah, we had this discussion before you came on. I'm like, man, you can't let the guy hit the fence.
No,
bro.
you're right.
You got to catch him.
He wasn't here 2 years ago when he hit the fence back there.
I flipped over that. This one I couldn't do that. There's too many fans over there might hit somebody.
No, I should have stood in the way and been the marshmallow there to kind of break the fall.
Hey, look, I'm not even mad at you. One of them pads hit you, it's tough.
It would have made for great video. Alec truck sticking Walchuk into the fence. I wouldn't have mind seeing that. But okay, so when it comes to Gilmore and it comes to these DBs, it seems like there's some fun interaction. Like Trayvon Diggs is a guy that likes to talk a little bit. Who else likes to talk out there? Everybody.
JK definitely likes to talk. Yeah. But, I mean, that's part of his game. That's part of his game. DB, I mean, Trey don't really even talk. I mean, he talk more to Dak than he does to wide receivers. He don't really talk to us. JK definitely talks. To be honest, that's really about it. A lot of folks don't really be talking that much until we're done with practice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Now, what about in the games? Like, have you noticed, is there opposing players that you've run into that do a lot of talking on the field?
Honestly, not really. A lot of folks don't really be talking to me. Because I don't talk. I mean, I don't really need to. I let my play talk for itself.
I was going to ask you this. You are amazing when it comes to contorting your body to know exactly how to take your really long body and make it really small to get feet down. Okay, you have to have a ballet background or something that at Colorado State, did you have a class or something? Because your footwork, when it's really, really tight, is that something just naturally that comes to you, or is it something that you've worked on throughout your life?
Honestly, I don't really think you can work on that. It's just a reaction.
It's like mom and dad, God-given talent right there. There you go.
For sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm trying to make a play. That's it. That's all
It's
I'm
amazing
thinking about.
how how you get feet in that just small area is amazing to me.
Yes, sir.
It really is.
Amazes myself sometimes.
I've stopped when they go to the replay. I've stopped
It's
thinking
in.
it might
it's
be
in.
out.
Yeah, it's in. If it's him, you just
Yeah.
go. It's in.
Yeah,
You know, come
somehow.
on, move the game on. Let's go. You know? Yeah.
Just okay. What can you tell us about Tolbert getting more going this year in year 2, and then Turpin? We're seeing more highlights out there from Turpin. Are these guys going to show up on Sundays for you?
Oh, easily. Tolbert's came a long way. Last year, I mean, it was just, we kind of threw him in there. Yeah. He was just a little bit, shaking a little bit, but now it's just like he knows the whole offense from front to back. He can play any position he wants to, and he's a daggone good athlete. So I need to watch out for my job, to be honest. He's coming.
What is Michael Gallup's favorite play in the playbook?
Favorite play in the playbook? Red zone. We inside the 5. Throw that fade.
Could you give us a little offensive play call, like what it sounds
or
like?
Or does Dak just look at you in the huddle and say, "We're going with the fade"? Michael.
Yeah,
you know what to do.
If you ever see Dak throw up the little deuces on the side of him, just know where that ball's
It's going MG.
Just know where that ball's going.
What about the growth that we've seen from CD? Like he just finally debuted on the top 100 list. They've got him as the 6th best wide receiver in football. It seems like people are finally starting to appreciate CD Lamb for his game.
That's just because everybody don't like the Cowboys. That's the problem here. Everybody wants to hate against the Cowboys. They really like us. They just want to hate against us. But it's all good. CD's definitely a top 5 wide receiver, easily. Yeah. That boy's grown so much every single year. He just keeps getting better, and better.
Okay, do you get any of his hand-me-down clothes? I hear he's like he talks about going through clothes like crazy.
Well,
he's a shopping
shoes,
machine.
my gosh.
He's a fashion man. I didn't know how much trading goes on.
No, I don't take no hand-me-downs from CD. No, I ain't doing that.
Are you a big fashion guy yourself?
Not really, and I'll leave that for him. He's got all that for the whole wide receiver group. He's got it. You can have that.
Okay, then explain the fashion you guys are rolling with one legging on and one legging off. All right, I was sitting there thinking like, okay, something's going on here. And did Simi have something to do with this? Because he seems like a guy that would kind of get everybody to try, like, let's go one leg and on. You go left leg, I'll go right leg, and we'll do that kind of stuff.
It's really CD had started that, so I used to wear, in college, I used to wear one sleeve.
Right.
CD definitely used to wear one sleeve in college, but he's been doing that. Simi started a couple days ago. JT's been doing it since he got in the league.
Right.
I just put it on today. CD was like, you might as well just try it. And I was like, all right, I'll go back to it. But
well, it worked for you because you kicked ass today.
You know what I'm saying? I appreciate
that. I could see all these receivers in there with training scissors in the locker room cutting their. Like, oh man, I cut it too much.
We need to start making them like that.
Going back to the Bucky.
Make them like that. We're really old school. That's why we be having still the long pants.
Yeah, I can see Bucky and Mike McCord like going, wait a minute, our receivers are going through all their tights right now. What's going on here? Yeah.
MG, thank you so much for joining us. I know you got a roll, but congrats on an awesome career now, and best of luck to you this year, fending off the young guys. Don't feel any. You're the man, dude. You got this.
Dude, we're excited to see you back healthy, man.
Yeah, we are. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Michael Gallup with you right here in the G-Bag Nation on the hot seat. Have a great camp, and we'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
Soon. Keep killing it out there. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you. Yes, another great conversation here as our training camp coverage continues. The K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing hot seat with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're about to come back here as the broadcast continues. Of course, the Rangers trade deadline is quickly approaching, now an hour and 46 minutes away, and we got to keep you updated on that. But what's Jerry doing with the Ring of Honor? We have the Athletics updated quarterback tiers as well for you right here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. on 105.3 The Fan. And we were just informed we're going to have Brandon Cooks on with you tomorrow about the same time, 3:15, somewhere in there. Well, Chuck, we do want to get your NFL news of the day in here before too long, but I wanted to talk about what Jerry Jones is doing here in regards to the Ring of Honor and Jimmy Johnson. It's turning into kind of a fascinating saga to me because for a while there it looked like they were going to make nice, but now I think it is clear he is trolling the hell out of Jerry Jones and getting the ultimate revenge, and I do not expect Jimmy to go into the Ring of Honor unless the ownership changes out of the Jones family is my thought right now. Segment is brought to you by Soda. That is state of the art, and it is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. I mean, Brian, Zach, Chief, when he starts talking about putting other coaches in before Jimmy, that's just him turning the dagger a little bit, I think. And I kind of respect Jerry for it, even though I think he should move on and give the fans what they want and stop pretending like he's just a steward of the team. He's an egomaniac owner of the team, and he's doing what he wants. But I respect it because the man betrayed him and never apologized. And if you want to hold a lifelong a grudge against him, I get it. You know, I think for the most part, Jerry's gone out of his way to apologize when he's in the wrong. I think the older and wiser he gets, he's more mindful, he's more considerate of others, and he tries, you know, even though we're all, you know, human, and you can read all about that in various books, but we screw up. You know, and sometimes our pride gets in the line. We're petty. We're putting ourselves first. You know, I just saw Michael Gallup, a number of players wearing the I Am Second band. We all know what we're shooting for ideally in life, whatever philosophy you approach it from. But we screw up. And I think if this is your biggest screw up when it comes to managing your former players and coaches and who gets in the Ring of Honor, who doesn't, I kind of like what Jerry's doing. And I can't wait to see how he escalates it next. By talking about wanting to put other players in, he's given a big FU to Jimmy Johnson sitting down there on his fishing boat.
Certainly is. I mean, I think you're right. I thought we all felt as though after the Hall of Fame, where he goes and they had that moment on the Fox Sports set, and he says, "You're going to get in," and Jimmy jokingly goes, "In my lifetime." I think maybe that means Jimmy knew in the back of his mind. I don't know if I even believe this as he's saying it right now. And when he was talking today earlier with KMC, he likes the build-up. He likes the conversation that we're having right now about it. And he's thinking, you know what, as soon as I put Jimmy in, that's gone. But we've been having this conversation now for 20-plus years.
Yeah.
When's it long enough? And that's exactly what Kevin rebutted with. And to me, I think it's sad. And the fact to even say that there's other coaches he's considering, I can't believe, like, who would those coaches be? Norv Turner, an offensive coordinator?
Joe Alvisano.
Okay, sure, but none of these guys are more deserving of Jimmy Johnson.
No.
The fans know that. The fans know that's BS. I think it's a poor look on Jerry. He needs to just get over the ego on this one, which we all know that's really what it is. It's a pride thing.
Yeah, I think the longer this goes where the Cowboys don't have success in the playoffs and they don't get to championship games, Jimmy's getting the last laugh. You know, he's the one that, like, listen, the last time that we got in a championship game, that kind of.
It was my team.
Yeah, my team. And it was that long ago. And I think ultimately the most important thing for Jimmy Johnson is the Hall of Fame. I don't think he doesn't make as much of a big deal about it as the media does here.
Yeah.
The media asks the questions every year, and Jimmy's sitting there kind of knowing that, you know what, my ultimate goal was to get in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's in. And whether he makes it ever in the Ring of Honor, I don't think that'll ever bother him. I just don't. I think that, he will always be remembered as long as the Cowboys have this futility in not winning a Super Bowl. Yeah. He's always will be relevant because he's the link to that Super Bowl era.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nobody. Everybody loves Jimmy.
Yeah.
Everybody, and
but we can't get any real closure on it. There's got to be at least a piece of him that's hurting from it.
There's some things in life we just don't close.
Yeah.
There's some things we just don't close. And these two guys, they were brothers.
Yeah.
They were brothers on a national championship team at Arkansas in the 60s.
Yeah.
They went Super Bowls together.
And those are the people that can hurt you the most.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And I mean, you talk about tandems. We do this all the time. Like, who are the best wide receiver tandems, best sports tandems in the history of football, in the history of any sport you want to put out there? You could argue Jerry and Jimmy. And the success that they had not only in college together on that Arkansas offensive line, but what they built, that dynasty of the Cowboys in the 90s, they might be one of the best sports tandems of all time. And it's a shame what's happened between the two of them.
You know, and part of it is Jerry's insistence early on being a football guy and wanting to prove himself as a GM, you know, and because he didn't look at himself as an owner who had the relationships to a hire amazing coaches, he looked at himself as their peer. It put him in a place where he was trying to prove himself. And in a world where Jimmy Johnson had him so outmatched, especially coming from college after scouting and recruiting all those guys. You know, like Jimmy was 10 times the football planner and, you know, mind that Jerry Jones was at that time. And he wasn't satisfied with just being a successful enough oil man that it gave him the cash to buy a football team and then turn it over to people who had actually been paying attention to football for the last 2 decades while he was out wildcatting. You know, if he could just reframe that in his mind, but it's too late now. It's, you know, and I know some fans are, you know, really irritated, you know, by the fact that he won't put Jimmy in and give him the day and the memory and the special day out there at AT&T Stadium that I think a lot of the fans would love to see.
Well, that, you know, he had that moment, like I said, when he got his Hall of Fame ring. Mm-hmm. One of the loudest ovations you'll ever hear for a former coach, administrator, player, whatever, was that night that Jimmy got his ring. And I think that's, for Jerry Jones, that's good enough. You know, he probably heard that and said, you know what, he got his day, and now we will move on.
Yeah, I just don't think he can bring himself to do it. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, we go to The Athletic, and John Machota here, friend of the program, has written about Cowboys practice in full pads takeaways here. So I have a half dozen talking points, the biggest things that have developed over the last couple of days with the Cowboys in pads. And I think the biggest thing that's jumping out is how dominant, other than the offense being more successful, but how dominant Micah Parsons is.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Is he taking another significant step? I want to give a 2 thumbs up to him training in Austin because it looks like it paid off.
This is where all those videos and clips of Micah Parsons, whether he was in Pennsylvania or in Austin or wherever he was, whether he was visiting with offensive linemen, you know, talking about how to break, you know, he was with us talking about how to break these tackles, these blockers down. His off season of working out and preparing for this time is coming back and looking like absolute brilliance right now. He could say, you know, in practice, and even McCarthy stood up there and said, you know, hey, probably needs the offensive lineman probably wish he had a day off, kind of a thing, and that's absolutely true.
Yeah,
he has been a menace and a problem to this offensive line, but he's that way to most offensive lines, and I think everything that he did to get ready for this season, he has to be super happy the progression that it's taken so far.
Yeah, he looks phenomenal. He looks phenomenal, and he's doing it in the run game and with the pass rush stuff. I mean, he ran into Dak Prescott. We know that's the biggest no-no in camp is don't touch the guy in the red jersey.
He can't change the way he plays,
He got back there so fast.
I know.
He couldn't help himself. Thank God nobody was injured or anything like that, but he's wrecking the offense in every way. Granted, there's not much competition for him. I mean, he's going up against Awesome Richards. He's going up against Adoga. He's going up against Waletzko or whatever.
Well, he hip tossed Tyron Smith.
Sure. And we know that Tyron Smith is not the same Tyron Smith. I think we all acknowledge that. But yes, Micah Parsons is crushing this. And I loved from Jaron Kearse this morning with Sean and RJ, we're like, what's the difference? And he's like, I don't really notice anything different, like physically or anything like that. But I just noticed the mindset difference where with Micah, he really knows he is the best player on the field for sure, and he wants to prove it every single day. Like when we talked to him earlier a couple days ago, and he's like, ask Dak, like, what 11's doing to that Texas Coast offense. Like, he knows I alone can completely ruin your day offensively.
And he's doing it. I mean, he's a practice disruptor. He's ruining practice where they essentially can't get things done offensively. Like, Dak's having to run around back there. He's trying to extend plays. The coverage is also very good, mind you, but Micah all but essentially guaranteed Defensive Player of the Year when he sat down with us, and I didn't realize it in the moment.
Are you willing to double up on your beard bet at 15.5 again?
You're damn right I am.
Look at this.
We're going for it, Wolchuk?
I'm down to do it.
I'll put a beard on it.
I think he's absolutely going to win. You know what? I think
got
if he
two
doesn't win
beards on the
Defensive
line.
Player of the Year, I'd shave this bad boy again. He's going to set the league on fire.
Yeah, and I think to an extent he already has, but I do think he is depoy this year. The sack thing is just weird. He should have had 20 sacks last year.
He should have had 20, and I think that he's hungry for more, and I don't think you're seeing a Dante Fowler that looks as good as he did a year ago. We'll see. Hopefully nothing serious is going on with Sam Williams. We didn't see him out here today at all. But if he doesn't have as much competition to share the sacks,
that's true.
I think he's going to get all the sacks.
What about the Tyron Smith play, though? Are we not worried because it's Micah, or is that a red flag?
I just feel like, though, that with Tyron Smith, getting back on the horse on that left side of the off. The problem that Tyron Smith has is when he gets in trouble, he oversets.
Yeah,
and he put all that weight, and it's one thing because Micah will take you to the corner.
Yeah.
But the one thing that Micah now has been able to do is come back inside.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you're thinking like, he's taking me to the corner, and now you take all your weight and you put it on that left foot. And Micah, once he felt the weight transfer, he just threw him. So I think it was a great move by Micah, and it's shown that he has a counter move to go back inside instead of everything being up the field to the right.
He's just too young and too fast. It's kind of like Bud Crawford and what we saw on Saturday night, where this dude can take a step to slow down, let you get that shoulder just outside of him, and then push you.
Yeah.
And it's before anybody else can even think about making an adjustment. It's mental, it's vision, and then it's obviously the physical gifts that he's had. And I think in year 3, he's going to start putting that all together in the biggest way that we'll see. This begins Micah Parsons' real prime.
It's him talking to these Whitworth and other guys like that, and trying to figure out, okay, what's the one way? And Whitworth's probably say, hey, you make an offensive tackle a one-legged player,
it's over.
It's over.
Yeah. That's what he did to Udoga, too, on the play where he ends up running into Dak Prescott. He gets upfield, and then he just comes back inside. Udoga can't even get his hands on him. And it was
You're
just
so conscious
murderous.
of his power to the outside.
I think that's what people they underrate about him. It's the speed, right? He's so fast, but it's his power.
It's
his ability to get people off balance, then use that power to his advantage.
He's bigger than he looks on TV.
He is.
That's one of the things I notice about Micah Parsons out here. Just he's huge.
Yeah, you shake his hand, and it's like you could tell like him wanting to be better with his hands. And that's something that's pretty impressive about one of the best you'll ever see. And now he's starting to kind of unlock how to unlock some of these blockers.
Okay, injury report time as we go to takeaway number 2. It's brought to you by Kissable Dental, still giving Dallas fans something to smile about, KissableDental.com. It's Sam Williams exited practice early. Brian, we were wondering earlier if he did get any individual work. And then Diggs, with the toe, how that coming along?
He was practicing. Diggs was out there working today, so good sign there. Actually had a couple of nice little plays and gave up a couple as well, kind of a little bit of a 50-50 day for him. That what I'm hearing about Sam Williams, it's a shoulder strain. And so they're going to try and kind of figure out how they want to proceed with that. But as we know in training camp, they're overly precautious with how they deal with a lot of this stuff.
All righty, it is the G-Bank Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. There's a snapshot of Cowboys takeaways. There's so much more to get into, and we have the Rangers trade deadline now building an hour and 24 minutes away. We are anticipating Chris Young to join us on the other side of that in the 5 or 6 o'clock hour, with the pregame coming up at 6:30. Sands will be on at 6:15 with us. Okay, so we'll let you know at any time. I mean, I'm on Nightingale. I'm on Morosi. I'm on the bow tie guy, Rosenthal. Just refreshing. I'm waiting for something big. The Astros got Verlander earlier.
Yeah, they did.
Zach, what would you like to do next?
We can do some NFL True Report, or I've got some audio for you right now. We've got Colt McCoy. We got Man Campbell talking about his amazing interview with the Miami Dolphins, and more audio bonanza NFL style next on The Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on The Fan.
Accidents involving 18-wheelers can be devastating.
The Fan are proud to bring you all-day coverage, both on the field, plus the gatherings, video, and audio from our fan team off the field. Proudly presented by AutoFlex Lease, Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, and by K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Your place to be for the best Cowboys coverage is right here on The Fan.
Yes, sir. When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It's time now for some NFL content here. Zach Wolchuk has some great audio for you, and we're going to get to that. Still waiting for Rangers news. Are they done, or is something going to happen? The trade deadline is coming up at 5 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers, and here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're monitoring that. They're doing the introductory Max Scherzer presser right now. It's just pretty awesome seeing him up there at the podium, now officially a Texas Ranger. The Astros, of course, are celebrating the return of Justin Verlander. It's an arms race out there between the AL West, the battle of the Rangers and the Astros. It's fun again, but we'll let you know as soon as a deal is made, because hopefully we still get maybe another bat. And if it's not a catcher, I'll feel a little bit better about Jonah Heim, I'll say that, but mainly a reliever. All right, let's get through some audio clips, and we've got some of our favorite coaches. Who do you want to start with? You want to go with Man Campbell or Mike Vrabel?
Ooh, it's a good battle. Give me Vrabes.
You want to go with Vrabel? Okay. So Mike Vrabel's at the podium. He's asking all kinds of serious, hard-hitting training camp football questions, and then somebody hits him up with, how many 5-year-olds do you think it would take to tackle Derrick Henry? Interesting hypothetical. Here's what Mike Vrabel had to say in response.
35. You want to try it?
Yeah, can we try it?
Sure, as long as you're one of the 5-year-olds.
That might be counted as child abuse.
Yeah, and it might be.
35?
35 5-year-olds.
Underselling Derrick Henry. Are you kidding me?
I think so. What do you guys think?
I think it's more like 35,000. I think you could send an infinite amount of 5-year-olds at Derrick Henry, and he's going to stiff arm him. He's going to truck stick him. He'll eat a few when he gets hungry. I think for the rest of time, you could send 5-year-olds shooting out like the jugs machine, and there's nothing they could do to stop Derrick Henry.
I think you'd have to organize them. I think you'd have to organize the 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
And the important thing is to try and trip him.
Yeah, we got to come in waves.
We might have to sacrifice 3 or 4 of the 5-year-olds.
3 or 4.
I'm talking about
sacrificing.
I'm talking about throwing him into his legs, like
slow him down,
picking him up and throwing him into his legs.
That would be adult, collaboration.
No. The 5-year-olds are helping each other. Like, a couple like we're
the
playing.
Big ones are throwing.
Yeah. You're playing like ring around the rosy, and you swing it. We got to get the bigger ones.
The same way you launch the little people into the Velcro wall.
Whatever
Wolf of Wall Street style.
Whatever it takes, but we have to find a way to cut him down. With and we might have to sacrifice a couple of them. Seriously.
I think there's going to be a lot of casualties that day.
I think I could get the job done with about 75. Okay, I think man's low, but maybe not as low as Chief thinks. The key is going to be packing them in so tight that he has nowhere to stand. And then when he's up on foot looking, then you have a captain yelling, "Surge!"
Yeah.
And you're trying to take him down the same way you would take down like a runner low if you're a corner.
Yeah.
We need to get up underneath him and send him off balance and have him nowhere to put his foot. And eventually he'll fall off his footing. You're going to have to keep him, I think Dan went on to talk, in a tight space. 70 is not going to work if he's got an entire football field. If he's got an entire football field to run,
the space.
I might need around 5,000.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep this easier for the 5-year-olds. Man, we can't give them the whole field.
I think the better question is...
We have to get him to stop. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You have to get him all right, is he really going to want to truck stop 5-year-olds?
He's not going to want to do
it.
That's
He's
what I'm
going
saying.
to in this setting. You assume his life is on the line.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to give him full license.
I'm thinking he's going to kind of say, oh, no, it's little kids. Do I want to do this?
No.
And then you got to take advantage of when he hesitates.
These are kid bots. There's no actual soul in them. They've just been produced in a lab to operate
is this like that game that we see where the armies come at you and you
Yeah,
you shoot at it as okay.
Yeah, it's a simulation. We're putting them inside the Matrix to do this so nobody actually gets hurt, Brian.
I probably would trust 35 5-year-olds to bring down Derrick Henry better than I would trust 35 Trayvon Diggses to bring him down.
Shots fired.
Would you guys
Chief's
co-sign?
on fire today.
No, I'm not going to co-sign.
Okay.
I can't believe you did that.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was hoping somebody would agree with me. You guys are football
I've
experts.
usually got your back.
According to you yesterday, I'm really not.
No, I'm not. According to you, I'm not. You said I can't trust your football acumen or eyeballs. And I'm like, why didn't you trust me in the first place, Brown? That's a you problem.
Finally,
sir.
when it came out, I went, "Oh, what did I just do?"
I was just glad that you at one point did trust my football
I did.
eyes. That makes me
I trusted
feel
you
good.
today. You did a good job today on the mic.
Dude, you crushed it. You sounded sexy over there. Now let's get to Man Campbell, shall we?
Wait. How was the corner, Chief?
Oh, you got to stay out of the corner, though. Did he get
corner?
Oh, yeah. No, I was ready to call him out for some P4 effort, but it was actually decent
better.
today.
He knows better because I got to give him a ride home from this party.
Against all odds, 240 was freaking
my man's like, "Hey, Eric, you need to use the men's room and then like push him out and just drive off." That's what he's standing
for tomorrow.
He's standing on the US 1, just looking around.
Yeah, that's right. Broadus is our DD tonight, so it's nothing but respect to the king today.
Nothing but love. You're crushing it, Brian. Yeah, bleep that Sean Payton guy. No, I'm just kidding. I love him. All right, pardon my take. Had Dan Campbell on. First off, Dan Campbell's a treasure, much like Mike McDaniels. I think we might be in a golden age right now.
He's a treasure, much like Adrian Broner's lady friend.
That's very true. Shout out to Treasure. But we've got some great coaches that are giving us great audio. Here's Dan Campbell. You remember it was about a year ago. We talked about that story Brian Daboll gave us about when he interviewed with the Miami Dolphins, and he's huffing and puffing, and he's throwing chairs around. Dan Campbell's asked about that. He gives his side of the story.
Great year last year. You coached with him in Miami. He told a story that when you were interviewing for the tight end coaching job, you spent half the interview out of breath because you were smashing tables and chairs. True or false?
All right. True, I was out of breath. True, I used chairs.
I used chairs.
I don't know how
like
much
a wrestler. I used some chairs.
I don't know if I was smashing, the chairs into the walls and there was holes everywhere. I think he exaggerated on that, but yeah, okay. Look, most of it was true. All right, most of it was true.
Passionate, yeah.
And Tony Sperano was the head coach. God rest his soul. He had told Daboll, "Hey, man, I got a guy. I want you to just interview him." And man, I was fresh out of playing.
Right.
I just really retired the year before, and then I was on staff with Tony as a kind of assistant O-line coach, and so that next year, 2011, he gets the job, and so he asked him, "Hey, man, why don't you let him interview?" Well, I didn't have the packet. I didn't have all these. I don't know how you're supposed to interview as a coach. So all I know is I'm just going to go in there and go through it. This is like I was a player. All right, here's the technique. Here's the chair. Here's how I'm going to do it. Here's the play. And then running routes, I'm running around the table, I'm up at the top. So I just demoed everything. I just demoed the whole thing. And then he was, so I could tell he was trying to keep from laughing. And of course, I'm dripping with sweat. I'm out of breath, and then he would throw, "All right, what happens if back that chair up 10 yards? Now how do you do it?"
So good.
Dude, that is good. I'm looking at the quotes from Daboll last summer when he was telling this story, and he's like, "Okay, so I interviewed Dan. It was a great interview. He's slamming chairs on the ground, hitting walls, and going through all these drills. He was out of breath for half the interview, sweating, but this guy's tough as nails."
Such a badass, man. Man Campbell, he also said he wants a real Lion to be on the sideline for Lions home games.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why can't we? Doesn't college football do that?
Remember, he said at the complex he wanted a lion on a large chain.
He did, yeah.
So, the lion was kind of roaming around the complex, but on this large chain by the practice field.
Yeah, that's a good look.
So now he wants him at the home games. But we do. I mean, all the college mascots, you've got a Tiger mascot.
We do. Mike lives on campus.
No.
Do you think this all is because Bevo went after Uga a few years ago, and now everybody's kind of a little bit like, okay, we might need to reel in these legit wild animals on the sidelines?
Is PETA have something to do with...
PETA might be ruining this.
PETA might have something to do... I'm sorry, folks at PETA. Please, I don't mean to be wrong about you here, but...
Sometimes you guys are wrong about a lot.
But if you don't think a lion... If you don't think a lion is going to listen to the commands of Man Campbell when Campbell looks over at the lion and says, "Hey, stay back,"
or "Hey, go bite a kneecap,"
you know for a fact the lion is going to listen to Campbell. You
can train that sucker. There's no doubt.
It's just another example of the no fun league that is the NFL.
I'm glad you brought up Bevo because the next clip I want to play is a former Texas Longhorn quarterback, Colt McCoy. You guys might be shocked at how long Colt McCoy's been in the league. He's set to be the Week 1 starter for the Arizona Cardinals because Kyler Murray is not available yet. He's still not recovered from his injury from last year. They talked to Colt about this and when the last time he ever started Week 1 in his career was.
I was looking back. So is this year 13 you're going into?
You're 13? Do I have that right?
14. Yeah.
14.
Wow.
And I think the last time you started week 1 was 2011. And you're going to probably start week 1 this year.
Yeah.
How does that, I know it's circumstance, but how does that feel?
I haven't honestly thought about that, but that is a long time. It's the circumstances that we're in, right? I think Kyler's working really hard. He's a competitor. He wants to be out here, and I think he will be out here, sooner than what people think. That's just my gut, being around him for a long time. But the only thing that changes in my preparation, honestly, is the amount of reps that you get right in training camp. And, you're taking the ones, and there's a lot of reps, and you're seeing a lot of different looks. And it's been really good so far, but we've only had 3 practices. So we've got a long ways to go building our team and figuring out who we're going to be and how we're going to operate and execute. But it's been pretty smooth so far.
2011 is the last time he started a week 1.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is Arizona a survivor pool candidate for a lot of us, like week 1?
Oh, I'm sure
we'll
it
lose
is.
for sure.
I'm sure it is. I mean, the last time Colt McCoy started week 1, he wasn't terrible. He was 19 of 40, 213 yards, 2 touchdowns, a pick. They lost 27-17 to the Cincinnati Bengals. And who do you think the quarterback was for the Bengals?
Carson Palmer.
Dalton. Bruce Gradkowski.
Wow, dude. Shout out to the Gradkowskis.
Way back. That's how long Colt McCoy's been doing it, man.
I actually like that idea from a survivor pool standpoint. Like, just like if your whole strategy is just whoever's playing the Cardinals this week.
Yeah.
That's not a bad move.
Yeah. I kind of was thinking that maybe that as long as I'm sorry, Colt McCoy, but
I don't know, man. They might be a little bit more buttoned up this year. They're not allowed to be late to meetings and stuff.
That's true. Maybe Gannon's going to have him ready to rock like a real NFL team.
All righty, thank you, Wolchuk. Some NFL news for you and terrific audio, man. Vrabel, Campbell, these guys are the best thing going, I think, for football coaches right now as far as these cuts.
Well, other than Sean Payton.
Yeah. Cowboys news, is this guy really better than Dak? You see the NFL top 100 rankings. Can you believe what the players said? That's the next right here, G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
100,000 watts of crystal clear. First place Rangers baseball. Right here on 105.3 The Fan, smart speakers, and the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL announced today that there will be a kids version of
DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control there at 75 and Fitzhugh. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo here on the tennis courts as per usual. Carter Freeman coordinating your video back there in the Pimp Cup adjacent. And DJ Pridemore, Tim Collins, remote engineering today on the tennis courts. And we want to salute our sponsors. You know, these guys are, making it happen for us. Kissable Dental. Go to kissabledental.com. On-time experts, air conditioning and plumbing, K-Post roofing and waterproofing, and Autoflex leasing. And salute to those guys. An amazing practice today. We want to talk quite a bit about that. We are now 57 minutes from the MLB trade deadline, though, Brian.
Yeah, can I throw one? My buddy in the league just texted me. He says the Rangers are trying to get a catcher. Austin Hedges is a guy we mentioned yesterday. Seems to be the target with the Pirates. So with the time that they have left, let's see if the Rangers. But that's a name that my guy in the league is telling me that the Rangers are working on right now.
And this is pretty much a defense-only guy, Wolchuk?
Yes.
He is
not an offensive guy. He's batting for under 200 right now, so this isn't a guy that's really going to help with your lineup. But one of the things that Jonah's so good at is as a defensive catcher as well when it comes to the pitch framing. So this is a guy that can stand in there. I think that your bat, as from your catcher spots, you've got two guys that are stronger than they are defensively with Garver and with Sam Huff. This would be a piece to add more of that defensive guy like they had with Sandy Leon.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess, we can be encouraged by that. It's a small piece, but I'm really hoping to see something more substantial in the form of bullpen, and, talking with Mike Bassick before we took over and after the KMC masterpiece, he feels like bullpen's the biggest need right now. We still have not had an update on Evaldi, and I thought he was scheduled to meet with the doctor yesterday. So 24 hours ago, I felt nervous about him. Still a really good team. Should be able to make the playoffs, but Mikey B felt like, man, if you just play it out from here with the moves the Astros made today, getting Verlander, if you don't counter, maybe Houston would be favored to win this division, and I'm not prepared to accept that reality quite yet. But they're doing their press conference with Scherzer. That kind of suggests to me that their day could be over. Now, I wouldn't be wanting to do a presser if I'm burning up the phones trying to get something done here last minute, guys. Is that the feeling you're getting, that maybe the Rangers are done here?
I'm hoping not. Now, I didn't see CY out there on the podium with him in just the one shot that I saw. I think it was just the players. So maybe CY's still back there working the phones, and they're just letting the players go ahead and see the media. But I'm hoping not, Gavin. I still think you need another bullpen arm.
Well, we did get word that CY possibly join us after the trade deadline, which is coming up at 5 o'clock right here. So stick around, and if you see anything, let us know ASAP. All right, Jerry on why the line will be better. Dak friendly, going to have an O-line that's going to be able to protect him better. Their spacing is narrower. That's something we haven't talked about, but I would love to get your guys' thoughts on that. He says it's conducive to protection. He's going to have more opportunities to dump the ball off to the backs. He's going to have less to do before the snap and less to read after. Receivers going to be less dependent upon reading the defensive backs and Dak reading the defensive back. It's going to be more about being at a spot where they should be. The combination of all of it and all of its adjustments, not dramatic changes. When you combine it, I'm confident we're going to be excited about how Dak protects how the line protects Dak and how it actually helps efficiency for Dak. Yeah, I want to believe they've done a full review of where we can get Dak more comfortable and make things easier for the offense, and we're starting to see that executed. Now, specifically with the O-line, is that something that we should be gaining, optimism from? Or is that something you're noticing out there, the offensive line 5 being tighter?
I've gained nothing but pessimism from watching the offensive line. And now, some of that might have to do with your defensive line is just so damn good. It's making everybody look very, very weak. Yeah. But I think Farniak, we haven't been able to see him with the ones. I'd like to get him in there and go ahead and get him a spot and get some reps over Josh Ball. I don't think Josh Ball is very good. I've been on record saying that. I think Farniak's been the guy that's maybe been the most consistent of the guards, but I'm concerned without Zach Martin, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't looked pretty at all, and they're having problems, on the right side. They're trying to work Steele back in at right tackle, so they're not asking him to go every single rep. So all of a sudden now you got Adoga playing some right tackle, and then all of a sudden Steele, and they kind of going back and forth. But man, it is just not clean what's going on inside for these guys, especially at that right guard spot. And, we even talked about it this morning. You want to talk about some leverage? If Zach Martin, if something were to happen to Tyron Smith, and now you have to kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle and then work on two guards, from the standpoint, boy, that could be, it's just not as clean as it needs to be now.
But check this out, Chief, and I want to follow up with Broadus and Zach, too. Offensive line, not good. Today they were kicking the defense ass because of the motion and the confusion right at the snap.
The two-point
with
play,
less protection, boom, finding guys easier.
Yeah, the two-point plays and stuff were clear that they had big problems. Defense had big problems.
Great play designs.
When you watch, though,
That's what Shanahan does.
I know, but did you feel like, though, guys, from what you saw, there were some plays that were made. I'm not discounting what you're saying, Dawson.
I think you did.
But did you feel like? Well, I'm sorry then. But did you feel like that today, though, there were times where the quarterbacks were having to move?
Yes.
And there could have been a couple of times, and it's not just Micah Parsons. It's somebody else it's Osa standing there. It's somebody else standing there. It's somebody else, and it's one of those things they throw the ball, but there's a guy standing there. There's
should be a sack.
Well, I mean the quarterbacks had to move a lot more today.
Yeah. I've seen highlights that should be sacks that were touchdowns.
And I'm just to me, I'm worried. I do see the receivers making plays.
Yeah.
I do see Cooks making plays. I see Brooks making plays. I see Turpin making plays, Gallup making plays. That's encouraging.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of the quarterbacks having to move around to try and find time, and maybe a couple of times where there could have been a tag-off situation that these guys were beat pretty clean.
Yeah, everything was advantage offense until you got closer to the 11-on-11 where you welcome in the offensive line and the defensive line, and now things start going a little bit more haywire for you offensively. But isn't that the expectation? I mean, if I'm telling you there's no Tyron Smith, there's sometimes Terrence Steele, there's no Zach Martin.
There's no question.
I'm expecting Micah Parsons in this front to absolutely just ruin your practice. It's exactly what I would expect.
It is the expectation, but at the same time, you'd like to see some growth, and maybe some of these guys, you get your ass whipped on a play, you come back the next play. I mean, I think we saw that a little bit with the rookie TJ Bass. I just think there's a lot of concern. We've seen this offensive line struggle to stay healthy.
He got
sometimes.
corrected a bunch today, and he's a guy that probably right now is, he's going to be in those preseason games and stuff like that. And you're kind of hopeful. Well, maybe he could be a guy. Maybe he could be the 10th offensive lineman,
maybe a backup for you.
Yeah,
but the
exactly.
Thing is, over the course of a 17-game season, these guys might end up having to play. And I think it is a concern. We feel much better about the receiving depth than we did a year ago. We're feeling better about the play design. But the offensive line, I can't BS you. I'm concerned right now. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. And I'm not going to have full, good vibes about it until we get into the regular season and see this in live action. But the early returns are exciting.
Yeah.
On the idea of bringing Zeke back, Jerry said we're reading the tea leaves. Mike McCarthy said we're not going to hit a bump and give up on the path. We want to see the young guys. I think that's the right approach now. I don't know what Zeke wants, but, I think if I'm the Cowboys, I want to get through some of these preseason games, give guys a chance. And, I don't think Zeke's a player that you got to have back. He's just one option that everybody loves around here. With Ron Jones' suspension, though, that's not going to move them off their deal. And I don't know. Maybe this will be a situation where a veteran goes through camp and he doesn't have a team and, can kind of be available for you if you do hit a bump in the road and you want him in the regular season.
Me personally, I didn't have Ronald Jones on this team.
Me neither.
When it was all said, even if he doesn't get suspended, I felt like that they would probably do something, with with Deuce, and then kind of figure out with Rico Dowdle or
They love Dowdle, man.
They do. But he had a situation yesterday. Great job on a chip that just destroyed Isaiah Lamb. I mean, it was just beautiful, textbook. Today has an opportunity on a blitz pickup. Completely whiffs on the play. Quarterback's dead to rights right there in the pocket, so got to be a little bit more consistent doing that.
Okay, CeeDee Lamb unguardable in 7-on-7, back-to-back touchdowns. That's what Todd Archer was tweeting. Separation has not been an issue for Lamb at all. I think he's going to take another step, maybe just a half step, because he's already so far up there in the top 10, maybe top 5 wide receivers. I was surprised to see him ahead of Jamar Chase in the player rankings, and I was surprised as well to see Kirk Cousins above Dak Prescott. I think a lot of the Dak stands, they bristle at the idea that Kirk Cousins is on Dak's level, but statistically they are very, very comparable. I would rather have Dak, for the record. I mean, shoot, I bought a Dak Prescott jersey. He's our favorite player in the household. I bought one for my daughter Abby. But I don't know how you take that at 877-881-1053. What do you guys think? Kirk Cousins, is he a good comp for Dak?
I mean, I think they're probably in a similar tier, but I've always considered Dak to be the better quarterback for sure. Dak has at least shown he's shown up more in big games than Kirk Cousins has,
Absolutely.
And we know that Dak has not always shown up in the biggest of games, but he's done more so than Kirk has.
Yeah.
But I've never been a Kirk Cousins guy. When you look at the raw stats of it all kind of comes out. But when you watch the two quarterbacks play, I think it's pretty obvious one is better than the other, but they're within 3 spots of each other on the quarterback power rankings.
They've had very similar rosters, both well put together teams over the years that have had a good running game and at times a good defense. I know I don't want to be in a foxhole with Kirk Cousins. That guy just does not inspire confidence for me.
No, he's the guy that kind of closes his eyes as he's getting hit. So, I mean, to me, in the postseason, the stat of him in primetime games, like all that stuff is rather damning. And yes, absolutely, Dak has not played great in some postseason games, the last 2 specifically in the losses, but he's got one more playoff win that Kirk Cousins does, and I agree. I think that Dak is just a little smidgen up, but I don't think they're too far apart. I think Kirk Cousins is probably also a guy that's gotten a little too much heat.
Haven't they always been kind of connected when you start to talk about
fourth round
dudes?
Well, yeah, you get to a situation, too, where it's like, all right, give me your top 8. And some people like Cousins at 7 and like Dak at 8, or like Dak at 7 and Cousins at 8. He always seems like it was him and Eli Manning that were always kind of in that mix, with Dak and Cousins. And maybe not anymore, but, it always seems like that it was either one or the other.
Yeah.
There was even the guy at the Rams. Even everybody at the Rams, he was in that group. Stafford was in that group until he won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then once he won the Super Bowl, he kind of, goes from being 8, 9, 10 to, he's now 5 or 6.
Yes.
All you have to do is find a way to win a Super Bowl, and they will push you up in there, much like what Hurts is going through right now. Hurts gets his team to a Super Bowl, and now we're elevating him to like he's a top 4 quarterback.
I mean, Eli's a no-brainer Hall of Famer in a lot of people's minds,
Right.
and he was not better than Tony Romo.
And Kirk also just had a really good. I mean, last year, which had a better year? Kirk probably did have a better year. I mean, they had 11 comeback wins last year where they won a game by 1 score or less, and Kirk had some big moments in those games. So just regular season, I'd say just based on
head-to-head, he got
season,
smashed.
Oh, he got smoked. Like, I think I would take Dak every single day, but I can see why people maybe voted highly for Kirk just based on last season.
But I think it's a good exercise. Like, imagine how good of a team that Kirk Cousins would need to win a Super Bowl. I think that's roughly what Dak needs. And everybody would say, wow, you really can't have a shortcoming anywhere on your roster. You're going to need to be able to win with defense and running game. And then Kirk Cousins can do his part and have 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, and we'll go on a parade. Hey, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And every afternoon at 4:20, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us with that today?
Eric, you're going to love this one. It's National Girlfriends Day. Shout out to all the Lady Tolos out there. I got the top 10 best rom-coms of all time.
Nice.
That's next.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not.
Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 420. Our training camp coverage continues in Oxnard, California, brought to you by Kissable Dental, On-Time Experts Air Conditioning and Plumbing, K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, and by AutoFlex Leasing. Shout out to Elf. There he is, strutting through the tennis courts.
Just strutting.
It's time now for the top 10 at 420, and here is your host, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. We'll get to the top 10 best rom-coms of all time here on National Girlfriend's Day. Shout out to all the Lady Tolos out there. We love you. 877-881-1053. I know when you find a good rom-com, I think it's that both individuals can enjoy. What's your favorite rom-com? Be honest, be vulnerable with us. Standing by for any Rangers news. Scherzer has had his introductory presser, but right now still nothing yet on the trade front as we're closing in on that deadline. We did find out that Max Scherzer, talking to the media, he said he did reach out to Jacob deGrom, and he asked Jacob deGrom about joining the Rangers, and deGrom said that Scherzer said whatever deGrom told him made it easier to put trust in the Rangers' vision for the future. So deGrom out there recruiting. I think that's exactly why we got the move that was made, because the Rangers wanted Scherzer to know, hey, I'm opting in for next year. This isn't just a rental. And certainly talking with deGrom put Scherzer's mind at ease, and it gave him conviction to say, yeah, I'm down. Let's go ahead and do this thing past this year.
That's certainly encouraging. I also saw from the Mets side of things, the Mets basically told him, hey, bro, we're not doing much in the way of player acquisition. We're not going all in this year or next year. They're going, they're paying a ton of millions of dollars basically for the rights to the prospect that is Acuna Jr. You know what I mean? They're going young, and so Scherzer was like, well, geez, if you guys aren't even going to be trying to win over the next year and a half, I'd much rather be somewhere that is.
Yeah, Scherzer said they were looking to transition rather than reload, and we're looking at 2025 to return to contention past the end of his contract. So it made no sense for him to stay there with the Mets. And they're also going ahead and doing a similar thing where they're taking on some of the contract of Verlanders. The Astros don't have to take all that on.
Is there like $50 million worth of these two players that the Mets are taking?
Eating. Yeah, absolutely.
Jeez.
Well, their owners he's the richest guy in the sport, isn't he? The Mets
but still going from going out and getting those guys and trying to hey, we're the buy-in, we're going to go win this thing and all that, to, man, I'm now having to pay $50 million to get rid of those guys. Still, that's still pretty significant.
Oh, it is for sure.
I mean,
with the expectations they had coming into the season,
Jerry Jones drills oil wells, and losing money like that would be. Still, being a billionaire at $50 million is a big. That's a huge mistake. That is a huge mistake. If someone told me hey, listen, Brian, by the way, you're the general manager and you just cost us. Again, I would expect to be fired.
Yeah,
I would expect to be you make those kinds of mistakes. People, they should question whether you're going in the right direction.
Absolutely.
You can't be making $50, $60, $70 million mistakes. You just can't.
So Heaney's going to be on the bump tonight for the series opener against the White Sox in Arlington. Dunning is going to get the start. Dane Dunning tomorrow.
That was at TBD, wasn't it?
It was. So it'll be Dane Dunning, which means Thursday's the Scherzer debut, and then to open the Marlins series at home will be Jordan Montgomery's debut.
Cannot wait. That's going to be an exciting time whenever you get to see a pitcher for the first time. I remember when Cliff Lee, pitched for the Rangers. I think he lost to a new no-namer from Baltimore, but the energy at the Old Globe was exciting that day. The Rangers, they DFA'd Joe Barlow over the weekend.
Yeah.
Evan Grant writing, it wouldn't surprise me if they move him in a deal that they could make right at the deadline. So there we go. That's the energy that I needed, Wolchuk. It was really starting to feel like maybe they weren't going to do anything else, but Grant suggesting they have irons in the fire here with the deadline now 32 minutes away.
Yeah, and I also think when it comes to a guy like Yasmani Grandal, right now it is the money. Seems like that might be an issue as to why they've pivoted and put their sights towards Austin Hedges. Grandal at 33 years old, maybe just too expensive, and they think that's a player that could be on the decline, and maybe you just go ahead and try and get a Hedges for less money.
That doesn't sound good for the situation for Heim.
No, it doesn't.
No, this is terrible because you had a great defensive catcher who could also hit you 270 and was on pace for over 20 home runs. That's just a unicorn in today's game.
And another name, and this could be a bat target. I don't know if it's any link to the Rangers, but we'd just thrown him out there would be Tommy Pham. And apparently Tommy Pham from Mets beat writers, he poked his head into the manager's office and left the clubhouse in street clothes. So there's no word yet that Tommy Pham has been traded, but the signs are pointing that way. I don't know if you go circle back and do another trade with the Mets, but Tommy fam, that was another name that we were kind of monitoring what could happen with him. So a lot going on right now in the world of MLB. We'll give you an update as soon as we get one.
Yeah, I asked my guy in the league, I said, hey, are there any bullpen arms out there? And he says, sure, there are. Most aren't that good. He says Scott Barlow is a potential target. So if you're looking for a bullpen arm, my guy said Scott Barlow. Royals would be a guy you need to look at.
All right, let's slide into our top 10, the top 10 best rom-coms of all time. The Ringer put out an article. They ranked the top 50. We're going to focus, of course, on the top 10 here. But, Eric, I know you're a noted rom-com guy. One of my favorites, speaking of baseball, Fever Pitch. Love that one. I think it's great with Jimmy Fallon and Drew Barrymore. But I think my favorite rom-com of all time, also my favorite comedy of all time, it's Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers. If we're considering Wedding Crashers rom-com, which I think you absolutely can do,
right?
then it is. Then it has to be the one seed. That's a top 5 all-timer for me in any genre. But certainly in this one, that is going to probably take the top spot. We're getting a lot of Fever Pitch love, getting some 51st Dates
that's a
love.
good one.
Drew Barrymore's in a lot of these, man. Drew Barrymore is great in these rom-coms. I Love You, Man, Forgetting Sarah Marshall coming in as well.
Ooh, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Great one. I don't know when you think of rom-com lead male actor, who's the first name that comes to mind? Because for me, it's Hugh Grant, but I think Matthew McConaughey, for a lot of people, is that guy, and rightfully so.
Yes, Hugh Grant with Notting Hill. I think he was kind of the originator there, but I think Matthew McConaughey now, I got to give him the one seed when it comes to...
What was that, 3 Weddings and a Funeral or something he was in? 2 Weddings and a Funeral? What was that thing he was in?
I've seen that movie.
The Ghosts of
and
Christmas
I can't
Past
remember which.
Why? I mean, here I bring up a movie with Hugh Grant, and nobody's...
Oh, Hugh Grant. Wait, are you talking about Notting Hill or 2 Weeks Notice? Or
No, that's what I'm saying.
Went up a hill and came down a mountain.
He was in, like, Hugh Grant was in a movie, two Weddings and a Funeral or something like that.
Okay.
It was,
I need to check on it.
Hell, I watched a damn movie and nobody here knows.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What
movie you're talking about? It's 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
All right, whatever. It was something like that.
And Hugh Grant is in it. You're right.
Oh, God.
And it's a good movie.
Well, no, you didn't see it.
I have seen it.
I
just can't remember how many damn weddings.
You didn't act like it.
Well, I'm the only one that did some research over here for you, okay?
All right.
I did a brief moment of research, Wolchuk, and I came up with Ryan Gosling.
Okay,
I think
good.
this guy is a total pretty boy. He's got no acting chops. He's not tough or badass, but he can seem sensitive and cute.
I wish he'd just walk by here as we're in California.
I'd whip his ass.
I would love to he would walk by.
Isn't he Ken in the Barbie movie?
Yeah, he's Ken in Barbie, but he was great in Crazy Stupid Love.
Dude, Crazy Stupid Love is the most underrated rom-com.
Oh, now we know all the movies. We remember
Crazy
all.
Stupid Love is so good. Well, you're bringing up a movie from '94, okay?
Yeah,
I've
this guy
slept since
can't
then.
act. He can't act.
Yeah, dude, he's got to be
Ryan
there and look
Gosling?
pretty. Yeah, old Gosling.
Have you seen the movie Drive? He was pretty good in that one.
He was awesome. He didn't
by
have
the way,
to talk, though.
4 Weddings and a Funeral. No, he didn't. Came in at 14 on this list. Groundhog Day.
Okay, thank you.
Groundhog Day at 13. While You Were Sleeping at 12.
That was a fun movie.
Something's Gotta Give. Diane Keaton, Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Let the bodies hit the floor.
That comes in at number 11. All right, LA, where are you going? I know you're a rom-com guy. You're just a movie guy.
A little bit. I'm a little bit of the rom-com situations. When I think of rom-com actors, though, my brain automatically clicks into Taye Diggs. Taye Diggs. Yeah, I think about him. Only because when I did watch rom-com, that was the guy doing all the rom-coms. The Best Man.
Those are good movies.
Boomerang with Eddie Murphy. Brown Sugar, that had Taye Diggs in it too. Thin Line Between Love and Hate with Martin. Oh, my God. And then House Party. That's a rom-com.
Oh, House Party's good.
House Party.
Yes.
Good
Okay.
play.
By the way,
He follows me on Twitter.
We do have breaking
He's
news.
a Cowboys fan.
When it comes to the Rangers, it is official. The Rangers are acquiring catcher Austin Hedges from
about
the
that?
Pittsburgh Pirates. Mark Feinsand is confirming this. Jeff Passan has gone ahead and confirmed this. We don't know the compensation yet, but yep, Austin Hedges. He's going to be a Ranger.
Tell you what, I'm an insider for a lot of sports around here, Dawson. I want you to acknowledge that, please.
I'm pretty sure I've led the charge in calling you a triple insider.
triple insider.
Thank you very much.
All right, so the Pirates are going to receive international bonus pool money from the Rangers in exchange for Hedges. And they needed a lefty bat, which is what they were looking for with Jonah Heim being injured. So really, very easy compensation here for the Rangers just to get the bat of, or really the catching ability of Austin Hedges, less so much the bat.
Does he excel against right-handed pitching at least? Because I see overall his batting average is horrible. This is worse than Rugi.
It's not a very good offensive player here. This isn't going to fix your offensive challenge.
This is a desperation move. This is a defensive move.
This is like Rugi after spending 2 rounds in the ring with Bud Crawford is what you're looking at.
What's going to happen when he plays is our pitchers are actually going to hit, and we'll DH for him.
It's going to be fun. yeah, absolutely.
We got all these National League pitchers now.
Scherzer can hit some dingers
Montgomery, every one of these guys.
Damn right.
Scherzer loves to hit.
Hell yeah, he does.
He's going to stand up there and take some whack.
It's going to be great. In fact, we're going to have DeGrom come out there and just hit instead of pitch.
They traded for the catcher last weekend, and they're trading for this guy now.
Yeah.
Brian hit it. This isn't something to celebrate. This is confirmation that Jonah Heim's not coming back.
We'll have to get that official news, but I am really nervous about the future of the season when it comes to Jonah Heim. There's no question about that. All right, here's the top 10 of the best rom-coms. We start at numero 10. Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Yes, sir.
Good
yes,
movie.
sir.
Very good movie. Very strong.
I might say great movie.
Number 9, The Wedding Singer.
Dude, I feel bad being a rom-com guy. I've never seen it.
Is that Adam Sandler?
Yes.
You're not a Sandler guy,
and Drew Barrymore.
I actually do like Sandler. I love 50 First Dates. I love, Waterboy,
Sandler's
Happy
also
Gilmore.
one of those guys. We overlooked him when we're talking about leading mans. He is a rom-com savant.
Mr. Deeds.
No damn.
What was the one where he was in Hawaii and he couldn't?
That was 50 First Dates.
Oh, was that 50 First Dates? Okay.
There was always some sort of a love thing in there, wasn't there?
Always.
And it was like you kind of put up with it because he was so goofy.
Yeah.
You didn't realize they were sneaking the rom-com on you.
Number 8 is My Best Friend's Wedding.
I think one of my favorite Adam Sandler moves is in the movies. What's the one where he's got all his bros in? It's like Chris Rock and it's Doug Heffernan. It's the New Age one.
Oh, Grown Ups?
Grown Ups, yeah. And he gives himself Selma Hayek as his wife.
Of course
in
he
that
does,
one.
right?
He was the one who's signing all the cast. It's his movie. He got Selma.
He got Queen Latifah, though, in the new basketball movie he was in on Netflix.
Oh, I
Queen
forgot
Latifah
she was in
his wife.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Number 7 is Sleepless in Seattle, Meg Ryan.
Yeah, Meg.
Tom Hanks. Number 6
Was that any comedy?
It was a rom-com.
That was a lot of rom.
Yeah, a lot of rom.
More rom than com.
A lot of rom and drom.
I mean, can we switch out for When Harry Met Sally?
We'll get to that, Eric.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to that. Number 6 is Notting Hill.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
Great movie, and I'm surprised not in the top 5.
Legendary.
Number 5 is Jerry Maguire.
Oh, okay.
I know you're not a fan of Renee Zellweger, though.
Whew, no.
Not at all.
I thought she had her moment, man.
She did have her moment there. In that movie, she had her moment.
For those 90 minutes, she's a rocket.
Number 4 is Clueless.
Never saw it.
Never seen Clueless?
Yeah.
Number 3 is You've Got Mail.
Never saw it.
Another Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks movie. Number 2, we got Pretty Woman with Julia Roberts.
Oh, Richard.
But number 1.
lot more drom than rom.
Number 1.
That one as well.
Best rom-com. When Harry Met Sally.
Yes, that one still holds up too, man.
Like in the 200 all time, that's number 43 on this list I'm looking at.
Well, that's a bad list.
Segment here is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Chiafalo has an edition of football's finest as we continue to track this Rangers trade deadline coming up at 23 minutes away. Austin Hedges, left-handed catcher, has been added, which solidifies the depth pretty good. Where are you taking us next, though, Chief?
Sandpits, beignets, and must-watch football. That's next in the nation.
Twin Peaks is your ultimate sport.
wrestlingweek.com.
It's out of here. Bye-bye.
Turn it on. Leave it on. Your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Look at that.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll recap everything the Rangers have done today. If you missed the news, they did trade for the Pirates' left-handed catcher, Austin Hedges. Don't get too excited. I mean, he's not going to be an asset behind the at the plate, but maybe behind the plate. So that's good. You know, he knows how to work a pitching staff and gives the Rangers good depth and a defensive option there. But we're hoping for something bigger, aren't we, Brian? We're hoping for something bigger.
I was just laughing at you. It's like you're just throwing those buzzwords. Knows how to work a staff, and
Well, it's true.
all these things when you don't know something about a catcher, you just gotta.
That's all you need to know about him. He hit the nail on the head. He's a good defensive catcher. He's not going to give you anything offensively.
That guy can frame a pitch.
Frame a pitch. That's what you have to say about a guy. Yeah, works with the staff. They like throwing to him. Frames a pitch very nicely, though.
You got a fight coming, Broadus.
That's all I know.
Stick. I also know it's time for Eric Chiafalo to give us an edition of football.
Speaking of a fight,
shut up, Brian. I know this league, Brian. How dare you challenge my credibility?
You haven't lived this. I've lived this. I've been in those clubhouses.
Dawson, how many times in your career do you think that you've talked about a player and you just used like the Dak buzzwords that remember he was talking about, like when Eric
just cliche stuff.
You just like totally cliche it up about a player.
Really good team.
Every good broadcaster's got 20.
He's looking at me. He's about to throw some at me.
Every damn day, Brian. Show business. Here's the chief.
Gabby Baseball, I think, should be his name.
Gabby Baseball.
Gabby Baseball.
That's right.
All right, speaking of fighting, no fighting at Titans camp. Now, this was a surprise to me. I thought Mike Vrabel would be the championing as a head coach.
No.
The tempers flaring.
What the hell does he know?
Pushing,
it's a surprise
shoving.
to him. Are you kidding me?
Pushing and shoving. I thought Vrabel and Man Campbell lived for training camp fights. I thought that's, as former players and especially Mike Vrabel being a defensive side of the ball kind of guy, I thought he would be down for it, but he calls it dumb bleep. And they have a punishment. They have a punishment at Titans camp.
Run to the fence?
No, we got sand pits, boys.
Oh, no.
How about this?
Sand pits?
According to the Tennessean, the team has a legit sand pit in a corner of the practice field where Vrabel banishes players who are dumb enough to throw a punch. Players banished to the sand pit are required to finish their workout routines in what is likely hot sand that's been cooking in the summer sun. Vrabel has no regrets about his methods because fighting is, quote, dumb bleep in his mind. Quote, that dumb bleep hurts the team. Might as well practice those things now and make an emphasis of go as hard as you want, but don't throw a punch. Don't be a second guy or retaliate. We might as well practice the way we're hopefully going to play. Getting sent to the sand pit in the middle of practice, one, I think it's just a little bit embarrassing. Who's that guy hanging out in the sand pits over there? It's childlike. Secondly, working out in the sand, I mean, Lucius is probably done from a military standpoint working out in the sand and could probably attest to just how freaking exhausting that would be.
It's very difficult. I don't think I would take the punishment if I had a veteran contract. I'd go over and stand by the sand, cross my arms.
Yeah?
Say, come over here, old man. Well, I'll show you the sand. Yeah. Well, yeah. Maybe we'll play a little circle them up. I don't know. You know, I get it, but that's hot sand.
Could you see Dawson standing over by
you.
Standing by the.
I'm here to practice football.
His arms are folded.
I am not going to the sand
I
pit.
had a moment of weakness, and I fired at the guy. Okay, but I'm not coming over here to, you know. And now, if I'm on a rookie contract, then yeah, I'm doing everything in my power to impress the coach and show my teammates. But I think at veteran status, I'm telling that guy to kiss my ass.
Yeah.
And you know, maybe I'll be reason for him to take down that sand pit.
Yeah,
that's hazing.
That is.
That sand's hot.
That sand is hot, dude.
Yeah.
That sand is hot for sure. And not to
This
mention,
is hazing.
I mean,
I'm against it.
Not to mention that just working out on the sand is a nightmare, but then also
Just the sand is a nightmare.
well, the sand that I mean,
Sand
Walchuk,
gets in
you
your
saw
shoes.
this. It gets all the crevices.
It
Walchuk.
does.
Crevices, it
You
gets
feel like you're
everywhere.
washing your body with sandpaper when you're in that shower.
I hate
you
the
know?
sand.
Brutal.
And that's the real hazing portion of it.
It has a way of getting everywhere, right up in that crotch.
Yes.
You know, you're riding home from a trip to the beach, and you can't get right.
The hot spot area, right?
Yeah, dude. You're pulling sand out of all the crevices for way too long. So I need to get a video. I haven't seen a video of it. Maybe these guys are smart enough to know not to throw any punches because I haven't seen any clips of any Titans players getting sent over to the sand corner.
I like the idea, you know, and I would suggest maybe just some wrestling. You know, maybe they could wrestle in the sand pit.
Wrestling.
We don't want to break hands on helmets.
Right,
That's
it's the throwing the
problem.
punches. Yeah. Did you guys see the guy for the Cleveland Browns who
slapped and ran?
He slapped a lineman at the end of a play on the head, and then literally just took off and ran. and then the offense sort of captured him, and then it became a brawl. Nice. It was hilarious, dude.
That is fun.
Do you think Jerry would get a sponsor for the sand pit?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
That's
Do
not
you
a
think
bad
it's like
idea.
some sand company? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah, he
Sands
would.
in the Hourglass, sponsored. Yeah,
They'll
exactly.
sell anything. Give them some time. There'll be one here. It's really incredible the enhancements they've made to this
They have.
facility over the last couple of years.
They have.
These
amazing.
towers are next level. The porta potties are next level.
Oh, my
they're
gosh.
really starting to bring some of the amenity and the glitz and glamour of the
The
Cowboys.
food
to
we get,
Oxnard.
it's amazing. Amazing food they
Yeah,
give us,
top
too.
notch tri-tip. I mean, those porta johns are insane. I find myself I'm like, I don't even have to go to the bathroom. Why am I in here? I just want to be around it.
And from what I heard, that
great
they-
AC in there.
I just want to be around here. I just want to sit in here.
Well, from what I've heard, they don't even file for permits like you would have to be like, hey, we want to build something here. They just put it up. And if Oxnard's like, hey, we don't like that, they say, you can kiss our ass. We'll leave.
That's exactly what they do.
They're going to rename this Cowboys California. Or maybe that would be a good idea considering there's a gang from Oxnard named, I think, the Cowboys.
Ooh.
Oh, are they?
Maybe Jones, California, Jerry, California,
dude,
something like
he
that.
owns that city council. That's all I know.
Man, did you see Jamal Williams talking trash about your beignets?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did. And
he's a
the
new-
way that what he called them was even better.
Bignottis. He called them bignottis.
Yeah.
It's a funnel cake. It's just it tastes
funnel
like
cake.
a funnel cake. That's all it is.
You know, it's unfortunate. He'll learn. He'll learn. He'll get better at this. And
Is he wrong though? Like I'm not familiar with the beignets the same
he's
way
not
you
wrong.
are, but
I will say I think they're overhyped.
the beignets
Oh,
are.
no.
It's
Funnel
part of the
cakes
New
are
Orleans
better.
experience, and with that coffee, it's a thing. It complements
Yeah.
each other.
Chocolate milk and beignets. I don't drink coffee, but yeah, it's.
Oh, you go
it's a real-
chocolate milk? That's not a bad play.
Yeah, chocolate milk with the beignets and with the powdered sugar
It's
on
very
them.
good. It is, but they make it seem like holy crap! It's
Wait
going to
a
be the
minute.
greatest thing you've ever tasted in your life. And there's better things in New Orleans to eat than the beignet.
Like the Lucky Dog. You ever had one of those?
Have not had a Lucky Dog.
It's terrible. It's terrible for you, but it's the greatest thing in the world at 4:10 in the morning.
Damn, that
Seriously,
sounds amazing.
it's
The
like
Lucky Dog?
It's a cart. It's a cart that it sells
Street side hot dogs.
Yeah, but there's no telling what's going on in the cart. But you don't care. At that point, you're getting one. You just don't care.
I don't know what I'm getting, but I'm getting it.
Yeah, you're just getting one.
So is the beignet is it a breakfast? Is it a snack? Is it a nightcap?
Have you ever had a scone?
I've
It's kind of
sconed
like a
it.
It's fried
biscuity-
dough.
Yeah, but it's kind of a little bit more like a donut, but it's not hitting like a donut out of the donut shop.
Right.
I get his critique, but I think you should have more respect for the culture of the city
Yeah.
and its spot. You know, if you're keeping that stuff in mind, it's an experience to go to that
Yes,
spot.
it was. Like it's awesome
Yeah.
going to Cafe Du Monde and doing the whole deal. Like it was fun to do it.
You know, that's another thing. Like at 3, 4 in the morning, you go in there and get beignets when you're hammered. I've driven home many a night. Powdered sugar.
Powdered
Well, it's probably better.
We had a beignet
That's
fight.
not powdered sugar.
It's
Brian.
a good cover up, honestly.
At 3 or 4 a.m.
Got
I
some
don't know.
beignets, boss.
Sir, do you know how
show,
fast you were
show
driving?
up for work. Show up for work with like
Hit the beignets again, boy.
It's
I'm ready to
beignet.
start cold calling.
Yeah, it's beignets, sir.
The beignets.
Broadus is going to be using the beignet excuse when we're in Vegas for the Super Bowl. No, I swear to God, they got beignets all over this place. I
Trust
swear.
me. I just went to the beignet shop.
Mike Tomlin has his popcorn
You guys
ready.
be just as guilty as me.
Even more so,
Yeah, I
Broadus,
know.
let's be honest with
I've
ourselves.
been with this crew.
Mike Tomlin, head coach of the Steelers, is getting his popcorn ready for Week 5 because we have Broncos-Jets for the same reason that we were arguing yesterday. Sean Payton calling out Nathaniel Hackett and everything that he had to do with the
What
Broncos
did you guys
last
think
year.
about that situation?
Now so we get Broncos versus Jets. Aaron Rodgers has chimed in and he's shot his shots. But now Mike Tomlin says, "quote All I know is that I hope that Week 5 game between the Broncos and Jets is on national television."
You know, he can look and see if it is.
He says in a time where everybody can watch it because I want to watch that football.
Like the damn
game.
schedule's out, and guess what? I don't think it's on prime time, man. I don't think they put the Jets and the Broncos, but maybe it is. I don't know. Let me double
Could
check.
be.
for
The
it,
Broncos
for
are
Coach.
on the Jets are basically
Jets
on every
are.
national televised game all year.
One of my favorite
They are.
takeaways from the schedule was that they limited the Broncos' ability to be on there. Because
Yeah.
last year we had too much Denver.
Broncos.
That was
Weren't they in like in a 9-6 game that we had to watch?
Yeah,
Yes.
Thursday night versus the Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
God
horrible.
dang.
Okay, MLB trade deadline just over 3.5 minutes away. When we return, we'll update anything that's been late breaking, and I'll ask you the question: have they done done enough to see him in the World Series. And then we have a college football super segment as there's news from every conference in America, and we're back with it all right here, G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to talk men's T Clinic.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. The MLB trade deadline has just passed, and it is possible that things that were just submitted could come in under the deadline. But I think the last thing we're going to get is the catcher, Austin Hedges, from the Pirates that we had developed about 30 or 35 minutes ago. So I think you can pretty much take a look now at what the Rangers did and what they've lost since the season started, and sort of decide for yourself. I think they're going to be in a dogfight. I'm hopeful that they make the playoffs. I would lean towards yes. I'm not that confident they're going to win the division, but I think it's possible. Maybe 45%. I'll give Houston an advantage because of their experience. They're getting healthy in the outfield, and they went and got Verlander today. The Rangers added Scherzer and Montgomery. They added Chapman and Stratton, so 2 starters, 2 relievers of significance, plus Hedges and a minor league catcher who might come into play if they absolutely need it. That was last weekend. That's what they gained. They've lost DeGrom. They may or may not have lost Hyman and Eovaldi. And, Seager's down for now, but he's going to be back. So I think it is a damn good baseball team. This is a huge step in the right direction. But, you can't be sure about next year, and I'm sure because of that reason, maybe Chris Young is feeling like, there were a few more things out there that he would have liked to get done in order to really nail this thing down. But, the Rangers are on center stage of player activity in Major League Baseball. They lead their division. And there's full commitment. It's not like they're going into this and being like, well, we got our team and we've spent a lot of money, which is, what a lot of teams are doing in this situation. They're relentlessly attempting. And I know for a lot of people, you were waking up today and hoping for the big home run to send this thing over the top. We're not going to get that. But dang it, it's a good team, and they've done a hell of a job making it better.
They sure have. You look at the rotation right now with what they've been able to do, and I know we got question marks on Nathan Eovaldi, but you've got guys in Max Scherzer, which is going to be an absolute dream to see him pitch in a Rangers uniform. Jordan Montgomery, I think, as well, is a guy that's a good third option as well. You're talking about they've made this rotation better. And you're looking at next year, you still have Scherzer. Like, Montgomery's a free agent, I get that. So is Stratton. Those are win-now type of moves. But Scherzer's a guy you're going to have under control. And regardless on how the rest of this season plays out, they've already had a tremendous run that's been super fun and exciting to watch. And hopefully they have a deep run into October. But you look at possibly this time next year, you're talking about Scherzer, you're talking about a DeGrom return, you're talking about still having Eovaldi on the team, and John Gray. That's pretty sexy right there. That can get your Rangers excited.
Yeah, no question about it. And I do wonder, the same point that Broadus was making about bringing in Austin Hedges, and does that make you feel a little bit worse about the potential status of Jonah Heim? Them not bringing in an additional starting arm, could that make us potentially feel better about the status of Nathan Eovaldi? Because you feel like, okay, if they went and got another starter today before the deadline, like, okay, maybe this Eovaldi thing is for real an issue. But the fact that they didn't, I don't know if that can give us a little bit more confidence that they're expecting Eovaldi to come back and return to form.
Yeah. And I'd rather have Eovaldi returning to form than any pitcher that was available right now, considering how he pitched in the first half of the season. That would be exciting. I've been pessimistic on Eovaldi for the last couple of days.
Me too.
When you're talking about that kind of injury and the things that are being said. But, yeah, I do believe, to your point, if he was going to be out for the year and they knew that right now, they would have overpaid to get another starter today.
I think I'd even add to that, it might be a reason why they weren't pushing for another reliever as well. Because I think what they're looking at is you're going to be able to push back some of these other starters, whether it's Andrew Heaney, whether it's Martin Perez, maybe it's Dunning. Now, Dunning, they've said, is going to start tomorrow. So to me, it means, Heaney and Perez could be your options there. But you've got guys then they can fill middle relief, and Cody Bradford as well. You're able to keep him. He was a guy at the trade deadline we thought a lot of teams might be interested in. They didn't. So now you push all those guys back in your pen, and you've got Stratton that can be a 6th or 7th inning guy, Chapman is your 8th, and then Will Smith is your 9th. So that makes the bullpen start to look a little bit better as well.
Alrighty, the truckwreck.com fan text is open for you. We are monitoring all of the relevant Twitter pages or X pages that, could update us on a situation. Evan Grant reminding us that, many years ago, Darvish sent him a picture of him in a Rangers hat 7 minutes before the deadline, and Grant took that as, oh, okay, you're going to remain a Ranger, and then the trade happened.
No.
So, we shall see. Whatever the case, Expressway's coming up in 15 minutes where we recap everything that's been developing throughout the afternoon, and if we get something additional there, we will pass it along. But for now, it appears that today's spoils include the catcher Hedges from the Pirates, who's a good defensive catcher, hitting 186, 187 on the year. Here's Wolchuk as we're getting rocket and rolling here in the world of college football as well with a College Football Super segment.
Thank you very much. We mentioned earlier about the great dunk job that Dan Lanning did by putting Colorado in a body bag. Like, what the hell have they done to this conference in regards to them leaving to go to the Big 12? But there's a lot of other stuff with the Pac-12 and some teams that might be leaving.
Teams packing from the Pac-12?
Yeah, they're packing. So, you've got Big 12 rumors that maybe Arizona...
PACK-12.
that could be a team that might want to go to the Big 12. I don't know. There hasn't been any official news there. Oregon and Washington are the two biggest brands left in the conference, and there seems to be some momentum building that they could go not necessarily to the Big 12, but possibly to the Big 10 and join USC and UCLA. And I've even heard some rumblings of Florida State and Clemson doing a similar deal going to the Big Ten, which would then mean that all of a sudden all the money that the SEC had by just making sure we've got teams in the best TV markets, now the Big Ten is looking like they could end up being in the driver's seat in that regard because you're adding Florida, and then you're going ahead and adding Clemson, Florida State, but you're adding the state of Florida, right, for the TV is what I'm thinking here. That could be big news for the Big Ten if that were to happen. I think that the Pac-12 teams would be first. It would be Oregon and Washington to make that move. But Florida State and Clemson are kind of sitting back, waiting how this unfolds, and we are just looking at the Super Team Conference era right now, boys.
I would be interested if I was the SEC. I would try and trade Missouri away and then pick up Florida State is what I would do. I think Florida State would be a great SEC team.
I do too.
But I will trade back.
Missouri's been a disaster since they went there.
Missouri's a Big 8 team. Send Missouri back to the Big 12, open up some space, and I'm all about going to get. I was talking with John Machota about it this morning because he's a big Florida State supporter. And I said, I'd love to have Florida State in the SEC.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. Isn't that what the Rose Bowl's for? So Washington and Oregon can play Ohio State and Michigan and everybody else?
So you're right. But so what they're looking at is by potentially...
Is the Rose Bowl giving up all that? Do they no longer... They said, we don't care. We're now taking all games.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And the Rose Bowl saying, look, that's why we fought to try and stay a part of the semifinal in the college football playoff. So by potentially adding two more West Coast teams, the Big Ten is seriously going to ease their travel schedule. You add USC and UCLA to start next season. This is going to preserve local rivalries, and it's further going to increase the league's value by adding the Pacific Northwest media market. And in turn, Oregon and Washington feel they could benefit from a boost in their quality of schedule by joining the Big Ten as compared to the remnants right now of the Pac-12. It does make sense for both sides.
Yeah, I can't wait for that Northwestern Washington game.
Barn burner.
Yeah.
Purple versus
Well, who knows? Northwestern's in some trouble now. Maybe they're one of those teams that gets booted out of the Big Ten.
They're still in the... Okay, how about this?
They could go the Missouri route. Who knows?
Let's check in for Rutgers and... What the hell?
These are moves about money, though, and I think recruiting. Because if you really want to win a championship and we're playoff expanding, I kind of want to stay in my own conference and just worry about the Huskies and like Fresno State and the Utah Utes. I don't want to go and have to face Ohio State and Michigan and Florida State to try to get to my national championship. But I think it's about the visibility, the TV contracts, and knowing that as long as we're in one of these two conferences, our ability to bring in top talent for those schools, it's trying to get them from L.A. For Oregon and Washington, they're trying to recruit Los Angeles. And if you're a kid now in L.A., you're like, dude, we got to get out of here. If it's not USC, then we have to be going to a school that's going to play the biggest schools and have the best spotlight.
I just can't wait for that USC offense to bog down in Columbus when it's snowing sideways. You know, I mean, they got to think about your style of play and all that stuff that.
That's part of the intrigue for me, man.
Yeah, me too. But how about our guy Chip Kelly at UCLA? He's kind of got that thing going again. But he's going to take his offense. You know, to me,
he needs sunshine and no wind.
Well, and that's why it eases them to bring in Oregon.
I
and
understand.
Washington. There's two
I
more
understand.
games. We can now
USC
take away Ohio State for one.
I get it. USC has to go to Pullman and they go to Seattle to play games and all that. But to me, a lot of those games, they're in good weather games. Arizona, you know, maybe not Utah all the time, but I just kind of feel like that there's going to be a lot more of these heartbreak for these Pac-10 teams, Pac-12 teams joining the Big Ten. I just think there's going to be heartbreak games for them.
Yeah, I think it could be tough as well. Now, the Pac-12 right now is trying to get their TV deal done as well. Seems like Apple Streaming is the leader to go ahead and be the TV rights owner of Pac-12 football. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I heard the CW was involved in
It's
this.
going to make you get the Apple TV, which is a nice product. You know, it seems like they're making a huge investment into. You don't like it? They're making a huge investment into sports.
I'm just thinking, like, is the Pac-12 as currently constructed going to make? I mean, college football junkies absolutely. Like, I will do this because I need to watch this, and Eric and I are doing BetQL stuff. But for people that are just casual college football fans, unless you're just super invested in one of those Pac-12 schools, I don't know right now that they've got the branding outside of maybe this year if USC makes a national championship run to where people are going to be driven to go and use Apple.
I kind of feel like Fox did a good job. You know, I thought Fox, they had their big noon game, and then they did that stuff at night, the Pac-10 after dark.
Yeah, they did.
Or Pac-12 after dark.
I think this is like Fox not wanting the Pac-12. I think the Pac-12 would probably still love to be with
NBC
Fox.
Who picked up the Big Ten? NBC? Didn't NBC just pick up Big Ten football?
I think they did.
They have a Saturday night Big Ten game?
Which was a big blow to Notre Dame, right?
Yeah.
Because NBC was only a Notre Dame station.
Right.
I heard the only reason why Apple TV was willing to take on the Pac-12 and their crappy teams for the most part is because the Pac-12 teams agreed to let Ted Lasso coach one game for each one of the
That'd be awesome.
the programs.
Barbecue
So that's going
sauce.
to be must-watch television, man.
I would love that. Okay, ESPN put out the teams that have a legitimate chance to make the college football playoff this year. Of course, you've got your big teams with Georgia looking to three-peat. Ohio State's the number one team, Alabama. But they've got Texas listed. Toughest test for Texas.
Alabama, week 2, right?
September 9th at Alabama.
Yeah.
There simply isn't another opponent on the Longhorn schedule as good as the Tide. Last year, the Texas defense fizzled in the fourth quarter, and Alabama kicked a go-ahead field goal with 10 seconds left to win it 20-19. So what's the committee going to want to see from Texas? A win against Bama. If Texas beats the Tide, it immediately legitimizes its college football playoff hopes and starts to build its case for a top 4 finish. Even without winning the Big 12, Texas could ultimately have a win over the SEC champ, which would bolster its resume if it winds up in a debate with another comparable team, and Texas could run the table but lose a game in the Big 12 championship, opening the possibility of the Longhorns finishing in the top 4 with Alabama, or instead of the Tide, because of the head-to-head result there on that September 9th game. So, for me, I think Texas might be the only shot this year, unless we have another surprise Cinderella run like TCU goes undefeated, which I don't see happening. I think Texas is the only team. I don't see OU being able to do this because they don't have a game on their schedule to me that's as comparable as, say, the Alabama-Texas matchup.
Here we go. Just go ahead and start listing them, though. At Baylor on September 23rd, Kansas on September 30th. These are all games. When do they play? How about this? Kansas State. That game's actually in Texas.
That's good.
There's a game. Texas plays November 18th at Iowa State in Ames, Iowa.
Okay, that's a trap.
That right there.
That's a trap.
That is one of those games right there where Texas will find a way not to play their absolute best. It's always against somebody like that. They should absolutely run.
That's the thing with them right now is the lack of consistency. Like, they almost beat Bama. They're having quality wins that get people excited, but I can't trust Texas.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
I'm not really open to a conversation of Texas contending until I see them actually being able to go out and execute like 10 straight games without being the bed.
They have a back-to-back where they go TCU on November 11th and then Iowa State on the road at November 18th.
It's tough.
Those Texas, to me, like Gavin says, they have to prove that they can go on the road and win one of those games like that.
And they haven't done it in 15 years. So I 100% get the pessimism. TCU is listed as one of these teams. If they can have another kind of Cinderella run as they did last year, the season opener against Colorado could be very interesting, since the Buffs will be one of the most unpredictable teams in the country in their first season under Deion Sanders. Only time will tell how a win or loss against Colorado will impact TCU's playoff hopes, but they're basically saying it's got to be a Big 12 title if TCU wants to get in, because the biggest games for both OU and TCU, they've got labeled as the Texas games. That's the thing that's got Texas is really the only chance to me out of the Big 12. If they can beat Alabama, they will have the best resume of the bunch.
All righty. Thank you, Wooly Bully. It's great. We're ready for some college football here, G-Bag Nation.
I'm ready, baby.
We are ready for the Expressway as well. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content when we return. LA Live with Lucius is coming up at 5:40. How about some Cowboys quotables? Are you sure what Jerry is saying about how much better this team is true? And that's next on 105.3 The Fan.